This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Alliance Main Star, Interstellar Alliance University Student Center. Next. The staff at the Student Services Center, having worked all morning, rubbed their eyes wearily, and clicked on the next student's profile. Lian Xiao, 18, Mecha Department. Ah, another Mecha Department student, the staff member muttered subconsciously. Could it be that these Mecha Department students have made private appointments? She run into several of them today. Application, change of major. The staff member, after flicking the cursor back and forth several times to make sure they were seeing things, suddenly looked up and blurted out, change major? Ah, yes. The girl at the counter straightened and repeated, I'm applying to transfer out of the Mecha Department. The girl before him was young, a little frail compared to the tall, muscular Mecha soldiers operating the mechas. With her neatly cropped hair and large, bright eyes, she looked 2 or 3 years younger than her actual age, like a teenager still in adolescence. Feeling the obvious surprise and disapproval from the staff member, Lian Xiao smiled bitterly inwardly. Oh my god, I can't study this major for a day. She, Lian Xiao, an ordinary, hard-working student, how could she still go to school even after encountering something as rare as a transmigration? She had simply stayed up all night reviewing for finals, forced herself to drink a few extra sips of energy drinks, and passed out from lack of rest. When she opened her eyes again, she had become Lian Xiao from another future world. He was physically several years younger than she was, an orphan, and had just enrolled in the Mecha Department at Alliance University. It sounded like an inspirational story, perfect for publication in some magazine to give readers a dose of inspiration. Lian Xiao dug out the various documents and certificates the original owner had brought with her, proving she earned her way into the Alliance's premier institution through sheer hard work and scholarships. Then she opened the original owner's bank account and instantly stopped laughing. How could it be cleaner than the notes from the class she skipped? Not only that, the original owner still owed student loans, with hefty monthly payments. Lian Xiao's heart ached, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to carefully examine the original owner's financial statements for the past few months. You wouldn't know until you saw it, the Mecha Department was incredibly expensive. The original owner had good spending habits, rarely buying anything beyond the necessities, but in just the first 2 months of school, she spent like water on mecha-related items, practically draining her hard-earned savings. There was really nothing she could do. The mechas and simulators used for practice at Union University weren't free. Even though he had little idea of what the program entailed, Lian Xiao knew quickly that if he wanted to improve quickly, he had to spend more time practicing. Lian Xiao's gaze lingered on the last item on the bill, the cheapest nutritional supplement the original owner had bought herself from the cafeteria after training in the training room. Sigh. You must be having a hard time, little sister. Lian Xiao thought silently. She couldn't do it. She wasn't the original owner. There was no point in her continuing to slog through the Mecha Department. She might as well switch to another major and try to survive before starving. The staff member hesitated to speak. The Mecha Department, so eager to get into it, rarely saw students voluntarily transfer departments. Those who did were for objective reasons, like missing limbs. Lian Xiao's decision to withdraw so soon after the start of the semester was unprecedented. Taking a closer look at Lian Xiao's minimalist yet modest attire, the staff member felt she had a vague idea of the reason. So she tactfully said, Student, have you considered it? Mecha is our flagship program at Union University, and the career prospects are bright. The staff member pulled up the Mecha Department admissions brochure, projected it onto the monitor above the counter, and went straight to the page about graduate salaries. If you have any difficulties, you could also consider applying for subsidies from the school and the department. Additionally, Spike Group and other organizations have special assistance programs for Mecha students. She watched Lian Xiao nod his head with a shocked expression and asked with a smile, Student, are you still considering changing departments? It's too much. They're offering so much. She, Lian Xiao, vowed to become a proud graduate of the Union University Mecha Department. A few minutes later, Lian Xiao emerged from the Student Services Center, her heart pounding. The employment rate is nearly 100%. The average income of mecha repair technicians alone is significantly higher than that of ordinary graduates from prestigious universities. The salary of non-frontline mecha pilots is so high that you have to count on your fingers, not to mention the mecha soldiers on the front lines. This euphoric state lasted for a few seconds before quickly receding like the tide. Lian Xiao calmed down and realized the most pressing issue. She still had at least 4 years to graduate. How to support herself and earn her diploma within 4 years was the key to her future as a wealthy woman. What could a recently arrived college student do to cover her huge investment in a major? Lian Xiao found a spot outdoors in the school cafe and pondered, narrowing down a few seemingly viable options. Tutoring. Running errands. On-campus odd jobs or part-time jobs. Mecha maintenance and repair. She ruled out running errands first. The Mecha department's class schedule was too full, and after daily physical exercise, she didn't think she had the energy or stamina to do errands with a low return. As for tutoring, Union University students were already a prime example, but a civilization capable of building mechas and migrating to interstellar space must have a higher level of technology than her own world, and she might not be able to handle it in the short term. As for on-campus part-time jobs and odd jobs, Lian Xiao remembered there was a dedicated section on the forum. On the forum, she actually looked at it, and saw that jobs like capturing lone zergs on a field expedition, highly risky, could really be classified as a part-time job for college students. After a long time browsing her laptop, Lian Xiao came up with nothing. She stood up and grabbed a cup of free hot water from the coffee shop to calm her rumbling stomach. The purchasing power of this world's currency was similar to her own. She calculated carefully, and the balance on her card was enough to cover at most a month's worth of food expenses. Tomorrow was the weekend, with no classes, so she could skip a meal to save money. Lian Xiao's lack of savings made her anxious and panicky, and she wanted to take immediate action to change everything. Lian Xiao wasn't like this before. Her family wasn't wealthy, but her parents and elders were always generous with their money. Living in her ivory tower, she had no sense of saving, living paycheck to paycheck. It wasn't until she grew older, felt embarrassed to ask her family for money, and started working part-time jobs, that she realized the importance of saving. Now her joy lies in earning and saving money. Watching the number on her bank account grow every day is the ultimate mental massage. Have you heard? A new batch of nutritional supplements has arrived at the window of Cafeteria C on North Campus. Do you want to try them together today? On the way back, Lian Xiao overheard two girls chatting. Braised pork? Tomato pasta? Yellow curry chicken? The cheap nutritional supplements all taste the same. I'm almost vomiting after eating them. I really want to splurge and buy something expensive to try. Oh yes, it seems nutritional supplements are the mainstream in this world. Lian Xiao had seen other students in the cafeteria squeeze different colored paste from tubes. Their daily meals were just lumps of mush. Aside from some authentic traditional Indian mush, Lian Xiao found it hard to imagine any other mush in the world being considered delicious. Food desert. Food desert. From the food desert of his original world, he arrived in a different world of food deserts. Thinking of the possibility of her future life being reliant on this porridge, Lian Xiao slowly leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back 45 degrees, feeling even darker. Beep. Detecting that user 1723 has a high appreciation for Earth cuisine and a certain culinary talent. Initializing. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Lian Xiao's ears, who had quietly pretended to be a corpse. Who was it? Lian Xiao emerged from her restful state and glanced around vaguely. The coffee shop was sparsely populated, and there was no one else around except herself. Could it be a hallucination from sheer hunger? Loading complete. It's not a hallucination, user 1723. I'm the greatest system of heaven, earth, and great food. You can just call me System. Nice to meet you. The electronic voice was mature and gentle, its rhythmic pronunciation reminiscent of an AI assistant from Earth. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lian Xiao moved his lips. Hello. She muttered to herself, should I see a doctor? Or maybe search the schizophrenia self-test on the computer. This system does not recommend user 1723 for consultations. The system replied solemnly, if you want to make an appointment, the earliest appointment will be 3 weeks later, and by then your balance will not be enough to cover the consultation fee. Lian Xiao, Such a painful reason, she was instantly convinced. So what's your suggestion, Siri? Lian Xiao asked sincerely. At the system's prompt, she opened the computer. In an inconspicuous corner, an unfamiliar app icon appeared. This is the system's interface. The system's mechanical voice actually carried a hint of pride. It's divided into several sections. The entire UI design leaned towards a game interface. Her profile picture was a cute version of herself, wearing a fat chef's hat shaped like a mountain of toast. Username, Lian Xiao. Level, 0, 0 out of 100, cooking talent level, 6 out of 10, with enough funds, you could open a popular online restaurant and dominate the scene. Cooking skill, home cooking level, better than most, but not worth the expense. Lian Xiao casually clicked on the recipe section. The top row displayed several labels: Chinese, French, Italian. Scrolling to the side, Lian Xiao also saw Flax Nomi Cuisine. Tasks were another section available for browsing. The remaining 3 buttons for achievements, shop, and gift packs were grayed out. Lian Xiao checked the first task. Newbie task. Please choose your favorite cuisine and cook a dish. Take the first step towards becoming a famous and joyful chef. Mission reward: 10 points, 1 kitchen utensil of any kind. After carefully reading the mission description, Lian Xiao was disappointed. She had expected the system to give her some tangible rewards, such as a secret medicine to improve physical fitness, limited time trial coupons for increasing luck, intelligence, and various other buffs. She seemed to be studying Mecha, so the kitchenware reward meant she had to pilot a mecha and use a spatula to blast zergs. Imagining that scene, Lian Xiao silently rubbed her face. Compared to other systems that constantly encouraged their hosts to conquer the sun of the plains and reach the pinnacle of life, her system style seemed a bit innocent. The system remained oblivious, waiting for Lian Xiao's praise. Well, get moving. Lian Xiao slowly leaned back in her chair. She should think about finding a part-time job to save herself from her near-death experience. As expected, even if she had traveled through time, she wasn't the protagonist of a novel. System, user 1723. Never mind, I tell you in advance. After unlocking them all, system points can be exchanged for real money at a 1:100 exchange rate. And for every 10,000 points of satisfaction, you can draw a prize for any ingredient gift pack. How much? Lian Xiao only heard the first half, his eyes widening, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Cook 1 dish and make a net profit of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 2. 1 dish costs 1,000. Make it once a day. Monthly income, 30,000. Lian Xiao's fingers were shaking as he pressed the calculator. Calm down, calm down. Beware of the system's promises. When will the mall be unlocked? Lian Xiao asked the system. System, this is for the user to explore on their own, so we can't reveal it. Lian Xiao asked a few more questions, and the system gave similar responses, seemingly unintelligent. Forget it. The promise of getting rich quick thanks to the system was dangling before Lian Xiao's eyes, and Lian Xiao was satisfied. Incidentally, he even felt that the sky on the main planet had become a little bluer. It was lunchtime, so Lian Xiao decisively abandoned the free hot water at the cafe and prepared to return to the dormitory to cook. Her weak legs had just taken the first step when she stopped. She had no ingredients. While familiarizing herself with her original world, she had wandered around the dormitory. The shelves of the small supermarket were filled with nutritional supplements. The only fresh fruit on the shelves, Lian Xiao curiously took a closer look. Oh, apple-shaped nutritional supplements. There might be some in larger supermarkets off campus, but Lian Xiao didn't want to faint from hypoglycemia on the way. Ding! The newbie gift package has been distributed. Please check it promptly. The system thoughtfully notified him. Clicking on the gift package, a few instructions popped up. A bag of near-expiry discounted vegetables. Broken eggs. Please consume as soon as possible or they may spoil. X6. Flour, cooking oil, and simple seasoning with damaged packaging. Lian Xiao. Could it be any more shabby? She mentally downgraded her opinion of the system to not very reliable. It had to be said that the accommodations at Union University were quite good. 4-person dorms, each with its own private bathroom and shared living room. Lian Xiao hadn't seen her roommates since she arrived. She returned to the dorm and headed straight for the living room. Sure enough, in her personal little refrigerator, she found the system-provided ingredients. A wilted carrot. A bundle of scallions, the leaves starting to turn yellow and dry at the ends. 2 green peppers, the stems beginning to soften. And 2 tomatoes that looked stale. Others might have been a bit put off by these ingredients, which had been sitting around for a while, and had lost their flavor, but Lian Xiao didn't mind at all. She bought a lot of discounted groceries during her university exchange and graduate school abroad. At this thought, Lian Xiao's expression grew strange, and her thoughts opened up. Now, she seemed like a Star World exile, in a foreign country, or even a different world, facing a language barrier, Zerg language illiteracy, facing introductory courses she hadn't even grasped, a major so difficult she wasn't sure if she'd graduate, and a stomach struggling with the unpalatable nutritional supplements. This damn familiar feeling of tribulation. Newly minted Star World exile Lian Xiao was filled with grief and indignation. A single second of hesitation about what to cook was disrespectful to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The dormitory didn't even have proper cutlery. After all, The supplements could be squeezed in, so there were no kitchen utensils. Lian Xiao dug out the original owner's tactical knife and, as for the spatula, used the fork that came with the instant noodle-flavored supplements. She just hoped the original owner hadn't used it to chop zergs or anything. It doesn't matter. High-temperature cooking kills all bacteria. As long as they don't kill you, it's fine. A sharp tactical knife is a complete overkill for cutting vegetables. Lian Xiao cut a cross on each end of 2 tomatoes, soaked them in boiling water, and then turned to beat the eggs. She picked out 3 of the more severely chopped ones to eat first. The rest could be used to make an omelet tomorrow morning. Once the tomato skin wrinkles, it's easy to peel it off in one piece. Lian Xiao learned this trick from a roommate. When a small part of the tomato rotted, Lian Xiao simply ignored it, removing the rotten part and chopping the rest. He then added salt to the mixture to help the juices release more quickly. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes in soup are a true delicacy. The original owner had a small electric skillet. The heat wasn't strong enough, but it was more than enough for scrambled eggs and tomatoes. I miss it so much. Lian Xiao remembered her first time cooking in her college dorm. She secretly bought a small electric skillet and made herself instant noodles with a fried egg. She even took a photo and posted it to her family group to show off. Heat the oil in the wok. After letting it heat for a few more seconds, Lian Xiao added water and a well-blended egg mixture. The oil needs to be heated just right for a pale yellow fried egg to instantly puff up like this, filling the air with a sweet aroma of oil and egg. So happy. Lian Xiao, busy scrambling eggs, didn't notice the slight curl of her lips, so absorbed was she in the act of cooking. She loved the process of food being created in her own hands, as if all her worries and tribulations had left the kitchen, allowing her to temporarily forget them while cooking. She didn't have to constantly think about how to make a living, nor did she have to face the grueling demands of the Mecha department curriculum. She simply needed to create this simple dish and enjoy it. After the tomatoes were scrambled until sandy, she added the scrambled eggs to the pan and stir-fried them, allowing them to absorb the tomato juice. Once the two were thoroughly blended, a light sprinkle of salt was added, and the dish was ready. A homemade tomato and egg recipe. Lian Xiao couldn't wait even a second longer, forking the largest egg into her mouth. Delicious. If she had a bowl of steaming, crispy rice with the tomato and egg topping, Lian Xiao could have devoured a whole bowl. What a joy that would be. Ding. Newbie mission completed, 10 points, satisfaction plus 10. In the system interface, the new experience bar beneath the cute character portrait moved forward slightly. At this moment, Lian Xiao had no time to study the system. He was filled with the happiness of finally having a proper meal. Zhao Liqing trudged out of the training room. 2 senior students approached, chatting and laughing as they put on their armor gloves. Zhao Liqing watched them scan their faces and entered the training room on the upper floor, a complicated look in her eyes. Freshmen were only allowed to train in the training cabin, and once they completed their fixed daily training time, it was gone. She had negotiated the extra 40 minutes of training time today privately with a classmate. She was so exhausted every day that she didn't want to move. She wanted to drop out. Zhao Liqing continued to collect training time in the grade group chat, preparing to go back to the dormitory to take some nutritional supplements before returning to the training room to train herself. Before she even opened the dormitory door, she caught a whiff of a strange aroma. It was sour and sweet, a distinct tomato flavor, yet 100 times better than the tomato-flavored supplements. Zhao Liqing was certain the scent was coming from her roommate, Lian Xiao's room. She remembered Lian Xiao, a fellow student from Earth who had skipped several classes this week. Originally, Zhao Liqing didn't want to bother with it at all. She despised those who squandered opportunities and indulged in self-degradation. But the hunger instinct brought on by excessive physical exertion overwhelmed her rationality. Zhao Liqing swallowed, and, urged on by her rumbling stomach, she raised her hand and knocked on Lian Xiao's door. Through the door, Lian Xiao had no idea she was being looked down upon behind her back. She opened one of the cheap, large bottle supplements the original owner had stockpiled, and after taking a sip, she nearly vomited. It's hard to imagine the kind of taste abuse humans in this world endure. Lian Xiao's eyes welled with tears. If anything, this nutritional supplement tasted like a mixture of Isida's root and stinky tofu. So Zhao Liqing saw Lian Xiao, who came to open the door, looking uneasy, and instinctively asked, "Are you sick?" No wonder he'd been absent from class these past few days. It was understandable. "I guess so," Lian Xiao replied. Even the core of the room had changed, so how could it not be considered sick? Zhao Liqing opened her mouth, wanting to show some concern for her classmates, but her eyes were glued to the small cooking pot. What a nice smell! After opening the door, the aroma intensified, flooding Zhao Liqing's nose, violently shaking her willpower, and leaving only the thought of eating in her mind. Lian Xiao sympathetically let him in. She had seen this expression on the faces of her former roommates many times. Ever since she was forced to learn to cook, she's been the dorm's culinary ace wherever she goes. Back then, her culinary skills captivated countless Chinese and foreign palates. Now, a mere stomach from the future wouldn't be a problem. Just when he was about to ask Zhao Liqing if she minded that she already taken a few bites, seeing her eyes light up, Lian Xiao swallowed his words and generously shared half the dish with his roommate. Zhao Liqing sat down straight and scooped up a spoonful. This food is surprisingly hot. That was the first thought that popped into his mind as he took his first bite. In this era, eating is synonymous with squeezing in a nutritional supplement, and the taste doesn't change whether the environment is hot or cold. Eating the nutritional supplement is acceptable, but unnecessary. The extra step will still make the porridge stubbornly unpalatable. So Zhao Liqing instinctively inhaled, but so temperature seems to enhance the flavor of food? What a wonderful, delicious taste and texture. As she chewed, the first thing that hit her was the sweet and sour taste of the tomato that filled her mouth. Zhao Liqing could almost imagine how this tomato had been well lit in its life, juicy and perfectly sweet. Lian Xiao, no. Then came the egg, unlike the tomato's crunchy texture. It was soft and layered, breaking apart with a gentle bite and blending perfectly into the tomato. The most amazing thing was that the egg's flavor wasn't at all overshadowed by the strong aroma of the tomato. The two blended to create a rich, fragrant flavor. Zhao Liqing unknowingly scooped up a second spoonful, then a third. Lian Xiao observed Zhao Liqing's expression. She could tell that this girl probably had a serious personality. She had never seen anyone eat her food with a stern face. However, judging by the speed with which the scrambled eggs and tomatoes disappeared and Zhao Liqing's back quietly relaxed, it was clear she had been captivated by the greatest home-cooked dish ever. Not to mention, the system kept announcing in her ear, ding! Satisfaction plus 333, satisfaction plus 273, ding. Considering that her satisfaction only increased by 10 after finishing her meal, Lian Xiao concluded that satisfaction levels depended on customer feedback. In other words, this scrambled eggs and tomatoes, which she rated only 10 for, were magnified 30-fold for Zhao Liqing. At this point, Lian Xiao looked at his roommate with a look of pity and kindness. What kind of hardship do people in this world live? It wasn't until her fork touched the bottom of the pan that Zhao Liqing realized she had devoured half the plate of scrambled eggs and tomatoes. The warm food now settled comfortably in her stomach, much of the fatigue in her body dissipating, and a warm glow washed over her. The anxiety and frustration she felt during training vanished, and Zhao Liqing felt like she could train for hours straight. Nutrients only provide a sense of fullness, not pleasure or satisfaction. Zhao Liqing could hardly remember the last time she found joy in eating. Is this the legendary earth dish? Zhao Liqing asked. You have a deep understanding of the relationship between tomatoes and eggs. Lian Xiao lowered his gaze to the vibrant red and golden dish beneath the lid, its alluring color combination, and felt a gentle chord of sadness tug at his heart. This Yin country home-cooked dish, once a household name, had been forgotten in this time and space, and only she, a stranger, remembered its origins. It's a home-cooked dish from my hometown, she whispered. A strangely awkward silence spread between them. Besides the title of roommate, these two were practically strangers. Oh, Zhao Liqing racked her brains, finally finding a topic. Isn't there a test next week? Lian Xiao, how are you preparing? Zhao Liqing's subtext was to ask Lian Xiao if he needed help. Test? What test? Lian Xiao, feeling a little melancholy, shuddered and looked up, bewildered. How could a major have an exam right at the start of the semester? You don't know. Zhao Liqing was even more anxious than her voice rising an octave as she stood up. She thought she made the right choice to come for a free meal today. Tick. Triggering long-term and side quests. Users can choose whether to activate them. Side Quest 1. Alliance University's Mecha major has a 100% graduation rate. The secret lies in the fact that the lowest performing students in the major all voluntarily transfer to other departments before graduation, sacrificing their lives to build the Mecha major's stellar reputation. Please pass the first Mecha major test to, temporarily, avoid the disqualification outcome. Mission reward. Long-term mission. Successfully graduate from the Mecha major, highly difficult, and become an outstanding graduate, create a miracle, mission reward. Lian Xiao felt like she'd been shot. Why did she feel like the system cared more about her studies than she did? Chapter 3. Mecha Department. Mecha Major, also known as Mecha piloting technology. All other majors in the Mecha department are centered around this core major. As the most powerful military branch against the Zerg, Mecha majors are chosen from a select few, and the enrollment quota is strictly enforced. This is why the staff at the student center tried so hard to dissuade Lian Xiao from changing his major. Being accepted into the Mecha program at Alliance University signifies that this young person is a genius among geniuses. Every Mecha major student has the potential to become a key force in the future, suppressing the Zerg. The cost of developing and building mechas is prohibitive. Training a qualified mecha soldier costs the Alliance a tremendous amount of money and time. For this reason, all mecha programs at Alliance universities are extremely rigorous. Failing 5 tests or formal exams will result in a student being barred from studying mecha for life. Since Lian Xiao received the devastating news of his exams next week, his appetite has instantly dwindled. Although failing a single course only results in a 20% drop in progress, it will definitely be counted towards the final grade. Lian Xiao would never allow her dreams of becoming a wealthy woman to be shattered by a simple exam. "Let's go," Zhao Liqing said, dragging Lian Xiao out after a flurry of operations on her laptop. "I already booked you in the training room. Go run more dungeons." In reality, Lian Xiao hadn't practiced at all today, but with her bank balance, she'd be starving in her dorm room the next day if she booked him in the training room. She hadn't expected Zhao Liqing to be so generous, directly helping her solve a minor emergency. Receiving Lian Xiao's grateful, slightly embarrassed look, Zhao Liqing rubbed her face slightly uncomfortably. She couldn't say she was just craving Lian Xiao's legendary earth food and trying to improve her relationship with her roommate. "Thank you for the tomatoes and eggs today." Zhao Liqing's compliments were serious. They were really delicious. "Are you planning to make it again tomorrow?" Anyway, the cost of a training session wasn't expensive for Zhao Liqing, but earth food, which tasted 100 times better than ordinary nutritional supplements, was rare. The Zhao family always believed in poverty, but not education. As one of only 2 members of the family to have been admitted to the Mecha major, Zhao Liqing never lacked pocket money. "I'm afraid not," Lian Xiao told Zhao Liqing, who felt slightly disappointed. "But I make a new dish tomorrow. Big scallion omelette for Zhao Liqing tomorrow." "Then I book you a training room tomorrow," Zhao Liqing said decisively. "Great." They both felt they had made a killing. The Mecha Department Training Center was located in the heart of North Campus. The building was square, its walls pitch black, like an enlarged version of black building blocks. A broken half-blade jutted out from the right wall, as if a great sword had once burrowed deep into the building. A highly abstract, avant-garde style. Entering the training center, Zhao Liqing familiarly ushered Lian Xiao into the elevator. "Isn't this the first floor?" Lian Xiao saw the control panel display read 3. "No." Zhao Liqing's expression was slightly disappointed. Lian Xiao's words immediately betrayed his lack of experience with the training center, leaving the diligent original owner unnoticed. There are at least 2 more floors below. But rumors persisted that the training center had more than 2 underground floors. Those floors, inaccessible to ordinary students, were the true training grounds for the Alliance University's Mecha Reserve Force. The elevator ascended. Sensing it was almost time, Zhao Liqing patted Lian Xiao's shoulder, signaling her to turn around. Through the transparent elevator glass, Lian Xiao spotted a mecha. The training center's atrium was spacious and unobstructed, its lighting maintained at a constant level by a control system. Several elevators crisscrossed, like the building's transparent blood vessels. Exposed metal rails crisscrossed along the walls, occasionally transporting documents or packages along the tracks. Spherical robots shuttled back and forth in the air, like birds. In the very center, a massive mecha stood silently. To the naked eye, it stood over 3 stories tall, nearly 10 meters tall. Its silver-white paintwork made it resemble a giant skeleton from afar. Lian Xiao held her breath. She stared at the silent mechanical skeleton for a long time, feeling insignificant. She could only imagine the terrifying power and destructive force this mecha would possess when activated. Lian Xiao had a strange feeling, as if this mech was the foundation of everything in this building, and everything around it seemed like a small, independent ecosystem emanating from it. Ikaros, the original model. Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao stood side by side, saluting the mech. This was the first generation of mechs deployed by humanity in the war against the Zerg. The original model had long been destroyed in the battle with the Zerg, and both the mech and its pilot, like the Greek mythological figure it was named after, perished in the cosmic sea. But this meant that humanity finally had the power to contend with the gods of the Zerg. In recent years, there had been few active battles between humans and the Zerg, and the vast majority of the new generation of Alliance residents had been fortunate enough not to have faced the Zerg directly. Lian Xiao hadn't inherited the original owner's memories, and hadn't had time to brush up on Alliance and Zerg history. When the Longyan incident appeared on the virtual screen in the training cabin, the illiterate Lian Xiao had no idea what it meant. Even on the other side, Zhao Liqing swiftly opened the training hatch and lay down peacefully. "Are you still training?" As Lian Xiao scanned his face, he glanced at Zhao Liqing's stats. Her roommate, a master of sprints, had already trained for 5 hours today, making the 0 hours on her dashboard stand out in stark contrast. Of course, if she had just gotten the entire plate of tomatoes and eggs, Zhao Liqing felt she could have practiced even longer. "If you have any questions, call me on the emergency channel." The roommate's face disappeared behind the closing hatch. Lian Xiao hesitated, then also laid down in the training cabin. A city appeared before Lian Xiao's eyes. It was a human city where both newness and decay coexisted. The splendor of decay, the simplicity of newness. In the distance, crumbling walls, covered in moss and weeds, vaguely revealed ornate reliefs. At first glance, it felt like a city rebuilt from ruins. Pedestrians were rushing to work or school, and a middle school student, carrying a milk bag on a bicycle, whizzed past her, narrowly avoiding a collision. Lian Xiao rubbed her neck with a lingering fear. The feeling of the wind brushing against the hairs on the back of her neck felt incredibly real. This wasn't just a virtual image, her consciousness had truly entered the constructed scene. The training dungeon instructions appeared in the air. Longyan incident difficulty level, D. Clearance requirements. Trainees must survive for at least 10 minutes then. A timer number flashed in pale green light in Lian Xiao's field of vision. 9:59, 9:58. In the brief seconds after the system began its countdown, Lian Xiao's mind raced with thoughts. The need to survive, inversely, meant that danger was imminent. Was it a natural disaster, or man-made? Lian Xiao recalled the bits of relevant information he had read, looking around, pondering his next move. Unless under special circumstances, a sheltered indoor space is generally safer than an open field. Without time to dwell, Lian Xiao ran into the nearest shop. The moment he began running, Lian Xiao realized that although she bore the same face as the original owner's physical prowess was clearly far superior to that of an average person, both in running speed and explosive power. As soon as he entered, Lian Xiao regretted his decision. Too many people. During rush hour, passers-by packed the small breakfast shop. The sweet aroma of warm soy milk, the steam escaping from the open steamer lid, and the savory aroma of greasy meat fillings assaulted him. 9:50. She had already wasted 10 seconds. Lian Xiao turned to leave without hesitation, but was blocked by a customer who had just entered, slowing him down. 9:49. "Is there a sound? Did you hear it?" A young woman asked her boyfriend next to her. Lian Xiao's hand fell on the doorknob. 9:47. "You must have heard it wrong." The woman, dissatisfied with her boyfriend's perfunctory response, defended herself. "No. It really is. It's like the buzzing of insects." Lian Xiao's ears caught it too. Buzz, 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 a humming sound, coming from far away and approaching. Even the sound of doors and windows, and the clamor of people couldn't drown out the increasingly loud din. "Oh no!" Lian Xiao's pupils constricted. He decisively retreated back into the breakfast shop, ignoring the customer's accusations, and forcing his way into a corner. 9:43. In just a few seconds, the humming noise grew so loud that everyone in the room forgot what they were doing. The commotion spread outward like a ripple, emanating from each individual. Everyone vaguely sensed something dangerous was approaching, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. In an unnoticed corner, Lian Xiao ducked under a table, sheltered by a nearby refrigerator containing wontons and vegetables. Things happened so quickly that she couldn't react better, only to act according to circumstances. 9:40. Someone tried to go outside to investigate, but the shop door had vanished before everyone's eyes. No, it hadn't vanished. Accompanied by a violent roar, the two-story building was being uprooted by an external force. 9:39. Rebar snapped, concrete slabs cracked, and shattered stone and dust flew everywhere. Lian Xiao coughed, covering her mouth and nose. Visibility plummeted, and the sudden, sharp noise made her ears ring. Even though she knew she had only entered a virtual replica, and would not suffer any real harm, the fear of the unknown, and the feeling of being powerless to change the situation were not pleasant. The young couple were the first to scream. Lian Xiao, crawling on the ground, saw the girl's brightly colored sneakers rise into the air. Then the scream suddenly stopped. There was an unsettling sound of bones cracking and squeezing, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground. Lian Xiao realized what was happening. 9:35. Have you ever received chocolate? Carefully wrapped in paper, and tied with a beautiful bow, the chocolate gift box. The receiver of the gift had to open the lid and enjoy the sweet candy. 9:34. The surviving customers regained their composure, and began to flee, but the damaged wall blocked their escape route. What was once their shelter had become a cage for their prey. The customers in the small shop on the second floor had been silent since the chaos began. A strange thought crossed Lian Xiao's mind. Once the first layer of chocolate chips had been eaten upside down, it would be the second layer's turn. They were the chocolate on that second layer. 9:30. A thin layer of sweat formed on Lian Xiao's palms, and she bit her knuckles to prevent herself from making any noise. Then, her vision went black. The system automatically popped up. Lian Xiao suddenly opened her eyes in the semi-darkness of the training cabin. In reality, she felt the same way in the last second before the system popped up. Her breathing was rapid, her heart was beating fast, and her limbs were shivering uncontrollably. This was too real. Lian Xiao touched her damp forehead with lingering fear, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. That last second wasn't actually a black screen, Lian Xiao realized now. Instead, it was the thing that had so easily lifted the breakfast shop's roof, squatting down and leaning over the table to peer at her. Ugh, Lian Xiao thought to herself, this is too much like a horror movie. Beep. A system chime popped up along with the training conclusion. You obtained a recipe fragment. Collection progress January 17th. Collecting a certain number of these fragments triggers a side quest. Do you want to accept the prerequisite collection quest? Lian Xiao chose yes. She increasingly felt that this so-called system intelligence was rather rudimentary. Currently, it could only issue some tasks and prompts, but didn't provide any details, such as the conditions under which she had collected the fragments. Or perhaps these were things she had to discover on her own. She turned to look at the training conclusion. Trainee Lian Xiao, your survival time was 30 seconds. Score E. In the 75th year of the Starsea calendar, the human survivor settlement of Longjin was attacked by the Zerg, who unilaterally tore up the peace agreement. In this incident, 76.1% of Longin's residents perished, making Longjin the first human city to be occupied by the Zerg since the Golden Decade. Faced with the threat of genocide, please strive to survive and preserve the flame of human civilization. Lian Xiao couldn't laugh anymore. Did all this really happen? On a quiet, ordinary morning, people crowded into a breakfast shop, preparing to start their day, unaware of the impending disaster. For the first time, Lian Xiao felt she had arrived in a cruel, dangerous, and uncertain world. But she was highly adaptable. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have been able to live happily and without internal friction in a foreign land. I will live well in this era, Lian Xiao said to herself. As myself, as a member of the human race. Lian Xiao's melancholy was brief. By the time Zhao Liqing posted a message in the chat, she was already energized and ready for another round. Mainly, she was thoroughly searching for recipe fragments. Zhao Liqing, who was grinding dungeons, was even better, her persistence measured in minutes. She said that some professors in the Mecha department were just like that, disdainful of keeping secrets. Every semester, the exam questions were released in advance, but the pass rate was truly appalling. I heard the last class was even harder. Zhao Liqing typed furiously in the chat room. The Mecha department was packed with talented students, and it was rare to encounter a newbie who seemed to know nothing. The righteous Zhao Liqing felt obligated to help her classmates. The difficulty level of the last simulated battlefield was C+. Lian Xiao recalled the difficulty of their exams. There were 2 levels between D and C+. The disparity was obvious. The professor set the questions based on the overall level of the students. Last year, with Gu Chanfeng, they simply raised the difficulty. Lian Xiao observed a moment of silence for the other seniors, thinking that this senior, whose name sounded like a romance novel hero, must have drawn a lot of hatred. For the rest of the day, Lian Xiao, urged on by Zhao Liqing, ran through several training dungeons. Through these attempts, Lian Xiao finally determined that the location for collecting fragments was indeed the breakfast shop. Lian Xiao touched every tangible item he could find, from soy milk to fried dough sticks to steamed buns, and was delighted to find several fragments. After completing her training session, Lian Xiao slowly climbed out of the training cabin, her legs trembling. Why hadn't anyone told her that the intensity of the simulation would be reflected in real life? The moment she stepped out of the cabin, the system notification chime rang again. Lian Xiao perked up. Here we are. Recipe Fragment Collection Progress. September 17th. Triggered Side Quest 2, Wei Wei's Wish. Quest Requirements. Wei Wei is facing a deadline, but he's stuck in a thesis bottleneck. Please use Earth delicacies to earn his sincere praise and ease his anxiety. Quest Reward. Pass the Mecha System Detection Clue X1. Chapter 4. Saturday. Lian Xiao struggled out of bed, closing her eyes and turning off the incessantly beeping light computer alarm. Her limbs ached, feeling heavy as if filled with lead, yet her head felt light and airy. It's commonly known as overexertion plus excessive late nights. Lian Xiao staggered, shook her head, and finally felt the world return to balance. Yesterday, she and Zhao Liqing didn't return to the dormitory until they finished their training hours. Before resting, she searched for information on her light computer, working until 3 in the morning before falling asleep. First, there was Wei Wei, a key figure in the mission. A simple search engine with the name and school name yielded a wealth of information. Lian Xiao also scoured school forums and even academic websites, finding 2 papers by Wei Wei to read. This senior from the history department had a respectable resume, nothing noteworthy. Perhaps his biggest draw was his highly regarded advisor, who specialized in Zerg history. Then, there were the Zerg. Following Wei Wei and his advisor's papers, Lian Xiao quickly skimmed through some Zerg science, gaining a basic understanding of this group, which posed the greatest threat to humanity. His strongest impression was that this race was incredibly devoted to reproduction and inheritance. The Zerg supreme ruler was undoubtedly the Zerg queen. Anthropologists believe that in addition to her exceptional reproductive capacity, the Zerg queen also holds supreme power to grant reproductive rights to the nobles of each region under her rule. After the signing of the Atria peace agreement in the 87th year of the Starsea calendar, the Zerg and the Alliance publicly adhered to a no-contact principle, with all communications and private dealings between the two sides coordinated through the Empire. Related papers can only provide a very rough estimate of the Zerg population growth rate in recent years, averaging a staggering 1.8% per year. Yes, Lian Xiao was equally surprised when the entry for Empire came up. In the technologically advanced future, such an archaic and backward political system still existed. All the late-night work had paid off. Lian Xiao wanted to sigh inwardly. Besides cramming some essential Alliance knowledge for kids, it hadn't helped him progress on the mission. The system seemed to have gone dormant. After completing the beginner's guide, no matter how Lian Xiao silently called out to it or complained about it, it remained silent. Lian Xiao quickly finished washing up and tiptoed back to her dorm room with her food. She and Zhao Liqing had agreed to meet in the training room that afternoon, and she planned to try her luck in the history department library this morning to see if she could find Wei Wei. While waiting for the electric cooker to heat up, Lian Xiao deftly mixed flour, water, and egg according to the correct ratio, seasoned it with salt, and then picked up a tactical knife to chop scallions. She was going to make scallion omelets for breakfast. Under the sharp, black blade, the scallions, now past their prime, were rekindled with a vibrant, pungent aroma, leaving a trail of finely chopped greens in each stroke. Sprinkled on a cold noodle soup as a garnish, it would surely be a delightful sight, but using it on a scallion omelet is simply the preserve of stingy street vendors. With only a few centimeters of green left, Lian Xiao withdrew her knife, carefully holding the scallion head and dipping it into a cup of water. Wait until the scallions sprout new leaves after hydroponics, and then cut and use them immediately, saving money and hassle, on the professional penny-pinching nature of the pourer. Grease the pan, add a little batter, and with a twist of her wrist, Lian Xiao smooths the batter. Once the surface is set and the edges curl slightly, she scoops the batter along the gap with a spatula and tosses it, flipping the omelet steadily in midair. The entire process was seamless, as Lian Xiao juggled a small skillet with the grace of a master chef. Scallion omelet is Lian Xiao's breakfast specialty. This quick snack requires little technical skill beyond the flavor. Anyone can make a good omelet as long as the batter ratio is correct. But unlike most, Lian Xiao's omelet is very thin. The pale yellow omelet is soft and translucent, yet crispier and more fragrant than thicker ones. It's a true masterpiece whether eaten plain or wrapped in shredded potatoes. This requires a more precise control of the heat, otherwise, it easily burns. It's all about experience. After making it so often, Lian Xiao naturally knew at a glance when to flip and remove from the pan, relying solely on instinct. Gripping the spatula she earned as a reward for yesterday's mission, she tossed, flipped, and removed from the pan with robotic precision, her mind racing with other matters. She'd only been in this world for 2 days, but she had a ton of things on her plate. More broadly, the core issue was her need to make money. Earn money to support yourself, earn money to graduate from the Mecha program, and ultimately become a wealthy woman. Lately, there have been more pressing issues. She's asked Zhao Liqing to inquire about food procurement, and she should have a response soon. The first test is next Wednesday, and if she doesn't complete the system tasks before then, she have no idea how to pass it. Time is running out. A golden pancake tower, exuding the sweet aroma of flour and the fragrance of scallions, gradually formed on the plate. A plate of perfectly cooked, seasoned, and beautifully presented scallion pancakes. The pancakes were ready, and Lian Xiao had prioritized his to-do list. Try to complete Wei Wei's wish before next Monday. At the very least, there were still 2 full days to prepare for the exam. Feeling the warm, delicate omelette in his hand, Lian Xiao took a big bite, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Satisfaction level plus 17. Humph. With her cooking skills, she doubted she could conquer Wei Wei's stomach. As Lian Xiao had hoped, Wei Wei, the person Lian Xiao cared about most on the Alliance's main planet, approached the History Department library on Saturday morning, but then turned into a side street, missing her perfectly. Hey, Senior Wei Wei. In the workshop, a young man who had arrived earlier than Wei Wei was attempting to debate with the patrol robot in the building. Seeing the person approach, he quickly straightened up and greeted with a bright smile. Wei Wei gave a cold hum, not missing the subtle movement of Gong Sun Hong's hand as he slipped an unidentified object into his pocket while he was greeting him. Watching Gong Sun Hong push the patrol robot out with his rear end, then playfully rubbing shoulders with him, Wei Wei remained indifferent. Work. He didn't want to say a word to the Mecha department members, especially the incredibly outgoing Gong Sun Hong. Those who knew him well knew that he hated being addressed by his given name. Wei Wei, it just sounded like hey hey. This frustrated Wei Wei countless times. His adolescence could be described as a struggle with his family over changing his name, a struggle that died down after his graduate and doctoral studies. He was afraid others wouldn't be able to find his previously published papers. What could compel a bald, almost graduated PhD to come to work so early on a Saturday morning? Of course, it was his advisor's call. Wei Wei's advisor, the most senior expert on Zerg history at Interstellar Alliance University, was currently on a business trip to the border of the Alliance Empire, and had handed over the Mecha department's collaborative project to this student. Anyway, he couldn't write a paper if he just focused on his major. The department's original plan was to add at least 100 real-life confrontations and battlefields, trying to recreate the Alliance's technological level and strategic reserves at the time. This would be like training students under extremely limited conditions, improving their practical skills and experience. Gong Sun Hong, switching to work mode, said seriously. He was already good-looking, and with a cold expression, he could even be described as having a rather sharp look. He pressed a button on the console, and the wall spanning the entire room suddenly became transparent, revealing a hidden space far larger than the naked eye could see. But I don't know why, Gong Sun Hong said lazily, one hand clasping the other's elbow after finishing his business. It seems the department has changed their minds recently. They prioritize speed over quality, and they're pushing us really hard. And they even asked us to supervise your technical review. Gong Sun Hong was a junior majoring in Mecha. Rumor had it that during the traditional senior internship period for Mecha majors, this outstanding A-grade student would be assigned by the Academy to the ever-unsettled Starlink region. Although A-level students are few in number and hold a certain influence with professors and departments, the Mecha department's attitude towards sending these students, who are still students, is somewhat strange. Wei Wei habitually held onto his sliding glasses. Behind the wall was a miniature war sandbox, currently holographically simulating a new battle from version 3.7.9 of the Tiangita system. The high walls erected by humans easily crumbled before the Zerg army, like a tidal wave. The black and red colors, representing defeat and death, swept across the human city. The no-contact principle between humans and Zerg, stipulated in the Atria Peace Treaty, became the cornerstone of this generation's peace. No contact meant a complete and ostensible severance of both physical and informational communication. While the Alliance remained at peace, the Alliance military was in a dilemma. With the no-contact rule in place, how could they train their mech soldiers? They couldn't just send them to the Empire for training. The Tiangita system was born. The research team that developed the system suffered a minor setback, but the matter passed. The Alliance and the military tacitly approved the widespread use of the Tiangita system in the mech departments of universities across the Alliance. From daily training to mech department exams and internal military exercises, the Tiangita system was used throughout. Within the Tiangita system, users could control existing mech models and practice combat against the Zerg. The brain-computer interface technology simulated combat effects, providing authentic feedback. In reality, the Tiangita system exploited a loophole. By preventing contact with the Zerg, we were using Zerg data from before the signing of the Atria peace agreement. All Wei Wei had to do during this period was review the new instances that would be launched after the system version update. The workload was overwhelming, and the meager salary his advisor offered him was neither worth it nor worth throwing away. The most pressing issue was that his thesis deadline was approaching, and he was still hesitating over his topic. The weekend life of a high-achieving doctoral student. Wei Wei sighed, resignedly pulled up a chair, and prepared to begin his weekend overtime. Gong Sun Hong, who completely defied his A-level rating in the Mecha department, plopped down next to him, and actually pulled a bag of food from his pocket and began to devour it simultaneously. No nutritional supplements or drinks allowed here. Wei Wei's intolerance was unbearable, and the dark circles under his eyes deepened. Gong Sun Hong had pushed the patrol robot away, one thing he'd done, but he violated discipline right under his nose. What a joke. Was he treating himself like a retarded robot? Was he truly the best heavy armorer the Mecha department had seen in the past decade? Gong Sun Hong made a hard shape with his hands, puffed out his cheeks, and chewed. This is a traditional Earth delicacy my little sister sent me specially. It's not a nutritional supplement. Glancing at Wei Wei's angry face, Gong Sun Hong raised an eyebrow. Ah, I almost forgot this guy was an anti-ancient Earth traitor. Never mind. Wei Wei couldn't beat him anyway. Lian Xiao didn't catch anyone, so he met Zhao Liqing at the training room entrance that afternoon. Seeing Zhao Liqing from afar, Lian Xiao couldn't help but wave at her enthusiastically. Zhao Liqing's satisfaction points had increased more than Lian Xiao had expected today. The system notification sounded from morning till now, making her wonder if the system had gone haywire. At this rate, her satisfaction points would exceed 10,000 today. She was quite excited about the self-selected food gift pack the system had mentioned. Zhao Liqing looked like she hadn't rested well, occasionally rubbing her forehead. Zhao Liqing's friendlessness, a result of her parents worrying about her since childhood, can definitely be attributed to her overly stern and expressionless face. People unfamiliar with her would recoil at the sight of her expression, but she knew it was because she overdone the dungeon run yesterday. Zhao Liqing's mental strength was still depleted, but Lian Xiao was in excellent condition. Zhao Liqing walked into the training room with her, puzzled. Even though she was training beyond the standard, her roommate acted as if nothing had happened. What was her mental strength level, B or A? At this moment, the light computer beeped twice. Zhao Liqing picked up the light computer and took a look, then opened the training pod unfazed. What's wrong? Lian Xiao asked casually, Zhao Liqing's light computer still buzzing with messages. Oh, nothing. Zhao Liqing said, my brother went to the hospital after eating an egg pancake. Lian Xiao, huh? Lian Xiao, Chapter 5. The Zhao family, or rather, the Gong Sun siblings, have such a forward-thinking relationship. Wei Wei witnessed Gong Sun Hong, having just assured the doctor that he wasn't feeling well, send his younger sister, Zhao Liqing, a series of tearful emojis on his laptop, begging for attention. He worried about the future of the Alliance's Mecha army. Why don't we have a doctor test that thing to see if it contains any pathogens? Wei Wei scoffed. Why not take the supplements and eat Earth food? He was referring to the scallion pancakes made by Lian Xiao that Gong Sun Hong had, or rather, snatched, from Zhao Liqing. Not long after eating them, Gong Sun Hong suffered severe vomiting and diarrhea. Gong Sun Hong quickly snatched them away. No, no, no. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. Finally, this anti-Earth cynic, Wei Wei, had his chance. He saw Wei Wei as someone with a prejudice against anything related to Earth. Besides, the doctor said it wasn't the omelette pan at all, and the severe reaction was simply due to his gluten allergy. He just needed to avoid gluten-containing foods. Wei Wei sneered, covertly rolling his eyes. Whatever. He simply despised so-called Earth cuisine. He despised anything even remotely Earth-like. Backward. Inferior. In his eyes, that planet wasn't humanity's home planet, but rather a disgrace to humanity. If he were to control its fate, he would destroy it without hesitation. Sending Gong Sun Hong to the school hospital was all he could do. Wei Wei had no mood to stay any longer. He had to go back to work overtime. As he walked out, a wave of people rushed in, all injured to varying degrees. The dark gold, fox-like, wolf-like animal patterns on their chests and extending to their left shoulders indicated they were all students in the Mecha department. Only the man at the end of the crowd had a spotless face and body. The first thing anyone would notice was his gait. It was crisp, neat, and powerful, like a sharp blade slicing through the crowd. Those passing by would hesitate slightly and step aside, dazed by his presence. And then, there was his appearance. It turned out that beauty and handsomeness could be seamlessly combined in one face, with delicate features and deep contours. Even his handsomeness was cold and sharp, his gentle glance like the wind of late autumn, the ice of the sea. Gu Changfeng? Gu Changfeng is also participating in this military exercise? Isn't he only a sophomore? Someone whispered. I'm S rank, so I definitely apply for participation in the military exercise. Amid the faint gossip, Wei Wei, the overworked worker, lowered his head and walked quickly, deliberately circling to avoid the injured. Stay away. There's something wrong with those Mecha department members' brains. It was a bolt from the blue. The day after Lian Xiao vowed to reach the pinnacle of his life with the food system, the second customer of the dorm's 3-no workshop became ill after eating. This is over. Lian Xiao sweated profusely. He quickly recalled the ingredients and cooking method, confirming they were all right. But he even ended up in the hospital. What a serious matter. Would the small balance on her card be enough to cover the medical expenses? Lian Xiao's heart ached. Lian Xiao mentally screamed at the system as he withdrew his foot from the training cabin, frantically thinking of an apology. Zhao Liqing noticed his roommate's expression and stopped rolling. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Liqing said, self-consciously, Lian Xiao, this dungeon is a bit difficult, but with repeated practice, you always find a way through. Lian Xiao, She was completely daunted by the king of volume. I'm not thinking about your brother. Is he okay after eating the omelet I made? Lian Xiao said. So that's what it was about. Zhao Liqing suddenly realized. She knew her brother's personality quite well. He was completely different from her own, and 9 out of 10 of his messages were usually a bit exaggerated. One day, Gong Sun Hong sent her a distress message, but the real story was probably just that her brother was trapped by the neighborhood dogs. Gong Sun Hong sent 2 more long voice messages. Zhao Liqing read the voice-to-text conversion, was silent for 2 seconds, and then slowly continued, my brother said. The doctor diagnosed him as being 1 earth delicacy away from being discharged. He asked me to ask my chef roommate if she'd be willing to bring him a paid afternoon tea? Don't ask, the only thing she asked was that she wanted to eat too. The same notification chime rang in Lian Xiao's ears, the one that hadn't stopped all day. Ding. Satisfaction value plus 622. User's 10,000 satisfaction value has been reached. Level 1/100. Talent upgrade available. Ingredient gift pack draw. Big brother, you're still eating while in the hospital? An hour and a half later, Lian Xiao and the others temporarily paused their training. No matter how Gong Sun Hong flirted and rolled around, even the sky falling wouldn't affect Ms. Zhao Liqing's training. On the way back to the dormitory, Lian Xiao secretly opened her laptop. This was the first time she had opened an app since the system prompted her to upgrade. Username, Lian Xiao. Level, 1, 10 out of 100, cooking talent level, 6 out of 10, with enough funds, she could open a popular online restaurant and dominate the market. Cooking skills, home cooking level, better than most, but not worth the expense. Knife skills, intermediate, upgradable. You can show off your skill at chopping cucumbers, but it's far from solid. Heat control, elementary, upgradable. SOSO, with flashes of inspiration. Seasoning, intermediate, upgradable. Thanks to your genes, your tongue is more sensitive than the average person. The most obvious addition is 3 new columns in the basic stats, knife skills, heat control, and seasoning. Each level earns 1 skill point, allowing you to upgrade different basic stats. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lian Xiao chose seasoning. Her current cooking range is limited to home cooking. It's not that home cooking doesn't require knife skills, but her knife skills are decent enough, so improving them won't significantly improve the quality of the dishes. Heat control can also be put off. How can a small electric skillet keep it hot? Seasoning is a different matter. According to Lian Xiao's observation, after years of nutrient abuse, Zhao Liqing isn't particularly sensitive to flavor. Increasing her seasoning talent will be doubly impressive for the Alliance residents, which feels like a shortcut. Then, there's the newly added gift pack draw interface. The system initially stated that for every 10,000 points of satisfaction, one could redeem a gift pack of 10 ingredients, with the food of their choice. Lian Xiao scrolled through the interface and saw icons for rice and flour. She burst into tears of joy. As a yin person who couldn't eat without staple foods, otherwise she'd feel like she missed a meal, she could finally eat hot rice. After listening to Zhao Liqing explain why her brother was hospitalized, Lian Xiao avoided foods containing gluten and opted for rice noodles, ginger, chicken thighs, cucumber, and chili oil. She wanted to make shredded chicken rice noodles. Gluten allergy, or more accurately, celiac disease, is an autoimmune disease common in the West but less common in Asia. Gluten, found in barley and wheat, can trigger an immune response in some people, with common symptoms including diarrhea, bloating, and vomiting. Rice products are perfectly suitable for anyone with a gluten allergy. Shredded chicken and rice noodles are a quick, filling, and home-cooked dish perfect for her to whip up quickly back in the dorm and bring to the hospital to visit patients. Gong Sun Hong lay bored in his hospital bed. He wanted to get up and move around, but he was still hungry after vomiting and had no energy. He checked his laptop for a bit, but the forums were all about the Mecha department's military exercises. Finally, the school doctor knocked on the door and called out, "Someone's looking for you." "Here you go." Gong Sun Hong quickly rolled over and lay down, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. 2 footsteps approached. "He's asleep. Let's go." "It's his sister. No need to leave it for him. I can still eat. Let him chew on the nutritional supplements." "No." Seeing the cooked earth delicacies about to fly away, Gong Sun Hong sprang up from his bed. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Liqing's hand sinfully opening the insulated lunch box. The delicious, light aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the entire ward. Fish and lamb constitute the original umami, and science describes the taste of umami as glutamate and nucleotides. Advanced nutritional supplements today may simulate umami, taking flavor into consideration, but the human, especially the Yin people's, pursuit of the delicious flavors created by the fusion of various fresh ingredients will never disappear, only waiting to be awakened. It could be the broth made by simmering chicken and pork bones for a long time, skimming off the foam, or fresh river fish cooked and served immediately after being caught, or a variety of mushrooms grown in the wilds, or simply this bowl of light chicken soup that someone in the distant future is willing to waste time making. Gong Sun Hong's mouth watered at the mere smell. The chicken noodle soup looked quite appealing. The snow-white rice noodles were rolled into a ball, immersed in the clear broth, with scattered golden butter floating on the surface. Shredded chicken, shredded into equal thickness, was evenly placed in the concave curve of the rice noodle ball. A small dish of shredded cucumber sat beside it. The combination of snow-white, pale yellow, and emerald green, topped with a spoonful of fragrant, bright red chili oil, was a feast for the eyes and a feast for the mouth. Zhao Liqing rarely saw her brother so quiet, his mind and eyes focused on the insulated lunch box in his hands, devouring it in a swift procession. Delicious. This was the only word Gong Sun Hong could think of to describe this bowl of rice noodles. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of this word. The sweetness and richness of the chicken, the richness of its fat, were all in this broth, and the subtle saltiness only accentuated this delicious flavor. Lian Xiao was quite satisfied with her chicken soup. After all, it was system certified. A clear, impurity-free, and perfectly chicken-flavored chicken soup, it was incredibly chicken-flavored. It was the highest compliment one could give to chicken soup. Lian Xiao grew up in an environment heavily influenced by the 8 major cuisines. Whether it was chicken or seafood, they emphasized preserving the original flavors. A bowl of soup was a staple on the dinner table year-round. This time, Lian Xiao also discovered that seasoning techniques could completely enhance the flavor of a soup. Even with only the simplest salt, she could instinctively know when and how much seasoning to add for the most delicious chicken soup. It was a mysterious intuition. Lian Xiao had a vague feeling that, if she had previously been considered a culinary enthusiast with moderate talent, she had now crossed a certain threshold. When Gong Sun Hong looked up at Lian Xiao again, tears welled up in his eyes. Lian Xiao's figure towered in his eyes. Wow, this was the first human meal he ever eaten. How could a nutritional supplement be considered a meal? Ugh. In the next bed, Gu Changfeng closed his eyes to rest. Thanks to the presence of the organic mechanic department, the Union University Hospital was relatively well equipped with doctors and facilities, and had ample beds. He didn't appear injured, but his mental energy was fluctuating abnormally, as if countless scorching knives were constantly slicing at his nerves. The intense headache and the physical burning sensation were enough to drive any ordinary person insane. The doctor on duty refused to prescribe stabilizers, and instead tucked him into an empty bed for observation. Perhaps the doctor was right. But what the doctors didn't know was that he had experienced the mental torture of burning at the stake dozens of times, and he knew the pain as well as he knew himself. Gu Changfeng cleared his mind, letting the pain and burning wash over him. He heard his neighbor boast about the heavenly hospital meals his sister's friend had brought him, and even asked if he could pre-order breakfast for a fee. The delicious aroma of chicken soup lingered in the ward. Gu Changfeng curled his lips. Now he really wanted to try this girl's cooking. At least it made him feel like a human being. Chapter 6. XX received 300 alliance coins. XX received 60 alliance coins. Account balance 2,156.97 alliance coins. Lian Xiao looked over the balance screen, incredibly satisfied. She made money. Regardless of how much, the system rewards from the raw materials were enough to cover nearly a week's worth of food expenses. The angel investors, the Zhao siblings, were quite generous. The 300 alliance coins were Gong Sun Hong's 10-day breakfast allowance, and Zhao Liqing covered it by continuing to help with the training room reservations. It must be said that Ms. Zhao Liqing was generous and open-minded, with a delicate heart beneath her stern and reserved exterior. 10 training sessions would cost much more than 300 alliance coins. She probably suggested this payment because she saw Lian Xiao's financial difficulties and wanted to subtly help her roommate. Lian Xiao appreciated the favor, but he wasn't shameless enough to take advantage of them. He quietly kept a record of the payment, intending to pay it back when he could afford it. She had to get rich, and there was a surprise. Gong Sun Hong casually mentioned that the senior who had brought him to the hospital was named Wei Wei. With the same name and surname, they were in the history department. He was most likely the target of Wei Wei's wish. For the first time, Lian Xiao had the illusion that she was the protagonist. See, the coincidences were all working in her favor. If everything went well, delivering breakfast to Gong Sun Hong today might even allow her to capture Wei Wei as well. Time was tight. There were less than 72 hours left before the exam cramming. Lian Xiao sighed. She wasn't used to going all in. Putting all her hopes on external things wasn't her style. Otherwise, why would she have to arrest people in the morning and then keep grinding dungeons in the afternoon, exhausting herself to the point of pain? She could only survive about a minute in the long and incident dungeon. She had tried every possible hiding spot near the spawn point, but the Zerg Vanguard's sheer force made the entire city vulnerable. Or perhaps the city had stored weapons to fight the Zerg. That idea wasn't necessarily unfeasible, but Lian Xiao sighed wistfully, dividing the breakfast fried rice noodles into insulated lunch boxes. She couldn't do that. Before she time-traveled, she'd been a law-abiding citizen. Lian Xiao felt increasingly deeply that she was far behind her classmates in both knowledge and practical skills. Things that others took for granted were new challenges for her. This feeling of envy and frustration was incredibly familiar to her. Isn't that how she felt when she saw native speakers of the same major? It's okay. One good thing about Lian Xiao was her open-mindedness, her ability to manage her own emotions. Sometimes, simply being on the field, standing at the starting line together, was a remarkable achievement. Gong Sun Hong clicked the last item on the checklist page, and with that confirmation, the holographic sandbox instantly disintegrated. The smoke and collapsed buildings transformed into sand and gravel that reflected colorful light, pouring down like a curtain of rain, covering the ground. Student Gong Sun Hong, you have a visitor. Suddenly, the brightness of Gong Sun Hong's computer dimmed for a moment, and a female voice echoed throughout the room. I understand. Thank you, Iko. Gong Sun Hong said as he stood up, preparing to go out and meet someone. It must be Lian Xiao and his breakfast. Is there anything happier than having someone bring you breakfast early? This building also belongs to the Mecha department. Certain floors are inaccessible to those without a pass. Any attempt to enter or intrude will be immediately noticed by Iko. It seems like a common practice for things related to mechas and mecha soldiers to use names from Earth mythology. Ikaros by Zay Soma. And the forest fairy, Echo Echo. Echo summoned a small elevator and took him directly to Lian Xiao's floor. Nothing was more familiar with Union University than Echo. It was practically born alongside the Union University's Mecha department. After countless iterations and upgrades, the artificial intelligence Echo now coordinates Union University's daily operations, with its primary focus being the Mecha department. Inside the Mecha department building, teachers and students can communicate directly with Echo's persona. Outside the department, Echo's functions are significantly reduced, serving only as an aid to the academic affairs and logistics offices in completing daily tasks. Some jokingly call it a ghost trapped within the Mecha department, echoing endlessly from floor to floor. The route has deviated. Sorry. Halfway down the elevator, Echo suddenly informed Gong Sun Hong, your visitor has strayed from the correct direction. What's going on? I'm sorry. I planned the fastest new route for you. The AI's response paused briefly. It seems that student is about to meet your colleague Wei Wei. Gong Sun Hong frowned at the name of his temporary colleague, Wei Wei. If I remember correctly, Lian Xiao is from Earth? Lian Xiao had no idea he was going the wrong way. Upon entering the building, Lian Xiao's understanding of the Mecha department's formidable capabilities was renewed. The walls and floors were constructed entirely of a special metal, a liquid, yet thick texture resembling mercury, and the sound of stepping on it was almost silent. The most remarkable thing was that no matter which direction the light source was, you couldn't see your own shadow. Walking in such an empty space for long periods of time gave one a dreamlike, unreal feeling. And there was the AI guiding the way. Lian Xiao thought about how AI at that level in her original world had already caused panic job losses. Yet, with AI at this level in this world, humans were still firmly in the workforce. Lian Xiao suddenly realized the slight advantage of this future world battling the Zerg. She followed the instructions down the hall, took the elevator up to a higher floor, and turned a few corners, only to hear silence. Looking around at the nearly identical doors and corridors, Lian Xiao was bewildered. Could it be any less unreliable? She muttered to herself. She had to get breakfast to Zhao Liqing's brother quickly. If the fried rice noodles clumped together, they wouldn't taste good. The elevator door behind her right opened, and someone emerged. Ding. User, please note. A mission-critical individual has been detected nearby. The system suddenly called out, and Lian Xiao thought its voice function had malfunctioned. How could Lian Xiao forget Wei Wei's headshot, having carefully memorized it in advance? It looked like the photographer had been honest, not overly embellishing his ordinary features. Lian Xiao called Wei Wei over. Lian Xiao, excuse me, senior, do you know how to get to 7216? Wei Wei raised her eyelids, glanced at her, and said, you can't get in without a special pass. He had also gone to the wrong floor, and was now in a hurry to get to work overtime. Oh no, how could this happen? I'm a freshman in the Mecha major, and I don't know. Lian Xiao's face quickly fell, and he complained half-heartedly, I've been paid to deliver the food. If I can't deliver it, I'd be so sorry to Senior Gongsun. Most people hearing this would probably offer to bring breakfast over, and then Lian Xiao could just go with the flow and offer to share the extra portion with Wei Wei. For some reason, Wei Wei's hand paused as he pressed the elevator button. Are you the Earthling who sent Gong Sun Hong to the hospital yesterday while cooking? You're the Earthling? Lian Xiao could sense something was wrong with his movements and tone, and his questioning tone was far from friendly. What went wrong? Lian Xiao pondered, then chuckled. Senior Gong Sun can't eat flour-based foods. Not bragging, he really loves Earth food, and I'm quite good at it. Wei Wei didn't want to listen any further. With a natural disdain for Earth, he took over Gong Sun Hong's portion of the work, working overtime until late Saturday night. With the impending deadline for his thesis, Wei Wei's patience crumbled like a fragile sandwich. Wei Wei, as expected, anything involving the word Earth brings bad luck, right? A freshman in the Mecha department? So proud? Do you know how high the graduation rate is for Earthlings in the Mecha department? Wei Wei turned around, his expression cold. Under the cold light reflected from the surrounding metal, his eyes held an equally cold malice as he softly spat out a number, 0%. Since the founding of Alliance University, the number of Earth citizens admitted to any major has never exceeded 0.75% of the total number of students. If it weren't for the preferential treatment for Earth citizens that the Alliance later forced through, Earth students wouldn't have been able to enter the top-tier Mecha department. Lian Xiao's mouth drooped slightly. But what's the point of trying so hard to get into the Mecha department? Wei Wei adjusted his glasses, and saw the disgusting smile on the Earth girl across from him disappear, replaced by a cheerful smile. Star Calendar Year 89, Xie Yongya, expelled for violating discipline during his senior year internship. In the 93rd year of the Star Calendar, Bai Zhouzi's mental power was incompatible with all Mecha models, and he was transferred to a different major. In the 94th year of the Star Calendar, Fu Mingguang disappeared during a mission just before graduation. In the 96th year of the Star Calendar, Wei Wei, using his liberal arts memory, recited the resumes of every Earth student in the Mecha department to date. Sure enough, the girl before him could only stare at him in silence. Humiliation? Anger? Wei Wei's voice grew increasingly excited, his facial features slightly contorted as he spoke, his voice echoing through the empty floors. Do you know why Earthlings can never become Mecha soldiers? The Alliance has worked so hard to revitalize Earth and help Earthlings rise to power, but it's like trying to push mud against a wall. Haha, you Earthlings are just a bunch of polluted war trash. Don't think you can be our equals just because you came to Alliance University. Freshman, you're so shameless you couldn't pass the entrance exam, and come here to curry favor with Gong Sun Hong? Don't dream. Go back to Earth. TSK. Lian Xiao stared expressionlessly at Wei Wei, who was clearly losing control of his emotions, hatred and contempt oozing from every pore. While she didn't understand why this person had suddenly gone mad and indiscriminately attacked Earth, she was truly, deeply annoyed. Unfortunately, She was slow. The computer only recorded the latter half of Wei Wei's outrageous rant. System, I'm abandoning this mission, fulfilling Wei Wei's wish. Lian Xiao muttered to himself. Giving this kind of person Chinese food is an insult to food. Go back to Earth? Then she's definitely in the Mecha department. Wei Wei had expected this dark-eyed girl to react with shock and fury, like the Earthlings he humiliated before, perhaps even resort to violence. He eagerly awaited it. He loved to see the Earthling's pride stung. But the girl simply stepped forward calmly, looking down at him, and said, Is Earthborn Mecha soldiers your thesis topic? Wei Wei, bracing himself for a slap, was taken aback when she smiled, a sweet smile. No wonder you couldn't write a thesis even after DDL. Then, while Wei Wei was dazed, Lian Xiao snorted indifferently and walked away, without looking back, toward Gong Sun Hong, who had just emerged from another elevator. A few minutes later, several figures appeared around the corner of the hallway. Oh my god, I really thought that girl was going to slap Wei Wei. The young man who spoke scratched his head, ruffling his curly, light blonde hair even further. That girl has such a good temper. I support my junior girl in beating him up. Who's for and who's against? The more muscular men, like the young man who spoke earlier, indicated that he, too, had a distinctly Western ancestry. A group of sophomores had been summoned by their departmental teachers to help with the freshman assessment for next week, but they hadn't expected to encounter this scene. A third person nudged the silent Gu Chanfeng. Hey, old Gu, what do you think? Gu Chanfeng, having been called, raised his head, his handsome face as expressionless as a plaster statue. Besides being slightly paler than usual, the abnormal mental fluctuations of yesterday seemed like a dream. Report him. After typing the last few words, Gu Chanfeng turned off his laptop and met his companion's gazes. I recorded Wei Wei's discriminatory remarks against Earth, he said calmly, and sent them to the school's student center. Rather than wasting his energy on beating up a person who was wasting his time, he was more curious about whether the freshman from Earth could pass the assessment. Chapter 7. After a few seconds of feeling suspended in midair, Lian Xiao's feet touched solid ground again. She opened her eyes and looked around. After delivering breakfast to Gong Sun Hong, she rushed to the training room. Since she had already given up on the Wei Wei's wish mission, she could only rely on herself to pass the freshman assessment. The very thought of this mission infuriated Lian Xiao. After all the trouble he'd gone through, the target of the mission was such a racist against Earth. The system was truly unreliable. Lian Xiao felt a headache. Was Earth, the home planet, so unwelcome in this era? What had happened? Based on experience gained from dungeon runners, there was only a mere half-minute between the start of the timer and the arrival of the first Zerg attack. With such a short preparation time, even with Lian Xiao's current physical strength, her range of movement was limited. Swish. The high school student rushing to class brushed past Lian Xiao for the 29th time. Lian Xiao's eyes followed his back as he retreated, finally landing on his bicycle. If the Route 11 bus couldn't solve the problem, then he could turn to the power of mechanical civilization. A few minutes later, Zhao Liqing, who had just logged into the Tiangita system, received a message from Lian Xiao. It was succinct. Can you pick a lock and open a car door? Thanks to Zhao Liqing's remote guidance, Lian Xiao, who had just respawned into the dungeon, violently smashed open the door of a parked car. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away, overwhelmed by the onlookers' cries. The active area had expanded to a radius of approximately 500 meters. Air currents, carrying noise from the outside world, poured in through the roll-down car window. Lian Xiao remained alert to the humming sound of the approaching insect swarm. At the first audible buzz, she pulled over. Lian Xiao sprinted all the way to the roof of a nearby residential building. This time, she noticed many details she had never noticed before. She had always wondered, as a surviving human settlement, didn't Longzhen have any precautions against a Zerg invasion? Yes, but not many. As she ascended the rooftop, she heard the sound of a breakfast shop collapsing a few hundred meters away. The chaotic commotion seemed to light a fuse, and seconds later, the alarm rang from the tallest building in the city center. The entire city paused for a second, and then chaos erupted. Lian Xiao's limited vision made it difficult to see if any armed forces were deployed. At the same time, a dazzling golden light reflected from the rooftop of a tall building in the center of the city. It was a gigantic insect, landing on the rooftop as lightly as a falling leaf. This was Lian Xiao's first direct encounter with the Zerg. The Zerg, as the name suggests, were truly enormous beasts in the form of insects. The insect's wings, folded and drooping, stretched beyond the width of the rooftop. Its 6 wings were evenly spaced with feather-like, flake-like hairs. The insect was pure white, looking almost like a felted moth. It seemed. The giant moth spread its wings, like angels, then grasped the edge of the building and gently flapped them. Countless shards of glass and masonry flew out, and the high-rise building that had sounded the alarm stood still for an eerie moment. Then, rapidly expanding cracks appeared at the joints between the floors. Under the internal stress and sheer forces of the building structure, the building twisted like a twister, finally breaking at the point of rotation, unable to bear the weight. The alarm it sounded became its own lament. Similar scenes were playing out throughout the city. Giant insects descended, buildings collapsed, and explosions and screams echoed one after another, like the most cliched and boring disaster movie. Compared to the moths resting leisurely on the ruins of the central high-rise, the other insects were significantly smaller. It seemed as if the moths were the commander of the entire invasion. Invasion! The Zerg have invaded. The streets were already a chaotic mess. Countless residents fled the buildings, those with cars and those without, scrambling to start their vehicles, hoping for a chance of survival. A middle-aged man, shouting at the top of his lungs, also managed to grab an electric bike. As he was about to turn the handlebars, a vast shadow suddenly enveloped him. "Run, Zerg!" The man hadn't finished his words when a gleaming metallic insect leg suddenly appeared before his eyes, growing longer and longer. He stumbled, falling as the insect leg pierced his chest. The giant insect, descending from the sky, pierced him with its forelegs. Thanks to its size and hard shell, the insect killed 3 humans in a matter of seconds. The blood of different life forms mingled, like a layer of vibrant roses covering the driveway. The caught-off-guard humans, their flesh and blood practically softened like butter against the well-trained Zerg warriors. Lian Xiao stared intently at the Zerg less than 20 meters away, gripping a stainless steel pipe she found in the corner of the rooftop. Insects rely on sight and smell to distinguish between foes and allies. The wind carried her scent, continuously transporting it to all nearby Zerg. Fighting was inevitable. When nerves are stretched to the limit, some reactions temporarily shut down. Lian Xiao was unaware of the uncomfortable twists and turns in her stomach from witnessing the death of a fellow Zerg up close. Her mind was on edge, her blood pumping adrenaline throughout her body, every muscle attuned to the command, ready for the most immediate response. She held the blade in both hands, her feet staggered, and hid behind a water tank half the height of a person. Here it comes. In an instant too fast for the naked eye to capture, the insect, a hybrid of a scarab beetle and a comb beetle, suddenly soared into the air, leaping over the nearly 10-meter-high building and charging straight at Lian Xiao. Before her brain could react, her body had already reacted. With incredible precision, Lian Xiao rolled to the right, avoiding the insect's impact. The pincer-like claws sank deep into the outer shell of the water tank, sending the stored water gushing out. The impact with the water tank slowed the insect's attack for a moment, but soon its sharp claws sliced through the tank, and it lunged towards Lian Xiao again. The flowing water on the ground became a new obstacle, causing Lian Xiao to slip several times. In her original body, she would have been out of breath after running a few steps, but this one, with its exceptional physical fitness and athletic ability, managed to maintain her balance and continue running at high speed. Tumble. Run back. Left again. Human agility prevailed in the narrow terrain. Lian Xiao narrowly dodged several attacks, but once the obstacles cleared, she would likely face the Zerg's direct assault. Lian Xiao gasped, gasping in pain. A slight misstep had caused a Zerg's horn to scrape against her arm, ripping off her sleeve and skin in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed from the wound, oozing through her fingers, making it almost impossible to grip the steel pipe. The fluorescent green countdown in her field of vision reached 6:29. Lian Xiao knew she didn't have enough strength to continue kite-flying the Zerg until the end. What could be the Zerg's weak spot? Lian Xiao thought quickly, wiping the blood off her hands on the corner of her clothes. The most important organs of insects on Earth are concentrated in their abdomens, but she didn't know if the Zerg in this world shared the same weakness. The enemy seemed to be more acutely aware of her weakening strength than she was, and wasn't rushing for a quick victory. This was the so-called predator mentality, toying with prey from a high position, watching the weak struggle for survival. There was nothing much to think about. After a few deep breaths until her heartbeat calmed slightly, Lian Xiao gripped her simple weapon tightly, her heart at peace. She wouldn't die in the dungeon. If the bet was right, she'd get her revenge. If it wasn't, she'd try again next time. Using her calves, Lian Xiao charged diagonally at the insect at top speed, her senses focused solely on the target and the weapon in her hand. Even to the Zerg, with their compound eyes, he was astonished by the human's swiftness. But only in comparison to humans. The insect didn't dodge or evade, its horns trembling slightly as it watched Lian Xiao close the distance. Just as he was about to raise his horn, the short, frail human figure vanished. Hurry! Hurry! As Lian Xiao had expected, the insect's horn attack was a habit. After entering the range of its first forelegs, it chose not to end the fight with its forelegs, but merely attempted to disrupt Lian Xiao's advance. Using the swinging insect legs as cover, Lian Xiao ducked and slid. The water, which had so many times slowed her escape, now helped her slip beneath the insect's belly. The steel pipe dragged along, its end scraping against the ground with a teeth-grinding sound. Lian Xiao aimed at the insect's belly, and hurled the pipe with all his might. Bang! The instant it made contact, the pipe bounced off, slinging a snow-white arc. This insect's belly was also covered in a thick, armor-like shell. This was the only thought in Lian Xiao's mind. 5:57. The dungeon ended. Student Lian Xiao, your survival time was 4 minutes and 3 seconds, grade D. During this training session, your effective attacks against the Zerg were 1A subtitle different from all previous results appeared. Lian Xiao rolled her eyes, and it took her longer than usual to fully realize she had returned to reality. She gently stroked the wound on her right arm from the dungeon. The nerves and muscles still felt painful, but in reality, her body was unharmed, and there was no blood. Recovering from her composure, Lian Xiao read the dungeon results and, thoughtfully, tapped her knuckles against the training cabin. How much of an impact would the extra effective attacks have on the level assessment? To confirm her hypothesis, Lian Xiao entered the dungeon several times. As expected, after completing several dungeons, Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief in the darkness, brushing back her slightly sweaty hair. She understood the dungeon's reward and punishment system. The process was the same as before. After facing the Zerg head-on, Lian Xiao attacked them with all his might within 4 minutes. The final results of these dungeons were all above D rank without exception. Survival time. Number of attacks on the Zerg. These two factors determine the final rank. Surviving less than 10 minutes and being killed by the Zerg early is not a problem. As long as a certain number of attacks are accumulated, the test can be passed. There are 2 ways to pass this dungeon. One is to attack the Zerg. She guessed that the passing standard would most likely be to kill at least 1 Zerg. This is probably the method most candidates would choose. The second is to take the literal meaning of survival and exceed the time limit. The first option doesn't apply to her now, and the second is simply to survive. Lian Xiao pondered, her habitual tapping suddenly pausing. As if a flame had ignited in her eyes, they grew brighter. She had discovered a blind spot. 76.1% of Longgen's residents perished in this incident, and Longgen became. There were survivors of the Longgen incident. So how did those survivors survive the Zerg invasion? A small, spherical, metallic robot glided from the other end of the corridor, stopping upon seeing a student. "Hello, classmate. Would you like some nutritional supplements?" It looked like a train attendant pushing a food cart at lunchtime. Sometimes, I doubt the taste of those in the reserve department. Jing Richuan sighed softly to his teammate Su Xing, waving a hand to politely decline the robot's overtures. Any candidate who was slow to refuse would have a small robot automatically eject a tube of nutrient solution along its perimeter. Their round, metallic appearance matched the way a disco light repeatedly transformed into a hedgehog and then retracted its spines. This was the first semester exam for the 113th class of the Mecha major in the Shanghai calendar. This slogan scrolled across the robot's screens. The freshmen lined up for pre-exam inspections. Jing Richuan and Su Xing arrived at the central monitoring room and swiped their cards to enter. It was customary for sophomores to help supervise the freshman exams. Eco was responsible for the general process of the freshman exams, while they would handle the rest of the manual supervision for each student, providing a double safeguard against cheating. However, those brave enough to cheat under Eco's electronic surveillance remained rare, and those who did were already legendary on campus. As soon as he entered, he heard Sasari's voice, who got drawn into Group H. Eco randomly assigned the examinees to different groups. Each group would respawn at the same respawn point, and the invigilators would work in pairs. Jing Ruochuan glanced at Chazare, pulled a chair for Su Xing, and then quietly found a seat. He and Su Xing were the invigilators for Group H. He had heard of Chazare. He had a good relationship with Gu Changfeng. Like himself, he was also an A rank, but they were unfamiliar. In front of unfamiliar people, Jing Ruochuan automatically turned off his voice unless necessary. "The lucky person who got drawn into Group H, please call us. Our precious Earth classmate is in Group H. I'm going to show my respect for the elderly, and care for the young and take good care of her." Sasari's head of light blonde curls bounced as he shook his head. Someone immediately laughed. "Chazare, you're not voting on that Earth newbie post, are you? Cesare made a bingo gesture. Someone posted a thread on the Union University forum early this morning, and it garnered a lot of attention. The post's rapid virality at this point in time suggests it wasn't solely the work of late-night surfers, but rather aroused the curiosity of the general public. The post's title was, Surprise! The newest Earth student in the 818 Mecha major. Can Li Tao break the Earth curse? Chapter 8. The original poster wrote in the main thread, I'm not a Mecha major, but I'm a student in a certain major who often interacts with Mecha majors' thick code. I recently looked through the Mecha major admissions list and surprisingly, there's a new student from Earth. And she's a girl. Picture I'm a little envious of these new students. Honestly, when I was a kid, I dreamed of becoming an Alliance Mecha soldier, fighting alongside my beloved Tier 2. That's a bit off topic. I never thought there would be a Mecha major on Earth who could make it big, no discriminatory or biased remarks. I'm curious if this new student could graduate and become the first Earthborn Mecha soldier? Everyone, please post your comments. I bet my newly charged meal card that this girl won't graduate. Follow me, I bet the free nutritional supplements I won. P.S. Check out the kids running errands for cheap. Some are even taking the opportunity to post ads. I don't understand how strangers online can harbor such hostility. This is the meal card from the 10th floor. The professor who taught the Mediterranean class has only a few hairs left, and other strange things are flying around. The only friendly comment among the betting, I see this junior has excellent grades, so she should be a B rank, right? Laughing mouse, does the person above even understand? You say 15L doesn't understand? This guy even knows that Mecha students are categorized as S to E rank. You say, brother, do you understand? He even thought A and B ranks were earned through exams. How can that not be considered an exam in another sense? It's simply earned through mental strength assessments and various battle selections. Someone kindly explained to 15L, I'm not really mad at this girl, but Earth, feels like the Earth curse is real. We never had a single Earthborn Mecha soldier. A former alumnus discussed this, and the most promising one disappeared on a mission before graduation. Other Earth students either couldn't stay there at all, or were completely disabled. So everyone says Earth's feng shui can't support Mecha soldiers. Yes, look at it rationally. This isn't directed at this girl. Everyone in the Alliance knows how poor Earth is. Without resources, it's hard to make it in the Mecha department. Why does my heart ache a little when I see this comment? We sympathize with each other when we're poor. Scrolling down, the poster, responding to public outcry, opened a poll to predict whether Earth freshmen will fail their first exam. The situation wasn't tense at all. The slightly over 1% dissenting votes were simply drowned out by the opposing team. If this junior girl passes today, I wash my hair standing upside down. Before the exam officially began, each group of proctors took their seats. The lights went out, and in the quiet darkness, the hexagonal screens above the proctors lit up one by one. A faint glow flickered around the edges, illuminating the next connected screen, forming a honeycomb structure. The Tiangita system is connecting. Candidates are loading the dungeon. All those sitting here were at least B+ level students. They had also gone through the freshman assessment a year ago. That dungeon was far more difficult than this year's, and the passing standard was to severely injure a male insect patrol. Few could achieve this. S-level Gu Chanfeng, without using any firearms, killed male insects. And 3 of them. Thinking of this, the examiners all turned their gazes to Gu Chanfeng, who sat in the middle. Under the single light source from the front, the S-level's features were clearly visible. Taller and more prominent than those of the average Alliance descendant of Asian descent, his brows were slightly shadowed. His eyes were downcast, his expression unclear. His arms rested on the armrests, his fingertips touching, exuding an aura of indifference. Onlookers inexplicably felt that what lay before him wasn't a trivial matter like invigilating the freshman exam, but rather commanding a crucial battle. A forum user once perfectly described this S-ranker with a single phrase, lion-like imposing presence, male model face. The long-end dungeon has opened, and the freshman exam has begun. As Eco announced with an electronic voice, dozens of dungeon exams were simultaneously projected onto the screen. The D-rank long-end incident? I don't think supervising this year is necessary. This dungeon has very little practicality. An A-rank student casually commented. Theoretically, cheating in the freshman exam is certainly possible. Exam dungeons are traditionally announced in advance. While there are countless solutions, there are always candidates who, voluntarily or involuntarily, will privately form groups to collaboratively explore countermeasures and strategies. Different dungeon spawn points reduce the chance of cheating, and single-player dungeons further eliminate this possibility. Even if candidates come up with a strategy, they still need to possess solid skills to overcome it. In other words, the Academy didn't care whether the candidates discussed in groups or not. All that mattered was proving you had the ability to kill the Zerg. Individual combat capability. That's what every freshman exam aims to test. Oh my god, someone's already out. A senior student sitting to the left shook her head. The unlucky student she was supervising was hit by a rebar while dodging the first wave of attacks, and was immediately declared seriously injured and ejected from the system. For the next 10 seconds, the screen went black repeatedly, like a game of whack-a-mole. The countdown reached 9:30. At this point, the only students left alive were those who had successfully avoided the initial Zerg advance team's attack. Like the 8 immortals, they all acquired weapons, and switched from defense to offense. Cesare, why didn't we get this treatment during our exams? I protest. He was referring to the freshman he was supervising, a boy named Jean-Loup, who had probably already mapped the area and headed straight for the weapons cache. This guy was also a sniper. After finding his shooting position and hiding, he only fired without showing his head. The examiners watched him kill a male insect with a series of cold shots, then empty his gun and take out another male insect that came to support him before leaving the line. They all booed. Not bad, Junior. You have a bright future. Isn't she the fastest student to pass this class? This Xiao Liqing looks fast too. This girl is so fierce, she's completely dominating the male insects. Someone started to jerk. Yi-In, do you have the confidence as a sniper to face this Junior? Yi-In just smiled without saying anything, his cheeks revealing 2 dimples. By the 5th minute of the dungeon, the candidates with strong martial virtues had basically reached the passing standard, while those with lesser skills were still struggling. The live screens went dark one after another, and the freshman assessment was nearing its end. The other candidates in Group H had almost finished their exams, but the 2 proctors exchanged a strange look. They couldn't leave yet. The screen belonging to one candidate was still stubbornly lit, albeit with a completely different image. This long-lit screen naturally caught the attention of the other proctors. The one sitting nearby leaned over, and after a few seconds of observation, his pupils trembled. He blurted out, "Oh my god, is this even possible?" He pointed tremblingly at the furtive figure on the screen. Has she always been like this? The honest Jing Richuan smiled wryly, and said honestly, it wasn't always like this. He testified that this student, Lian Xiao, had initially struggled to find the lower path. In the Skyline map system, Lian Xiao was completely unaware that she had become the focus of the scrutiny of all the proctors. She timed herself carefully, turning right through a passageway whose ceiling had cracked. The faint sound of collapsing buildings could be heard behind her. Time flashed back 5 minutes. With her mind connected, she was back in Longjin, at the end of the Golden Decade. Lian Xiao's regular spawn point was at the edge of the city. She rushed into the alley next to the breakfast shop. Trash cans piled high at the end, flies swarming everywhere. Scattered household garbage had already begun to rot and stink, and yellow, rancid water flowed into the sewer manhole. Suppressing her nausea, Lian Xiao pried open the manhole cover and climbed down without hesitation. Yes, the sewer. The rainwater and sewage that accumulated on the surface flowed through the city's final destination. Like the city's extensive sewer network, it was often overlooked as a reservoir of urban filth. Contrary to popular belief, modern sewer systems aren't simply connected pipes. Considerable space is left outside the pipes for maintenance. How could a city sewer system not be a natural hiding place? This was the inspiration Lian Xiao gained from reading all the information about the survivors of the Longjin incident overnight. The Longjin incident was extremely tragic. Aside from a small group of people who had the means to defend themselves, very few urban residents survived. Most of those who survived were lucky enough to hide somewhere undetected by the Zerg. So, is there a nearby location where one can hide for 10 minutes without being spotted by the Zerg? Lian Xiao cast his gaze down at his feet. If she can't defeat her, can't she just hide? Lian Xiao thought to himself, okay, this method is indeed a bit dirty and smelly, a bit tricky. The only practical problem with this plan is determining which sections of sewer are safe from collapse, and within what time frame. As long as they knew the escape route, 10 minutes would be more than enough. After hearing Su Xing's description, the other examiners were stunned. After a moment's silence, someone sighed, could she really be a genius? How could someone think of such a plan? Is she really planning to just wait until the countdown ends without doing anything? The top talents in the Mecha majors were frantic. When faced with a dungeon like this, everyone usually resorted to recklessness. Front-on combat, backstabbing, Anything that could defeat the Zerg was a good strategy. You say this isn't okay? Obviously, it's not against the rules. You say it's okay, but even saying you could pass the exam this way was a bit shameful. The geniuses fell silent as they watched Lian Xiao, hunched over in the dark sewer, shifting positions. A mixture of contemplation, shock, and contempt filled the air. If it weren't for the awkward atmosphere, Cesare would have slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Hey! He said he could pass Earth rebirth, right? Lian Xiao, right? He almost admired this junior. After the supervised exam was over, he couldn't wait to watch the forum crowd get slapped in the face. Of course, his acceptance didn't mean others would agree. Most of the Mecha majors were classical knights, who valued the honor of war above all else. He had already caught a glimpse of displeasure on the faces of the A-level students, who had joined the Knight's crest. In the darkness, Cesare shook his head, placed his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, and gestured a salute to Lian Xiao. Good luck, freshman. 10, 9, 8. Smoothly reaching the last planned sewer area, Lian Xiao stared at the green subtitles visible only to her, moving her lips, and silently counting down the seconds. The tremors overhead intensified, small stones tumbling down the walls, dust flying. Lian Xiao didn't allow herself to consider what was happening across the several meter-thick concrete floor. She couldn't completely treat the NPCs in the dungeon as mere data, but she also couldn't truly consider them her own kind. She was a stranger, a traveler. Her true compatriots lay in another parallel universe. The image snapped before Lian Xiao's eyes, and she landed in another darkness. Student Lian Xiao, your survival time is 10 minutes, grade B+. Congratulations on completing your training goal. In this era, please strive to survive as well. And so it passed. Lian Xiao didn't rush to open her eyes, but instead let out a long sigh of relief, completely unaware of the bloodbath her actions would soon unleash on the forums. The sword of failure that hung over her head finally didn't fall. Thank goodness. A few seconds later, the long-lost system voice chimed in. User 1723, you did it. What's going on? System, your tone makes me feel like I'm hallucinating a sweet Taiwanese girl. I'm sure students who frequently take exams will all agree. After the exam, it's like gravity breaks down and everything feels lighter. Even Lian Xiao finds his bank balance adorable now, and he's in the mood to chat with the system. Are you out of hibernation? I just didn't have enough energy before, so I kept going into hibernation and had to automatically recover. The system acted cute. Congratulations to user 1723 on passing the freshman exam. Here's a special gift package. Please check it out. Oh yeah, she almost forgot. Side quest 1. Pass the first Mecha professional exam. The quest reward is any Chinese meal kit and 1 spiritual power supplement. Chapter 9. Click on the blue potion-shaped spiritual power supplement, and an explanatory text appears next to it. A product that tastes like blueberries and is 10,000 times more effective than any spiritual power supplement developed by the most advanced laboratories in the Alliance. Drink it for a refreshing and alert mind. Drink it, and you never have to worry about your child's spiritual power again. Even an F-level child can reach S-level. What are you still waiting for? It's only sold in the Tianda D de Food Max system, so act fast. Product effect. Long-term use can increase the user's spiritual power level, not effective for S-level users. Who wrote this advertising slogan? It reeks of a TV commercial. Spiritual power is still a new concept to Lian Xiao, which reminds her that it's time to brush up on her knowledge of the Interstellar Alliance and mechas. Lian Xiao planned to look through her course reference books when she returned to the dormitory. Putting the spiritual power supplement aside for the time being, Lian Xiao considered the reward of ingredient pack for any Chinese dish. The ingredients don't have to be expensive, and the utensils used are not restricted. So, could she choose something more expensive? Lian Xiao suppressed her urge to eat. If she were greedy, she could choose a famous dish with lavish ingredients like Buddha jumps over the wall or stuffed yellow croaker, and the system would surely satisfy her. But with her current cooking skills, she decided not to waste such a good thing. Lian Xiao followed her heart. Preserved vegetable braised pork. The carnivore couldn't stand it. She was here to study, not to attend a weight loss camp. After traveling through time, she'd either been cramming nutritional supplements or eating bland food. She missed the rich, oily sauces, the feeling of the juicy meat and sauce bursting in her mouth. She wanted meat, pork without the stench. The braised pork was a perfect blend of fat and lean, its fat translucent. The preserved vegetables, soaked in lard, were fragrant and chewy. And with a bowl of steamed rice, the mere thought of it made her mouth water. Side quest 2, Wei Wei's wish expired. Long-term quest, Successfully graduate from the Mecha major, higher difficulty, and become an outstanding graduate, create a miracle, quest reward. The quest panel has changed. Lian Xiao successfully gained 100 experience points by completing side quest 1, and is about to reach level 2. By the time Lian Xiao left the exam room, the crowd had almost dispersed. The Mecha major was quite user-friendly, with the remaining half-day off automatically after the exam. No one wanted to spend even a second longer in this intense exam environment. One boy, grieving, leaned against the wall, clutching his friend's arm, furious, just a little bit. I didn't make any mistakes before, so how could I get knocked out by something falling? It's truly a novel way to fail. Lian Xiao silently lit a candle for the candidate. Hearing someone call her name, Lian Xiao turned around, and was surprised to find that Zhao Liqing hadn't returned to the dormitory yet. The latter approached, quickly glanced up and down at Lian Xiao, and asked, "How did you do on the test?" "No problem," Lian Xiao replied easily. As for the method used or the score, she didn't care. 60 points were a big deal. "Did you last 10 minutes in the dungeon?" Zhao Liqing asked quietly, seeing no one around. "Yes," Lian Xiao admitted readily. Anyone with a bit of common sense could guess how she passed the test based on the length of her exam. Zhao Liqing wasn't stupid. Before the exam, she and Zhao Liqing had made appointments to run dungeons together, but they hadn't exchanged any dungeon experience. This was intentional on Lian Xiao's part. She guessed that since she had taken the initiative to ask Zhao Liqing for help, given Zhao Liqing's personality, he wouldn't necessarily keep his thoughts to himself. It wasn't some damn pride, but Lian Xiao felt their relationship wasn't even close enough to friendship. She had a feeling that she and Zhao Liqing would be good partners in the future, but now that she had troubled Zhao Liqing so much, asking about her exam strategy was a bit over the top. Zhao Liqing, however, wasn't as preoccupied as Lian Xiao, and went straight to the point. "How did you do it?" "It's a long story. We can talk on the way back to the dorm." Zhao Liqing nodded. "On the way, let's go to the agricultural college." Lian Xiao, ? "We found those edible crops you were looking for." The hovercraft carried them through the Mecha department area. The Mecha department and the agricultural college were located in the north and southeast corners of Union University, respectively. Without the hovercraft, reaching them would take hours. Union University was more like a small city than a university. The hovercraft glided smoothly through the air, like a silver-scaled sea snake swimming by. The lingu trees planted at Union University were in bloom. Looking out the car window, below was a hazy blue-purple hue, like a summer night. The entire Union University seemed submerged beneath the rolling waves of an endless ocean. The person Zhao Liqing had helped find who was willing to provide the ingredients was a senior from the College of Agriculture. Her real name was unknown, but her form ID was known only as "I won't change my name until I can keep the spider stone flower alive." The College of Agriculture, a food supplier with an academic background, sounded reliable. The meeting place offered by "I won't change my name until I can keep the spider stone flower alive" was in the College of Agriculture's experimental fields. Passing by the high-tech, adjustable light glass greenhouse, the experimental fields nearby were visibly becoming more down to earth. Following the navigation, the two of them stopped in front of the greenhouse at the end. "Come in." The voice inviting them inside was weak. The entire greenhouse plot was clearly divided into two sections. The smaller section was lush and green, while the remaining area was mostly bare and desolate. Lian Xiao couldn't move her eyes away from the vegetable patch. Bright red, plump tomatoes, sprouting cucumbers, and a crop of bright, juicy greens, every kind of vegetable common on earth. In a trance, she felt as if she had been transported back to a small vegetable garden on earth. A worried figure stood on the bare ridge. The Alliance's strongest heavy armored soldier, the less talking, the reliable version? The worried figure called out Zhao Liqing's form ID. "You won't change your name until you can feed the spider stone flower?" The back and forth was like a secret exchange between two intelligence chiefs. "It's me, but I changed my name." The senior from the agricultural college stood up and dusted herself off. "My current ID is Danzakeo. If it doesn't bear fruit, I won't change my name. Boss, remember to add me." Lian Xiao took out his laptop and placed it against the senior's head. The device vibrated slightly, and a new contact with a raccoon avatar appeared in the contact list. "Lian Xiao, I successfully grown the spider stone flower." "Congratulations, senior." "No way." Qian Yui sighed, a deep frown forming between her brows. She gestured to the two men to look at the small patch of dark red stem still remaining on the barren ground, and said softly, "There's no alliance plant in the world I can't grow. If there is, I can just switch to another." Although this meant her graduation thesis was even further off. Before the two bosses arrived, she and Yui personally buried the desiccated corpse of the last spider stone flower. From the earth to the earth again, she and Yui felt that the spider stone flower's fate was not bad, but she truly couldn't take the debuff of not being able to grow alliance plants calmly. A top-notch agronomy student, theoretically impeccable, surprisingly failed to grow any plant she planted. The alliance plants that occasionally managed to survive Qian Yui's debuff and thrive were sickly, so much so that even the greenhouse teacher politely told her, "Little Qian, just look at them, and don't touch them." Earth plants were the only exception. Qian Yui suspected that all her talent for planting had gone to earth plants. The earth plants she worked on were so healthy and vibrant, like illustrations in a popular science book. What was the point? Qian Yui's mind was circling in frustration. She couldn't possibly switch to researching earth plants, a relatively unpopular field. There was no money, no future, but now she had figured it out. If someone was willing to buy her earth plants, she could profit from them and continue her love affair with alliance plants without regrets. Qian Yui, his heartbroken heart touched upon, was completely sluggish. He weakly led Lian Xiao and the others on a tour of the small vegetable garden. What kind of crops does the boss want? In Lian Xiao's opinion, the crops Qian Yui cultivated were of excellent quality, both in appearance and quality. In her original world, they would probably be carefully packaged and stacked on the shelves of a boutique supermarket, with labels twice as expensive as those at the wet market. Eggplant, green peppers, the three fresh vegetables Lian Xiao saw in her vision. Oh, there were also potatoes, spicy and sour potato shreds, and beef brisket stewed with tomatoes and potatoes. There were also beans, and pork ribs stewed with beans. After inspecting the area, Lian Xiao's stomach growled uncomfortably. She hadn't had a proper breakfast yet. Lian Xiao thought for a moment, and quoted a price she had previously considered, which was much lower than the price of fresh produce online. She hadn't considered ordering these fresh produce online for two reasons. First, the freshness of the supply, and second, the high price. If Qian Yui thought the amount was too little, Lian Xiao planned to discuss the benefits of a stable, long-term supply. She hadn't initially made much money from her catering sideline, so securing a stable supplier like Qian Yui would be fantastic. No problem. Unexpectedly, Qian Yui agreed without a second thought. She figured it was better to make a little profit than to let the vegetables rot in the fields, and she didn't know how to prepare them. Qian Yui chatted with the two of them. "Last time, my friend contacted Cartover to ask if they would accept these nutrient raw materials, but they said any crops not grown by the company would be rejected. Cartover is one of the largest nutrient manufacturers in the Alliance. These nutrient companies have a monopoly on the nutrient market, and by extension, the raw materials used. Only fresh produce bearing the trademarks of these major companies and their subsidiaries is eligible for sale." Seeing Qian Yui's delighted expression as he signed the contract without a word, Lian Xiao, like a salted fish briefly rehydrated and revived, seized the opportunity to invite him. "Senior, would you like to try my Earth-style cooking? Today, I'm making a hearty dish like preserved vegetable braised pork. Eating meat is most enjoyable when everyone gathers together." Besides, Lian Xiao also wanted her partners to understand a little about her business, which would benefit long-term cooperation. Okay. After 2 seconds of reaction, Qian Yui belatedly looked up, surveying Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing as if he were scrutinizing a young seedling. Tentatively he asked, "Wait, one of you happens to be a Mecha major student from Earth? The one who passed the freshman exam? Using a novel method?" She actually wanted to blurt out the one squatting in the sewer, but luckily she held it in. Lian Xiao was furious. The three of them squatted in the fields, huddled together to look at Qian Yui's laptop. Ask heaven and earth, how could a freshman in the Mecha department pass the exam like this? What sewer queen? Ha, dying of laughter. I don't know if Earth's curse will ever be broken, but I'm sure this freshman is unmatched in their shamelessness. Very creative. A whole bunch of people are following this. I support this young lady in continuing to come up with new ideas to slap these people in the face. Everyone, hold off on getting angry. You should ask Echo if this method is against the rules. If it is, their grade should be cancelled. Don't pretend to be righteous and fair. I determined you're in cahoots with the Knights Emblem gang. If this guy can become a Mecha soldier, I wash my hair while standing upside down. Shampooer, you said in your last post that freshmen should wash their hair while standing upside down if they can pass the exam. Did you wash your hair while standing upside down? A post about Lian Xiao's exam erupted in outrage. I don't know how Lian Xiao's exam details got leaked on the forum. Zhao Liqing was speechless. On the way, Lian Xiao briefly described the exam process to her. She didn't think it was a big deal, at most, it was just a loophole he exploited. She hadn't expected such a strong reaction from others. Some even threatened to have Lian Xiao expelled from the Mecha department. Because she didn't fight, only hid, disregarding the lives of other NPCs in the dungeon, which went against the original purpose of the Mecha Core. Zhao Liqing flicked off her laptop, practically telling Lian Xiao to stop watching. She decided to follow Lian Xiao around for the next few days, both in class and after class, so he could help if he ran into any strange creatures. It's no big deal, Lian Xiao shrugged, offering comfort. She felt these comments were indifferent. They didn't hit her sore spot at all. Or perhaps it was because she was broke and couldn't make any money that she felt more vulnerable. Lian Xiao's mood could probably be summed up in an emoji. So many people, JPG. Let's eat first, Lian Xiao said. Once you're full, you have more energy to think about replying later. There's no bad mood that can't be cured by eating meat. If one meal doesn't solve it, two can. Chapter 10. Mecha Ko-ro, a traditional Hakka dish. When Lian Xiao was a novice cook, he couldn't tell the difference between Mecha Ko-ro and Xian Xiao Bai. Rice stew. The ingredients were pork belly and dried vegetables, steamed and then braising. After learning to cook, Lian Xiao realized the difference wasn't that big of a deal. One was Sichuan cuisine, the other Hakka, but the cooking details and seasonings were slightly different, like fraternal twins from different lands. Zhao Liqing took Qian Yui and the others to her room to wait. Lian Xiao grabbed the ingredients from the refrigerator and headed straight for her own room. On the kitchen counter, which she had converted from a cheap table, sat the induction cooker, a wok, and a steamer she redeemed for the system reward. Lian Xiao excitedly danced around the free equipment, like a primitive man celebrating a catch. Lian Xiao burst into tears. She finally had new utensils to try more dishes. What a joy for an amateur cook. The down payment for fresh vegetables, plus the purchase of new knives and packaging, had already depleted all the money earned. Lian Xiao felt a pang of pain, but she consoled herself by saying that the initial investment couldn't be saved, and it was time to start earning money. The fresh pork provided by the system ingredient package was perfectly balanced in fat and lean, its cross-section as beautiful as agate, and the skin meticulously processed. Yet Lian Xiao cautiously cut it into small pieces, soaking in the blood. She was almost traumatized by the stinking pork. It was well known that some countries outside Yin didn't bleed pigs when slaughtering them. The pork on the shelf looked tempting, but in reality, it was silent when cooked and eaten, and the fishy smell lingered on the tongue for a long time. For a long time, Lian Xiao avoided pork dishes in the school cafeteria, never wanting to be stabbed by the smell of pork again. Look at what a pork lover has been tortured to. She already had extensive experience in deodorizing pork, from soaking it in salt to blanching it in ginger and cooking wine. If the pork still retained its natural odor, the trash can would be a better place for it than the wok. Lian Xiao coolly drew her knife and quickly chopped the dried preserved mustard greens, which had been squeezed dry. From her unprofessional perspective, there were 3 key points to making delicious preserved mustard greens. First, the preserved mustard greens must be stir-fried in advance to evaporate some of the moisture. No oil is needed at all. As the moisture evaporates, the preserved mustard greens' unique aroma, along with the heat, washes over her. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, a smile playing on her lips. The smell of preserved mustard greens reminded her of the warmth of the sun, neat old clothes drying in the sun, and her grandmother. The scent of her grandmother was that warm, fragrant, yet lingering aroma of preserved mustard greens. Next, deep fry and brown the pork belly. If there's anything challenging about the entire dish, this might be the only step. Poke small holes in the pork skin and deep fry it, skin side down, for 5 minutes. Finally, add the sauce. Place the sliced pork belly in a bowl, evenly spread the sauce all over the pork, and top it with the sautéed preserved mustard greens. Lian Xiao also kneaded the dough and made lotus leaf pancakes, which he then placed in the steamer. Done. Lian Xiao often steamed dishes, for one benefit, not that they're healthy, but that they keep the fire alarm from going off. It's a perfect dish for those living in the student dorms. While waiting for the dishes to finish steaming, Lian Xiao dug out the original owner's textbook and took a quick look. Tomorrow she had a class on the history of the Interstellar Alliance, and she was studying ahead of time, so she wouldn't be completely clueless in class. As she read, the words on the textbook on the laptop screen would have worn away if her vision had been real. Lian Xiao took a deep breath. It smelled so good. The rich aroma of meat distracted her from studying, making her fidget. She felt as if she were back in high school, ravenous every day from the pressure of schoolwork. Even at her hungriest age, she found the cafeteria delicious. Just as Lian Xiao's mind was racing with thoughts, like the chef's cheating isn't called cheating, it's called tasting, and hold on. The steam will escape if you lift the lid. There was a weak knock on the door. Outside, Zhao Liqing and Qian Yui, one tall and one short, looked pitiful, asking to join the crowd watching and waiting to eat. Is this earth food? Qian Yui swallowed furiously, fanning her hand back and forth in front of her nose, trying to inhale more of the aroma. She had taken a nutritional supplement at noon, but her stomach, clearly full, seemed to be refusing to eat. Her brain kept sending urging signals. I'm so hungry. When can we eat? She could barely contain her hungry eyes. Zhao Liqing calmed down a bit, but it wasn't much better. She wondered if Lian Xiao's earth dishes had any limit to their deliciousness. In just a few days, her appetite had become so spoiled by the earth food her roommate had fed her that she couldn't even swallow a single nutrient. Through the milky steam, Zhao Liqing cast a sad glance at her roommate, foreseeing a future where she would be constantly giving her pocket money. When the steaming time was up, Lian Xiao, under the invisible pressure of two eager gazes, didn't dare delay even a second. He turned off the heat, took out the prepared plate, and placed it over the bowl. With a ruthless iron hand, he grasped the bowl, turned it sideways, and firmly slammed it down. The bright red, juicy gravy lightly covered the bottom of the plate. The dark brown preserved vegetables on the base were unassuming, but they only made the neatly stacked braised pork even more enticing. The ingredients were fresh and cooked to perfection, the fat portion taking on a translucent, agar-like texture, trembling and quivering. I couldn't imagine such tender, glutinous braised pork melting in my mouth. A plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables, slightly understeamed and lacking in thickening, but still quite flavorful. Lian Xiao, still half sane, quickly thrust a pair of chopsticks into Qian Yui's sanity pool. Proof that, under special circumstances, non-mecha majors can outperform mecha majors. Qian Yui raised his chopsticks and swiftly swept a piece of braised pork into the bowl, his natural hand speed unmatched. Sweet, salty, fragrant, and glutinous. A myriad of textures and flavors. The fat melted in one sip, the pure, rich aroma of meat filling the mouth. The lean meat still retained its fibrous texture, making it effortless to chew. Soaked in the sauce and preserved vegetable juice, the flavors and aromas were even more complex. Qian Yui devoured half a piece of braised pork in one gulp, eagerly grabbing another as soon as she swallowed. At this point, Lian Xiao had no time to pay attention to her. His mind was preoccupied with a single thought: eating meat with big mouthfuls feels so good. She had deliberately not sliced the pork too thin, but almost 1.5 times thicker than the typical braised pork recipe. This thickness gave the braised pork a more satisfying bite. For a moment, no one spoke, and chopsticks flew everywhere. In less than 2 minutes, half the braised pork had mysteriously disappeared. Qian Yui burped and instinctively covered his mouth. Is this pork? Qian Yui muttered to herself, dazed. As an agronomy student, she knew it was pork. She had even hand-fed pigs for a friend who majored in animal husbandry and veterinary medicine. She had always assumed that pork, chicken, and beef tasted the same, just like the meaty flavor in the supplements. The only difference might be the ingredients and the price. But pork was so tender and fragrant. The moment she tasted the pork belly, her whole world seemed to light up. Qian Yui's worldview was shattered. She felt like she'd been scammed for over 20 years. She wanted nothing more than to throw the supplements into the trash and roar. Why do these supplement manufacturers make pigs so unpalatable? She declared that from that day forward, she was a devoted fan of both pigs and Lian Xiao. She loved pigs, loved life. Qian Yui tearfully grasped Lian Xiao's hand and said, Boss, no junior. I give you a 20% discount. Can you please let me cook from now on? For this meal, she was willing to sacrifice some of the money she had for her tragic love affair with the alliance plants. Zhao Liqing, watching from the sidelines, reflected, she shouldn't have lost her composure the first time she ate Lian Xiao's cooking, right? She aspires to be the kind of person who remains calm even when Mount Tai collapses before her, and remains unblinking even when a deer rises to her left. Lian Xiao readily agreed, then offered Qian Yui a chopstickful of preserved mustard greens and a lotus leaf pancake. Senior sister, try this. Air-dried plant carcass. Qian Yui, a corresponding researcher, scrutinized the dark mass of dried vegetables with a critical eye. Trusting Lian Xiao's cooking skills, she took a skeptical bite. Qian Yui's eyes widened. This is delicious too. The plant fiber is preserved to the greatest extent possible, meaning it absorbs the broth more easily. The preserved mustard greens become more fragrant the more you chew them, making them a perfect match for rice. Sandwiched between soft lotus leaf pancakes and drizzled with vegetable juice, it's a delicious treat. Lian Xiao personally thinks that after reheating the braised pork with preserved vegetables, the preserved vegetables are even more delicious with rice. Dried vegetables share a similar characteristic. As their moisture evaporates, their unique flavor, unlike that of the vegetables, becomes concentrated. They're often the perfect complement to meat stews, not overpowering the main dish, but also adding a refreshing flavor. Xian Yui has cabbage in her vegetable garden, and Lian Xiao plans to dry some to make a dried vegetable and pork bone soup. Lian Xiao felt satisfied. When exhausted, a good meal can make all the difficulties seem insignificant, giving him the energy to fight life again. There's no bad mood that can't be cured by eating meat. If one meal doesn't solve it, too, this simple truth applies to her original world as well as this one. After a quick meal, the three girls were well fed and satisfied. Xian Yui, uninstructed, figured out how to use lotus leaf pancakes to soak up the remaining soup. Zhao Liqing, remarking that reserve was out of the question, followed suit. Watching the two polish the dishes with lotus leaf pancakes until they were gleaming, Lian Xiao had visions of his foreign classmates and roommates from his original world. That was good. Washing dishes in advance, embracing hard work, and not wasting food is a virtue. Having soothed his stomach, Lian Xiao now had the leisure to read the forum posts. The alumni argued from dawn to dusk, a marathon of gossip eating. Some spoke up for her, but most still believed she had brought shame upon Mecha students and Earth. Lian Xiao remained calm, even laughing at the most outrageous remarks. Zhao Liqing, returning from washing the dishes, observed her like this and thought to herself that her roommate was, well, not heartless, but definitely resilient. Lian Xiao waved her over, rotating the computer screen 180 degrees, signaling Zhao Liqing to read the post she was editing. Lian's stir-fry restaurant is now open, accepting breakfast orders. Enjoy the most authentic breakfast on Earth. Post ID, AAA Lian stir-fry restaurant, Lian Xiao. Hasn't this hit the headlines? Zhao Liqing was shocked, momentarily confused by Lian Xiao's train of thought. Lian Xiao extended his index finger mysteriously, waving it while maintaining a cross-legged position. She had to handle this overwhelming traffic. Black and red are also red. Chapter 11. Netizens are forgetful. Today, Lian Xiao is being denounced. Tomorrow, another hot topic will take her place. Lian Xiao didn't bother to delve into how the freshman exam process had been leaked. Instead of posting an explanation and begging netizens to go easy on him, he should have taken advantage of the height of the discussion to advertise his breakfast. Getting scolded didn't matter, at least he had to get something out of it. Lian Xiao remained calm. She deliberately didn't reveal that the poster behind this account was the same person involved in the freshman exam controversy. Keywords, like Earth Cuisine and Lian Stir-Fry, they seemed to be misleading and elicited associations among netizens, but instead helped to fuel further speculation and attention amidst the outcry. Lian Xiao had long considered the arduous and lucrative prospect of a restaurant business, literally just the past few days. For one thing, the food service system upgrade was too slow, and she still owed a loan. Relying solely on the system to exchange for real currency was a long-term solution. Secondly, this field is truly a vast, untapped market. Lian Xiao could brazenly claim that no one in this universe knows authentic Chinese cuisine better than she does. The Zhao siblings' breakfast reservations were a small test, providing her with some startup capital. Who else could earn extra income while still navigating the challenging Mecha majors? It felt like I was going through the hardships of being a child all over again, an extravagant version. After confessing what she could to Zhao Liqing, she was silent for a moment. The girl pulled a chair and sat down in front of Lian Xiao, looking him straight in the eye. She said, I know, I never asked, but your financial situation isn't very optimistic, Lian Xiao. I don't mean to look down on you or pity you. These are my sincere words. I know it's easy to dissuade you from pursuing a side hustle, but I just think it's not easy for Earth to produce another freshman in the Mecha department. Zhao Liqing paused at the end. She had seen how diligently Lian Xiao had been grinding dungeons these past few days, and her initial disdain for her lack of ambition had long since vanished. If she were in Lian Xiao's shoes, could she really be more tenacious than him? Earth is remote and resource-poor, and the talented young men who had finally emerged from the mire were swept into the vast world of the Alliance, only to be extinguished like moths to a furnace. The Alliance's support, coupled with its indifferent observation, and the public's ridicule, had already made Lian Xiao's career in the Mecha department take on a different meaning. Zhao Liqing suddenly felt a strong sense of injustice for her. What if it were a freshman from another planet? Would someone specifically leak information about passing the freshman exam using the same method on the forum? Would they also face such widespread attacks? No. These people were merely attacking and mocking her for the label she carried. Those who were busy with these things simply wanted to see Earthlings stumble and fail again, then use it as a joke, turning it into a light-hearted remark. Earthlings are useless and can't be helped. Zhao Liqing wanted to tell Lian Xiao, don't give up, but staring into Lian Xiao's calm yet resolute eyes, the words wouldn't come out. Finally, she said, if there's anything I can help with, let me know. Yes, Lian Xiao said. She controlled her computer, posted the post, and then closed the forum without reading. She smiled and said, Xiao Zhao, would you consider partnering with me to start Lian Stir Fry? In the Tianjita system, the Danbi Huasha dungeon. The smoke had cleared, and the blood-soaked sand dunes took on a heavy black, their ridges shifting with the strong winds. Red Dragon 3 stood tall on the dune, sinking under its own weight, the black sand burying it up to its ankles. As if its pilot had been disconnected, Red Dragon 3 remained in the same position for a long time. Its 5 fingers, mimicking human form, gripped an ancient long sword. Clear blue liquid flowed down the blades in gray patterns, dripping from the tip and merging into the endless yellow sand. In the core module, Gu Chanfeng wasn't actually asleep. He breathed extremely steadily, keeping his reaction speed at peak level. He and Cesare had entered the same dungeon, agreeing to determine victory by the number of Zerg killed. He had already completed his area sweep, but Cesare had yet to show up. Suddenly, small pieces of gravel rolled down the canyon walls on both sides. The radar scan showed no approaching lifeforms, but Gu Chanfeng seemed more perceptive than the machine. Red Dragon 3 drew his sword and blocked upwards within his blind spot. Swoosh! The sound of close combat erupted, and both weapons shook violently. Red Dragon 3 and another mech dropped from the sky simultaneously retreated, kicking up clouds of sand, and leaving 4 deep scars in the desert. Amidst the extremely low visibility sand and fog, the two mechs maintained their balance, and almost simultaneously accelerated towards each other, swinging their swords. The expected buzzing sound of the blades contacting a hard object did not emanate, and Cesare's attack missed. As the system component failure announcement was broadcast, he belatedly realized that the transmission system on the mech's right hand had been severed. The system automatically locked his palm, and now his mech had lost most of its combat effectiveness. How could we even fight this? Cesare cursed in the core module and in the chat channel. No more fighting. This time I admit defeat, he said gloomily. He truly couldn't understand how Gu Chanfeng had discovered his approach, having tricked the radar system, and how he had dodged the attack in a split second during the battle, and precisely severed the transmission system on his mech's right hand. Gu Chanfeng's roommates, He-Yin and Begalai, often challenged each other to one-on-one duels. Boys usually made small, harmless bets, like this one, treating each other to a week's worth of meals in the cafeteria. Logging out of the Tianjita system, Cesare saw several private messages from acquaintances, all urging him to check the forum. Unlike Gu Chanfeng, the aloof, icy man, his outgoing personality made him quite popular, and he had acquaintances wherever he went. Cesare quickly rushed to the front lines of the melon-eating frenzy. The moment he saw the post clearly, one eyebrow shot up, and he exclaimed, "Wow!" The post at the top of the forum's homepage was highlighted in red, and it remained firmly in the top 3 with every refresh, indicating that netizens were constantly replying to it and pushing it up. Lian Stir Fry? Earth Cuisine? As Lian Xiao had anticipated, netizens who saw these 2 keywords immediately thought of Lian Xiao, the shameless, opportunistic Earth Freshman. Earth Freshman also had the surname Lian, and with such a niche surname, it must be her. Fuck, how shameless. Netizens were deeply shocked by Lian Xiao's actions. They had thought their good intentions would sway this freshman back to the right path, but they didn't expect her to not only ignore their well-intentioned advice, but also shamelessly advertise it. For a moment, the Lianjia Xiaoqiao ad post was ablaze with rotten tomatoes, instantly slammed with thousands of downvotes. The main post, titled AAA Lianjia Xiaoqiao, featured a menu, entirely handwritten, its modesty yet revealing a hint of sincerity. The left column featured the legendary assortment of steamed buns, soy milk, and porridge most Alliance citizens had heard of. The other column featured less well-known names. Flat meat, mixed noodles. Cesare scratched his cheek, a large question mark hovering over his head. What is this? Oh no! He imagined a piece of meat flattened by a hammer. Flat meat, mixed noodles, steamed dumplings, and stewed pots. The 4 heavenly kings of Shaxian's snacks. The long-end raid not only brought Lian Xiao forum-wide traffic, but also gave her access to fragments of a breakfast shop's recipe. Combining the fragments, she carefully considered and finalized the current breakfast menu. Constrained by the ingredients and utensils, she was currently pursuing a mass-market, low-margin, high-volume sales strategy. The menu featured popular dishes you'd definitely find near any school. Such food couldn't be too bad. Its widespread acceptance meant it was highly palatable, and its audience would likely be large even in the future. She planned to expand from breakfast to box meals, and then to high-end Chinese cuisine, taking it one step at a time. Cesare, standing before the screen, had no idea what flat meat noodles were, but he was eager to try them. The adventurous nature of the Valentino people meant he didn't want to follow the beaten path. If he wanted to try something, he wanted to try something new. He quickly sent a private message to AAA Lianjia Stir Fry to place his order. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he turned to Gu Chanfeng, who had just emerged from the training cabin, and said, "Forget about the cafeteria, I treat you to something else. Thank me now." The next day, the skyline was barely a glimmer of white. Lian Xiao turned off the stove, and dozens of takeout bags were neatly arranged on the table. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Liqing was already waiting in the living room, whispering a good morning. Ms. Zhao sat upright, looking unfatigued, though she snuck a yawn when Lian Xiao turned his head. Lian Xiao had barely slept the entire night, yet he felt no sign of sleep. On the first day of business, she had limited the number of orders, and most people were still waiting and waiting. Among those who did place orders, quite a few were eager to take advantage of the situation and mock her. The more she built up her reputation early on, the more she couldn't afford to make mistakes. She had to deliver the orders by the designated time and go to class, and Zhao Liqing offered to accompany her. What a touching moment for a good roommate. "Let's go!" Lian Xiao picked up the packed delivery box and ran towards Dawn with Zhao Liqing. In a men's dormitory, instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements should be covered for 3 minutes. He shut off his laptop and gazed deeply at the brightening sky outside. On the desk in front of him sat a mechanical clock, its second hand ticking away. Few people use such outdated gadgets anymore, but instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements should be covered for 3 minutes was a nostalgic person, and he felt that vintage mechanical items showcased his unique taste. 5 minutes left, and he could bring justice to that grandstanding clown. Yesterday, he had seen Lian Xiao's post on the forum and placed his order without hesitation, becoming one of the first customers in line. 5 minutes later was the time he and Lian Xiao had agreed to have their food delivered. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements kept a close eye on the clock. If Lian Xiao didn't arrive after 5 minutes, he would have reason to accuse Earthborn of having no sense of time. Even if she arrived on time, he doubted it would taste better than the instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements. His already edited screed sat in his drafts, ready to be sent. Unfortunately, there was a knock on the dormitory door just in time. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement, slipping on his slippers, adjusted his face to create a look of utmost disdain, ready to overwhelm his opponent with his presence. "Huh?" Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement didn't see Lian Xiao's face clearly as expected. He was only visible up to his chin. Lian Xiao pulled out his payment code and said cheerfully, "Enjoy your meal. Feedback is welcome." Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement stiffly paid the balance, took the package, and discreetly adjusted his perspective. How could this newborn girl on Earth be a head taller than him? Ah! Seeing him level was his last bit of stubbornness. The breakfast delivery package was made of ordinary plastic, with a logo printed on the surface. It wasn't the name of Lian's stir-fry shop, but the Chinese character for Hua. Is there some connection between the two? Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement muttered as he unpacked the box. After removing the outermost layer, the aroma of food emanated, and instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement unconsciously sped up the pace of unpacking. "It's a smell I never smelled before, but at least it's not unpleasant," instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements grudgingly admitted. He swallowed his saliva reluctantly. Anyway, to be fair, he had to try the takeout first. He grabbed the nearest bun at random, thinking angrily he was different from those brainless people on the forum who just followed the trend. A few minutes later, a new post appeared on the forum, exposing the unscrupulous vendor Lian Jia Xiao Chao. The so-called Earth breakfast is so bad even dogs wouldn't eat it. Great! Netizens who dislike Lian Xiao were excited, ready to join this brave pioneer. But before they could click on it, the original poster deleted the post, and then the same ID posted another. "Ah, I love Lian Jia Xiao Chao's breakfast. Earth Reborn, you're my god." The onlookers were confused. Huh? Is this some kind of schizophrenia scene? Chapter 12. Whether the poster was embarrassed or not, the onlookers couldn't tell, but they could tell he was quite excited. At 8 a.m., a drowsy hour, the poster perked up and frantically refreshed his posts, flooding them with compliments. The instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements need to be covered for 3 minutes. Honestly, I really want to at admin. Why is there a cooldown period for changing IDs? I already decided on a new ID. Lian Stir Fry, Earth's #1 breakfast fan. The instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements need to be covered for 3 minutes. Don't scoff, because I had the same thought before I got my breakfast. I got slapped in the face at the speed of light. I only managed to grab the leek, egg, and pork and cabbage stuffings for the ground-pounding buns. Sadly, I missed out on the spicy and sour potato stuffing. The instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements should be covered for 3 minutes. Gentlemen, I really love these leek, egg, pork, and cabbage buns. Honestly, the leek smells a bit off-putting, but when I put it in my mouth, the spicy aroma of the grass leaves makes me feel like a cow on a spring meadow, carefree munching on spring. The egg and leek go together really well, giving the illusion of a meat dish. I originally thought it would taste similar to a salad. I looked it up and found this combination is particularly famous in traditional Earth cuisine, especially Yin cuisine. I'm beginning to admire the imagination of our ancient ancestors. The instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements should be covered for 3 minutes. Zhong, what about the pork and cabbage buns? I always thought that eating expensive nutritional supplements satisfied my cravings. So wrong. I discovered that it's these time-consuming, low-energy meals that actually bring me intense sensory pleasure. As I bite into the delicate, yet still slightly granular pork filling, feeling the glistening, sauce-colored gravy splattered with the refreshing, slightly sweet cabbage, I think to myself, family, perhaps I've been suffering through these 20 years of nutritional supplements just for this moment. Low energy intake and unhealthy cooking methods don't matter. Only earthly food can satisfy my stomach. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements should be covered for 3 minutes. I hereby declare my conversion to traditional Yin Chinese cuisine. I firmly support Lian Jia Stir Fry. Onlookers had mixed reactions to the original poster's diarrhea-inducing update. Is this a shill hired by the Earth freshman, or is she using a fake account? Where do you live? I call the school doctor for emergency treatment. I think you're suffering from food poisoning and hallucinations. Admin 13, we received a report. After checking, the administrators found no evidence that the poster used a fake account for promotional purposes. Also, please note that there is a 1-week cooldown period for changing forum IDs. Please refrain from frequently attempting to change forum IDs. I simply cannot understand why people would eat earth vegetables when nutritional supplements are convenient, easy to store, and provide efficient energy production. Nutritional supplements will always be my only choice. I can somewhat understand the above poster's comments, not that I'm being completely nauseous, but the nutritional supplements taste truly awful. Every mealtime feels like torture. Is there any fun in eating? Why do we have to take nutritional supplements? Eating is an act of maintaining vital signs. Why pursue such low-level pleasures as gluttony? There's also a guinea pig posting next door, contemplating. If they're all new Earth shills, how much does it cost her? Hiring these people to risk the world's condemnation and debate with so many scholars, wouldn't that make a profit? Someone's curious. The onlookers followed the instructions and diverted the next post. Perhaps seeing the surge in traffic for the instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement thread, the poster simply turned on his laptop camera and live-streamed his breakfast. The forum commotion had nothing to do with Lian Xiao. She simply wanted to be an ordinary college student, studying quietly. Clearly, her wish was dashed. Whether in the hallway or inside the lecture hall, the whispers of passers-by followed her like the hum of a swarm of bees. Many of her classmates, seemingly expert forum gossipers, followed her movements with curious eyes, holding their laptops or textbooks to cover their faces. Lian Xiao thought to herself that she must learn lip reading someday, so she know what the onlookers were saying about her. She and Zhao Liqing were taking the Interstellar Alliance history class. The professor, standing in the center, spoke with a steady, even voice. Within 3 minutes, Lian Xiao, fighting off sleepiness, felt her mind go blank, and her hand uncontrollably flicked to her laptop under the table. On Earth, she'd be on her phone, on the laptop during Alliance class. Lian Xiao despised herself. Did she really not pay any attention at all? A client with a forum ID, Duke Valentino, had sent her several private messages. Lian Xiao remembered him. He was a talkative, high-paying, low-maintenance client. Duke Valentino. Boss, your Shaxian Snacks 3-in-1 combo is absolutely amazing. I'm taking a moment to reflect on my doubts about their taste, crying, Duke Valentino. Boss, could you add my contact information? I call you directly to place the order later. AAA Lian Jia Stir Fry. Thanks for your interest, Roses, sure. After the two happily exchanged their chat app contact information, Duke Valentino added, "Boss, have you checked out the forum? There's a streamer live streaming a breakfast tasting of yours. It's quite entertaining." The other party enthusiastically provided a link. Lian Xiao hesitated for a second, but between interrupting Ms. Zhao's study and enjoying the food alone, he decided to call his friends. The two of them secretly switched their laptops to individual listening mode and put their heads together to watch the live stream. The streamer didn't reveal his true face, but instead used VTuber technology, appearing as a cartoon-style character with animal ears, his expressions captured in real time. Lian Xiao touched his chin. Furry is good. Fortunately, the host's suit, appearance, is not a pig, otherwise it would be scary to eat pork and cabbage buns. On the other end of the network cable, the owner of the virtual streamer account watched the number of viewers on his live stream rise, feeling a surge of joy. He was a small-time streamer, usually streaming games and enjoying a fairly average popularity. Today, he unexpectedly jumped on the bandwagon and ordered Lianjiao stir-fry, earning his live stream popularity over 10 times higher than usual, and it was still growing. The streamer controlled his expression, seeing that he interacted with the audience enough, and then brought out a delivery of Lianjiao stir-fry. He selected from several delivery boxes and said, "How about we start with the steamed dumplings everyone's been waiting to see?" The streamer had ordered the Shaxian Snacks 3-in-1 combo meal. Due to limited availability, the stew pot was unfortunately unable to be part of the Lianjiao stir-fry's initial menu. The audience had seen the description of steamed buns in the instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement, and naturally preferred the more well-known dumplings. At least nutritional supplement companies have actually released so-called dumpling-flavored nutritional supplements. He opened the lid, revealing 10 adorable dumplings neatly arranged. The host gave a timely close-up. "Wow, I never seen this kind of shape and wrinkles before. I wonder if the boss made them by hand." The audience in the live stream saw only the two finger-wide dumplings shaped like willow leaves, wide at one end tapering to a point with fine wrinkles at the other. The wrapper was thin and translucent, allowing a glimpse of the filling. This wasn't a pastry dish like the crepe wonton stewed with crab roe soup dumplings, which required a high level of skill, but Lian Xiao made it effortlessly. The presentation of a dish is also crucial, with excellent color, aroma, and form. The comments flew by. "Why am I drooling? Although the taste may not be great, I have to admit the appearance alone is quite acceptable. Am I the only one who noticed the price?" I looked through the Lianjiao Xiaoqiao menu, and saw that this dumpling was only 10 alliance coins, which seems like a good deal. The host carefully picked up a steamed dumpling with chopsticks, and took a bite. As expected, the filling was juicy. Unfortunately, it had been sitting for too long and had cooled, affecting the tenderness of the skin. The anchor chewed, wondering what other seasonings Lian Xiao had added. The flavor was just right, a complex, non-overpowering spice. Before he knew it, he'd eaten 2 or 3 in a row. When he finally put down his chopsticks, he saw the live stream was flooded with comments. "Hurry up, Anchor. What does it taste like?" The Anchor chuckled dryly, scratched his head, and racked his brain for an adjective. "It definitely tastes different from the dumpling-flavored supplement from Terry. I remember that supplement supposedly added shredded dumpling wrappers to enrich the texture, but I think the shredded wrappers taste a bit like mush, and aren't as fresh and fragrant as the steamed dumplings. I personally prefer the steamed dumplings." He lowered his voice, a little hesitant to offend the supplement enthusiasts, but the balance in his heart had quietly shifted. Lian Xiao, crouching in the live stream, was speechless. She underestimated the depth of nutrient-rich, dark cuisine. What genius came up with mixing dumpling wrappers into porridge? Let's eat something delicious. Next, we tried the mixed noodles and flat meat. Lian Xiao had previously specifically instructed in a message that they should be eaten together. The base of the mixed noodles typically consists of soy sauce, lard, salt, chicken bouillon, optional, and peanut butter. While the peanut butter provides most of the flavor, it's also too thick, leaving your lips and tongue dry and your throat tingling. This is when a bowl of refreshing chicken bone broth with chopped green onions becomes especially necessary. Lian Xiao had a classmate in high school who avoided the cafeteria or takeout, loving the Shaxian snacks near the school. She had the privilege of dining with this classmate before, and was deeply impressed by his meticulous way of finishing both bowls simultaneously, starting with the mixed noodles and finishing with the flat meat in a clear soup. The host, as usual, gave the food a close-up and tried to stir the noodles with chopsticks, but nothing happened. The screen was covered with ellipses. The host hadn't expected Lian's stir-fry to fail so quickly. Undeterred, he visibly struggled to stir the noodles. My interest in Earth's breakfast has suddenly waned. The host wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Let's continue the trial. To be fair, Anyone watching the live broadcast had to admit that the food presented well. The noodles, coated in brown sauce, had a sticky, slightly chewy texture. The flat meat, set aside, consisted of several light pink meatballs wrapped in a translucent, gauze-like coating, bobbing in the clear broth and emerald green chopped scallions. To use an inappropriate analogy, it's like one painting featuring a vibrant oil painting and the other a light, soft ink painting, a perfect balance of light and dark, a truly mouth-watering experience. The host couldn't help but frown as soon as the noodles entered their mouths. So sticky. The mixed noodles were made with firm, round noodles, and the combination of lard and peanut butter made them even stickier, making even chewing a bit sluggish. But what an overpowering greasy aroma. The host mentally grumbled, but honestly took another chopstickful. Some people might not like this dry, even greasy, texture, but the enduring popularity of mixed noodles relies on the fact that most people can't resist their innate craving for high-calorie, greasy foods. The host, remembering the dietary guidelines Lian Xiao had given her, picked up the flat meat and drank a sip of the soup, her eyes instantly lighting up. The delicious, light flavor of chicken broth is palpable. It's definitely not a technologically enhanced recipe like some nutritional supplements. Lian Xiao started making today's chicken broth last night. It simmered for hours, allowing the umami flavor of the chicken bones to seep into the broth. Then, minced chicken breast is added to absorb any impurities, resulting in a crystal-clear chicken broth. It's no wonder it's not delicious. The streamer said, no wonder the boss recommended ordering both breakfasts together. This soup is incredibly refreshing. I think I could have had a second helping of noodles. At this point, the comments had shifted somewhat. Some people still held on to their opinions, while a smaller number began to post comments like, after watching for so long, I actually think it's quite good, and the streamer's eating habits are making me envious. It can't be an act. I'm placing an order. The impact and persuasiveness of live video can, in certain circumstances, far surpass that of text. Where the debate over instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplements failed, this VTuber silenced the onlookers with his genuine reactions. Lian Xiao returned to the forum homepage. The latest post finally wasn't insulting her. Although it was quickly replaced by those who disliked her, the volume of the criticism had subsided slightly. Looks good right now. Lian Xiao rolled his eyes, scrolling down to the bottomless pile of private messages. An idea slowly emerged. Just then, two notifications sounded simultaneously. System, ding. User 1723 is detected to be accumulating a large amount of satisfaction. Triggered side quest 3, break up kitchen. Repeat customers are the lifeblood of a famous restaurant. Our mission is to keep our customers from breaking up in the kitchen. Players are requested to recruit 20 loyal repeat customers. Quest reward, Professional Kitchen X1, a must-have for internet-famous restaurants. Your friend sent a message. Gu Chafeng, hello. Pre-order 4 breakfasts from all menus, delivered to Dormitory Building XX at the Mecha Academy. Thank you. Chapter 13. Why do customers choose to repeatedly visit a particular restaurant? While taste, value for money, and service are certainly important reasons, Lian Xiao believes there's another, a sense of privilege. She recalled a time when her peers were all the rage among them, collecting cards from certain IPs. Those who opened special cards would be showered with envious glances. Back then, she often went to a certain small shop, not because it had a more comprehensive stock, but because the tall, thin female owner allowed them, the hard-fought leaks, the privilege of choosing a box of cards for free. Who doesn't like being privileged? Xiao Liqing understood the meaning of the song. So, are you planning to create a little sense of importance for your customers? Lian Xiao nodded. Spend a certain amount and receive a gift. Those who are the first to sign up get to enjoy new products that aren't available for sale. In class, she only managed to come up with a general direction. Chinese chefs are divided into two categories: red chefs and white chefs. Red chefs are responsible for preparing and steaming meat and vegetables, while white chefs specialize in pastries. Lian Stir Fry is currently taking a down-to-earth approach, but it's not like Lian Xiao can't make high-end, sophisticated Chinese food. She thinks Chinese pastries, with delicate designs and photogenic looks, are a good choice. As they walked, Xiao Liqing noticed Lian Xiao had disappeared. Turning back, she saw her staring intently at the lingyu tree. It's no wonder she's walking along the path from the classroom to the library, lined with lingyu trees. Walking among them, enveloped by the sweet fragrance of lingyu flowers, feels like falling into a honey pot. Suddenly remembering that it's been a while since I had a dessert. Lian Xiao's face was serious. There are many new plant species on the Alliance's main planet. Lingyu trees have smooth, bluish-white trunks, few leaves, and abundant flowers. During bloom, the branches droop like cascading flowers, like a veil of mist, their fragrance sweet and intoxicating. The more Lian Xiao looked at the Lingyu tree and flower waterfall, the more familiar it looked. Isn't this a definite alien relative of wisteria? Wisteria has a vibrant color and a delicate fragrance, and it can be used alongside roses and elm seeds in springtime dishes. Elm seed cakes in March, rose cakes in April, and wisteria cakes in May, all seasonal delicacies. While wisteria isn't available on the Alliance's main planet, using the similar Lingyu flowers as a meal replacement isn't a bad idea. When Lian Xiao was studying, not every Yin country food was readily available. For example, a handful of common, thin leeks at home were as expensive as out-of-season asparagus in foreign supermarkets, making her want to question the price tags. Later, some people claimed that bare onions were a perfect substitute for leeks, and so, along with the blankets of bare onions on the lawns of parks in spring, Yin people squatted there to pick them. Though some unlucky individuals accidentally ingested poisonous colchicum and lily of the valley, that's another story. I wonder if the Lingyu flowers at Alliance University, like bare onions, are also allowed to be freely picked within certain limits. Zhao Liqing said that theoretically it wasn't allowed, but in reality, there was a place that condoned such student behavior. Zhao Liqing had originally planned to give Lian Xiao some mecha-related knowledge, but the two of them left on a whim, inexplicably going to the flower-picking mausoleum. Good friends do a lot of strange things together. The place Zhao Liqing mentioned was a bit remote. On a campus where every inch of land is valuable, there was such a large, untended wasteland. Zhao Liqing said meaningfully, because this area is the Mecha Academy's reserve department. Because it's a reserve department, anything they do isn't surprising. The Mecha Academy's two main branches, Mecha Soldiers and Mecha Maintenance Technicians, plus the reserve department, form a stable triangle. The reserve department oversees all mecha-related research and development, and has extensive authority. The first mech was born in the reserve division. It can be said that the reserve division single-handedly created the mech trooper, the Alliance's most prized military unit today, and indirectly saved the Interstellar Alliance from a second massive Zerg invasion after the Golden Decade. So when the reserve division's members applied to build an underground research facility, citing reasons like the noise above ground is too loud and the glare from the sun affects work efficiency, no one, from the military to the Mech Academy, dared to object. Those research geeks in the reserve division were formidable forefathers. Today, only half of the reserve division's above-ground structure remains, a classical arched veranda serving as the entrance and exit. Some of the stone is covered in dark stains, while the rest is pristine white. The reserve division was bombed during the second massive Zerg invasion, and the surviving researchers collected and preserved usable original stone and rebuilt it. What is that statue? Lian Xiao pointed to the fountain in front of the veranda. The stone figure had no eyes, and a steady stream of silver-gray liquid flowed from its gaping mouth into the pool below. A myth passed down from the Earth era, Zhao Liqing said. The reserves call themselves the Fountain of Mimir. Legend has it that Mimir is the master of the Fountain of Wisdom, and once exchanged it for the right eye of the God King. The reserves firmly believe they are the guardians of the Alliance's source of wisdom. What confidence! And Shinabunny attitude, Lian Xiao grumbled. Based on Zhao Liqing's brief description, she had already formed a stereotype of the reserves. The dense Lingyu flowers nearby were fortunately spared the students' attacks, tufts drooping overhead. Soon, the two men's arms were filled with blue-purple Lingyu flowers. These are enough. Lian Xiao carefully adjusted the flower string to avoid crushing the delicate petals, which were as thin as butterfly wings. Wisteria cakes, wisteria buns, wisteria scrambled eggs, steamed wisteria flowers, and wisteria jam, all these Lingyu flower-based meal replacements were available. Lian Xiao had read about wisteria cakes and heard about vendors selling them, freshly picked and made, preserving the wisteria's color and fragrance, attracting tourists. Thinking of the freshly baked wisteria cakes she'd be waiting for, she couldn't wait even a moment longer. Just as they were about to leave, a heartbreaking cry came from behind them. Don't go. Gu Changfeng, don't go. Luckily, the second voice mentioned the target, otherwise they would have felt guilty. A figure in scientific research overalls hurried out of the corridor, stumbling and reaching for the hem of the young man in front of him. Don't go! How can I continue without you? After only a few steps, the man was out of breath, unable to speak, holding his knees and gasping for air. Working on the project. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing exchanged glances, then, sensing the fragrance of melons, paused in unison, pretending to be busy arranging the bouquets. Red Dragon 3 does not belong to me. Like everyone else, I have no right to manipulate Red Dragon 3 into any form of training, violence, or research unless authorized by the military. Gu Chongfeng's tone was polite and calm, but the meaning he conveyed was undeniable. Lian Xiao felt that the words of this client she had just added yesterday reminded her of a river filled with ice, like a precious ore shimmering with fragments of light, so alluring that she wanted to approach, but the chill stopped her. Perhaps you could ask my father for permission. Gu Chongfeng nodded politely, leaving the disappointed researcher slumped on the ground and turning to leave. So that's how it is. Zhao Liqing muttered to herself, an expression akin to "it really is like that." Lian Xiao, so she's the only one in the room who hasn't quite grasped what's going on, right? Before Zhao Liqing could lean over to explain, Gu Chongfeng noticed the two men, who looked a bit sneaky, and narrowed her eyes, staring at them for a few seconds. The awkwardness of being caught faded quickly, and the thought that gripped Lian Xiao's mind was this: she was beginning to understand why Gu Chongfeng was so famous. Strongness was certainly the main factor, but Lian Xiao didn't believe good looks weren't a factor. In this age of information explosion, handsome men and beautiful women on screen are as ubiquitous as the dazzling array of cakes in a freezer. Overly stereotyped beauty can cause confusion in one's memory, commonly known as not being able to remember faces. Lian Xiao guaranteed that for anyone who had met Gu Chongfeng in person, time might blur their memory of his specific appearance, but they would never forget his aura. It was a chilling aura, a blend of ice and steel. This kind of person seemed born to wear a mecha and appear on the battlefield. But when he lowered his eyes, his gaze was empty. A faint glimpse of fatigue and confusion could be seen. Gu Chongfeng hadn't expected the eavesdropper to look directly at him, a rare expression of helplessness. He had a strong impression of both girls. Zhao Liqing was powerful, another A-rank reserve in the Zhao family. As for Lian Xiao, it seemed like every time they met, she would cause some ridiculous situation. But her cooking was indeed very, very delicious. Gu Chongfeng thought of the Lian family's stir-fried breakfast his roommate had snatched up today, and his mood inexplicably brightened. "Do you still want this flower?" he asked. A plump Lingyu flower, like a gorgeous bird's feather, lay quietly at Lian Xiao's feet. Compared to the Lingyu flowers on the ground, which had been trampled to the point of being shapeless, it was clearly not a fallen flower. Seeing Lian Xiao nod, Gu Chongfeng, his expression unchanged, leaned down naturally, picked up the flower, and gently placed it on Lian Xiao's overflowing pile of blue and purple flowers. Then, with the same distant nod, he left without another word. How should I put it? Lian Xiao couldn't find the time to wave goodbye. He felt that this important customer was a completely different person online and offline, as if he had a loud and enthusiastic alter ego online. It was strange. Tear off the Lingyu flower from the branch, remove the stamens and stalks, and use only the petals. After washing it, marinate it in sugar, add the remaining lard to make the filling, and wrap it into flat buns. Zhao Liqing had been holding it in for a long time, and now that the Tinglua pancake was baked, he could finally unburden himself to Lian Xiao. Gu Chongfeng's recognition as the strongest of the new generation at Alliance University was closely tied to two factors. First, he was S-rank. Second, he was the only person currently capable of piloting the Red Dragon 3. Red Dragon 3's original codename was actually Dragon Bird, an ancient weapon, Zhao Liqing said. It was considered the most advanced and powerful mecha developed by the Reserve Division after the Tier series, but the division later all but abandoned its development plans, because no one could pilot the original Dragon Bird. Or rather, Dragon Bird rejected all Alliance mecha soldiers. One of the core technologies of mechas, humanoid weapons, is the brain-computer interface. Humanity had made countless attempts in the past, but mechas that simply functioned as mechanical exoskeletons were insufficiently effective in warfare. While keyboard-operated, current-controlled mechas suffered from excessive latency. Mechas developed using brain-computer interface technology place extremely high demands on their pilots. Those with higher mental power levels can pilot mechas with greater attack power and larger bodies. A mismatch between the mecha and mental power levels could put the pilot at risk of brain death or permanent coma. Zhao Liqing, Gu Chongfeng's mental power was initially assessed at the highest S-class, yet he was unable to pilot any mecha, and his docking synchronization rate was even lower than an E-class. My brother said that even the most experienced retired mecha soldiers couldn't pinpoint the cause, yet Eco and the Academy's measurements were never wrong. Until the Academy tried him piloting the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon may be the most expensive scrap project in military history. When everyone, including Gu Chongfeng's father, gave up hope, the Red Dragon accepted Gu Chongfeng. The chemical reaction between the two is inexplicable. The S-class, rejected by all mechas, and the failed mecha, which rejected all geniuses, became one, like a sword and its scabbard. No one present will forget that moment. The long-dormant red dragon rose to life under Gu Chengfeng's control, like the return of a blood-red king. Rumor has it the military has been reluctant to let Gu Chengfeng use the red dragon. I never expected he faced so many restrictions. Zhao Liqing trailed off. Unless authorized, one is not authorized to operate the red dragon in any violent, training, or scientific research activities. What kind of concept is this? Does Gu Chengfeng even have to report to the military every time he uses the red dragon in the Tianjin system? Lian Xiao felt a faint sense of disquiet. This behavior is like a prison guard, vigilantly guarding his prisoners. Chapter 14. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement is waiting. It was the second day of Lian Xiao's business, and he had 3,652 days left to become a 10-year veteran fan. Yesterday, he engaged in a 300-round verbal exchange with the forum crowd. Even more insulting than distrusting his sense of taste was the fact that someone had labeled him a newborn earth troll. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement, still going through puberty, was furious. It could be said that he couldn't stomach fine brand, but his character must not be insulted. Money couldn't buy him off. He planned to take more photos and post a repo, feedback report this time. This time, the delivery bag contained an extra, exquisite little box. The top half was transparent, revealing the pale yellow and light purple pastry inside. It was the Tinglua cake. Yesterday, Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing unanimously decided to give away the sweet and elegant Tinglua cake as a limited-time seasonal dessert. In Lian Xiao's vision, he had already established the prototype of a must-eat pastry on the Alliance's main planet at all times. If this series truly takes off, perhaps in a decade or two, Alliance citizens will develop the custom of eating wisteria cakes in autumn and chestnut and sweet potato cakes in winter. The dessert box also came with a small card explaining the name and ingredients of the pastry, noting that it was a gift for the first 10 people to place an order, and not for sale to the public, thanking them for their support. A gift only for the first 10, not for sale to the public. Instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement saw only this sentence. He immediately forgot the insults he received on the forum, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Curse as much as you want. No matter how much you talk, you won't get any of it. He's the only one in the school who can. While it was refreshing, instant noodle-flavored nutritional supplement wasn't interested in sweets. He carefully took a wide-angle photo and uploaded it to the forum, then headed straight for the spicy and sour potato shredded buns. Forum users weren't impressed by the panoramic breakfast photos he attached. Look at your photos, aren't they pretty? JPG. If I hadn't seen the pictures posted by the girl next door, I would have thought the giveaway was as unappetizing as the one the poster posted. Sorry, I misunderstood you, brother. How could you be a Lian Xiao stir-fry adversary? You're our friend. The post next door was simply a record. The poster said they thought it was so beautiful they couldn't help but share it, and then they sent a bunch of pictures of the Tinglua pancakes. Lian Xiao made a slight change to the Tinglua pancake shape, using a method similar to that of the wife pancake. 10 minutes before baking, 6 slits are made around the center of the pancake. This way, the exposed filling forms the shape of a 6-petal flower when it's removed from the oven. The poster even added a touch of interest by picking a sprig of Lingyu flower to match the color scheme of the Tinglua pancake and the purple ribbon tied around the box. Everyone who viewed the pictures couldn't help but marvel at the pastry and the elegant, refined packaging. Girls generally reacted more strongly, especially when the poster wrote, "It really has a floral fragrance, sweet but not cloying." Their desire to grab the giveaway intensified. For all the beauty of the Tinglua pancake, I absolutely had to try Lian Xiao breakfast. Thus, Lian Xiao's plan to use the giveaway to retain repeat customers was successfully accomplished, even exceeding expectations and attracting more customers. In the popular post, there were also people who wrote at length to explain Lian Xiao's crimes to the poster, earnestly urging her not to buy Lian Xiao anymore. The poster's response was succinct and clear. "I thought the breakfast tasted good, I loved it, so I bought it. What's the problem? I advise you to stop being so controlling of other people's money." A killer move. Is there a problem? It seems. There really isn't one. This statement left the opponents speechless. The minority of Lian Xiao supporters secretly rejoiced. Yeah. Buy it if you want. It's just a simple monetary transaction. What do you care how I spend it? The forum's attacks on Lian Xiao paused for a moment, leaving many netizens who genuinely disliked Lian Xiao bewildered. Why are they opposing Lian Xiao? It seemed initially that everyone simply disliked the way Lian Xiao passed the freshman assessment. Was it really necessary to escalate the issue to the point of wanting to destroy him? It's difficult for individuals to avoid being swept up by the collective voices of the outside world. But when those voices faded, some opened their eyes and began to think independently. Just when the forum finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace and quiet, a sarcastic comment ignited the forum again. Latest news. This year's Mecha Professional Mental Power Assessment will be broadcast live to the public for the first time. I don't know who they're trying to protect against. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In Gu Chunfeng's dorm, Cesare was the first to learn the news. The three of them had just finished their morning exercise, and were about to enter the dormitory when they heard Cesare yelling, unconcerned about his image. What's going on? How did this year's psychic power assessment process get made public? Yi-In, who had stayed behind in the dorm, looked up in confusion. As a sniper, his basic physical fitness wasn't as demanding as that of Gu Chunfeng and Cesare, who faced the enemy head-on on the battlefield. To wait for Lin Jiaxiao's breakfast delivery, he made an exception and skipped the dorm morning exercise. Hey, stop picking at your headphones. Show me your laptop. Cesare slumped over and switched to his email account. He unpacked his breakfast delivery and ate it together after Gu Chunfeng finished washing up. The buns smell so good. Normally, for such an important announcement, Echo would send a copy to everyone via email. A dark golden email sat quietly in his mailbox. Cesare felt the muscles of Yi-In and Poicaré tense beside him. This was the instinctive reaction of a well-trained soldier facing an emergency. He himself was no exception. Only one person in the entire Mecha Academy would use emails of this color. My dear students of the Mecha Academy, I am pleased to welcome you again, at the beginning of a new semester. I have two things to remind and inform you of. First, please do not approach the reserve department, as they call it, the Mimer Spring, at any time. Second, the mental strength assessment process for this year's freshmen will be open to the entire school. Echo will announce the details later. Finally, the Lingyu trees are in bloom. Go enjoy the Lingyu flowers with your friends while the most beautiful season lasts. Your Dean, Susera. The handwriting was elegant and sharp, exuding a sharp edge, like molten brass spilled into ink. A special monogram was signed at the end. This was actually a handwritten letter from the Dean of the Mecha Academy. What's going on? Cesare whispered. The tyrant actually came out to inform us personally. You know, the Dean of the Mecha Academy is a rather elusive figure. In recent years, she's rarely seen, even at military events. And for something as trivial as notifying the students, she actually took the trouble to sit down at her desk and write a letter herself. Yi-In spoke calmly, having keenly spotted a loophole. This is the first time a mental power assessment has been made public. Wasn't there a plan discussed before the announcement? It felt like the dean had made the decision on the spur of the moment, as if it were child's play. Is it really, as the forum claims, to prevent Earth freshmen from cheating? Personally, I think it's more like silencing the rumors about Lian Xiao. Poicaré also joined their discussion. After all, after the freshman assessment results were announced, the academy remained silent in the face of public opinion, making it hard for those uninformed not to suspect that the academy was deliberately shielding the students. Yi-In, the question is, do you think the tyrant cares about the plight of a freshman? The two shook their heads in unison. Then, there's pressure from some other force. Cesare rested his hand on his chin and offered a new hypothesis. He was one of the most well-informed people in the academy. After the freshman assessment, Jing Richuan and Su Xing were harassed several times, both overtly and covertly, by members of the Knight's Emblem. They tried to coerce them into submitting a re-examination request to the academy and echo in the name of Lian Xiao, the supervising examiner. He knew that the leaders of the Knight's Emblem were backed by several prominent families, and were either wealthy or powerful. Even some other A ranks wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Among those psychopaths are the Lees, the Campbells, the Rosses. Yi-In and Poicaré were about to retort Cesare when Gu Chunfeng, fresh from his shower, sat in the remaining empty seat. Hearing the familiar surname, he instinctively looked up. What did they do again? He spoke a little hoarsely, a drop of water falling from his still wet hair, rolling onto the bulging veins on the back of his hand. Cesare stood up, reached across the table, and pressed Gu Chunfeng's shoulders. It's okay, calm down, old Gu. Although Gu Chunfeng had once calmly beaten a Knight's Emblem man unconscious, leaving the floor covered in blood, he still remembered that scene vividly. Poicaré tacitly shoved a piece of Tinlua pancake into Gu Chunfeng's mouth, preventing him from continuing the discussion about the two families. Xiao Sa, you're really overthinking it. It's hard to say whether the Knight's Emblem will tamper With the junior's mental strength assessment, Yi Ying calmly redirected the topic. But the tyrant is never threatened. Otherwise, why is it that the dean's real name is gentle and graceful, yet everyone unanimously calls him tyrant? Before absolute power, everyone must bow down, and no one dares to disobey. That's what a tyrant is, Cesare, indeed. I think it's time to remind the new students on Earth to be wary of the Knight's emblem. Old Goo, don't you have the new student's contact information? Go ahead. But does she know what the Knight's emblem is? To be honest, Cesare didn't really care about Lian Xiao's situation. He simply hated the Knight's emblem. Anyone his enemies hated was always lovable to him. Besides, if Lian Xiao encountered something dangerous during the assessment and became an idiot, where would he find such a delicious breakfast? Until Cesare found another good restaurant, Lian Xiao and Lian Xiao were not allowed to leave. Gu Chanfeng, be careful of the Knight's emblem gang during the mental strength assessment. Gu Chanfeng, today's Tinglua pancakes are delicious. Thank you. At the same time, Lian Xiao was a little stunned after receiving Gu Chanfeng's message. She hadn't expected the seemingly cool Gu Chanfeng to remind a stranger like her. But how had she suddenly been surrounded by the Knight's emblem? Could anyone tell her what kind of organization the Knight's emblem was? In a private room in the library, Lian Xiao stared across from the girl who had walked in a minute earlier and claimed to be a member of the Knight's emblem, completely bewildered. The girl's waist-length hair, undyed and unpermed, was silky and smooth, and even her outstretched hands were white and soft, without a trace of roughness. She looked like an exquisite doll enveloped in taffeta, lace, and roses. Really, Lian Xiao, believe me? I'm your classmate and roommate. The girl seemed to muster up courage. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, on behalf of the Knight's emblem, I ask that you not take the mental assessment, and voluntarily withdraw from the Mecha Major. When Gushua's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she clutched the hem of her skirt nervously, recalling the words the Knight's emblem members had asked her to convey. Otherwise, there was no telling what Lian Xiao would face. Chapter 15. Lian Xiao, Why didn't you tell her earlier if you wanted her to drop out? If the Knight's emblem had helped alleviate her financial difficulties when she first traveled here, she would have been so understanding and swift as to quit the Mecha Major. Now that her academic and side hustle are just starting to pick up, it's suddenly popping up again. It wasn't that she named Knight's emblem to sound righteous, it turns out it's a villainous character. After weighing whether his words would frighten the delicate woman across from him, Lian Xiao said, have you ever heard of that saying? Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their entire family. Lian Xiao said gravely, don't try to block her path to wealth. Quitting school is impossible. But becoming a mecha soldier isn't any good either. When Gushua still wanted to convince Lian Xiao, whether it was her own thoughts or a desire to complete the mission assigned to her, she couldn't tell. They have to endure intense physical training day after day, and the constant fear of losing control of their mental powers. Any unrest in any region means they're sent to the front lines, separated from their families. And the mortality rate is so high. I know, Lian Xiao said. So, mecha soldiers deserve high salaries and honors. Discarding the halo and romanticism bestowed upon them, they dance cheek to cheek with death. When Gu Shua looked up, her watery eyes filled with surprise, like a frightened little animal. Then why? Before she finished her question, her expression spoke for her. Lian Xiao smiled and asked, then why are you majoring in mecha? This girl, claiming to be one of her other roommates, was clearly terrified of mechas. She really did resemble the classmates she'd seen in her past life, who forced themselves into a field they weren't good at just to boost their career prospects. When Gu Shua bit her lower lip and slowly lowered her head, trying to smooth out the wrinkles she created on her skirt, but she couldn't. Because her brother's mental power was D-level. She was A-level. For children from families like hers, the elders would privately measure their mental power in their teens to determine the next generation of heirs. Unfortunately, she was the only one in her generation with a superior mental power level. Her brother, once held in high regard, was destined to never become a mecha soldier, inheriting the family legacy. Then let her attend Alliance University. In her family's goals, enrolling in the Mecha Major was merely a ticket to finding a partner. She only needed to find a partner with a similar major and a family background, and ideally, raise a child with high mental power, and her mission would be accomplished. She had never been expected to become a mecha soldier. What was wrong with that? She didn't have to face a dangerous path filled with blood and death. Her life was destined to be stable and prosperous. Joining the Knights Heraldry, composed of noble families, was also part of the plan. But when Gushua failed in the mission the president assigned her, and she worried that the polite knight would be disappointed in her. As they parted amicably, when Gu Xue hesitated, saying, "Lian Xiao, you really need to be careful. Not all knights' heraldry members respect and protect the weak." After when Gu Xue left, Zhao Liqing rushed over after receiving a message from Lian Xiao. They had originally agreed to study together after Zhao Liqing finished the Tianjita system dungeon. They hadn't expected that in just an hour's time, the Knight's Heraldry would seize the opportunity to issue a challenge. "So what exactly is Knight's Emblem?" Lian Xiao asked sincerely. Before Zhao Liqing arrived, she'd done a quick search on the forums and discovered the organization was quite mysterious. Even when it was mentioned, the vagueness was accompanied by a mixture of awe and disgust. "A club of psychopaths and narcissists," Zhao Liqing commented briefly. If Cesare were present, he'd surely jump up and warmly shake hands with this like-minded junior student. Actually, Knight's Emblem has a long history. It was originally founded by 3 Mecha majors. Later, the founders became Alliance Mecha heroes, and Knight's Emblem rose to fame. But then it went astray. Those were my brother's exact words. Zhao Liqing showed a picture of an exquisite invitation. Emblazoned with a gold-dusted wax seal, it depicted 3 circular emblems, the symbol of Knight's Emblem. The Knight's Heraldry prioritizes background, bloodline, and so-called chivalry above all else. Only students from well-off families are considered worthy, and seniority is a strong internal culture. They're wary of the backgrounds of their members, so everyone tries to avoid them whenever possible. Lian Xiao understood immediately. Oh, the fraternity. Their dislike for her likely stems from the forum's perception that she cheated to pass the freshman exam, a disgrace to the Mecha soldier. When Gu Xue's threats to her not to take the mental power assessment and to expel her were blatant threats. What would happen if she took it? This was Zhao Liqing's concern. The Knight's Heraldry's actions are not honorable, their methods are shady. To put it bluntly, they're truly despicable and hypocrites. They ostensibly uphold the spirit of chivalry, but secretly engage in underhanded tactics. And because their families cover up their mistakes, victims usually have no choice but to swallow their anger. How could the righteous Ms. Zhao possibly associate with such a bunch of psychopaths? Zhao Liqing, worried, lowered her head to search for her brother's contact information. Gong Sunhong has recently been preparing for an internship in the Starlink region and will depart soon. Lian Xiao pondered a strategy. She wasn't one to sit still and wait for death. First, she had to take the mental power assessment. She had learned from her tutoring that the rank of Mecha majors was largely determined by their mental power level, and the ability to measure mental power was definitely considered a Mecha major. Second, what methods could be used to ensure one's safety? Knowing that the Knight's Emblem might engage in treachery, preemptive inspections wouldn't work. Lian Xiao checked, and when Gu Xue wasn't on the Knight's Emblem's official membership list, the Knight's Emblem could easily claim that this was when Gu Xue's personal behavior, and had nothing to do with him. Ugh, so shameless. Compared to Wei Wei's previous, inoffensive but ineffective behavior against Earth, Knight Emblem's actions were like swallowing a fly, and they only served to ignite Lian Xiao's fighting spirit. When faced with a scheming hypocrite, backing down only makes them think you're weak and vulnerable. If only her mental power level was higher. Lian Xiao thought, between an A-rank student and an ordinary D-rank student, the academy would undoubtedly prioritize the former. Having the academy's attention would be a good thing for her, at least it would deter some of the malicious intent. Lian Xiao suddenly remembered the reward from her last mission. She had a golden finger. Ah! Though it's currently useless in a mecha. 1 mental power supplement. System, Lian Xiao called out to the system for the first time. Will the all-in-one mental power tonic increase my mental power? The sweet system girl appeared. Hello, user 1723. I'm sorry that the all-in-one mental power tonic doesn't immediately increase my mental power. If needed, I can recommend other products within this system, but Lian Xiao ignored the system's hesitation and finalized a loan deal with it. In exchange for doubling the number of repeat customers for the Breakup Kitchen mission, he received the short-term mental power boosting potion in advance. Finally assured, Lian Xiao looked down and saw Gu Chanfeng had replied to her message thanking her for the reminder. Gu Chanfeng, you're welcome. Let me know if you need any help. Gu Chanfeng had said that himself. Lian Xiao wasn't embarrassed at all. An S-rank verbal promise of help was a no-brainer. AAA Lian Xiao stir-fry, tomorrow's order is full, no orders accepted. Could you please ask me about the mental power assessment? Gu Chanfeng. Sure, sister, I give you 50% off breakfast from now on. Withdrawn, Gu Chanfeng. Sure. Gu Chanfeng, where are you? Let's talk in person. Okay. Lian Xiao was surprised again. Aren't S-rankers busy? Why are they so eager to help alumni? Lian Xiao, my brother said he'd be here soon to talk to you about the mental power assessment. Xiao Liqing also called her brother over. And on the day of the mental power assessment, he'd take us to the exam. This is a sign of support. To show the knight's emblem, and everyone who dislikes Lian Xiao that she is not alone. If you want to provoke her, consider Gong Sun Hong's strength. To say Lian Xiao didn't feel like crying would be a lie. Having dealt with so many pressures and heartaches, he thought himself indestructible, but kindness and gentleness could break down his defenses. If one could say that the best thing that had happened so far in this bleak future was meeting a good friend like Xiao Liqing. Lian Xiao shook Xiao Liqing's hand, remembering the lonely days of studying in her previous life. In this unfamiliar time and space, she was finally starting to build a network and a sense of belonging. Half an hour later, the four of them gathered in a small study room in the library. From the moment Gu Chanfeng politely knocked on the door and entered and sat down, Gong Sun Hong's pupils trembled. Finally, Xiao Liqing, unable to bear it any longer, kicked her brother. He's an A-grade student after all, he should maintain his dignity as an A-grade student. This was the first time Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng met face to face. Across the table, Lian Xiao noticed that Gu Chanfeng's eyes were a dark gray, a shade lighter than black and brown. When he wasn't staring, he had an inorganic quality, further reinforcing the impression of his handsomeness, like a lifeless sculpture. For no apparent reason, he ended up meeting a high-ranking client. Gu Chanfeng, why are you here? Gong Sun Hong, of course, knew Gu Chanfeng. He worked with Gu Chanfeng during the intergrade military exercises. Gu Chanfeng replied curtly, I came when I had time. In reality, his dorm wanted a discount on Lian's stir-fried breakfast, and he also loathed nightly emblems. Spending half an hour helping a freshman was a simple task. Lian Xiao, what do you want to ask? Gu Chanfeng didn't want to waste time with small talk and got straight to the point. I want to know the specific process and standards for assessing mental strength. Lian Xiao wasn't polite either. In previous years, the mental strength assessment was an internal exam, and freshmen wouldn't know in advance unless they asked seniors. After confirming Lian Xiao's basic knowledge, Gu Chanfeng spoke slowly. According to the Alliance's guidelines for the basic classification and grading of mechas and mecha soldiers are divided into 6 categories, from S-class to D-class, corresponding to the mecha tiers. Mecha soldiers cannot operate higher-level mechas above their tier. For example, A-class mecha soldiers can operate mechas below A-class, and under special circumstances, with approval, they can pilot S-class mechas. Any unauthorized attempt to operate a higher-level mecha above their tier will be considered a betrayal of the Alliance. The theoretical basis for piloting a mecha is that the signal commands transmitted through the driver's brain-computer interface are within the threshold of their brain's capacity. The more pathways established between the mecha and the pilot, the higher the success rate of operating a larger, more powerful mecha. Gu Chanfeng's explanation was precise and concise, without a single word of nonsense. He held out his hands, his fingertips touching, his right hand overlapping his left, creating a simple pathway model. Mental power levels are determined by the number of pathways and the intensity of information the tester experiences. The formal test will not be conducted within the Tianjia system. Instead, you will be formally exposed to the mecha, gradually increasing the intensity of your mental power threshold. Gu Chanfeng coolly released his right index finger, and his left index finger gestured to the right. When the number and intensity of pathways exceed the tester's threshold, if the mecha pathway is not interrupted promptly, it will backfire. Lian Xiao looked at the slender, well-defined, graceful hands lying flat on the table. The faint scars and rough calluses on them spoke volumes about the owner's efforts and injuries. This is the part of the knight's emblem that I can think of that is most likely to be tampered with. If he had been even a dozen seconds late in interrupting the mecha link, Lian Xiao's brain would likely have been destroyed by the onslaught of information. Being attacked by a mecha will cause you to revisit hidden secrets. Gu Chanfeng reminded her, my advice is that if you encounter this situation, fight it back. I wonder what or who Earth's newborn will find buried deep within their hearts. Gu Chanfeng sighed softly, remembering the scattered letters and peony petals that had been set on fire. Chapter 16. On the day of the mental power assessment, Lianjia Xiaoqiao closed for the day. Outside the examination hall, a crowd of onlookers thronged. Although Eco had set up a live stream of the mental power assessment, some people felt the atmosphere wasn't good enough watching from their dormitories, so they squatted outside, each armed with a laptop, to watch and loudly interact with those around them. It was a bit like the unlucky fans who couldn't get concert tickets, squatting at the entrance, focusing on listening rather than participating. Xiao Liqing walked alongside her, followed by Gong Sun Hong, whose expression was particularly serious today. The three of them exuded a cool, unfettered air. Gong Sun Hong could only escort them outside the cordon. After a few words with his sister, he whispered to Lian Xiao, "Just do as we agreed yesterday." "Good luck, Lian Xiao." Lian Xiao nodded and entered the examination room. The examination room was set up as a small auditorium, its seats empty. The ceiling, illuminated by a cluster of incandescent lights arranged like stars in a regular pattern, cast a bright light. Several researchers in work clothes, aided by robots, were debugging machines, no mechas. Lian Xiao's gaze slowly shifted from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 humanoid machines, over 3 meters tall, their edges reflecting a cold light, stood silently, their heads bowed, before the crowd. "Wow, it's the Earth Mother Mecha!" The audience in the livestream room were thrilled to see the mechas, their screens flooded with text, nearly drowning out the behemoths. Lian Xiao knew that the Earth Mother mechas weren't just a single model, but rather a collective term for a series of mechas with similar characteristics. Their characteristics were a gentle information exchange rate and minimal mental oscillation, making them ideal for assessing mental power. Each mecha is equipped with a virtual light screen. Under the joint operation of 2 to 3 scientific researchers in each group, the stern components of the mecha automatically unfold one by one until there is more than enough space to accommodate an adult. In the center of the cockpit, jagged connecting gears interlocked and aligned, clacking softly as they tightened. A faint blue light streamed through the connecting ports to the dense network of connecting cables dangling below. The fiber pathways seemed to come alive, stretching and undulating in the air like the soft, graceful tentacles of a sea anemone or jellyfish. The entire room was utterly silent, the only sound being the gentle hum of the machinery's internal churning. Everyone stared intently at the awakening of these steel giants. The exam began. "Quick, quick, quick! Any inside information? What's the Earth freshman's ranking? Please stop mentioning the Earth freshman all the time. Not everyone's paying attention to her. I'm just here to see the mecha. Are you all her true fans? Are you annoying? The darker the dark, the pinker. Be careful you don't become Lian Xiao's true fans. Absolutely not. If that happens, I wash my hair upside down." The number of students enrolled in the mecha major is indeed not very large. Glancing around, apart from Wenguxue, who looked familiar, Lian Xiao had no recollection of the other students. In addition to the researchers responsible for technical issues, each mecha was monitored by 2 mecha specialists. The decision on whether to implement emergency measures, and what to implement, rested with these 2 teachers. The students whose names were called went up to take the test. A virtual light screen above the mecha displayed a level bar from D to S, with the final position of the moving light dot representing the specific level of the testee's mental power. The most prominent person at the front of the line was Wenguxue. This seemingly fragile girl had reached level of mental power. Half assisted from the mecha, Wenguxue raised her gaze, looking across the crowd, and met Lian Xiao's eye. Was it a warning or concern? Before Lian Xiao could decipher the meaning of Wenguxue's gaze, he heard her name. Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao shuddered, clenching her fists. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and strode forward through the crowd. Outwardly calm, she was actually terrified. Lian Xiao, right? Relax. The invigilator handed her a helmet covered in bumps and asked her to put it on. Here it comes. Now we can finally see whether it's a god or a demon. There's no room for cheating in the mental power assessment. Earthlings must be stunned. If she's a D rank, can we request her expulsion to avoid wasting Alliance resources? Even if Lian Xiao could see the comments, she had no heart to pay attention to the netizens' nonsense. In the darkness after the mecha closed, her heart rate reached a peak. Boom boom. Boom boom. People are most afraid when facing the unknown. It's like an exam. The most terrifying and tense moment is always the moment before the exam paper opens. Let's begin the test. Outside the mech, the invigilator nodded, signaling the researchers to press the start button. At the same moment, half of the livestream screen split into a view from inside the mech. Netizens watched as the floating, swaying fiber pathways, as if conscious, automatically and sequentially shifted to the corresponding protrusions on the helmet, clinging tightly to them. Ah, this physical connection is my favorite. Heart. Every time I see it, I find the connection between the mech and the pilot's mind incredibly magical and beautiful. This is the power of technology, right? Whisper it. I'm a little scared of this main nerve bundle in the mech. It feels like it's alive. Swish. A faint blue light quickly illuminated each protrusion, illuminating Gu Chengfeng's face outside the screen. Yesterday they had agreed on 2 strategies. Eco would always be present during a mental power assessment. If Lian Xiao could detect something was amiss and ask for help, Eco would intervene and interrupt the assessment. But that wasn't enough. Lian Xiao had no experience with mental power backlash and needed someone with experience to help him. If something went wrong, Gu Chanfeng would immediately call for Eco's help. Gu Chanfeng was the safety catch outside the arena. Lian Xiao's consciousness was sinking. In a fleeting moment that seemed fleeting, she smashed through something thin yet solid. Crystal shards flew like shattered glass, each reflecting her own image. In an instant, countless Lian Xiaos surrounded her. A wailing baby with a wrinkled face, a miniature version of herself being pushed down the slide by other children, Lian Xiao, a sullen elementary school student with his backpack on his back, Lian Xiao skipping classes to go to the movies, herself slumped in bed, enjoying the air conditioning, the summer after the college entrance exam, herself angrily scolding her instructor and refusing to do her job. Besides herself, increasingly rich images appeared in the fragments. Family, friends, delicious food, kind strangers she met by chance. The images gradually shifted from the texture of old black and white photos to warm colors. As she curiously reached out to touch the fragments, her descent stopped. This Lian Xiao's consciousness stabilizes very quickly. The invigilator muttered to himself, turning to ask his colleagues to increase the number of pathways. Xiaobai asks, "What does the Mecha Academy teacher mean by stabilizing consciousness quickly?" A simple and crude conclusion is that people with faster stabilization of consciousness generally have higher levels of mental strength. These two aren't necessary and sufficient conditions. I still think Lian Xiao's mental strength can kill a B-level player. Lian Xiao's feelings were peculiar. She seemed to be split in two. The inner her floated in midair, beneath a calm, almost black sea. Countless fragments of memory surrounded her star like an asteroid belt. The other her remained lucid, a powerful, gentle, and inclusive force guiding her into the depths, resonating with it, sinking with it. She knew the steel alloy mechanical arm as well as her own arms and fingers. She was the Mecha, and the Mecha was her. What's going on? I only opened B. I haven't opened any more channels yet. The staff member in charge of opening and closing the channels was sweating anxiously, his fingers darting across the screen. He had received instructions from a prominent figure to activate a higher-level information flow before Lian Xiao's assessment, without waiting for her condition to stabilize. At most, her mental power level would be damaged, but he didn't want to cause any major incidents. No, it's the Earth Mother Mecha automatically reversing to open more pathways for her. The golden color of the progress bar suddenly surged. In just a dozen minutes, the light leaped past C and B levels, heading straight for A level. The candidates and the live stream audience were in an uproar. Everyone was posting comments, so much so that the live stream freezes for a moment, and it's impossible to discern what they're saying amidst the dense barrage. What's going on? Netizens asked. What's going on? Everyone in the room asked. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the progress bar, watching the golden light creep closer, illuminating the A symbol, and then passing it. Damn it, the progress bar hasn't even stopped. It's heading for an S-class. Countless people unconsciously let out mixed cries of emotion, while others clenched their hands with sweaty palms. An incredible thought suddenly crossed their minds. Could it be that they were about to witness the birth of an S-class? Lian Xiao, an S-class? Lian Xiao had never felt so relieved. Now she was herself, and yet more than herself. From another perspective, she looked down at humanity, dwarfing everyone present like small animals compared to her. Oh, Lian Xiao realized, she was looking down from the height of the Earth Mother Mech. Lian Xiao flexed her fingers, and the Earth Mother Mech followed suit. In the cockpit, she tried several complex hand gestures, and everyone in the live stream watched the majestic mech twist its hands and make a hard shape with its hands. Sister Lian, please don't ruin the glimmer of admiration I just developed for you. Calling you sister so soon, you're kneeling so quickly. Wait, the progress bar hasn't stopped yet. How much further is it? The operator in charge of controls slumped in his seat. He lost access to the Mecha's access, but things looked okay for now. He didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his face, staring intently at the progress bar. He was almost at S rank. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. The boundless sea of consciousness within him suddenly churned, like a raging current. Huge waves rolled and roared, threatening to swallow Lian Xiao whole. Pain, excruciating pain. A flood of information instantly flooded Lian Xiao's nerves. In the cockpit, Lian Xiao's facial muscles twitched, and thin traces of blood slowly oozed from the corners of his eyes, mouth, and nose. His capillaries were rupturing. She curled up in agony within her sea of consciousness, her throat unable to utter a single sound. If pain were abstracted into a concept, then every muscle and nerve in her body would be overridden by it, every cell seeking self-destruction in the excruciating agony. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lian Xiao was not in good health. Oh my god, what's going on? Is it backlashing? Help! The golden progress bar held steady for a second, then receded like a tide. A level, B level, C level. Zhao Liqing abruptly stood up and yelled at the exam staff, "Disconnect now." No. The staff member was frantic. If the student died in his hands, he was doomed. He rushed to the console and randomly pressed all the stop buttons, his voice hoarse, out of control. Echo requesting help. The moment Lian Xiao's expression showed even the slightest sign of abnormality, Gu Changfeng activated Echo's emergency call function. His S-level student privileges allowed his message to rise above countless ordinary messages, awaiting Echo's attention. Red Dragon requesting help. 4 other A-level requests followed closely behind. Nightingale pleads for help. Bishop pleads for help. Ash Tree pleads for help. Aegis Shield pleads for help. Another invigilator rushed to the auditorium's control room. The Mecha, of course, needed a power source to operate. Once the Mecha's power supply was cut off, the link between the two would automatically be severed. But could Lian Xiao hold out until then? Lian Xiao sank to the bottom of the sea. She was swept into the sea by the waves, seawater pouring into her mouth and nose, and her consciousness was hazy. The light source seemed far away on the surface of the sea. That tiny patch of light, refracted by the water, seemed so far away. What had happened? How could she escape? Lian Xiao struggled to think, her survival instinct forcing her to think again and again. Suddenly, something soft brushed against the back of her hand. It was a tiny fragment. In the fragment, she had just finished an argument with her family, and had locked herself in a room, sulking. Her family knocked on the door, and brought in a bowl of fish balls, and 2 hot fried pancakes. She saw her face being touched, and with a sullen expression, she ate the whole thing, her mouth grimacing as she was told, "Children, don't try to lose weight. And eat your breakfast properly." Such an ordinary, yet nostalgic day. Earth. Homeland. Where she came from. The semi-conscious Lian Xiao seemed to have grasped at a lifeline, clinging to this word tightly. Amid the chaotic and unstable signal, the crowd in the live broadcast room saw a blue object appear in the frame amidst the chaotic image skipping. Is this a fragment of the image in Lian Xiao's mind? What planet? It doesn't look like the main planet. Is it Earth? Why would Earth look like this? But it does look familiar. The main body was consolidating, the sea receded, and Lian Xiao choked out the water in his mouth, finally able to breathe freely. The light moved. Just before the golden light was about to completely retreat to its origin, it suddenly stopped, then stubbornly grew forward bit by bit again. My little heart is pounding. Go, Sister Lian, don't give up. The light, capturing everyone's attention, steadily and slowly slid through D rank, C rank, B rank. The speed grew faster and faster, and finally, like a fuse, the golden light ignited the last letter. Everyone watched as the mech's chest armor opened and the unconscious Lian Xiao was pushed out of the cockpit. Silence lasted for a long moment. The barrage of comments suddenly cleared. Everyone seemed to have lost the ability to speak, unsure how to describe the shock they felt at this moment. Lian Xiao, S rank. Chapter 17. Name? Lian Xiao. Are you feeling any discomfort today? Yes. The doctor on rounds paused his pen for a moment. Facing the doctor's sharp gaze over his glasses, Lian Xiao reported honestly, after taking today's nutritional supplement, I feel like vomiting. Who would feed a recovering patient that disgusting porridge? In her previous life, she had been hospitalized in a foreign country, and the hospital meals at least consisted of hard bread, butter, ham, and cold milk. The nutritional supplements weren't even as good as the food a white person would eat. And if she were to say, her hospital stay was unnecessary. She had no symptoms right now, and if she didn't leave, the nutritional supplements might actually make her sick. The doctor put away his pen and rejected Lian Xiao's request for discharge. You need 2 more days of observation. After all, your condition is rare. If you delay and lose control of your mental power, it would be disastrous. Lian Xiao was anxious. This meant Lian Xiao would have to take 2 more days off. Seeing netizens on the forum begging for orders for Lian Xiao, was she just going to have to watch her hard-earned money slip away? But the good news was that starting today, the hospital was allowing outside visitors, so she could finally see her friends. The first person to arrive was surprisingly Qinyue, holding a bouquet of flowers in her left hand and another in her right. A closer look revealed the bouquet in her right hand, a unique arrangement of tomatoes, bok choy, and carrots. Lian Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the vegetable bouquet. He messaged Zhao Liqing, who was on the road, asking her to bring her electric skillet and some flour and green onions. She'd been waiting for days. She needed to cook. Zhao Liqing not only brought Lian Xiao's beloved electric skillet, but also thoughtfully brought all her class notes. Today was another day of hard study for Zhao Wanwang. Gong Sunhong also arrived. Seeing his sister carrying Lian Xiao's small electric skillet, he instinctively knew Lian Xiao was going to cook, and he didn't want to miss the chance to eat for free. Under the unanimous pressure of rest well, injured person, Lian Xiao sheepishly lay back on his bed, remotely directing the 3 people washing and chopping vegetables. Thankfully, the dumpling soup didn't require any cooking skills. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing had been in constant contact, and had long been aware of the results of the investigation into the unexpected mental power assessment. It was said that the incident had caused such a stir that, after finally achieving an S rank, it nearly went awry during the assessment, leaving the academy furious. All staff present were under investigation, and the investigation team reported directly to Dean Su Shaoluo. The former Alliance Mecha hero nicknamed Tyrant, now Dean of the Mecha Academy, used lightning-fast tactics to make the staff members, who had tampered with the situation, confess in less than half a day. In the end, he blamed the anti-Earth organization for the conspiracy, and the Knight's emblem escaped unscathed. The latter part of the story is a fact that cannot be disclosed to the public. The Academy wanted to send someone to provide Lian Xiao with short-term protection, but Lian Xiao refused. The focus on preventing the hidden hand was wrong from the start. However, she couldn't understand what kind of deep hatred existed between the anti-Earth organization and the Earthlings, which made everyone assume that the anti-Earth organization was capable of such a thing. The tomatoes were finely chopped, the small greens were of varying sizes, and only Qian Yui's dough dumplings were mediocre. But it didn't matter, dumpling soup was a dish that could be delicious even with just a little preparation. Lian Xiao took control of the makeshift kitchen, while the other 3 waited obediently for their turn. The atmosphere reminded her of every spring festival she spent abroad. The students who hadn't returned home due to exams or financial constraints gathered together, seemingly able to simulate a sense of home in this small apartment. For years, Lian Xiao spent her days in her simple kitchen, devoid of a range hood, surrounded by her friends, eager to help, their eyes sparkling as they waited for their turn to be fed. Sauté chopped scallions in a wok, add chopped tomatoes, and stir-fry until sandy. Add hot water, and stir-fry the blended noodles. Simmer for 2 minutes, sprinkle in the greens, season, and serve. The 3 girls drank noodle soup, while Gong Sunhong, a gluten allergy sufferer, drank only the broth. For a moment, the only sound in the ward was the slurping of soup. After 2 sips, a wave of warmth surged from her stomach to her limbs, soothing Lian Xiao's stomach, which had been suffering from the torment of nutritional supplements. The noodle soup, which she had learned from her friends in the north, and the porridge, cooked until the rice grains bloomed and released oil, were both top choices in Lian Xiao's diet for recuperation. After finishing their hearty noodle soup, the 4 of them were too happy to move, drowsy from the sun, and chatted idly about random matters. Lian Xiao was still discussing a farewell dinner for Gong Sunhong's internship at the Starlink district. With so many people, they had to have hot pot. She already made plans, and would ask Gu Changfeng and his roommates if they could come. As she was talking, her head tilted, and she drifted off to sleep, feeling dizzy from the food. Lian Xiao slept through the setting sun. Golden-orange light streamed in like flowing water, and tiny dust particles drifted in the air. Before leaving, Zhao Liqing tucked in the quilt for her. She was tucked in securely, feeling dizzy with warmth. Lian Xiao was struck by the feeling that this was the most relaxing and enjoyable afternoon she ever had in this world, a luxury she could waste an entire afternoon doing nothing. Someone knocked on the door, but it wasn't the doctor. "Hello, Ms. Lian Xiao. I apologize for disturbing your rest." The visitor watched Lian Xiao cautiously scramble to her feet. She smiled, placed one hand on her chest, and bowed slightly. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Julian von Lancaster, eldest son of the Lancaster family and current president of the Knights Arms." Every visitor required approval from both the school hospital and her. He wasn't even on today's visitor list. Lian Xiao's laptop was perched on the bedside table. Her finger was already on it, and beneath her fingertip was a virtual call for help button. "Don't be nervous, Miss Lian Xiao. How could I, a knight, harm a woman like you? I come with sincerity." Julian raised his hands to show he was unarmed. He stepped out of the shadows behind the door, and into the light. Julian looked like a graceful and elegant gentleman, his carefully groomed hair gleaming with polish. In the autumn heat of the Alliance's main planet, he wore a three-piece suit, seemingly unfazed by the heat. A sand-colored handkerchief, the same shade as his eyes, was folded in his breast pocket. Julian placed his carefully wrapped bouquet of calla lilies and purple irises into an empty vase. He raised an eyebrow in surprise at the half-eaten vegetable bouquet placed alongside it, then commented, "What an imaginative and economical combination." In just half a minute, Lian Xiao fully understood why Gu Chanfeng and his group hated the rumored president so much. He appeared polite and courteous, but a condescending arrogance permeated every carefully calculated gesture and word, impossible to conceal. The other person sat down beside Lian Xiao's bed. "I apologize for the misunderstanding I caused Miss Lian Xiao earlier," Yulian said. "It was when Gu Xue. That child was too impatient. I tried to warn you, but my words were a bit inappropriate. I already taught her. It's best if I explain it to you personally. One of the Knight's Emblem's internal rules is to protect others and prevent the weak from being bullied. We learned through certain channels that the Anti-Earth organization was planning to attack you. We're withdrawing from the psychic power assessment and Mecha major for your safety. As long as you stop working with mechas, I think the Anti-Earth organization won't be interested in an ordinary student anymore. You know, the Anti-Earth organization has quite a few ruthless lunatics. I'm really worried about your daily life, young lady. Miss Lian Xiao, have you changed your mind?" Julian spread his hands and smiled gently. "Wow." Lian Xiao remained calm on the surface, thinking, "Damn, I forgot to start the recording again. Otherwise, I could have shared this with Zhao Liqing." It's not Wen Gushua's fault. The young, inexperienced girl might have been easily fooled by Julian's tactics. Julian's appearance is not bad, but he's also a master at twisting right and wrong. His gentle smile reminds one of a priest, a voice of mercy and compassion, forgiving the sins of those who have lost their way. With just a few words, he easily transformed the Knight's Emblem into a dedicated organization deeply concerned for the safety of their alumni. Of course not. Lian Xiao ignored Julian's train of thought and spoke nonsense. From the day I decided to become a mecha soldier, I was determined to sacrifice my life for the Alliance. Doesn't President Yu have the same realization? Julian's smile deepened. He didn't answer directly, but instead pushed a gilded envelope toward Lian Xiao. The wax seal on it was a familiar three-ring emblem. "In that case, I'm glad Miss Lian Xiao passed our little test." He leaned back, slightly raising his chin to observe Lian Xiao's reaction. However, Lian Xiao didn't show any curiosity or confusion, as he had hoped. She seemed to be still halfway through her nap, completely dazed, not even reaching for the envelope. The subtle feeling of being out of control caused Julian's lips to curl downward for a moment, revealing a hint of disgust. This wasn't the first time he experienced this sense of being out of control with Earth's newborn. Damn it! Not only had the bribed researchers failed, but their clumsy actions had given them a handle, allowing them to smear the Anti-Earth organization. The most damning thing was that Lian Xiao had actually survived the mental power assessment on his own, achieving an S rank, even higher than his own. Having Gu Chanfeng to suppress his genius wasn't enough, but they were also adding another civilian? Damn it! Damn it! If the Anti-Earth organization ever truly wanted to kill Lian Xiao, he would surely be happy to see it happen. This is an invitation to join the Knight's Emblem. But the rules stipulate that members must come from a family with at least one B-rank mech soldier. Miss Lian Xiao, we all admire you and hope you become our companion. This isn't just an invitation, it's also a duel. As long as you can challenge and defeat any of us, we accept you. For an S rank, that should be easy, right? A true knight would silence his opponents through duels. Lian Xiao, will joining the Knight's Emblem Club earn you activity points? What? Julian's elegant smile was almost breaking. What were activity points? A nobleman never cared about GPA in his life. What's the point of joining a club without activity points? Lian Xiao, imitating Julian's tone, spoke earnestly, even though she had never received a scholarship. President Yu, you haven't received a scholarship, have you? Young man, don't waste your time in college. Study hard, and don't get involved in clubs. Julian rarely experienced such a loss of words. He felt the corners of his mouth and fingertips twitching slightly. He pulled out his handkerchief to regain his sanity, which was teetering on the edge. He didn't have time to waste on Lian Xiao. The members had already held up the medical staff for long enough, and unauthorized personnel could arrive at any moment. So, with all his self-control, he put on his mask again and stood up to say goodbye to Lian Xiao. Before leaving the ward, Yulian turned around as if remembering something. At this moment, he had transformed back into his usual gentle and refined gentleman, looking at Lian Xiao with the gentleness of a child. Come to think of it, I didn't realize Miss Lian Xiao had such a deep obsession with ancient Earth. That day, when Miss Lian Xiao's mental power was assessed, and she was attacked by the Mecha, the fragments of images that came to mind were probably of ancient Earth. Perhaps our home planet must have been this beautiful before the Zerg took over. After dropping a bombshell, he retreated into the shadows, closed the door, and left. What, meaning? After their less than pleasant conversation, the evening light gradually faded, leaving a ray of light that shone on Lian Xiao's shoulder, like a warm hand, silently soothing her dazed expression. User 1723, User 1723, are you okay? There were no visitors in the ward anymore. The only thing she could hear was the system's electronic voice calling her, its tone sounding a little anxious. Lian Xiao shifted her sitting position, as if waking from a dream. The blood rushing back to her limbs brought a slight tingling sensation. She realized she had been stunned for a long time. What do you mean, before Earth was occupied by the Zerg? Isn't this Lian Xiao from Earth, just like her? But small questions she hadn't delved into for a while now surfaced like escaping bubbles. Why did Chinese food disappear? Why are there anti-Earth organizations? And why do some Alliance citizens hate Earthlings so strongly? Everything led to one question. What exactly happened on Earth? Lian Xiao suddenly shuddered, jumped out of bed, and barefooted, flipped through the class notes Zhao Liqing had brought her today. She remembered there was a lesson on the history of the Interstellar Alliance today. It was a lesson she had never seriously listened to. User 1723, stop reading. The electronic crackling of the system's electrical current sounded like a sigh. At the same time, the pages froze. Lian Xiao felt a sudden emptiness in the depths of her soul. The real Earth has fallen. Chapter 18. The day Earth was struck by the insect plague in 2100 was as ordinary and unexpected as a rainstorm falling from the clouds in the past tens of millions of years. At first, it was merely a space telescope orbiting Earth that observed the approach of an unidentified object. By the time the ominous signal spread to every corner of the planet, humanity had no time to take any effective action. This time, it wasn't cumulonimbus clouds that enveloped Earth, but Zerg spaceships. It wasn't icy raindrops that washed over the ground, but Zerg armies. That day, Earth, viewed from outer space, was red. At that time, a distant human research vessel floated beyond the galaxy, the last hope of an enslaved human civilization, unable even to utter a cry of pain. After the insect plague, nearly 80% of Earth's cultural heritage was instantly wiped out. In this unexpected genocide, a simple research vessel could only preserve a limited amount of natural science, technology, and cultural materials. This was the most severe rupture in human civilization's history. System, I seem to have been born at this very moment. Though it itself didn't know what dimensional force had created it. The surviving humans embarked on a long exile among the stars. 51 years after humanity officially switched to the Starseed calendar, the survivors formally established the Interstellar Alliance on the Alliance's main planet. The Zerg never imagined that this weak and inferior civilization would be so tenacious and resilient. Over a century later, the descendants of the survivors piloted starships and returned to the galaxy where their civilization had been born. The system told Lian Xiao, during that time, I had several users. Lian Xiao recalled that the system never addressed her as host, as in the novel she read, it simply referred to her as User 1723. Yes, Lian Xiao wasn't the only person in the world to have bound and used the greatest system of heaven, earth, and great cuisine, nor was she even among the first. The system fell into a flashback. Previous users didn't all choose Chinese food. They were naturally curious about the traditional cuisine of their own bloodline, French, Italian, and even indulged in Indian curry. But none of them were able to fulfill my mission, to successfully promote ancient Earth cuisine within the Interstellar Alliance. This was due to a lack of deep understanding of ancient Earth's culinary culture, and also because some users perished in the frequent wars between humans and Zerg. For those who haven't experienced Earth's golden age, it's difficult to imagine how prosperous that era was in terms of culinary culture. In the second year of the Longin incident, humanity had a chance to retake Earth. The system described this as a plan the Interstellar Alliance had been planning for years, investing vast resources and manpower, almost at any cost, solely to reclaim humanity's home planet. The Zerg also understood the planet's profound significance to humanity. For unknown reasons, they still managed to preserve the lives of some Earthlings on Earth. Interstellar Alliance history textbooks briefly mention this failed plan, dubbed the Second Earth Project. All that is known is that the entire Alliance's elite vanguard participating in the project perished, and the few remaining Earthlings were evacuated under the protection of the project's participants, declaring the Second Earth Project a complete failure. The Alliance selected a planet resembling Earth on the edge of the galaxy to house the remnants of Earth. Over time, the Alliance began to tacitly refer to this desolate planet as Earth. To this day, returning to their home planet remains a vague dream for humanity. The storm unleashed by the failure of the Second Earth Project continued unabated. The Alliance suffered steady losses in the Second Great War. 3 years later, several Alliance planets in the conflict zone declared their independence, leaving the Lowenberg family under Imperial rule. Scholars generally attribute the slow pace of Mecha development to the failure of the Second Earth Project, which left a shortage of Alliance wartime talent, leading to heavy human casualties during the decade-long Second Great War. From then on, some Alliance citizens harbored a deep hatred for the descendants of Earth's remnants. This body was an orphan born on Earth. Coincidentally, no one knew that within it resided the soul of a true Earthling. After listening to the system's narration, it was already dark, but the lights in Lian Xiao's hospital room were still on. At this moment, she preferred darkness, so she could better observe the stars in the night sky. Light pollution on the Alliance's main star was well controlled, but Lian Xiao knew she couldn't see the star called Earth with her naked eyes. Its light was too dim and insignificant. The light emitted by each star drifted through the universe, and the light that reached the stargazer's retina was emitted hundreds or thousands of years in the past. If she could find that tiny grain of Earth amidst the dazzling galaxy, would she and her beloved family and friends still be living happily on Earth at the moment that starlight departed? But how could she guarantee that her past life on Earth wasn't just a figment of her imagination? User 1723, are you alright? The system whispered. User 1723 was different from all its previous users. She belonged to Earth's past, and was the one most likely to accomplish its mission. As a created electronic lifeform, it couldn't truly experience anxiety, but every logical path determined that Lian Xiao was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Perhaps this time it would fail again. The system's speed slowed down in frustration, but its remaining energy would hardly allow it to wait for the next opportunity. My motivation for becoming a mecha soldier isn't noble, Lian Xiao said. Outside the window, lights lit up on buildings of all sizes. The sky was a boundless galaxy, the ground a man-made sea of stars. Public hovercrafts shuttled between the buildings through the artificial starry sky. Lian Xiao spread his fingers slightly, reaching out as if to touch this vibrant galaxy, but then paused. Brave new world. I'm just gritting my teeth, desperately trying to survive in this unfamiliar era, but I don't feel a sense of belonging in this world. Being disliked or liked doesn't matter. Even casual interactions with people feel like they're separated by a layer of frosted glass. Lian Xiao felt like she was playing a massive online game, a constant feeling of detachment and spectatorship. But it doesn't matter. I know Earth is still here, and my hometown is still here. But now, Earth has fallen, and Lian Xiao has lost her only anchor in this era. Tell me, can I still return to Earth? Lian Xiao seemed to be talking to the system, but also to herself. The system wanted to hug the distraught Lian Xiao, but it had no physical form. Yes, user 1723. I believe you can return to Earth. The system encouraged her, as long as one person doesn't forget, Chinese cuisine will not perish, and your home planet won't forget humanity. Yes, I will return to Earth. Lian Xiao looked up, the cosmic starlight falling into her eyes. She repeated softly, as if making a promise. Humanity will return to its home planet. She would take her mecha and reclaim her home planet. When the hype surrounding the psychic power assessment incident, which had dominated the forum's front page for a week, died down, Lian Xiao was quietly discharged from the hospital. If she hadn't been facing a grade deduction for skipping classes, she probably would have been eagerly sought after by the school hospital for a while. The doctors looked at her, as if she were a walking academic journal article. After becoming a rising star with S-level psychic power, Lian Xiao was surprised to find that her situation had improved significantly. The most noticeable change was that the netizens on the forum stopped lashing out at her, and began engaging in guerrilla warfare instead. Why are everyone so calm lately? Lian Xiao posted the latest breakfast menu for Lian Jia Xiao Qiao. The post unexpectedly received a flower icon, something he never imagined before. Are you finally tired of taunting me? Xiao Liqing, reviewing her notes, didn't even look up. She said calmly, I'm afraid you just attacked them. S rank. Maybe they're the next key training target for the Mecha Academy and the military. And Xiao Liqing, an A rank, is always hanging around with her. She can't afford to offend them. How could Lian Xiao not have noticed so many kind-hearted people before? Several of her private messages were seeking collaboration or simply offering to invest in Lian Jia Xiao Qiao. Lian Xiao didn't reply to any of these. She wouldn't partner with unfamiliar investors. She wanted to control the direction of Lian Xiao's business development herself. Zhao Liqing finished her after-school review for the day and helped Lian Xiao review the new Lian Xiao menu. Lian Xiao, energized after being discharged from the hospital, was eager to start a side business. This time, the menu has undergone a major overhaul, with several new breakfast items added: sweet and savory tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, various clay pot porridges and uncooked porridges. There are also limited-time rotating special snacks that will be sold out after the promotional period. For example, Lian Xiao plans to test the waters with a special snack, meat dumplings, in the first batch. Of course, the daily breakfast delivery still has the familiar taste of limited-time reservations. Lian Xiao has mastered the combination of limited availability and hunger marketing. Zhao Liqing expressed her concerns. "You've always been offering an affordable menu. Now that some breakfasts have increased in price, will students be willing to pay? Besides, these flat meat and meat dumplings look similar." Lian Xiao was a little frustrated. He couldn't find a good source of meat, and he couldn't keep the price down. The reason meat dumplings are twice as expensive as flat meat is because they use more meat. The skin for the meat dumpling requires pounding the pork into a paste, then mixing it with sweet potato starch and pressing it into a thin shape. It's a very laborious process. Xian Yui had already helped her solve the vegetable supply problem, but the meat supply remained a major issue. She contacted several suppliers, but they all preferred to work with large nutritional supplement companies like Catifer. For now, she could still get by exploiting the system, but this wouldn't work in the long run. Is it possible that a butcher would drop down from the sky for her? Urgent. The forums reacted slightly strongly to the pricey new dishes. Most people, faced with the choice of offending Lian Xiao or speaking up for him, chose to remain silent. After all, these people weren't Lian Xiao's customers. They simply watched with indifference as some straightforward people called Lian Xiao a swindler. Lian Xiao has changed his usual bot-like demeanor, focusing on friendly interactions with diners and comments. Lian Xiao, "No, Sister Lian replied to me, and even gave me a heart, he. Order placed. I always loved Lian Xiao breakfast. I've been looking forward to the boss finally being discharged from the hospital. There are only 2 S-rank students in the entire Union University. It's still unknown whether the high-ranking flower Gu Chanfeng has a forum account. Now that there's an S-rank like Lian Xiao, who's so friendly, accepts all the abuse, and is so focused on her breakfast business, netizens are feeling a bit embarrassed. Let her profit. It's not like Lian Xiao breakfast is bad. Without Lian Xiao, where else can we find a living S-rank on the forum?" At this, Lian Xiao could only sigh quietly. People naturally admire the strong. If she were only a C-rank, developing the breakfast business would certainly not be as easy as it is now. Zhao Liqing felt her good friend had changed. His previous indifference to negative reviews was more like a kind of indifference, a kind of indifferent attitude. Let them bash me, as long as the money's in. Now, he's more purposefully engaged with his target audience, rolling up his sleeves and striving to expand and strengthen his business. Salted fish, now energized, is terrifying. Lian Xiao's plans include filming some Chinese cooking tutorials and live streaming them, striving to make Lian stir-fry and Chinese cuisine famous not only within Alliance University, but also beyond the main planet and throughout the Interstellar Alliance. There's a long way to go. After taking tomorrow's breakfast order, Lian Xiao was about to log off when a red dot indicating a new private message popped up at the top. She clicked on it. "Hello, boss. I heard you can cook Earth dishes. I have a humble request. Could you please recreate this dish for me? Remuneration is negotiable." Chapter 19. Remuneration is negotiable. Faced with such a powerful and resounding statement, Lian Xiao was confident that no business would refuse. The client asked her to meet at the college cafe. The sailboat-shaped building was split in two. One side housed the school souvenir shop, and the waterfront half housed the cafe. The client had already taken a seat, and a service robot brought them 2 glasses of juice. Unlike regular meals, the Alliance's beverages were developing normally, fortunately untainted by the taste of nutritional supplements. Lian Xiao took a sip of this recently popular drink on the main planet. It was said to contain the sap of the Manning tree, a specialty of other planets, and had a sweet and refreshing taste. Unfortunately, the secret recipe for cola was completely lost after the insect plague. In this era, we can no longer drink cola or try cola-related dishes. Rest in peace, cola chicken wings. Classmate Lian is a little different than I imagined. After a moment's hesitation about the address, Tang Yan smoothly corrected herself before she could even say Sister Lian. He thought Lian Xiao was the kind of tough, burly, glaring guy, although he was taller and stronger than he was. Really? Lian Xiao pinched his arm muscles, which had become even more toned from his recent hard work of frying and delivering food, with satisfaction. You're a little different than I imagined. After all, it was the first time she's seen someone in this era wearing a buttoned shirt and a folding fan. The frail, artistic young man, Tang Yan, fanned himself with his hand and smiled, saying, I want you to recreate an earth dish. Here's the thing. His original intention for recreating this earth dish was for his grandmother. His grandmother, Miss Tang, had been an interstellar traveler in her early years. At that time, my grandmother traveled alone to most of the planets in the Alliance, accompanied by her multifunctional robot dog. Tang Yan pulled out a few low-resolution photos and showed them to Lian Xiao. Miss Tang, quite characteristically, didn't take photos of herself at each location, only of her robotic dog. She primarily earned her living by writing travelogues, and later published several. Tang Yan modestly didn't tell Lian Xiao that Miss Tang, Tang Shanling, was actually one of the most popular travel writers since the Alliance's founding. Lian Xiao, who had read very few books of that era, and whose reading volume was roughly that of an elementary school student, was completely unaware. Traveling alone among the stars back then must have been quite dangerous. Tang Yan was her age, and based on the age difference, it was estimated that Tang Shanling's peak travelogue writing career occurred in the first few years after the Alliance's founding. Yes, Tang Yan recounted. My grandmother was only in her early 20s when she embarked on her journey. It was the time when the Alliance and the Zerg had just ended their war, their first major battle. Although the hostilities between the two sides had officially ceased, minor skirmishes and harassment from small Zerg groups continued. Tang Yan found it hard to imagine how his young grandmother and her dog had managed to escape unscathed during such turbulent times. Grandma documented the landscapes and customs of many different planets in her travelogues. She witnessed the unique orca migration on TN-19, drank the golden brew on Semele, and even tried the now popular Manning tree sap 50 years before us. However, what Grandma still remembers most is the mysterious delicacy she encountered on one of her trips. Tang Yan finally got to the point. Is it Chinese, earth cuisine? Lian Xiao asked. Tang Yan nodded. He had already scanned Tang Shanling's manuscript and slowly pushed the computer toward Lian Xiao, if the chef hadn't lied to her. Lian Xiao looked down. Beside the messy, freehand writing, there was a hand-drawn sketch of a flat cube? Is this what the mysterious delicacy looks like? Tang Yan's eyes flashed with eagerness. He had only recently heard about Lianjia Xiaoqiao, a restaurant at Union University that was promoting earth cuisine as a publicity stunt. Since Ms. Tang's birthday was coming up soon, he thought he'd try his luck and have someone recreate the dish she'd been dreaming about for years, giving her a big surprise. Lian Xiao looked up and down at the cube, debating for a moment before putting his laptop down. It was truly a pure cube, like drawing a diagram for a geometry problem. Thinking of the sheer number of Chinese dishes with cube-like shapes, Lian Xiao felt she couldn't take on this commission. How could she accept the commission to replicate a dish and also have a deduction scene? Is it possible that she's a chef, not a detective? For example, taking a dish based primarily on pork, is the square dish simply a large cube of meat, or is it incised? Is it steamed or grilled? Is it sweet or savory? Are there any other important ingredients? It's like trying to sift through a crowd based solely on a square face. You have no idea if they're male or female, or their age. Tang Yan's heart sank at the sight of Lian Xiao's expression. There are only a handful of people who can cook earth cuisine these days. If Lian Xiao can't, this dish will probably just become a fond memory of Miss Tang's youth. He hurriedly calmed Lian Xiao. Mr. Lian, the price is really negotiable. I actually make some money from writing, so I have enough funds. It has nothing to do with the price. Are there no more clues? Lian Xiao studied Tang Shanling's notes. Only half of the description of the mysterious dish remained. Tang Yan strained to recall, the original notes had been partially destroyed in the war. Tang Shanling's memories of the mysterious delicacy, however, grew more vivid and detailed with each passing year. It was primarily used to tempt the younger generation during holidays, when everyone gathered to eat nutritional supplements. It's a meat dish. The chef said it was made with pork. Lian Xiao nodded. Excellent, now we narrowed it down to pork dishes. Common cube pork dishes include dompa pork, braised pork with sauce, and less common ones, like Luotian meat, as listed on the Suiyuan menu. It's still like finding a needle in a haystack. My grandmother described it as a meat dish, but the chef's cooking was exceptional. It had no fishy or greasy smell, and was so easy she could easily finish a large piece by herself. Tang Yan said, this braised pork has a sweet and salty flavor. Also, The chef said it's a Chinese dish, a very famous one. A famous dish, sweet and salty, braised pork. Detective Lian Xiao, combining the above points, seemed to be able to pinpoint a famous dish, dongpa pork. Lian Xiao was still unsure, so he pressed on, did the chef say anything else? According to my grandmother, the chef also said this dish requires a lot of effort, and is suitable for the elderly. Tang Yan searched his memory, and finally came up with some information. Dongpa pork is tender, and the fatty portion is suitable for elderly people with weak teeth, which makes sense. Lian Xiao asked Ms. Tang for her birthday. It was still a few days away, which should be enough time for her to try a few rounds. However, how could she be sure her recipe would taste right? She couldn't just have Ms. Tang taste it beforehand. Tang Yan gave a reassuring gesture, confidently stating, Bai Shui is fine. It's just old and worn out, not dead. That's the good thing about a robot dog. And it doesn't shed. Bai Shui is the robot dog that accompanied Tang Shanling on hundreds of planets. Its memory chip is still intact. By analyzing Lian Xiao's replica dishes in advance, Bai Shui will know if the flavor matches what's in its memory chip. Plus, Tang Yan, with all sincerity, immediately transferred a large sum of money for materials and a deposit to Lian Xiao, leaving him with no reason to refuse. After the deal was settled, Tang Yan became visibly relaxed. Lian Xiao, however, had a question. Tang Yan and Tang Shanling both described a skilled chef who appeared to be Chinese food on the Nevernight planet. So, despite humanity's exodus and war, a small spark of Chinese cuisine survived. So who is the chef, and where is he now? And why has Chinese food disappeared from the Alliance over the years? Tang Yan's response to Lian Xiao's questions was this: I don't know. No one in his family truly knew. Later, Tang Shanling returned to Nevernight to search for the chef, but he had already relocated and disappeared. After the Longyan incident, the search became as elusive as the long-awaited peace. Perhaps the mysterious chef and his exceptional Chinese cooking skills were lost in the flames of war, or more likely, he chose to remain anonymous and retire from the industry. The Second Earth project failed, and the anger of the Alliance citizens who directly or indirectly lost family, friends, and property was poured out on the remaining people of Earth and all things related to Earth. For a long time after the end of the Second Major War, all Alliance publications deliberately avoided mentioning Earth. Inevitably, all mentions of Earth were blacked out by the angry public. Tang Yan was too far removed from that era, yet occasionally, through his grandmother's words and books that mentioned it, he could still sense a faint, deep hatred. Between the citizens of the Alliance and the descendants of Earth's survivors, a wound as wide as a chasm stretched, one that had never healed. Lian Xiao recalled the breakfast shop he hidden in during the Longyan incident, and a wave of sadness washed over him. Almost 40 years ago, there were still active Chinese chefs in the Alliance, but with so many years of hiding, she was likely the only one left who could cook Chinese food. Even if the mysterious chef from back then was still around, he'd be an octogenarian like Tang Shanling. The two of them had agreed to bring Bai Shui for a food tasting tomorrow. As they were about to leave the cafe, they heard someone behind them calling Lian Xiao's name. It was an unfamiliar voice, yet the tone spoke with a familiarity that suggested they'd known each other for decades. The boy with blonde curly hair and ocean blue eyes waved enthusiastically at Lian Xiao. Fortunately, with Gu Changfeng beside him, the identities of these people weren't difficult to guess. Lian Xiao, congratulations, you're out of the hospital. Cesari's smile was bright and sunny. They had just stopped by the coffee shop to buy water, and unexpectedly bumped into the latest celebrity from the Mecha Academy. The last time Lian Xiao had met someone this familiar was Zhao Liqing's brother, and Cesare was even more so. He had a way of putting strangers in a trance, and anyone he spoke to would desperately wonder if they had lost their memory and forgotten about an old classmate. Lian Xiao reached out and fist-bumped him, then matched the names and codenames of the people. Cesare, A-Class, codename Bishop. Yin, A-Class, codename Nightingale. Poincaré, Class A, codename Ash Tree. Lian Xiao had heard Gong Sunhong mention that during the mental power assessment, Gu Changfeng and his entire dormitory simultaneously sent a request for help to Echo. Although no one ultimately realized she had escaped the mech on her own, without their plea for help, her safety was still uncertain. That's why Lian Xiao wanted to invite Gu Changfeng and the others to Hot Pot as a token of his gratitude. Lian Xiao's gaze shifted involuntarily to Gu Changfeng. The one he's most grateful for, so let's give him more meat. The Yin people's way of thanking someone is so simple and unpretentious. Even though Gu Changfeng stood at the end of the four, it was hard for outsiders to ignore his presence. After hearing Cesare accept Lian Xiao's hot pot invitation on behalf of the dormitory, he quietly asked Lian Xiao, "Did the people from the Knight's Emblem continue to bother you?" "Yes," in a rather nagging way. "Ever since Lian Xiao was discharged from the hospital, their dormitory's inbox has consistently received an invitation from the Knight's Emblem, sometimes even delivered personally by Wen Guxue." Julian and his Knight's Emblem seemed to be demonstrating their sincerity in this way. Gu Chanfeng didn't force Lian Xiao to speak immediately. "If you can't talk here, feel free to chat with me." Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were instantly on the same page about further harassing the Knight's Emblem. "Lian Xiao, are you familiar with Gu Chanfeng?" As they walked out of the coffee shop together, Tang Yan's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Not familiar." Lian Xiao was a little puzzled as to how Tang Yan's brain circuitry had led him to this conclusion. Besides researching ways to harass the Knight's Emblem, their relationship was purely a cold, financial one, that of a boss and a major client. "How can you call him someone unfamiliar?" Tang Yan interrupted Lian Xiao, a strange light igniting in his eyes that she couldn't understand. He muttered, then said goodbye and walked away. "I never heard of anyone having Gu Chengfeng's contact information. Hate and love, two strong men." Haha, this melodramatic novelist has a flash of inspiration. The next day, looking at the large X that appeared on the display of the robotic dog by Shui, Tang Yan was stunned. "Isn't it dongpa pork?" Chapter 20. You told him that this dish of dongpa pork, identical in appearance, color, aroma, and flavor, wasn't the earth dish his grandmother had longed for? Tang Yan was confused. Lian Xiao was confused. Bai Shui was confused. The information processing chip in this old-fashioned mechanical dog wasn't very large. Bai Shui glanced at this, and that, her not-so-smart brain sensing a sense of melancholy in both her young master and the stranger. What went wrong? Lian Xiao quickly reviewed Tang Yan's retelling and the half-page of notes in his head. He intercepted Bai Shui, who was frolicking back and forth between her and Tang Yan, trying to comfort the human, and asked, "Is it the taste or the texture that's different?" Bai Shui bounced on her four mechanical limbs and barked loudly. "They say this model is so old that it can't understand human language beyond commands." It seemed like we could only try our luck one by one. Over the next few days, similar-looking, tender, and fragrant pork dishes were placed before Bai Shui, and one by one, the lights were turned off. Braised pork with soy sauce, Laotian pork, Tongan preserved pork. Lian Xiao felt a bit numb after trying so many dishes. She felt her pork cooking skills were improving, but Bai Shui's answers were always wrong. Lian Xiao felt that as she kept trying these dishes, maybe one day the cooked pig would appear in her dreams. The only one who seemed somewhat happy among them was Tang Yan. Most of the failures ended up in his stomach. Now he brings Bai Shui to try the dishes every day and picks up the earth breakfast he ordered. He's also added one more Lian Jia Xiao repeat customer mission. Lian Xiao also asked the system, "Is this commission really not triggering any tasks, like recalling the taste of Chinese food?" This at least provides a hint. System, unfortunately, there are no related tasks. However, user 1723, you can use this commission to try to make Ms. Tang a repeat customer. Lian Xiao thought for a moment. A wealthy and free-spirited old lady is a perfect candidate for a repeat customer. But only if she can replicate this dish. Zhao Liqing also felt her friend had been a bit possessed these days. Passing by the kitchen, she saw a row of high-quality pork belly, with Lian Xiao standing in front with a serious expression. After Lian's stir-fry reopened, Lian Xiao doubled the number of reservations to ensure the quality of the dishes. Confined to her room with such a heavy workload, preparing meals was no longer feasible. After obtaining the consent of Zhao Liqing and Wen Guxue, Lian Xiao temporarily moved the makeshift kitchen to the living room. Zhao Liqing tiptoed over to Lian Xiao and whispered, "What are you thinking about?" It looked like her friend was trying to gain enlightenment in the kitchen. "I'm thinking about having a robot dog analyze and compare different pork dishes simultaneously, finding the one with the closest taste, and then improving upon it," Lian Xiao said. "Even if the final version doesn't taste exactly like Tang Shanling's memory, it'd at least be close. It's just her fault for being a novice, still knowing very little about Chinese cuisine." For the first time, Lian Xiao felt frustrated at cooking. "That sounds feasible," said Zhao Liqing, the assistant who was reminding him of the matter. "But didn't you forget we're having a dinner tomorrow?" Lian Xiao, damn, she almost forgot. For large gatherings, the most energy-saving and ideal choice, hot pot. The only problem is the lack of ready-made hot pot base, which requires preparation in advance. The pork was hurriedly returned to the refrigerator, while butter, chili peppers, and various spices filled the countertop. Lian Xiao had learned the hot pot base recipe from a classmate who loved spicy food. Yuchao already had hot pot base for sale, but this classmate insisted on making it entirely by hand, making it a winter staple. In the high-altitude winter, where daybreak doesn't come until 8 or 9 and darkness arrives at 4 p.m., it's hard not to suffer from seasonal depression if the children don't find something to do. Some spices were difficult to find as meal replacements, so Qianyue tapped into his connections at the agricultural college to secure common spices like cinnamon, star anise, cumin, Sichuan peppercorns, and bay leaves. Lian Xiao consoled himself that this was enough. Fortunately, he still had the essential spices, otherwise it would be just like hot chili oil. For an entire afternoon, the kitchen was filled with smoke, like a fairyland. Master Lian Xiao finally refined several blocks of crimson oil, a concentrated essence of chili peppers and spices. Zhao Liqing sneezed profusely from the chili peppers, fled the dorm in a panic, pulling out her laptop to send a serious message to her brother. The Alliance's strongest heavy armored soldier, less talkative version. Tomorrow, no matter how the hot pot tastes, you must say it's delicious. As the first person Lian Xiao had conquered with his culinary skills, even if Lian Xiao failed miserably this time, Zhao Liqing wouldn't allow her brother to undermine Lian Xiao's confidence. The Alliance's top heavy armored soldier? ? The Alliance's top heavy armored soldier. Yes, sir. But little sister, do you think I should prepare some stomach medicine in advance? Oh, and I need to practice my facial expressions to avoid revealing anything. The dinner was set to take place in Gong Sunhong's dorm. His roommate had already left for his internship, so Gong Sunhong had the entire dorm to himself, unfazed by the public outcry over their hot pot. Qianyue arrived even earlier than Lian Xiao and the others. Lian Xiao had finally figured out that the Salty Fish Senior was only at the forefront during meals and research. Qianyue was also the largest sponsor of the hot pot gathering, contributing the vast majority of the vegetables. Gong Sunhong provided the venue, Lian Xiao's dorm contributed their cooking skills, and Gu Chanfeng said they would bring the meats, putting together a simple futuristic hot pot feast. When Gu Chanfeng and his group arrived, the hot pot base, garnished with chili peppers and bay leaves, was slowly melting in the broth, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Yi Yin, walking in front, was caught off guard and inhaled a sharp breath of chili pepper vapor, as if someone had sprayed him in the face with chili pepper spray, causing him to cough violently. Behind him, Cesare didn't hesitate and decisively stepped out, closing the door. Yi Yin choked, speechless. Inwardly, he despised Xiao Sa, the traitor who had abandoned his teammates. His skin was naturally fair, but the violent coughing had turned his entire baby face red, like a wrinkled tomato. Okay, it seemed even more exaggerated than she imagined. Lian Xiao inwardly praised her foresight in preparing the tomato hot pot flavor. Neither of them could handle spicy food. Yi Ying drank some water, and waited a long time before gradually adjusting to the strong, spicy aroma that permeated the air. After adjusting, his appetite was actually whetted by the overpowering spiciness. Not only the pungent aroma of the Ciba chili peppers, but also the mixed spices soaked in strong liquor and crushed, and the greasy smell of butter, all embodied the human subconscious imagination of hot, heavy food. Not only Yi Yin, but everyone present was curious about how they would eat it. Lian Xiao could provide verbal instructions for the vegetables, but she had to do the more technical work of slicing the meat herself. I don't know where Gu Chanfeng and his team got the meat, but it was firm and fresh, with just the right amount of fat and lean, and the quality was on par with what the system provided. The other easy tasks had been taken by others. Gu Chanfeng looked around, and suddenly realized he was the most idle person on the scene. He waited silently for a few seconds, then approached Lian Xiao, who was busy slicing meat. Is there anything I can help with? It was his first time watching someone cook. It was also his first time eating with anyone other than his roommate. Lian Xiao took a break from his busy schedule, while everyone else was busy and having fun, as if there really wasn't anything else Gu Chanfeng could do. I had originally wanted to just joke about him watching, since it was nice to see a handsome guy standing there, but he swallowed his words back when he met Gu Chanfeng's gaze. Can you cut meat? Lian Xiao asked uncertainly, feeling a bit embarrassed for someone like Gu Chanfeng, who looked like he'd never done anything. Gu Chanfeng rolled up his sleeves meticulously and nodded, expressionless. Red Dragon 3, and I have cut zergs before, so it should be about the same. How can this be the same, sir? Lian Xiao grumbled, but still handed him the knife. Unexpectedly, under Lian Xiao's guidance, after the initial awkwardness wore off, Gu Chanfeng's meat-cutting skills improved visibly. The red and white beef was sliced into translucent thin slices in a flash, lying softly in a row on the cutting board. Red Dragon 3's primary weapon is a sword, Gu Chanfeng explained to Lian Xiao. With his childhood sword training, he was much faster than others in mastering basic Chinese knife skills. But in his eyes, Lian Xiao's movements were 100 times more precise and efficient. She seemed to have a firm grasp of the angle and pressure needed to accurately slice meat of equal thickness against the grain. No matter what kind of food, she seemed remarkably obedient. She accomplished this almost without thinking, relying solely on muscle memory and subconscious dexterity. Knife skills and swordsmanship are somewhat interchangeable. Gu Chanfeng instantly imagined Lian Xiao, as he was now, calmly and precisely slicing through Zerg with his blade. Cool? A truly violent aesthetic. Compared to the bustling activity in the rest of the room, silence gradually filled the gap between the two men chopping meat. Lian Xiao, feeling a bit awkward, took the initiative to bring up the topic. Gu Chanfeng, why do you hate the Knight's emblem so much? It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. Even with a closed eye, one could tell Gu Chanfeng came from a respectable family background. He was undoubtedly one of the kind of candidate members favored by the Knight's emblem. The enmity between the two sides ran deeper than one could imagine. After making the final cut, Gu Chanfeng grabbed a plate and bent over to help Lian Xiao carefully arrange the sliced beef. Lian Xiao could see two unruly wisps of hair sticking out from the back of his head because of the military exercises. His voice was calm, and he showed no emotion even when discussing the unpleasant experience. Union University holds 2 large-scale military exercises each year. The main rule is that students are divided into 2 opposing factions, red and blue, and all students in their 4th semester and above are eligible to participate. Since enrolling, Gu Chanfeng has participated in 2 military exercises. According to the rules, ordinary freshmen are not eligible to participate in military exercises, but Gu Chanfeng's title as the only S-rank student in the Mecha Academy in nearly a decade, not anymore, attracted considerable attention. That year, both the Red Commander, Julian, and the Blue Commander, Gong Sun Hong, extended invitations to him. Lian Xiao understood. So it's because you chose Xiao Liqing's brother that the people of the Knight's Emblem hold a grudge? She had also experienced the style of the Knights of Heraldry. They would spare no effort in striking down those who irritated her. One reason, Gu Chanfeng said, deliberately skipping the rest. Next semester, I'd be able to officially participate in the military exercises, and I still choose the blue team. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the blue team's commander-in-chief at the next exercise, earning the right to hold 5 invitation slots, allowing him to invite any mecha major to join his faction. Lian Xiao quite liked Gu Chanfeng's way of speaking. He was concise, yet easily followed his train of thought. She smiled and reached out to take Gu Chanfeng's blade. Lian Xiao could feel Gu Chanfeng's strength and subconsciously resisted her for a second, then obediently released his hand, his deep gray eyes meeting hers in silence. But she didn't like the way Gu Chanfeng had invited her. She could hear that Gu Chanfeng was hinting that he would invite Lian Xiao to join the next military exercise, even if it meant skipping his level. So far, Gu Chanfeng and her had gotten along harmoniously, and had been of great help, largely based on their shared goal of targeting the Knight's Emblem. But Lian Xiao himself hadn't earned his respect. He and Lian Xiao might have a superficially friendly alumnus relationship, but they were definitely not companions. So this was a void invitation, revocable at any moment. He Yin, Cesare, and the others, like the outside world, were waiting to see if Lian Xiao's S-rank status was unworthy of its status. Want to make a proud lion bow down? You must first convince him sincerely. Facing those gray spinel eyes, Lian Xiao didn't back down. Then I wish you, senior, to secure your position as the blue team's commander. Chapter 21. The two of them tacitly let the conversation end. With more than half a semester still to go before the next military exercise, it was a bit premature to say anything. Everything is ready, let's have hot pot. A group of people sat around, looking at the 2 pots of bubbling red liquid in the center of the table, and an eerie silence fell. To be honest, even Xiao Liqing hesitated, which was unusual for him. The tomato pot was fine, but the other hot pot with beef and chili peppers was filled with various forms of chili peppers. The people didn't know what the term lethal dose meant, but the spicy taste, like a slap in the face, was daunting. Lian Xiao placed the beef first, but noting that no one had touched their chopsticks, he handed everyone a piece of crispy pork. Eat, eat. How can hot pot be complete without crispy pork? Lian Xiao's crispy pork, with a golden and crispy coating, was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The hot gravy overflowed, and the semi-melted fat melted in the mouth. Coated with chili and Sichuan peppercorn powder, it created a unique flavor. Judging from Lian Xiao's current intermediate-level seasoning skills, this crispy pork dish was a resounding success. Perhaps emboldened by the crispy pork test, Qian Yui bravely became the first person to eat the hot pot, picking up her chopsticks. The others, unable to swallow the crispy pork, watched helplessly as the spicy beef brought her to tears. So spicy, but so refreshing. Qian Yui slurped, tears streaming down her face as she scooped up a second piece of beef. She simply ate, speechless. She felt as if the spiciness in her mouth wasn't hers, speechless. Lian Xiao leisurely sipped the sap of the Manning tree, watching the others lose control of their expressions due to the spiciness, but he couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks, keeping his reputation to himself. See, no matter what era, humans can't resist spicy food and hot pot. The joy of hot pot isn't just in the food, it's also in chatting with the people sharing it. Lian Xiao was saddened to learn that after midterm, the number of theoretical classes scheduled would be sharply reduced to make way for the upcoming physical training. The Mecha Academy would soon begin their real-life training. Freshman training, even in the Tianjita system, won't allow them to use mechas, explained Gong Sunhong, the oldest mecha major. The Tianjita system accurately reflects the user's physical fitness. If you don't meet the standards, you can easily get injured if you rashly use mechas. For this reason, the Alliance University Mecha Academy always prioritizes the most basic theoretical knowledge at the beginning, followed by physical training, mecha boarding, class division, and a cycle of practical combat. Once Lian Xiao and his classmates have survived the second half of the semester's physical training, it will be time to decide on their mecha class next semester. Some students had already determined their future military career paths before enrolling, such as Zhang Lu and Zhao Liqing, who stood out during the freshman assessment. One was a sniper, the other a heavy armored soldier. These students typically have family guidance. A standard mecha squad configuration includes other roles besides the heavy armored soldier. Heavy armored soldier, sniper, primary attacker. Gong Sunhong pointed at himself, Poikare, Yin, and Chazare, before finally stopping at Gu Chanfeng. Primary attacker and arc? Even though he had fought alongside Gu Chanfeng in military exercises, he was still unsure of Gu Chanfeng's role within the team. Although this man's mental power level was high, his connection rate with all the mechas was far too low. Gu Chanfeng calmly used his chopsticks to deflect Qi Yin's attempt to steal the meat. He noticed Lian Xiao silently adding several plates of fresh-cut beef to his plate. He was a little confused, but happily accepted the offer. Main attack type, Gu Chanfeng admitted. The arc was too strenuous for him to build, but of the 4 people in their dormitory, he was the only one who could brave enough to take it on. If a qualified arc could join them, their mech squad would be complete. Arc means command, but also bridge. When battling the Zerg, communication between mechs would be affected. The human solution was to emulate the Zerg's information exchange model and cultivate mechs with the mental power to facilitate real-time communication within the team. The Arc's role required extremely high levels of mental power from the pilot and high synchronization rates with other mechs, leading to the stereotype that half of the A-level and above mechs were Arcs. The Arc was also the first mech type to be sought after during military exercises. Gong Sunhong had invited Gu Chanfeng because he might be an Arc, but who would have thought he could only pilot and connect to the Red Dragon 3? Lian Xiao. Qian Yui puffed her breath and spoke with a slight lisp. She wasn't interested in the mech-related topic, having been absorbed in her food. When are you going to make hot pot next time? She had to come. Chazare, beside her, pricked up his ears. We have a few packets of hot pot base left. You can take them home and cook them yourself. Just don't pour the soup down the drain, Lian Xiao said. Hot pot base is a blessing for those who don't want to cook or don't know how to cook. Just break off a piece, add some frozen vegetables and fresh meat, and cook it, and even the most incompetent cook can have a spring break. Lian Xiao once met a roommate who lived on hot pot base every day. Every time she walked into the kitchen, she wondered if she had walked into the kitchen of a Yanhua hot pot chain. This roommate not only cooked with hot pot base every day, but also poured leftover soup down the kitchen drain. Thanks to her, the drain was clogged. Chazare raised his hand eagerly. I want some too. We can take the soup base and leftovers to go. I think the mushrooms are delicious. Chazare pointed to the mini oyster mushrooms still on the table. Closing your eyes feels like eating meat. Some mushrooms have a rich, meaty texture. For example, deep-fried oyster mushrooms taste truly like meat. Qian Yui gave him a strange look. Junior, you're the first to say that. Usually, her juniors would just wave their hands and run away when faced with mushrooms with a distinctive smell. Lian Xiao suddenly shuddered at Sasari's words. feeling as if his breath had stopped for a second. Is it possible that what Miss Tang Shanling had eaten wasn't pork at all? Saturday, Tang Yan took an airship to Tang Shanling's house for dinner. Tang Shanling wasn't too happy about others knowing it was her birthday, so she kept it a simple dinner. Her daughter and grandchildren knew that Tang Shanling lived her own life and didn't like being disturbed. She lived alone in a small, expensive building not far from the Alliance's administrative center. Miss Tang No. 2, Tang Yan's mother, noticed the lunch box in Tang Yan's hand the moment her son entered the house. It's a big birthday gift. Tang Yan patted the lunch box, confident. He believed today would be the most memorable birthday his grandmother had seen in years. As they neared the dining room, Tang Yan caught a glimpse of someone and deliberately slowed his pace to chat with Miss Tang. Why is Fu Duo here today? Miss Tang gave her son a warning look, pursing her lips, yet maintaining an elegant smile from a distance. It's your grandmother's birthday today. Be polite. Tang Yan's expression quickly flashed with disgust. For the birthday dinner, besides family, Tang Shanling also invited a few old friends she still kept in touch with, depending on her mood. Fu Duo was one of the family elders, who came to celebrate. Like Tang Yan, Fu Duo was a student at Union University. The feud between them started long ago. Back in elementary school, Fu Duo would gossip about Tang Yan being adopted by his mother. Tang Yan, why? My mother was also adopted by my grandmother. Surprising, isn't she? A few years ago, when Fu Duo was admitted to the Mecha maintenance program, he was practically ecstatic. Thankfully, the Mecha maintenance program has a strict admissions and graduation requirements. After Fu Duo changed his major for unknown reasons, he finally regained his normal gait and improved. Congratulations. Tang Shanling, nearing 70, had bright eyes and walked briskly, pausing briefly every few steps to wait for the aging Bai Shui to catch up. Her movements were no different from those of a young man wandering the stars decades before. Only she herself was aware of her aging. Just like her current leisurely retirement, life flowed along calmly and boringly, sliding steadily towards death. After accepting everyone's congratulations, Tang Shanling saw her grandson pull out a food box and offer it to her like a treasure. Just praying that this kid hadn't given her the latest flavor of nutritional supplements, Tang Shanling paused as she unpacked the package. This aroma. It was exactly like the earth delicacies she had tasted back on the Nevernight Star. What's wrong, Mom? Miss Tang noticed something was wrong with Tang Shanling's expression, and, a little worriedly, she held her mother's arm. A red and green dish appeared before everyone. The green was a garnish of crisp, tender greens, while the red was the agate-colored cubes of pork in the center of the white porcelain plate. A slightly thick sauce trickled down the pork, and the meat trembled slightly as the plate was moved, clearly cooked to perfection. A pleasing sight and appetizing, that was all. Besides Tang Shanling, only Tang Yan and Bai Shui recognized the dish. Bai Shui resisted the urge to groan and scratch at the table, circling at her master's feet. She knew this was the earth dish she had tested yesterday, and the taste was 99% consistent with her memory. Tang Yan discerningly scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Tang Shanling. With a gentle pressure of the spoon, the fat and lean meat separated. The fat was tender and plump, while the lean meat was fragrant, both saturated with a carefully blended sauce. The combination of various ingredients clashed together, creating a vibrant aroma. It tasted exactly like she remembered. Tang Shanling savored the flavors on her tongue, eating with meticulous care. Just like over 40 years ago, Tang Shanling was once again fooled by the chef's tricks. The winter melon was peeled, grooved, and coated with dark soy sauce, representing the fatty portion. Minced Hericium arenaceus was kneaded into a filling with tofu, filling the grooves of the winter melon. This was the lean meat. A variety of spices and the mushroom water combined to provide the so-called meaty flavor. After prolonged cooking, this entirely vegetarian dish also took on the flavor of meat. From the very beginning, Lian Xiao and his team's approach was misguided. How could the famous sweet and savory, elderly-friendly imitation meat dish, King Kong Fire recipe, not meet Tang Shanling's description? Lian Xiao was also lucky. Cesari's words woke him up from his dream. Lian Xiao wondered if Cesare would get a share of the reward, but she wouldn't tell him. She was truly old. Tang Shanling suddenly had this thought. A familiar, distant smell brought her back to the days when she first embarked on this journey. She was young and fearless then. She remembered the restaurant's chef, not much older than, saying goodbye as she left the restaurant, promising to return. See you next time. And then, decades later, she didn't encounter that flavor again. Life is full of promises that never came to fruition. Tang Shanling wasn't particularly obsessed with that flavor, It was just a small ripple in her turbulent past, a recurring story, like any other interesting experience, told over and over again, in others and books, until it grew tasteless. Am I truly old? Tang Shanling asked herself. Am I really like they say, that when old enough, I should quietly await death at home, and stop running around and causing trouble like young people? But she heard similar things when she was younger. Girls like you should stay home and not run around. Why didn't she listen then? And why did she listen now? She wasn't defeated by aging, but by her own lack of courage. Tang Shanling thought about the Golden Brewing Festival on Semele at this time of year, and wondered if it was about to begin. She wanted to go. A few hours later, Lian Xiao, anxiously awaiting Tang Yan's feedback and final payment, received a message from a client. Dog Blood Elemental Immortal Product. Thank you, Lian Xiao, my grandmother enjoyed her meal very much. Dog Blood Elemental Immortal Product. But she's already bought her starship ticket, and is ready to leave for Semele. There's nothing we can do to stop her. Well done. Don't do it again next time. Chapter 22. Lian Xiao checked her account transfer history, and was pleased to see the latest balance. She couldn't help but count the current balance again, her expression completely different from the first time she saw the account. Haha, she's finally not broke. Over the past 10 days, the number of customers has steadily increased, and the daily income has been substantial. Adding to the completion of the order entrusted by Tang Yan, Lian Xiao's savings have already exceeded 4 figures. However, after deducting the monthly student loan and the repayment to Zhao Liqing, Lian Xiao's current income only barely covers her daily expenses. This is already very good. Lian Xiao happily took a screenshot of her balance as a souvenir. She would gradually earn the next 5 or 6 figures. The life of a wealthy woman beckoned her. What did Tang Yan say to you when he asked her to meet? Zhao Liqing asked. Following her friend's advice, Lian Xiao settled into a disciplined college life, diligently attending classes, cooking, and delivering food from Monday to Friday, and diligently studying, cooking, and delivering food on weekends. Lian Xiao felt it was necessary. After all, there was a real exam for the midterm theory class. Today, halfway through their after-school study session, Tang Yan texted Lian Xiao to leave. When he returned, Lian Xiao had 2 extra bottles of drinks in his hand, which she had picked up on her way back to the dormitory. Lian Xiao handed one of the bottles of Hong Kong-style milk tea to Zhao Liqing. She had previously asked Tang Yan if he could help her give more information about the mysterious chef. Tang Yan said his grandmother wrote me a note and asked him to pass it on. Tang Yan also revealed a little about his grandmother's sudden departure, his expression wilting. Zhao Liqing curiously swirled the amber caramel liquid in her milk tea cup. Milk tea existed in this era, but she had never seen one as dark as the one Lian Xiao brewed. Lian Xiao opened Tang Shanling's note and said, I think this would be perfect for reviewing. Hong Kong milk, with its high caffeine content, might actually buy you more time to review by avoiding insomnia. If the popular milk tea of this era is a gentle, white flower, then Lian Xiao's Hong Kong milk tea is a bright, glamorous beauty. Lian Xiao is known for her generosity in cooking and making drinks. This time, she blended 5 or 6 different teas into a base for her Hong Kong milk tea, repeatedly straining the tea 8 times in a row, achieving a rich tea flavor while minimizing any bitterness. The refrigerated Hong Kong milk tea has a rich tea and milky aroma and a smooth sip. There's a momentary astringency on the tip of your tongue, then it's overcome by the rich aroma of milk, leaving a subtle sweetness on the finish. Zhao Liqing drank tons of milk tea, which only intensified her study efforts. Studying and reviewing is so hard, how can you endure it without some sweet milk tea? Tang Shanling's note was simple, directly expressing her gratitude and praise for Lian Xiao's recreation of the dish. She then left the detailed address and information of Master Chen on Nevernight. Lian Xiao, I wish you and your Earth cuisine will become more known to more people, Tang Shanling wrote. After one of my trips, I believe we meet again someday. As expected of the woman who made the decision that night, and is now aboard a starship, she's so decisive. Lian Xiao saved the restaurant address Tang Shanling had given him on his computer, planning a trip to Nevernight during winter break. Before beginning her review, Lian Xiao opened the system app to check the dashboard. Ever since the release of the Breakup Kitchen mission, she couldn't help but check the number of returning customers, like a blogger who can't help but check if their follower count is up. Lian Xiao's dashboard now looks like this. Username, Lian Xiao. Level, 2, 57 out of 100, cooking talent level, 6 out of 10, with enough funds, you could open a popular online restaurant and dominate the market. Cooking skills, home cooking level, better than most, but not worth the expense. Knife skills, intermediate, Upgradable, you can show off your skill in cutting a cucumber, but it's far from solid. Heat control, basic, upgradable, just okay, with flashes of inspiration. Seasoning, advanced, upgradable, you already beaten 95% of the roadside vendors, who only use MSG for seasoning. Leveling progress is slow. During this period of breakfast delivery business, Lian Xiao has accumulated a lot of satisfaction points. She redeemed all of them for ingredient gift packs, but she was very cautious about adding points to her 3 skills. Side Quest 3, Break Up Kitchen. Number of returning customers, 33/40. Clicking on a specific number reveals a small stick figure portrait corresponding to each returning customer, along with their name and food preferences. It's like a smart, real-time database of regular customers. Not to mention, the system renders each person vividly. Cesare, with his curly hair, grinned and made a scissor sign on his QQ profile. Lian Xiao poked at Gu Changfeng, the cool, aloof guy standing next to Cesare. A slow smirk appeared between his QQ profile's eyebrows, his cheeks puffed up, and he turned his head away, pouting. Lian Xiao, haha, cuter than the real person. She had a clear memory of her regular customers. Counting the accounts that had recently placed orders, Lian Xiao muttered to herself, it doesn't match. There's one missing. The missing customer had only recently started placing daily orders, and sometimes sent compliments via the chat app. Generally speaking, if someone makes more than 3 repeat purchases within a short period of time, the system will deem them a returning customer. However, this customer, Fu Duo, was not one of them. What's wrong? Hearing Lian Xiao mutter to himself, Zhao Liqing stretched her aching neck and asked with concern. She saw Lian Xiao look away from the laptop with a strange expression. Perhaps coincidentally, the second after Zhao Liqing finished speaking, Lian Xiao received a message from Fu Duo. Lian Xiao, a customer asked if I could customize a King Kong fire recipe? Strange, how did this Fu Duo know about this dish? Fu Duo's explanation made perfect sense. He confessed that he had attended Tang Shanling's birthday party, and couldn't stop thinking about it. Well, Lian Xiao put her vague doubts aside, and put the order on her to-do list. But just to be on the safe side, she still took the trouble to contact Tang Yan on the chat app. How's it going? The second-in-command asked Fu Duo. It was a private little room, lit by candles. The 4 stone brick walls were covered with coats of arms of various designs. The speaker sat comfortably in a high-back chair at the end of the long table, his legs draped in a soft, warm velvet blanket. Fu Duo suppressed his fear and nodded. The food has arrived, and I've eaten half of it. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he asked anxiously, what about the promise you made me? When will it be fulfilled? He was risking his life to help the Knights of Heraldry do this. Sure, the other party said in a soothing voice, still stroking the dark bird on the table. Don't worry. We at the Knights of Heraldry have always kept our promises. Facing Linda's gentle smile, Fu Duo's chin recoiled, and he reluctantly nodded. But he couldn't forget that it was in that small room, a room filled with different coats of arms, that he was expelled by the Knights Council of 10, forced to voluntarily change his major. Linda before him was also a member of that council. After arranging Fu Duo's visit to the hospital, the raven on the table, with its glossy black feathers, hopped twice in place, tilting its head as if listening intently to Linda's instructions. Ravens are highly intelligent birds, with an IQ close to that of a child. As if it truly understood, the raven flew out of the open window and melted into the darkness. What ordinary ravens couldn't do, this mechanical raven could. It was the eyes of the disabled Lindu. Due to several incidents of students using simulated mechanical animals to cheat on exams or peek through them, Union University introduced a regulation a few years ago prohibiting students from bringing or using any type of mechanical creature on campus, even as pets. The law governs commoners, not nobles. Besides, doctors are not subject to criminal punishment. Linda was confident that Alliance University wouldn't punish him for such a minor offense. The raven chose a secluded branch, its electronic eyes flickering red in the darkness as it detected when Guxu were running out of the apartment building. It followed the human girl, flying past windows and over the ornamental lake. All the information its electronic eyes captured was fed into Linda's computer. Finally, it landed in front of Lian Xiao's dormitory window. Lian Xiao. When Guxu knocked anxiously on the door, repeatedly glancing back, as if afraid someone might be following her. Zhao Liqing, who answered the door, was a bit bewildered, holding a braised chicken foot. She and Lian Xiao were munching on the chicken feet and watching a play, having not expected Wen Guxue to visit so late. Lian Xiao walked over, glanced at Wen Guxue's clothes, and asked uncertainly, Are you planning on staying here tonight? When Gushua had moved into the private student apartments rented by Knight's Emblem at the start of the semester. This was why, despite the 3-person quadruple dorm being assigned, 2 rooms remained empty. When Gushua shook her head and closed the door behind her. I came looking for you as soon as I heard about it. Didn't you check your laptop? Her cheeks still flushed from her intense run, and she spoke quickly. You have a client named Fu Duo. He had Lian's stir-fried takeout tonight, and is vomiting and having diarrhea. His roommate contacted the Knight's Emblem, and I heard they're planning to convene a meeting of 10 people. Aren't you worried at all? Seeing Lian Xiao only grunt in agreement at the news, when Gushua tightened her jacket around herself. She had been in such a hurry that she hadn't even had time to comb her hair, and she grabbed a jacket that didn't even match her nightgown. Lian Xiao checked his laptop. He was exhausted after a long day. She and Xiao Liqing were so engrossed in watching a drama that they completely ignored the news. Sure enough, an hour or 2 ago, Fu Duo's chat account started sending her messages about feeling unwell after taking the Diamond Fire formula. The intervals between messages grew shorter, and the tone grew increasingly forceful. Finally, he sent her a photo of himself in the hospital with the caption, "Keep pretending to be dead, and I have the Knight's Emblem expose you." What? Besides threatening people, the Knight's Emblem also moonlights as a journalist? Lian Xiao remained calm, even grumbling calmly inwardly. Zhao Liqing asked for her, "So what is the Council of 10? When Gushua, it's the de facto leader of the Knight's Emblem. The 10 members, who embody the most chivalrous virtues, form the council. They set an example by practicing the virtues and rules of the society, decide all matters concerning the Knight's Emblem, and regulate the behavior of all students at the Mecha Academy. If the Council of 10 is convened and unanimously determines that Lian Xiao has violated discipline, he will be expelled." Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing exchanged glances. What can they do to me if I don't expel you? The Knight's Emblem isn't an official academy organization, Lian Xiao said. When Gushua was stunned, stumbling over his words, but the students who attended the 10-person meeting earlier all obeyed the verdict. No one dared to defy the Knight's Emblem. Or rather, no one dared to defy the power behind the Knight's Emblem. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. When Gushua ducked into the empty room, like a startled rabbit. Outside the door stood several men in black, each wearing knight-like hand armor. Badges adorning their black cloaks revealed their identities. Lian Xiao, These crazy people, obsessed with playing house. Chapter 23. Leading the group was Julian. Only the buckle of his badge shone with dazzling gold. The black-clad men surrounded him, a faint presence of 1,000 stars surrounding the moon. "Good evening, ladies," Julian said politely. "I'm here to speak with Miss Lian Xiao." Seeing that Lian Xiao and the others showed no sign of greeting him, he didn't get angry. He pulled a roll of yellowed parchment from his bosom and said with a carefree smile, "You're equally welcome in your dorm, in the hallway, or at our Knight's Heraldry headquarters. But are you sure you want to discuss this topic in the hallway?" Zhao Liqing, who had entered a state of alert, thought for a moment before letting Julian in with Lian Xiao. After all, you couldn't really count on the soundproofing of an ordinary university dorm. The heels of Julian's long leather boots tapped dully against the ground. He first wandered around the dormitory's common area, his posture relaxed, like a hunter standing by a trap, his head lowered to admire the struggles of his prey, not rushing to start a conversation. "Excuse me, but some of the school's infrastructure is awful," Julian said, trying to turn the knob on the common area radiator. "Why are ordinary dormitories still using such outdated heating equipment? Miss Lian Xiao and Miss Xiao, you deserve better living conditions. The Lancaster family itself is a donor to Union University. A significant amount of the family's funds flow annually to various universities, building new buildings, purchasing new equipment, and supporting various scientific research projects. But the Lancaster eldest son will not live in the dormitory donated by Lancaster. The private student apartment building, leased by the Knight's Emblem, is fully equipped with training rooms, a small banquet hall, and a nutritional supplement vending machine. Mecha trainers and doctors are on call 24 hours a day. The temperature in the building is maintained at a comfortable level year-round by artificial intelligence. Students living there never worry about heat or cold, as if the world has always been this comfortable and convenient since their birth." Julian said, "Ladies, you deserve excellent living and training conditions." Lian Xiao, Could this guy have come here so late just to show off?" she asked bluntly. "What are you trying to say, Senior Yu?" "It's Lancaster," Julian corrected, finally clarifying his purpose. "Miss Lian Xiao, you should already know about your customer, Fu Duo. He wants us to investigate Lian Jia Xiao Chao for selling stale food. Lian Xiao scoffed and folded her arms, sitting on the armrest of the sofa. Her patience was running out, and she was in a bad mood. She was already exhausted from studying and earning money all day, and now someone had interrupted her rare evening of relaxing with friends watching TV. She felt the urge to punch Julian in the face. So? Julian's smile brightened. We discussed this for a long time, and there are two solutions to this problem. First, convene a meeting of 10. But this is something we don't want to see happen. Honestly, Miss Lian Xiao, you likely face severe punishment. Julian observed Lian Xiao's reaction. Negotiation skills are essential for family heirs, but Lian Xiao's persistent expression of half-heartedness towards him made him a little irritated. Or, join the Knights Heraldry. The Knights Heraldry won't abandon any of its members. We ask Fu Duo to forgive you and not expose this matter. That way, you won't have to attend the meeting of 10, and Lian Stir-Fry can continue operating as usual, making everyone happy. At what point did matters concerning Lian Xiao spiral out of control? Julian studied Lian Xiao. His relatively pale irises gave him a reptilian look under the incandescent light. Another muscular woman from the Mecha Major. Despite his inner disdain for Lian Xiao, he maintained a friendly smile. He had always believed that only fair, delicate women could be called ladies, worthy of his chivalry. Now, facing Lian Xiao, the Knight's emblem was in a difficult position. They needed Lian Xiao. His joining would shatter the purity of the Knight's emblem. They wanted to kill Lian Xiao directly, but they had to worry about the reaction from the Academy and the Tyrant. After all, killing an Earth freshman and even an S-rank with no background were vastly different. Many people with powerful backgrounds aspired to become the S-ranks the Academy rarely saw in a decade. Most importantly, the court order against Lian Xiao in Yulian's hand had been creased, and Lian Xiao must not side with Gu Chanfeng. Next semester, Gu Chanfeng would be eligible to officially participate in military exercises. This was Yulian's last chance, already a junior, to defeat Gu Chanfeng head-on and prove his worth before leaving for internship. He knew that Gu Chanfeng's side's fatal flaw was their inability to find an arc of sufficiently high level. He knew better than anyone that Gu Chanfeng and Red Dragon No. 3 were currently constrained from reaching their full potential. In Julian's view, whether Lian Xiao could become an arc or not was unimportant. Whether he recognized the Knight's emblem was unimportant. What mattered was that he didn't join Gu Chanfeng's side. Zhao Liqing, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. You orchestrated this whole thing, getting Fu Duo to forgive Lian Xiao. Julian took a long step forward, the light illuminating his face like an actor on stage. Of course not. Miss Xiao, if you ask around, you find out that Fu Duo was expelled from the Mecha Academy by the Council of 10. Isn't it more reasonable for him to be hostile to the Knight's emblem? Lian Xiao tilted his head and said, Isn't there a third option? The third option. Julian repeated, his eyes growing more interested as if remembering something. If Miss Lian Xiao chooses a duel, that's not impossible. We, the Knights of Heraldry, will fight on behalf of the victim. The trial outcome will be determined by duel. This, again, is a preference of the Knights of Heraldry, originating from a certain customary law of the Middle Ages. When two sides are at loggerheads in court, a duel is held. The winner's words are considered authentic, and people believe that God and fate will side with justice. Somewhat baffled by these so-called second-generation families' obsession with medieval knights, Lian Xiao sneered. If they were thrown back to the Middle Ages, they would be obedient. Lian Xiao shrugged and held up 3 fingers. Okay, I understand. Option 1. Join the Knights of Heraldry, but you must win the duel to accept the invitation. Option 2. Attend the meeting of 10. Option 3. Still a duel. None of these sound good to me. She curled a finger with each point. I'm sorry, but allow me to be more clear. Julian approached Lian Xiao and handed him the warrant, his physical pressure preventing him from even considering the situation. We can still decide who to duel with, and how to conduct it. Lian Xiao nodded and stood up from the sofa, his intention to send him away clearly. I can give you a definite answer right now. Lian Xiao said, I will never join the Knights Heraldry, no matter what. She watched as Julian's confident smile faded, his face darkening to a terrifying degree, and she felt her mood improve a little. And of the 3 options Julian proposed, she wouldn't choose any of them right now. That night, Lian Xiao finally slept for 8 full hours. Rubbing his eyes, he left the room. Zhao Liqing, who had classes that morning, was still sitting in the living room. Lian Xiao blinked several times before confirming he wasn't seeing things. What could possibly have caused the Curve King to skip his morning class? Lian Xiao was starting to get nervous. Lian Xiao held his breath as Zhao Liqing hesitantly turned the laptop around. After a few glances, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let me read it to you. Zhao Liqing turned the laptop around again. She decided to say something gentle. Seeing so many people cursing Lian Xiao on the forum was painful for her, let alone Lian Xiao himself. It's okay, Lian Xiao said, sitting down nonchalantly. Didn't we expect this? Yes. Lian Xiao had sensed something was amiss ever since Fu Duo placed the order. Tang Yan's repeated warnings about Fu Duo's questionable character had made her cautious. But the Knight's Emblem's attack came so swiftly. At midnight, Fu Duo and his roommate posted on the forum, angrily accusing Lian Jia Xiao Chao of substandard food quality. Fu Duo suffered vomiting and diarrhea after eating the food, and remains hospitalized. Some of the first comments in the thread defended Lian Jia Xiao Chao. I sympathize with you, OP, but that doesn't prove your stomach upset was caused by Lian Jia Xiao Chao, right? That's right. I ordered Lian Jia Xiao Chao many times, and nothing's happened. Perhaps you ate something else? Think about it. Some others disagreed. This is hilarious. Which is more likely to cause problems? Nutritional supplements from a large company, or the 3 no-name food from Lian Zhao's small workshop, which is supposedly a delicacy? Anyone can figure it out. Lian Xiao's lackeys stopped biting the victim. However, after Fu Duo's roommate posted photos of the remaining Diamond Fire recipe, along with the test results, the doctor's diagnosis, and a photo of Fu Duo lying with his cheeks slightly sunken while receiving an 4 drip, the tide of discussion shifted almost instantly in their favor. The netizens who spoke up for Lian Xiao fell silent. Ha ha ha, Lian Xiao's online army, look at the evidence. Still crying? Can't you see the line exceeding the bacteria limit? And that dish looks like it's been sitting around for ages, not fresh at all. The poster even said it was a custom-made dish. How pathetic. He spent so much money, and only to suffer for himself. Lian Xiao, don't you feel guilty? I'm from Earth too. Lian Xiao's actions completely discredit Earthlings. I'd be embarrassed to even call myself an Earthling. Lian Stir Fry is closing down. Lian Xiao doesn't deserve to stay in the Mecha Major. But Lian Xiao is S-rank. Even if the incident reaches the Mecha Academy, they'd probably protect her. Forget it, everyone. Real name verification on the forum is possible with some means. Lian Xiao will see this. Lian Xiao scrolled down and saw several posts hinting, overtly and covertly, at her backers, urging everyone to keep quiet. Having come from the age of online information explosion, Lian Xiao was all too familiar with these methods of manipulating public opinion. As expected, the more she spoke like this, the more she stirred up a rebellious mentality among netizens. Why can't we speak out about what's right? Why can't Lian Xiao speak out about the unscrupulous merchants? Just because we're students at the Mecha Academy, should we be expelled? We must make those who do wrong pay the price. Some netizens cried out in anger. Amid this wave of condemnation, the already small number of netizens who spoke out for Lian Jia Xiao Chao were like a wall of sand on the beach, disintegrating in the first place. Some stubborn people still defended Lian Xiao, who seemed to be an old acquaintance. As a result, this student, who had now fulfilled his wish and changed his name to Lian Jia Xiao Chao Earth Breakfast No. 1 Fan, formerly known as Instant Noodle-flavored nutritional supplement, was banned. Without even looking at the private messages on her chat app or forum, Lian Xiao knew they were filled with requests for order cancellations and insults. She wasn't angry either. Public opinion is inherently neutral. Speaking out for justice is always commendable. Those who manipulate the situation by exploiting the goodwill of the public are the most disgusting. The statement issued by Knight's Emblem in this situation seemed particularly righteous. Knight's Emblem is an organization that upholds the spirit of chivalry. To this day, we continue to work to protect our fellow students from injustice and harm. We are sword-wielding knights who uphold justice. The Knight's Emblem official account posted a warrant for the 10-member meeting against Lian Xiao. Under the 3 encircling emblems, everyone applauded. Knight's Emblem's move completely cleared its past reputation. Knight's Emblem's most righteous episode yet. Supported. Where's Lian Xiao? Can anyone tell me how she reacts? A classmate of Lian Xiao's, anonymous, didn't attend class today, haha. She's too scared to leave the dorm, right? I report her too, and help Lian Xiao get disciplined soon. Wait, ID Lianjiaxiao. Lian Xiao posted this. What's in the title? Knight's Emblem, why don't you hold your own court and play house? What is Lian Xiao saying? Chapter 24. Lian Xiao succinctly wrote 3 sentences in the post. AAA Lian Jia Xiao Chao. I can guarantee that the custom dishes I sold to Fu Duo have no food safety issues. I have not violated any school rules. How can a makeshift team like Knight's Emblem have the authority and nerve to judge me? Explosive killing. Everyone was thinking, is there anyone else who speaks so arrogantly to Knight's Emblem? Before they could recover from their shock, Lian Xiao proved she could be even more arrogant by posting a picture on the second floor. AAA Lian Jia Xiao Qiao, Knight's Emblem, stop handing me flyers every day. You invited me to join, but forced me to duel first. Is this a genuine invitation, or are you just trying to bully the freshmen? Since you have a bad memory, I repeat it again. I absolutely will not join the Knight's Emblem. Smiles. Then netizens saw dozens of elegant, gilded envelopes carelessly discarded on the floor, forming a small question mark and a large X. Everyone who saw the image seemed to hear Lian Xiao's faint sarcasm, playing it in their heads on a loop. You want me to join the Knight's Emblem? How could that be possible? Damn, is there anyone here who can verify whether the invitation is genuine? Isn't the Knight's Emblem limited to selecting members from the descendants of Mecha families? Don't bother, I enlarged the image several times and checked it several times. From the gold foil used for the gilded decals and the wax seal, I can confirm they're all genuine. Don't ask, the only thing I'm asking is that I have a friend who saw a Knight's Emblem invitation, and a friend of that friend had it framed and hung on the wall. But Lian Xiao just threw it on the floor. Is this what an S-class is? I live in the same dormitory building as an S-class, and I actually seen someone stuffing this in her mailbox every day. A student from the Mecha Academy appeared. Wait, everyone, why are they tangling with Lian Xiao and the Knight's Emblem? Lian Xiao says her food is fine, but where's the evidence? Lian Xiao's fingers twitched outside the laptop screen, forcing her to not reply to the comment. She didn't have the evidence yet. This was one of the reasons she was wasting time on the Knight's Emblem. Tang Yan said Fu Duo had bad character. At first, Lian Xiao thought Fu Duo might just be doing something petty like giving a bad review to get a bargain. Fortunately, she had cautiously made an extra copy of the Diamond Fire formula and recorded a video for record. Now she's waiting for the Diamond Fire formula's inspection report. The forums were refreshing rapidly, with questioning, sarcastic replies rising like bubbles in a shaken bottle of soda. Lian Xiao thought for a moment and replied to a specific thread. Let me review the timeline. The Knight's Emblem sent Lian Xiao many invitations, demanding that he duel with them before joining. Lian Xiao refused. When Fu Duo got sick, Knight Emblem stepped in to speak up for him, and wanted Lian Xiao to attend the 10-person meeting. I don't know if I read too many novels and overthink things, but it always looks like Knight Emblem is taking advantage of a situation where love turns to hate. AAA Lian Jia Xiao Qiao, I refused many times. Late last night, President, you even came over to ask me to join them in person. Last night. Especially. In person. Don't underestimate the crowd. Lian Xiao only restrainedly stated part of the facts, but that little bit of information was enough for the crowd to piece together the truth. Amidst the sea of horrifying thoughts, one netizen left a comment asking, can anyone check what time Fu Duo was admitted? Soon, not only Fu Duo's hospitalization date, but also the approximate time the Knight Emblem group visited the girls' dormitory were shared by eyewitnesses. Comparing the two times, netizens with a keen sense of time have something to say. The school is keeping it a secret. Is there any public transportation faster than the hovercraft that they're not telling us about? Otherwise, how can we explain the distance from the Knight's Emblem to Lian Xiao's dorm? President, you had already set off before Fu Duo even entered the hospital. Who knows? Maybe the Knight's Emblem is right near Lian Xiao's dorm, waiting for Fu Duo's command to rush in and demand Lian Xiao's membership. Hey upstairs, you better not be hinting at something. Upstairs, open the door. It's the Knight's Emblem. Since Fu Duo posted the test report, the forum's tone has finally reversed again. Rather than simply unscrupulous merchants selling expired food, the plot by the aristocratic society to frame an S-rank student is more eye-catching. Today, all professors with scheduled classes at Union University have noticed a significant increase in the number of students using laptops in class. The last time the Union University forum was this lively, it seems to be related to another S-rank student, Gu Changfeng. Lian Xiao didn't relax even a bit as the discussion progressed according to her plan. She refreshed Fu Duo's post every half-minute. As the conspiracy theorists gradually overwhelmed those denouncing Lian Xiao, Fu Duo updated. It's pretty much what we expected, Zhao Liqing said after reading Fu Duo's autobiography. Lian Xiao nodded. As Julian had revealed yesterday, Fu Duo admitted in his post that he was expelled from the Mecha Academy by the 10-man council due to a mistake. This seems to disprove the claim that Fu Duo and the Knight's Emblem were colluding. Who would join forces with a society they have a grudge against? Could it be that the Knight's Emblem is truly seeking justice? Speechless. Those netizens who believe Lian Xiao, I'm going to sell you health supplements, ha ha. She claimed her cooking was fine, and that Lancaster threatened her into joining the club last night, but she couldn't produce any evidence. Those with evidence, who don't believe it, who believe the liar, wouldn't even feed your brains to a dog. The netizens caught in the crossfire were upset and started cursing at the foul-mouthed guy. If you're so great, come and reveal the truth. What's with all the talk? I'm the only one sober, while everyone else is drunk. Hee. I hate this kind of pretentious, expletive blocked. At this point, the argument was no longer about upholding justice. Each user, spewing curses and swearing, took to the microphone simply to prove their own right, and the two sides engaged in a chaotic brawl. At this point, Lian Xiao logged out of the forum, only to discover that Tang Yan had sent her several messages just minutes earlier. Dog Blood Elemental Immortal. Lian Xiao, did Fu Duo do something to frame you? Don't worry, I trust you and Fu Duo unconditionally. Dog Blood Elemental Immortal. I can't help it. I'm going to post a thread to clear your name. Dog Blood Elemental Immortal. Too many complaints. So the post has been blocked and the comments have been muted. Another ally succumbed quickly. Tang Yan was still too young and lacked practical experience in verbal battles. Unlike Qian Yui, who deeply understood the principle of slow and steady progress, he only offered subtle guidance and shut down when things got out of hand. AAA Lian Jiao Xiao Xiao. Next time you come, I give you a 50% discount. Crazy Elemental Immortal product. Wow, thank you. But Lian Xiao, do you have a solution? Not really a solution, but she had anticipated the current situation. So far, every step of the Knight's Emblem's response has been within Lian Xiao's expectations. Fu Duo's revelations were intended to tarnish Lian Xiao's reputation, using the closure of her shop and public opinion to force her to attend a 10-person meeting and ultimately expel her. Fu Duo revealed more information, revealing that the opponent had played all their cards, but the suspicion that both sides were colluding to frame Lian Xiao had already been planted in everyone's minds. Cardinal, it feels like it's almost time to wrap things up. Ho ho ho, I'm looking forward to the results. At AAA Lian Stir-Fry Gu Chanfeng at Wu Yin Gu Wax Tree, you're full of treasures at League's strongest heavy armored soldier, low talk version, at all members. Wax Tree, you're full of treasures. Little Saw, don't you know how to tag all members? I can teach you. It's very simple. Cardinal, I'm posting twice for emphasis, understand? Wu Yin Gu, I posted. Since the others in the group weren't able to step forward, Yi Yin, who had multiple smurfs and knew how to hide his IP, became the perfect candidate. Yi Yin's style was consistent from real life to his mecha role, focusing on elusiveness and precise attacks. Yesterday, after Night Emblem, and when Gu Shue left, Lian Xiao tried to contact Gu Chanfeng and the others. She needed their combat support for her plan. Their dormitories showed a strong and unanimous interest in humiliating the Knight's Emblem. Cesare quickly created a group called Home Table Dismantling Service. Didn't Julian and the Knight's Emblem tout themselves as the new era's Night Kings and Knights of the Round Table? It was time someone overturned their imaginary Knights Round Table. Yi Yin, using his secondary account, posted an analysis. Now the two camps are clear. Lian Xiao believed that Fu Duo and the Knight's Emblem had conspired to frame her. Logical, with eyewitness evidence, but no concrete evidence. Fu Duo, on the other hand, used past personal grudges to justify his claim of no collusion with the Knight's Emblem. Logical. But I noticed why, from the very beginning, the Knight's Emblem, whether it was trying to get Lian Xiao inducted or attending the 10-man meeting, was focused on forcing her to face off. I'm beginning to question the Knight's Emblem's motives. Under normal circumstances, freshmen aren't allowed to wear armor, and a freshman who hasn't participated in physical training fighting a Knight's Emblem member, even I, an outsider, thinks the odds of winning are practically zero. How could the Knight's Emblem understand this? Plus, the Knight's Emblem had previously demanded that Lian Xiao's duel be private. If this hadn't been exposed, would both the duel and the 10-man meeting have been kept secret? Then I could understand Lian Xiao's refusal to join the guild. After all, everything that's not public is up to the Knight's Emblem. After reading the post, netizens automatically filled in the blanks for the original poster. Yeah, why do I feel like Night Emblem is trying to bully someone? Or maybe, more darkly, wants Lian Xiao to get hurt in the duel? Getting hurt in a duel isn't surprising, but I have to admit the original poster has some truth to it. Combined with the other things, it's pretty obvious that Night Emblem was chasing Lian Xiao and biting him. Another thought, is it true that S-Rank and Night Emblem can't fight? I just want to see it. Want to see, +1. Want to see Night Emblem seniors bullying freshmen? I say your justice is pretty hypocritical. Want to see, +10086. I don't support either side. How about an open fight? Aren't you worried about Night Emblem tampering? We help you keep an eye on him. In the group chat, Yi sent an OK emoji. Under the manipulation of the group, the focus of the discussion shifted from the food safety of Lian Jia Xiaoqiao to Night Emblem's suspicious desire for an unfair duel. In fact, in the eyes of the onlookers, who were eager to see the fun, the Night Emblem bullied others, and Lian Xiao was also not clean. If either side engaged in shady dealings, the onlookers would automatically convict him. This was exactly what Lian Xiao wanted. She immediately responded to the thread. AAA Lian Jia Xiaoqiao, I don't agree with using violence to clarify the truth, but as you can see, the Night Emblem is relentless in pursuing me. If violence can guarantee my future academic life without harassment, I can challenge you. A fair and open challenge, Night Emblem, do you dare to accept? Why should everything be conducted at the Night Emblem's behest? Now I dare to raise the issue. Do you dare to accept? Offense and defense shift. Since Fu Duo's slanderous remarks need to be resolved, why not take this opportunity to bring the Night Emblem, who is pursuing them so closely, out into the open? Doesn't the Night Emblem want to bully others in a private duel or at a 10-person meeting? Alright, then let's have a duel under the watchful eyes of so many people, under the pressure of public opinion. Moreover, Lian Xiao's motivation for the challenge shifted from Lian Jia Xiaoqiao violated the rules to Lian Xiao could no longer bear the harassment from the Night Emblem and was forced to spar, completely changing the nature of the battle. She wasn't optimistic enough to believe that the Night Emblem would completely cease fighting after the sparring. She had patience, so she decided to fight them a few more times until they were hurt. After several encounters, Lian Xiao felt that the Night Emblem had two main characteristics: arrogance and feigning death. From top to bottom, the Night Emblem was extremely concerned about their portrayal straying from the so-called chivalry, so the accusations of unfairness in the forums were enough to hit them right in the gut. Lian Xiao patiently waited for a response. 10 minutes later, the Night Emblem leader, Julian, who had been tagged by countless netizens, appeared. Night King, we accept your challenge. For fairness, we will only send one sophomore member, and the duel will be decided by a draw in front of everyone. AAA Lian Jia Xiaoqiao, yes. AAA Lian Jia Xiaoqiao, I set the other rules. Otherwise, no deal. Chapter 25. Time goes back a few minutes. Clang, a delicate bone china vase was swept off the table and fell onto the carpet, not breaking, but rolling several times with a dull thud. The black tulips in the vase trembled before being crushed by a pointed shoe, their juices seeping into the carpet like blood. The shoe's owner tried to kick the vase again, but was coldly stopped. Enough, Ross, mind your manners. Ross turned around and saw the companions sitting around the round table sharing the same gloomy expressions. It was clear that everyone was suppressing their anger, though none of them were as violent and outwardly emotional as the impulsive Ross. How dare you, a lowly person from Earth, speak to us like that? Ross said, I'm going to find someone to kill her. The personal pronoun here, of course, refers to Lian Xiao, who had publicly declared war on the Knight's Emblem on the forum. The member of the Knight's Emblem responsible for monitoring public opinion reported Lian Xiao's personal response, and Julian actually convened a meeting of 10 people. Don't even think about it. Unexpectedly, Julian stopped him flatly. When anger overwhelmed him, Ross became reckless, like a mad dog. The tyrant is not at the academy now, but the eyes she left behind are still there. Do you want her to just storm into your house and smash you and yours to pieces? Ross withdrew his hand angrily, a little deflated. Then what are you going to do? He was considered Julian's most obedient supporter among the 10-person meeting, otherwise, Julian wouldn't have had the patience to talk to such a violent person. Of course, agreed to her promise. What else can we do? The boy sitting across from Julian spoke up. Ultimately, our reputation is what matters most. While the words were true, the tone of the man's words displeased Julian. The 10-member council wasn't entirely united. Some accepted Lian Xiao's membership, while others resented Julian's midterm recruitment. So who will take up the challenge? Julian glanced around. He hadn't considered the only female member at the table. Everyone knew she was just a figurehead for gender balance. If they lost to Lian Xiao again, the Knight's Emblem would be humiliated. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence. Julian sneered inwardly. Sensing the risk, these normally respectable young men shut up faster than anyone else. Someone chuckled softly. It was Li Lindu. I go, he said, motioning for the publicity member in the corner of the room, who dared not utter a word to respond. Julian thought for a few seconds and nodded. The dungeon selection can't also be in Lian Xiao's hands. He said this for two reasons. First, normal combat considerations, and second, Li Lindu's legs weren't suited to duels on complex maps. Li Lindu, it doesn't matter. Let those on the forum decide by shaking hands. He was just an earthling who had never received formal mecha training. He didn't care. Since they were clamoring for fairness and openness, Linda's fingers caressed the leather-wrapped armrests of an ancient four-legged indoor chair, a gentle smile on his face, but it sent chills down the spines of those sitting next to him. There was no greater relief than publicly defeating Lian Xiao and humiliating him. Everyone present had heard rumors about Li Lindu to some degree. A few years ago, he was still referred to as the Li family's youngest son, who was born unable to stand. While the Li family could provide the child with the best medical care, they all tacitly understood that he was nothing more than a worthless piece of shit. Furthermore, Li Lindu's older siblings, both legitimate and illegitimate, had a constant stream of illegitimate children younger than him. Once, his father's favorite illegitimate child bullied him, deliberately throwing away his walker and leaving him alone in the muddy, slippery, open garden for an entire, cold night, unnoticed. And then, within 2 days, the illegitimate child's leg was broken, and he could no longer stand. No one knew how Li Lindu had managed this. The next day, when the servants found the illegitimate child, he had fainted from the pain, his leg shattered, and blood stains were left on the ground from his crawling. The head of the family was delighted to see his ruthless blood flow through his descendants. Li Lindu rose from a marginalized member of the family to recognition, eventually being accepted into the Mecha Academy, and becoming one of the few reserve Mecha soldiers of his generation. The wait always felt incredibly long, and the other members of the 10-person meeting were growing restless. But Li Lindu remained composed. He was well versed in the feeling of waiting, and a faint smile remained on his face. In Night Emblem, Li Lindu was quite popular with the girls. His consistently gentle demeanor and physical disability naturally endeared him to most of the opposite sex. A member reported quietly, "The forum has drawn the dungeon for the Quetzalcoatl ancient city." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "The other party proposed. AAA Lianjiao Xiao Xiao. The team with the prototype insect wins. Each team may bring one teammate into the dungeon. Teammate members may not attack the enemy. Night King. Everyone enters correction mode. The team with the prototype insect at the end of the countdown wins." "Okay. Yes." 2 voices of approval echoed simultaneously, both inside and outside the computer screen. Lian Xiao looked curiously at Zhao Liqing, then at Gu Changfeng on the video call. Only one window was open for the online connection, and all 4 of them were squeezed into the same frame. Gu Changfeng was squeezed to the front, firmly in the center, his handsome face standing out. Enabling correction mode was probably a method invented before the Knight's Emblem, a way to circumvent the rule that freshmen couldn't duel in armor. Gu Changfeng explained, "In this mode, the user's physical data that doesn't meet the standards for piloting a mecha will be automatically modified by the Tianjita system, generating a model that meets the minimum standard, thus preventing the user from getting injured. Ultimately, the reason freshmen aren't required to wear armor is to prevent them from getting injured, and enabling correction mode precisely avoids this. Then why don't freshmen just use correction mode for training? There's no risk of injury, and they can get familiar with the mechas," Lian Xiao asked. "Because the data in the Tianjita system is fictitious, and over time, it can deceive the brain. Is the correction mode at most equivalent to opening a standard demo account?" Zhao Liqing rubbed her nose. She wouldn't reveal that during her adolescence, she was so obsessed with correction mode that she got injured in real life. The Tianjita system faithfully reflects the user's physical fitness, and while the muscle memory developed through training can be retained, it doesn't actually improve the user's physical fitness. Worse still, once users become familiar with the false physical qualities of the correction mode, they often overestimate their own strength and speed in real life, leading to injury. So, the developers later patched the correction mode with a 45-minute time limit. However, using correction mode was a good thing for Lian Xiao. At least it put all participants on the same physical level. Lian Xiao typed OK. "The sun is rising in the west, isn't it? It's better to believe a monkey can type a complete Shakespeare than to believe that Night Emblem is finally a human being," Cesare muttered, tapping on his laptop. "Let me see what tricks Night Emblem has up his sleeve. Hee. Night King, our participants, A-level Li Lindu, A-level Shiyu Shameless." Cesare's eyebrows shot high, looking like an emoji. He forced his way through the front row between Gu Changfeng and Yi Yin and angrily shouted at Lian Xiao, who was standing on the video screen, "Lian Xiao, don't move." I reply. He wondered how Night Emblem could be so kind as to proactively propose a full correction mode. It turned out to be for Li Linda's sake, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Linda's physical condition was even more complicated. The computer belonged to Yi Yin, so Cesare was using Yi Yin's account to post comments. "Wu Yengu, our team members, S rank Lian Xiao, A rank Chazare Wu Yin Gu. The mountain is a bit steep. I'm a little worried about whether you, Li Lindu, can make it. Out of friendship, if you ask me for help, I might consider helping you. Provocation. Those familiar with Yi Yin guessed that these two comments were probably from Chazare using his account. After all, the four of them were close friends in the dorm, and had shared forum accounts before. On the other end of the line, Li Linda listened to the club member's stammering report, not focusing on Sasare's provocation. When did Lian Xiao get to know them? Were they close enough to be her teammates? The boy across from Julian suddenly swung the laptop in his hand, sending it sliding toward Julian. He had always been against inviting Lian Xiao to join, and now, with a sullen face, he erupted. Our biggest mistake was not being resolute in eliminating that earthling. We even tried to recruit her. We're truly bringing shame to the Knight's Emblem. Julian was rude at first, but then servile, a disgrace to the Knight's Emblem. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew tense. Julian was leaving her position in one semester, and the other families in the club were eager to make a move. I will win. Li Lindu ignored his companion's anger and assured Julian, we can win with or without the fix. Although he had to admit that luck was temporarily on Lian Xiao's side when it came to the map draw. Even on the other side, the first meeting of the table service continued. Lian Xiao, can anyone give me a general overview of this dungeon? Yi Yin had already run this dungeon, so he was quite familiar with it. He described it as a perfect dungeon for shooting practice. The Quetzalcoatl Ancient City dungeon originated from a secret alliance mission around the 81st year of the Star Sea calendar. The alliance learned that a dormant protozoan had wandered into alliance territory. The protozoan was of extremely high scientific value, and the alliance was determined to obtain it at all costs. The small-scale conflict over the protozoan occurred in Quetzalcoatl Ancient City. The ruins of a city from a vanished ancient alien civilization were named for the remaining buildings, which, winding along the mountainside, resembled a feathered snake, reminiscent of Earth's Quetzalcoatl god. That dungeon is really full of bugs. Yi Yin said, not just the guard Zerg protecting the protozoan, but also the various mutated bugs on that planet. His experience was that with just one mech and one gun, he could attack the city all day long. There was no end to the battle, truly no end. That was why he suggested that Lian Xiao need a teammate, someone to provide full firepower to cover her, and ensure her marching speed wasn't disrupted by the bugs. Don't worry, Lian Xiao, Chazare patted his chest, encouraging her. Our mental power level is higher than theirs, so we're guaranteed to win. Lian Xiao, is that how it works? Also, you must first adapt to your physical condition in correction mode, Gu Chanfeng said. Due to what Lian Xiao had heard about last time, he automatically withdrew from the queue for Lian Xiao's teammates. When are you free tomorrow? He asked. After Lian Xiao gave the specific location and time for the class, she saw Gu Chanfeng nod. Okay, I meet you at the classroom entrance tomorrow and help you get familiar with correction mode. Chapter 26. Walking into the Mecha Department Training Center again, Lian Xiao felt as if he were in another world. The last time he frequented the place was when he was preparing for the freshman exam. The training center was crowded today. On the way from the entrance to the elevator, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng brushed past several people, their gazes lingering like birds, then flying away. Beside him, Gu Chanfeng seemed accustomed to the stares. Lian Xiao also feigned composure, but in reality, he was secretly reading passers-by's lips with his peripheral vision. For example, the young woman who had just seen them, her eyes widened for a moment before quickly turning away, had said to her companion, I want to post something. Given her current reputation, Lian Xiao suspected that many people on the forum were predicting a fight between them. Gu Chanfeng didn't take Lian Xiao to the floor she was familiar with, but instead pressed a higher number. Unlike the training floor where Zhao Liqing was used to getting up early to grab a spot, the floor after the elevator doors opened was empty and quiet. Lian Xiao stepped out of the elevator, surveying the scene with a touch of curiosity, reminiscent of a spaceship corridor in a sci-fi movie. A soft electronic voice overhead greeted them. Welcome, Gu Chanfeng. Welcome, Lian Xiao. It's nice to see you again. Lian Xiao responded politely. The last time she met Echo was when the investigation into the psychic assessment incident concluded, and Echo read out the findings to her. Student Gu Chanfeng, your reserve training room is now open, Echo said. Also, Lian Xiao, please allow me to remind you that your student card's S-level privileges have been activated and can be used at will. Gu Chanfeng pressed the card against a device on the metal wall. With a click, the tightly sealed metal wall opened. The space and training equipment inside were far superior to those of ordinary training rooms. Lian Xiao came up with an inappropriate analogy, like going from the school's curtainless bathhouse to a VIP private bathing room, complete with attendant scrubbers. S-rank student privileges were quite convenient. Gu Chanfeng, with his back to Lian Xiao, took off his coat and folded it, revealing a tight-fitting black training suit. Fitting his tactical belt around his muscular waist, Gu Chanfeng turned back to Lian Xiao expressionlessly, saying, "Let's log in." Before they set out, Cesare laughed at him. But why was he so serious about just getting someone familiar with the situation? Gu Chanfeng ignored him, not even raising an eyebrow. Of course, he was serious about taking Lian Xiao with him. Nothing he intended to do, nothing he put into action without seriousness. Tangent System Correction Field. This space was very different from anything she had experienced before. Her vision was pure white, with no walls as far as the eye could see, and the white ground stretched endlessly into the distance. The second thing she noticed was that Lian Xiao clenched her fist and punched the air, and her muscle mass and density increased. It wasn't just muscle mass. The system-rewritten body was more agile and had greater explosive power. Perhaps the changes in individual stats weren't exaggerated, but Lian Xiao was undoubtedly several times stronger now than in real life. She wondered if she could even lift a large iron wok and cook without stopping. In the training field, Gu Chanfeng, still dressed as he did in real life, patiently waited for Lian Xiao to lose the novelty of his new body before having the system simulate a barrier. He pointed to the center of the target and instructed Lian Xiao to aim and punch. Lian Xiao had previously observed that the original owner had undergone considerable training. Even though the inner person had changed, the muscle memory still lingered. It only grew fainter as time went on. Lian Xiao threw a punch with all her might, but it collided with the board with a dull thud, and Gu Chanfeng remained motionless. A number popped up on the panel. Gu Chanfeng, harder. Next. After Lian Xiao threw a series of punches left and right, and a side kick, he had a clear idea. The situation was better than Gu Chanfeng had expected. If Lian Xiao had received no professional training, expecting her to defeat Li Lindu would be a bit far-fetched. He also noticed that Lian Xiao adapted to her new body much faster than the average mecha trainee. Manipulating unfamiliar forces will cause even those with professional training to experience slight initial distortions in their movements. But Lian Xiao's adaptation process was almost negligible. In other words, her control and precision over her body were naturally achieved, a level that others could only achieve without diligent practice. This was also a form of talent. Gu Chanfeng thought silently, with Lian Xiao's S-level mental strength. Once her physical fitness was sufficient to control a mecha, she wouldn't have to face any initial adjustment period with any mecha. What a formidable talent! He began to regret not being able to fight alongside Lian Xiao this time. Otherwise, it would have been quite interesting. Lian Xiao waved his hand, giving him a look that said, "Is this all right?" "Well done." Gu Chanfeng was about to ask Lian Xiao about his knowledge of the Quetzalcoatl ancient city, but seeing Lian Xiao's expression, he changed his tone. "What's wrong?" Realizing her obvious surprise, Lian Xiao felt a little embarrassed and avoided his gaze. "Haha, I didn't expect you were good at encouraging others." It was hard to imagine hearing such direct praise from the seemingly aloof Gu Chanfeng. Isn't it more fitting to give the order while frowning slightly in dissatisfaction that's more in line with a cool, icy character? Gu Chanfeng was silent for a few seconds. "My mother always taught me swordsmanship like this," he said. Of course, her mother's praise was much more direct and enthusiastic than his. Gu Chanfeng had little experience as a mentor, so he subconsciously treated Lian Xiao with the same pattern he learned from his mother. "Oh!" Lian Xiao uttered a sound of admiration. "Gu Chanfeng's mother must be a formidable figure. My mother is a powerful person." Gu Chanfeng lowered his eyes, ending the conversation. "Do you have any ideas for tactics?" Lian Xiao returned her focus to the main task. She asked the Tangent system to bring up a miniature model of the Quetzalcoatl ancient city. The vast majority of the dungeon was covered in primeval rainforest. The high ground to the northeast was the highest point of the dungeon, where the Quetzalcoatl ancient city was located. A duel is a test of speed. This was her first thought after studying the map of the Quetzalcoatl ancient city last night. The prototype insects are located inside Quetzalcoatl city, guarded by a Zerg squad. The miniature model of Quetzalcoatl city zoomed in, with a certain location marked with a red circle. The two teams will spawn at opposite ends of the dungeon map. Whichever team can traverse the primeval rainforest and reach Quetzalcoatl city faster will gain the upper hand. But there are too many insects in the rainforest. If the extermination makes too much noise, both the Zerg squad and the opponent will notice. Gu Chanfeng nodded, agreeing with Lian Xiao. "Do you know what Li Lindu's situation is like?" Lian Xiao mentally reviewed the information he had gathered from forums and the internet during his late nights. Is his mobility affected? That description is still too euphemistic. The unsentimental description is that Li Linda's legs are completely useless. For someone who can't walk independently without an exoskeleton walker to be able to enter the Mecha Academy, what an inspiring story of hard work and dedication. A genius among geniuses. Lian Xiao felt that this description of Li Lindu was indeed fair. At the same time, Li Lindu's mecha piloting couldn't avoid his congenital defect. Born without his feet touching the ground, his brain had no corresponding walking reflex. Therefore, when operating a mecha based on brain-computer interface technology, it was extremely difficult for him to walk like a normal person. Although Li Linda later overcame the obstacles to walking, running, and jumping in the mecha, his movement speed still couldn't match that of a normal mecha soldier. Like Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng wasn't a mean person. Even if he hated the knight's coat of arms, he wouldn't bother to speak ill of it behind his back. He spoke matter-of-factly, without emotion, so our dorm thinks Li Lindu and his team might play it safe and sneak through the rainforest, looking for an opportunity to snatch the prototype from you. Since running isn't fast enough, why not take advantage of Lian Xiao and his team's exhaustion after their hard-fought battle against the Zerg and directly reap the fruits of their victory? Yi Ying calculated the data last night and concluded that 30 minutes would be more than enough to reach the ancient city from the farthest end of the map and retrieve the prototype. This means a direct confrontation is likely in the final 15 minutes. Lian Xiao gave him the look of someone suddenly stuffing a mouthful of nutrient solution. Given her current strength, avoiding direct confrontation was naturally the best option. After we get out, I send you the list of insects and Zerg types Yi Ying has compiled. Gu Chanfeng checked the remaining time on the correction field and tossed the system-generated gun to Lian Xiao. Let's hurry. Over the next few days, I teach you some basic shooting and fighting techniques. When Lian Xiao returned to the dormitory after training, she was so exhausted she didn't want to move. For once, she didn't even have the energy to cook. Who could understand? In her previous life, this only happened when she was battered by the combined pressure of daily life and exams. Every time she was knocked down by Gu Chanfeng, his "it's okay, try again" was followed by a "well done." Here, a delicate balance was formed between a ruthless approach and encouraging parenting. Lian Xiao facepalmed. Whenever she thought of Gu Chanfeng now, she would reflexively picture his handsome face, his cool "well done." She wondered if little Gu Chanfeng had also been traumatized by her mother's training. The preparation time flew by in the blink of an eye, alternating between Gu Chanfeng's repeated "well done"s and Cesari's constant rants. As for anything that could enhance the reputation of the Knight's Emblem, these young masters were quite generous. They even booked an entire floor of the training center and brought in a professional live streaming team to broadcast the match as if it were a legitimate competition. Before the time even started, the forum crowd had already flooded into the live stream. The most anticipated and satisfying meal-related news in recent times is finally here. The live stream is divided into 3 perspectives, each for each participant, and 2 for each viewer, allowing viewers to switch between them at will. The Knight's Emblem prepared a lounge for both teams, and the scene focused on that. Wait, what is Sister Lian, your S-rank, Great Earth Cuisine chef, doing? The barrage of comments drifted past Lian Xiao's recent derogatory terms. Damn, Sister Lian is really ruthless. She's eating this before the match to clean up her act. Aren't you afraid she'd jump out during the sparring? This shot is from Lian Xiao's perspective. She's slurping down a bowl of noodle soup, swaying precariously. Even though it's served in a simple takeout container and lacks presentation, it still doesn't diminish the allure of this bowl of beef noodles. The noodles, drenched in a light brown broth, look incredibly chewy and smooth. The subtle heat of the beef broth, flavored with chili oil, smears the camera lens. Lian Xiao picks up a piece of braised beef. The translucent tendon is beautifully textured. It must be soft and slightly sticky. Ah, damn it! Countless viewers watched helplessly as the piece of beef Lian Xiao picked up swayed closer, before she stuffed it all into her mouth with a roaring gulp. No one said a first-person eating broadcast could be so alluring. Listening to the sound of Lian Xiao chewing, the audience's mouths began to water, as if they were following him as he bit through the beef fibers, releasing the aroma of meat and sauce in their mouths. Some viewers suddenly felt hungry and searched around for nutritional supplements, only finding them tearfully. They swallowed them, pretending to eat the noodle soup in Lian Xiao's hand while angrily posting comments. Hee, Lian Xiao must be doing this on purpose. Forget it. No matter how Lian Xiao gets reincarnated, I won't support it. I love nutritional supplements. I love nutritional supplements, love. Why are they all eating? Have they considered my life or death off camera? Gu Chanfeng, your husband, why are you here too? So handsome. So weird. The Knight's Emblem Lounge was filled with aristocratic pregame relaxation, while Lian Xiao's side was bustling with food. The scene of everyone chowing down, with a bowl in hand, was incredibly impactful. Hee, I'm giving Gu Chanfeng a special nod, as my #1 husband for a day. Double yummy for the handsome eating streamer. Great. No one's trying to snatch the sunny puppy like Cesare and Yi from me. I got them all. Everyone from both dorms is here. What's going on? Are they here to support Cesare? Why didn't the two S-Class players actually meet and fight? Sad JPG. Those forum posts from a few days ago can't be true. It's definitely true. There's a photo of them from behind. It's like paparazzi filming a secret relationship. Is that the post about seeing Gu Chanfeng waiting for Lian Xiao at the classroom entrance, and then the two of them entering the training center together? Crazy. How could they possibly be related? Then, those denying the post saw Gu Chanfeng raise his head from Lian Xiao's perspective, as if trying to say something to him. Stop! Lian Xiao's voice was unbearable. Don't say that. If you want to praise someone, use a different word. These past few days, this guy's been driving her crazy. Gu Chanfeng froze for a moment, blinking repeatedly as if bewildered. A hint of life crossed his face, his usually expressionless face, like a marble statue under the moonlight. A faint smile played on his lips, his eyes earnest yet a touch of innocence. I was just saying, today's lunch was delicious too. Livestream audience? ? Livestream audience. What are these two doing? Start fighting now. Chapter 27. Preparation time ended, and Lian Xiao and Cesare laid down in the training cabin. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, steadying his heartbeat. While the system was loading, he reviewed his planned strategy. They could do it. Lian Xiao silently reassured himself, his faith firming. His heart, once pounding with fear of the unknown, gradually returned to its normal pace. As long as this method worked, they would definitely win. The Tianjita system is loading. Student Lian Xiao, are you sure you want the main attack Mecha Zhulong? Lian Xiao pressed OK without hesitation. The Tianjita system's physical connection to the simulation started, and Lian Xiao's consciousness immediately fell. The Mecha, Zhulong, and her body were simultaneously refreshed in the instance. The match began. As soon as the two mechas found their footing, they charged at full speed in their designated direction like arrows from a bow. A myriad of fresh information flooded into Lian Xiao's mind. Though her body was confined to the constant temperature core chamber, she could still feel the soft, sturdy feel of her feet running through the thick, humus-filled rainforest. The air kicked up by the air brushed against the surface of metal components, and she could occasionally catch the faint sound of raindrops dripping from distant leaves. So many sensations flooded Lian Xiao's consciousness. Anyone else would have fainted from the sheer volume of their brains, but Lian Xiao felt she had never felt better. This was just untrained, raw S-level mental power. As usual, the live stream was divided into the perspectives of Lian Xiao's team and Li Linda's team, with the status bar map showing each team's current position with red and blue dots. The most recurring question in Lian Xiao's team's livestream was, why did Lian Xiao and Cesare choose these two mech types? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Isn't A-rank Cesare a primary attacker? Why did he choose a light-armored windbender? And Lian Xiao chose the powerful Zhulong. Is this putting all the offensive burden on Lian Xiao? Isn't that ridiculous? Is it my imagination? I used to think windbenders were relatively fast for light-armored mechs, but this windbender is so slow. Is Cesare trying to keep Lian Xiao's speed up? I hate teammates like Lian Xiao who are incompetent and drag us down. Suddenly, the radar beeped, and the display showed a small group of lifeforms rapidly approaching. Lian Xiao, don't stop. I take care of them, Cesare said over the comms. 3 minutes into the battle, Lian Xiao's team encountered a swarm of mutant insects. The barrage of bullets suddenly increased. The moment the radar's Wind Master and Candle Dragon lights overlapped with the lifeforms, something suddenly fell from overhead. The sparks from the bullet briefly illuminated the Wind Master. Cesare took precise aim and fired. The bullet sank into the insect's body, and the plump worm exploded, transforming into dark green mud in the path of the two men. This was just the beginning of the battle. The trees in the primeval rainforest were all 40 or 50 meters tall, their thick branches and dense foliage stacked one upon another, like a thick, airtight canopy covering the sky. Visibility was extremely low, and in the impenetrable darkness, strange rustling sounds echoed one after another. Dense dots of light blurred into a small patch on the radar screen. More Zerg swarms were surging towards them. The metal of the Wind Master's right arm folded upward, revealing the dark muzzle, pointing upward. Without Cesari's need for further explanation, Lian Xiao piloted the Candle Dragon closer. The next second, countless bullets poured out of the muzzles, shell casings mingling with the blood of mutant Zerg, and the insect's painful scream shattered the tranquility of the rainforest. The powerful recoil shook the Wind Master slightly, but Cesare held the muzzle steady with immense strength, never shifting an inch. Amidst the flames, the two mechas advanced, bearing down on the rain of mutant Zerg limbs and flesh. Absolute firepower crushes all obstacles, fearless. Cesare is handsome, sure, but the sight of bloody insects flying everywhere is just disgusting. Guys, I done some research and finally figured out why Cesari's Windbringer is so slow. This comment attracted quite a bit of attention. Seeing Cesari's guns made me realize that generally, light armored vehicles like the Wind Slayer, specifically developed for high speed, don't carry many weapons. The weight would affect their speed. But looking closely, Cesari's Wind Slayer's firepower far exceeds normal values, likely due to its excessive weaponry and ammunition. So, stop blaming Lian Xiao for being slow. It's just that this Wind Slayer is too heavy and can't move fast. Over the next few minutes, Lian Xiao's team encountered two more waves of mutant Zerg. Fortunately, neither was too numerous, and the Wind Slayer's firepower was enough to clear them. The discussion regarding the Wind Slayer continues. So, let the light armored units handle the firepower, while the main attack units reduce weight, equalizing their speed? What's the point of this? Because Lian Xiao can't run fast with a heavy load, his teammates shoulder the burden. Ultimately, Lian Xiao is still a loser. Could this be a prearranged tactic? However, I see the other side's mech choices as quite conventional. Even on the other side, Li Lindu's main attacked Morrigan, and Shi Yu's main attack chariot steadily advanced across the map. The difference in thinking between the two sides can be seen from their mech choices. Those in the barrage with even a modicum of mech knowledge could discern the Knight's emblem's intentions. It's clear that Li Lindu intends to decide the outcome head-on. The Morrigan is a main attack unit with light armor, making it suitable for Li Lindu's use in this dungeon, alleviating some familiar obstacles. Shi Yu's chariot offers comparable defense and propulsion to some heavily armored units, allowing it to charge forward and help disperse fire in a head-on confrontation. The difference in military strength between the two sides is so great. If I were Li Lindu, I would also choose this steady and cautious approach. Shi Yu, at our current speed, we estimate we reach Quetzalcoatl Ancient City in 13 minutes. How's your energy and firepower consumption? Li Lindu asked in the chat. Li Lindu was the undisputed leader of the two, his chariot leading the way, always ready to clear obstacles for him. This time, good luck favored him. He and Shi Yu spawned at the generally considered safest spawn point, encountering almost no mutant insects on their way to Quetzalcoatl. This meant they arrived at Quetzalcoatl much earlier than he had expected. Don't worry, Shi Yu said casually. It's enough to suppress Cesare. The terrain in the distance suddenly rose. The deep green of the vegetation failed to reach the summit, replaced by exposed sandstone and densely packed bone-white buildings. This was where they would engage in battle a dozen minutes later. A waterfall cascaded down the gentler side, splashing white foam on the river's surface. Li Lindu withdrew his gaze. His plan was simple. After Lian Xiao's team engaged the Zerg guards, they would seize the prototype Zerg they held. If there was any difficulty in the plan, it was probably finding Lian Xiao's team. At this moment, the Morrigan system detected faint sound waves in the distance, identifying them as gunfire. Locating the movement on the map. Ordinary mechas couldn't capture information at such a distance, but the mecha named after the goddess Morrigan had an extremely wide scanning and monitoring range. The goddess's beloved Black Crow system would, like Li Lindu's Raven, relay information from afar. In the core cabin, Li Lindu smirked lazily. We got you, Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao and Cesare raced through a sea of insect corpses. When they encountered a small number of mutant insects, they used silence guns. When they were too numerous, they switched to machine guns capable of continuous fire, completely unconcerned with the noise. What the hell are Lian Xiao's team trying to do? I'm so anxious watching them. Why are they firing randomly? The audience in the barrage was spinning in panic. I'm not watching anymore. They have no combat awareness. Don't they realize that making such a loud noise will easily catch the enemy and the Zerg? I was quite optimistic about Cesare. He was probably one of the strongest in their class, second only to Gu Chanfeng. I didn't expect his IQ to plummet after being with Lian Xiao. How could Lian Xiao have the ability to make everyone around him lose their minds? The enemy has already located Lian Xiao. Sad. The audience was completely annoyed. They saw Lian Xiao disappear from the live stream for a moment after being dispersed by the Zerg swarm. No one was commenting, only a few scattered ellipsis marks drifting across the screen. Even worse than verbal abuse was indifference. The audience was completely disappointed in Lian Xiao. Outside the Tianjita system, Julian smiled as he heard the staff report that Lian Xiao's live stream had lost a significant number of viewers, with viewers flocking to Li Lindu's. Lian Xiao was doomed. Who came up with this plan? Interesting. At the same time, someone exclaimed in an office at the Mecha Academy. This place, nestled between the spire and the regular floors of the Mecha Academy's office building, was rarely visited. More like a loft than a typical office, it was piled high with files, paper books, and tropical plants. Unfinished books and cushions were scattered about the floor. Surrounded by paperwork, Yin Mingling, the Mecha Academy's chief seal, sat with his legs crossed, lazily curled up in a recliner, watching a live stream. You're losing your ambition to play games. Get to work. The person flipping through the documents nearby scolded. Yin Mingling made a gesture of surrender. Sure thing, boss, you're urging me to get back to work. I've been helping you keep an eye on things at the academy. Besides, Yin Mingling tilted the screen midair at a 90-degree angle, a sly smile on his face. Don't you want to see your student? That newly emerged S-class? Based on the signals Morrigan was monitoring, Li Lindu had a clear grasp of the enemy's route. After entering a certain distance from the high ground, the two mechs finally abandoned their suppressive fire tactics and began to advance cautiously and quietly, avoiding fire whenever possible. Although they could no longer track Lian Xiao, Li Lindu was not anxious. The situation was under control. Lian Xiao would reach Quetzalcoatl City faster than them, and a firefight with the Zerg guards would inevitably reveal their position. All they had to do was sit back and reap the benefits. The commentary also offered sharp comments on Lian Xiao and Cesari's tactical shift. The Windmaster's firepower from crossing the rainforest was nearly a third depleted. Could it be that they were planning to give a third to the Zerg guards and save the remaining third for Li Lindu? Lian Xiao still has some. I rarely seen her fire. She's a complete loser clinging to her teammates. Li Lindu, come and get that worthless Lian Xiao out. Lian Xiao breathed in the core module. Within the pre-planned time frame, she and Cesare raced through the rainforest. At this point, her heart was pounding, but her stamina was still manageable. However, the two mechs were splattered with juice and grime, their original paint unrecognizable. Lian Xiao, proceed as planned. With these words, the two men deactivated the communication system. After infiltrating the Zerg guard zone, Lian Xiao would be responsible for communication between the mechs. With less than half an hour until the end of the correction mode, Lian Xiao and Cesare began climbing the ancient Quetzalcoatl city. As they practiced during preparation, Feng Shi and Zhu Long spun around and entered the ancient city as quickly as possible. This abandoned city-state, abandoned by an unknown civilization, was simple yet eerie. Arrow-shaped, bone-white pillars intersected, their interiors hollowed out, like the broken bones of a mountain pierced through the earth's skin. Between the pillars lay jagged rocks, with no trace of a path. Or perhaps, the beings who created this civilization didn't need to walk on the ground. The communication system was silent, and Lian Xiao couldn't hear Cesari's mumblings. At a secluded location, the two mechs paused, and Lian Xiao closed his eyes, concentrating. No matter how many times he practiced beforehand, the feeling of connecting with other mechs was always strange. Lian Xiao's consciousness sank, and his sea of consciousness, no longer a violent and dangerous place, gently embraced her, becoming one with her. As the ocean currents flowed, she vaguely sensed the call from other seas. Before Cesare could even clear the passage, Lian Xiao had already cleared it. The Windmaster weighed less than Zhu Long, suffering a minor injury to his left shoulder. From this moment on, all of the Windmaster's information and the information he received became transparent to her. All the world's oceans would converge. The deepest depths of each person's ocean of consciousness might connect to the seas of others. Cesare clearly heard Lian Xiao say, "Two-way transmission is now possible. Let's go." Her voice abruptly stopped. Because both the Windmaster and Zhu Long were frantically sounding the alarm, something had circled behind them, unnoticed by either her or Cesare. Chapter 28. Just as Lian Xiao was stunned, a whistling sound of wind arrived. People tend to freeze in sudden situations. However, in those few brief seconds, Cesare, standing beside him, ducked, drew his blade, and stabbed backwards. Warm blood gushed out, splashing all over Zhu Long as he retracted his blade. It was a Zerg, intent on a sneak attack, silently approaching them with its hundreds of limbs undulating like waves. Lian Xiao blankly wiped her head in the core cabin, though she was actually trying to help Zhulong wipe away the blood. With just a few days of preparation, no matter how intensive the training or how skilled the coach, Lian Xiao couldn't instantly acquire the reflexes of a seasoned warrior. Cesare didn't notice the Zerg approaching, but his vast experience enabled him to instinctively counterattack. Lian Xiao recovered and turned, stabbing the centipede-like Zerg several times in the abdomen. Fortunately, it was a mech holding the knife, otherwise the handle would have slipped from the cold sweat seeping from her palm. If Cesare hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been killed by the Zerg attack. Cesare watched Lian Xiao finish off the kill, and even sprayed him with olfactory disruptor. He hastily buried the body, not mentioning her clumsy mistake. "Come on, let's go in and look for the prototype." Cesare wasn't the type to embarrass his teammates by nitpicking their mistakes. Newbies make mistakes, and he didn't want to blame Lian Xiao. The two of them masked their scent to avoid detection by the Zerg, and carefully and quietly entered the space between the pillars. The prototype's location couldn't be determined by running the dungeon before the match. The algorithm the developers had implemented kept the dungeon constantly under calculation, and even the smallest details of a participant's behavior could lead to a different outcome. Fortunately, there are clues. The degenerated, dormant protozoa are vulnerable to cold and require constant warmth from specific crystals. The location of the crystal detection reaction is likely where the protozoa are hiding. The Zerg squad carrying the protozoa was incomplete. Before fleeing to the rainforest, they lost numerous members while evading Alliance and Imperial searches, and now only a handful remain. The Windmaster equipped himself with a crystal detector and intermittently picked up the signal. Cesare frowned upon reading the detailed records. Protozoa, are they moving? He quickly realized that it wasn't the protozoa that were moving, but rather Zerg guards carrying crystals to confuse the enemy. "Which one?" Cesare said, leaving the choice to Lian Xiao. "I follow your lead." This was a competition between Lian Xiao and Li Lindu. He could offer assistance and advice, but the initiative should rest with Lian Xiao. "Go to the one on the left." "I place my bet on a 50-50th chance." "What's the point? Why don't we just split up?" "For you, Sister Lian, splitting up makes it easier to get destroyed. It would be hilarious if she died before even reaching Li Lindu." Last, Lian Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "I have a wicked idea." The live broadcast of the match shows the audience natural sound effects. For the viewers in the live broadcast room, the team communication established through mental power is a confidential channel, inaudible. Thus, the small group of people who remained in Lian Xiao's live broadcast room watched in bewilderment as the two mechs returned to their original location and began digging up the soil. What were they doing? The audience was bewildered. The audience watched helplessly as Cesare tore out the corpse of the Zerg he had personally slain, but unfortunately, they couldn't hear Cesare and Lian Xiao's laughter. "Lian Xiao, I discovered you're quite resourceful." Warm compliments flowed from Cesare's mouth like inexpensive nutrients. Cesare's appreciation for Lian Xiao grew stronger. She truly was the junior whom he had felt had great potential since the freshman assessment. Time was running out. They didn't know when Li Lindu would arrive, so they didn't have the chance to verify each location one by one. Lian Xiao sprayed the long-dead Zerg with a de-interference agent again. She took a small step back, aware that the invisible, lingering scent molecules in the air were carrying news of their comrades' deaths to the other Zerg. The surviving Zerg wouldn't remain indifferent to their comrades' deaths. But the Zerg truly guarding the prototype couldn't just come and investigate without hesitation. Comparing the two's movements would help them rule out which blip was the prototype. After doing all this, Cesare stared intently at the crystal detector. Quick! The price of this little ploy was alerting the enemy. The Zerg squad, alerted to their comrades' deaths, was on high alert. They had to eliminate the guards and seize the prototype Zerg before the investigating Zerg squad could return. Sure enough, a light was approaching. "Go!" The two men, in perfect sync, revved their mechs to maximum speed. In this simulation, the prototype Zerg was hidden at the edge of the city-state. After observing the located pillar for more than 10 seconds, Cesare handed a small amount of ammunition to Lian Xiao. "I distract the Zerg outside. You take advantage of this opportunity to enter and seize the prototype Zerg. See you then?" Lian Xiao nodded. It was impossible to completely avoid a fight with the Zerg, but she understood Cesare's hint. It was time to fire. Climb in. Fire. Grab and run. Unlike the light armor and assassin variants, the Zhulong could achieve complete silence. Lian Xiao leaped from the top of a nearby giant pillar and plunged into the cave entrance. At the same instant, she pulled the trigger. "Shoot then." Let the fire shower the enemy. The Zerg within the pillar, already on guard, were showered with bullets. In the confined space, its massive size proved useless, becoming a liability instead. Instinct compelled the Zerg to twist its body to avoid the bullets, but the desire to protect the Proto-Zerg compelled it to crawl to the ground, using its flesh and blood to shield the Proto-Zerg from the damage. The recoil of the bullets slightly slowed Zhulong's descent, and to the audience and the dying Zerg, it looked like a slow-motion movie scene, a cruel mechanical giant descending from the sky in the light. The continuous barrage of bullets pierced the Zerg's hard shell, sending its smaller legs flying. The bullet, filled with a highly toxic substance to the Zerg, exploded within the Zerg's body. Within seconds, the venom circulated throughout its body, causing the soft flesh beneath its carapace to rapidly decay and rot. Its heavy body fell heavily to the ground, shaking the ground. It only managed to let out a deep sigh. That sigh sounded almost human, filled with exhaustion and pain. In the core module, Lian Xiao's fingers trembled unnaturally. Her hand was so steady as she fired, but in reality, her mind was blank, operating entirely on instinct. How should I put it? Mechas were truly a groundbreaking product of the war between humans and Zerg. Humans and Zerg alternated in strength, and in battles where mechas participated, it was the Zerg that were left virtually defenseless. In the real timeline, it wasn't until 4 years later that humans developed their first mechas. Lian Xiao's heart hardened again as she thought of the countless humans who had sacrificed their lives to force this Zerg squad into this predicament. Just as Lian Xiao was about to kick the Zerg corpses aside to search for the original Zerg, her intuition told her there was something above. This Zerg had been lying in ambush, clinging to the wall, even after its comrades had died, precisely to exploit Lian Xiao's slack. Ha ha! Lian Xiao dodged well. Before the comment was even finished, the livestream audience watched as Zhulong blocked the attack. Lian Xiao calmly and swiftly drew her military saber and pierced its heart. Blood spilled onto its dead comrades, and the Zerg slowly slid from Lian Xiao's blade and fell to the ground. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Oh no! I actually got your sister Lian a prototype. Will I get mad if I say my opinion of Lian Xiao has changed a bit? Although the rainforest scene was terrible, and I don't know what he was doing in those first few minutes, the scene where Lian Xiao grabbed the prototype was pretty exciting. Yeah, it's clear Lian Xiao has the potential to be an excellent mech soldier. What potential? Give me a mech and an M249, and I'd do it. Lian Xiao's performance attracted some viewers back. Everyone chatted as they watched Lian Xiao struggle to move the dead giant Zerg, revealing the alloy box underneath. Even until the Zerg died, it still tried to protect the prototype with its corpse. 2 lines of Zerg language were engraved on the lid, winding across the space. Lian Xiao glanced at it indifferently and tossed it aside. Her Zerg language was currently A0. Someone in the commentary translated the 2 inscriptions. Life is bestowed by the gods, and it is worth more than gold. The Zerg are well known for their respect and cherishment of life. They value the lives of the Zerg, but human lives are no longer important. How dare you say that? Unlocking the lid, every corner inside was filled with pale white crystals. The portion near the center of the reinforced glass cylinder had become transparent due to the extraction of light energy. Lian Xiao stared at the prototype for a few seconds. She had expected it to appear as an egg or cocoon, but she hadn't imagined it to be a truly beautiful creature. 3 pairs of wings enveloped its body and curled legs, the hairs on its antennae submerged in the liquid revealing every detail. The prototype resembled a work of art carved from translucent ore, no bigger than a palm, elegant and exquisite. A few blurry shadows, likely the prototype's organs, were hidden beneath its wings. Dong! Why did Lian Xiao suddenly stand up? What happened? The chatterbox looked at Lian Xiao in confusion. He shuddered, stood up, and quickly glanced around. She glanced uncertainly down at the open alloy box. Although faint, she thought she could hear a heartbeat. At the sound of intense gunfire, Morrigan and Chariot locked eyes and sped up. Li Lindu activated the crystal detector, and the crystal began to shift rapidly. It seemed Lian Xiao's team had already captured the prototype. Shi Yu, driving his chariot, led the charge towards the waterfall area, with 4 mechas converging in the same direction. Is the main event finally here? Fight now! At the climax of the exchange, the livestream room was flooded with more viewers. They weren't interested in tactical coordination, only real, close combat held their attention. Cesare easily shook off the Zerg pursuers, and reunited with Lian Xiao. During this time, Lian Xiao constantly received information from the Wind Master, and Cesare authorized vision synchronization. To Lian Xiao, the Wind Master was her other eyes on the battlefield. Was the waterfall area Lian Xiao's team's chosen escape route? Were they planning to return to the rainforest and play hide-and-seek with Li Lindu? Let's wait until they're gone first. A gunshot blocked their path. 14 minutes into the countdown, Li Lindu's squad arrived. The tank stood in front, its crimson hull blazing like flames, poised to spread across the land. The ordinary bullet was merely a signal of their arrival. While moving at high speed, the tank pulled out a rocket launcher and, without stopping, launched a direct attack from its shoulder. Boom! The explosion spread across the surrounding area, igniting the low-lying shrubbery. To avoid the blast, Windmaster and Zhu Long were forced to separate. A-Rank Shiyu, a junior majoring in Mecha, was a heavily armored soldier who favored a brute force approach. Huh? Shiyu was changing ammunition when she noticed, to her surprise, that one of the tanks didn't respond and instead turned and fled. The one who stayed behind to turn his guns was Zhu Long, and the one who ran away was Windmaster? Li Lindu stared intently at the crystal detector as the light drifted further and further away. Shiyu, the prototype is on Cesare. Alright. Shiyu followed suit and fired 2 shots at Lian Xiao. Zhu Long's dodging looked comical. Facing the oncoming chariot, Zhu Long made no move to stop it, leaving Shiyu to chase Cesare, who was carrying the protozoa. Ah, Lian Xiao, are you going crazy again? You're weak, at least try to stop it. Once the chariot catches up with Fengshe, it'd be over. The two sides engaged in a battle, with countless bullets darting across the screen, so densely packed it was almost impossible to make out what was being said. Fengshe's running faster. Didn't you see the previous part? They exchanged ammunition and protozoa upon meeting. Fengshe's ammunition depot is now empty, so of course he's running faster. That's it. Without ammunition, even if he runs fast, if he gets hit, he lose. No, Lian Xiao, there's no need to stop Shiyu. Have you forgotten the rule Lian Xiao proposed? Teammates can't attack the enemy. In this situation, Lian Xiao and Cesare created a bug. Lian Xiao could attack Li Lindu and Shiyu, and Li Lindu could attack Lian Xiao and Cesare, but Shiyu and Cesare couldn't fire at each other. Even if the chariot caught up with the Windmaster, it wouldn't be able to defeat him. The audience suddenly realized, some even gasped. So this was Lian Xiao's tactic? Looking back, all his previous actions made sense. The Windmaster was carrying excess ammunition, firstly to clear the way for Zhu Long, and secondly, so they could reach the ancient city of Quetzalcoatl as quickly as possible. This was why the two men spared no ammunition while traversing the rainforest. It was also a disguised way of reducing the burden on the Windmaster. Once the prototype bug was in hand, the Windmaster, carrying the prototype bug, would have to run as far as possible. Without the burden, none of the 4 mechas would be able to outrun him. Now Lian Xiao's only task was to hold off Li Lindu for as long as possible until the countdown ended. A strange thought occurred to the audience. Maybe Lian Xiao could actually win. In the core module, Li Lindu watched the light point recede, and like Julian outside, he laughed in exasperation. Shiyu, do your best to trap the Windmaster. Li Lindu glared grimly at Lian Xiao, who stood in his way. I'd be there soon. He had underestimated this earthling. Lian Xiao, I want to see how long you can hold out. Chapter 29. Offstage, Yi Yin asked Gu Chanfeng and Zhao Liqing, do you two know Lian Xiao's plan? These two had spent the most time with Lian Xiao these past few days. Gu Chanfeng's shake of his head contrasted sharply with Zhao Liqing's nod. Yi Yin was surprised. Xiao Sa actually managed to hold back and not tell you his entire plan. He only revealed part of it, Gu Chanfeng said. Cesare knew exactly what he could and couldn't say, so he only appeared to be a familiar and talkative person on the surface. But judging from what he knew, Gu Chanfeng calmly watched the two men's imminent duel. Lian Xiao was doing well. After his initial irritation faded, Li Lindu quickly calmed down. As a classmate, he had never seen Cesare use light armor, so it was quite unexpected. In his careless pre-sparing plan, Cesare was his only opponent. With the tanks carrying powerful ammunition blocking Lian Xiao's team's path, he only needed to focus on quickly dispatching Cesare. Lian Xiao. She wasn't even worth Li Lindu's brainpower. Shiyu, report the situation. We're in Sector E103. Shiyu's voice was intermittent, accompanied by explosions. The two-way transmission, barely established between the two A-class units, was of poor quality, sporadically interrupted. I sealed off the Windmaster. Li Lindu's slightly tense nerves relaxed. E103 was on the opposite side of the waterfall, close to the high ground. He could easily catch up after dispatching Lian Xiao. The situation was still under control. The Windmaster's lack of ammunition meant that once he dispatched Lian Xiao, he could essentially declare Sasari's surrender. It was only a pity that a quick victory wasn't possible. Li Lindu and Lian Xiao had no communication line established. Li Lindu articulated a declaration of war to Lian Xiao, word by word, unheard. Before absolute strength, tricks are useless. Only the weak rely on tricks. Morrigan moved first. Li Lindu instantly maxed out the Morrigan's propulsion system, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Lian Xiao didn't panic. She couldn't match Li Lindu's physical prowess, but she had a gun. Zhulong now carried an extra supply of wind-bending ammunition. Zhulong's right arm's mechanism slid and transformed, forming a dense array of gun muzzles. Simultaneously, his chest armor slid open, all weapons in place. In his mind, Lian Xiao methodically directed Zhulong to unleash a variety of ammunition. Ordinary bullets, armor-piercing bullets, tracking bullets. For a moment, a bright white light engulfed the pitch-black Morrigan. In ancient mythology, Zhulong opened his eyes for day and closed them for night. Lian Xiao allowed everyone watching to witness firsthand what it meant to be the daylight created by Zhulong, a light brighter than the day itself. He truly deserves to be called a mobile ammunition depot. Ouch, my eyes hurt just looking at him. Where's the Morrigan? Is she still alive? The viewer from Li Lindu's perspective was even more severely affected by the light pollution. Li Lindu is so powerful. This perspective makes me dizzy. Lian Xiao's fixed-point shooting was only average, and Li Lindu dodged most of the bullets. The rest he just shielded himself and took the damage. This is hilarious. So it was so cool, but it didn't hit. Haha, someone take a screen capture? This is hilarious. Amidst the hail of bullets, the warning sounds of various Morrigan components being damaged echoed one after another, but Li Lindu couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically. That's how newbies behave, over-reliant on firepower, believing themselves invincible simply because they have ample ammunition. Lian Xiao fired his last bullet and was about to retreat, when the lingering smoke was ripped apart by a pitch-black, sharp mechanical hand. This hand, resembling a charred bone, locked onto Zhulong's left arm. In a millisecond, before either Lian Xiao or the audience could react, Morrigan appeared. Using the momentum of her run, she kneeled down and struck Zhulong in the abdomen, sending the entire mech crashing into Zhulong's arms. Lian Xiao's perspective spun wildly, as Zhulong was sent flying by Morrigan. Both mechs lost their balance and slid for dozens of meters before coming to rest, crushing countless rocks and trees in their path and leaving a wide, deep scar on the ground. Lian Xiao's counterattack was also swift. With his still-moving right hand, he drew his military saber and stabbed Morrigan, elbowing the enemy mech in the chest, attempting to break Morrigan's physical lock. Such a reaction is considered quite good for an average person. Gu Chanfeng crossed his arms and shook his head inwardly. Perhaps the time was too short. He hadn't been able to teach Lian Xiao more about fighting. The Morrigan rolled over lightly, its body riddled with craters, and Lian Xiao's single strike could do little damage. It dodged the elbow and adjusted its stance, pressing its entire weight onto Zhulong's chest, striking the dragon's head with a powerful punch. KO. The audience in the live stream watched as Morrigan repeatedly struck Zhulong's head, fluid splattering and sparks erupting from the circuitry. Even after her hand was shattered, she continued to pound until it was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Li Lindu's cold murderous intent nearly overflowed the screen. Lian Xiao, controlling Zhulong, continued to resist, but Morrigan expertly pinned him down, immediately drawing even more powerful blows. It was over. This was probably the fastest personal combat ever. Li Lindu helped Morrigan to his feet, looking down at Zhulong, whose head had been nearly shattered. He lost control a bit, venting his rage at the situation being out of control on Lian Xiao. It was a rather awkward thing to do during a live broadcast. Really? The camera zoomed in on Li Lindu. He closed his eyes and exhaled, as if stuffing the ferocious figure back under his skin. Opening his eyes again, his expression softened. With the forum crowd watching, going too far wouldn't benefit his image or that of the Knight's emblem. Li Lindu thought for a moment and, instead of completely eliminating Lian Xiao, decisively used his gun to destroy the components of Zhulong's knees, eliminating any chance of Zhulong catching up and engaging him. Let Lian Xiao helplessly witness his victory. He turned on the radio. Well fought, Lian Xiao, but we were better. We won. With that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed to Zhulong with a noble gesture, and immediately set off in the opposite direction to chase Cesare. 9 minutes left until the countdown ended. Lose. The small number of viewers, who had previously spoken up for Lian Xiao in the live stream, were dejected. It was as if they had bet their fortunes on a promising stock that no one else was optimistic about, only to see it plummet. Others jubilantly sang praises for Li Lindu and Shi Yu. The public, disgusted by Lian Xiao's brazen and aggressive rhetoric on the forums, naturally rejoiced to see him suffer a miserable defeat. Lian Xiao was the target of repeated taunts and ridicule in both live streams. I wonder what's gotten into him, overestimating himself enough to challenge an A-level genius. Lian Xiao is useless. I'm telling you. It's time for the S-level myth to be shattered. Lian Xiao doesn't deserve his position. Ha 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 ha, this is my biggest support for the Knight's Emblem. Lian Xiao must be humiliated by losing so miserably in public. Take my advice and change his major. And Lian Xiao still hasn't produced any evidence proving that Earth food wasn't the cause of Fu Duo's hospitalization. His character is rotten. Gu Chanfeng and the others, would you please reconsider your support for Lian Xiao? Lian Xiao will win. Gu Chanfeng suddenly spoke. What? Yi Yin and the others realized this was his response to the comments above. Of course, Lian Xiao will win, Zhao Liqing said firmly. The staff hired by Knight's Emblem almost wanted to cover their mouths. Although the lounge scene wouldn't be broadcast live, the IP used for filming hadn't been turned off, so it recorded everything. These young people are so loyal, but be careful if this video gets used to attack them. Yi Yin, yes. I agree. Poicaré, yes. But he and Poicaré remained silent. At this point, how could Lian Xiao win? The battle between the Wind Master and the chariot was relentless. Cesare and Shi Yu were entangled and unable to keep up. The more elite the mechas, the less likely they were to use their less specialized mechas. Shi Yu quickly realized that since she couldn't attack the Wind Master directly, it wouldn't count as a foul if he was hit by a tree or something else. Shi Yu focused her attacks on other objects in the scene. With her precise control, the Wind Master gradually became exhausted and trapped in Area E103. 4.5 minutes countdown. Shi Yu had been calm and composed, playing with the Wind Master like a cat with a mouse, but then he seemed to notice something and frowned behind his scope. Morrigan, who was about to arrive at Area E103, received Shi Yu's unclear communication. Something's happening, mutated Zerg have appeared. What did that mean? The confusion of the audience in the live stream coincided with Morrigan's sudden stop. Those who haven't taken Zerg classes might not know, but Proto-Zerg is a general term for extremely powerful Zerg with a near-infinite lifespan. They naturally suppress lower-level Zerg, and mutant Zerg generally don't dare approach. Huh? You mean the Proto-Zerg isn't with Cesare? The situation suddenly changed. Guess what the Li family's youngest son will do? Should he insist on going to Area E103 to capture the Wind Master, or rush back to find Zhulong? But turning back now would be very tight. Yin Mingling, watching the live stream, looked up and asked his old friend, holding a can of sparkling water. It's best not to be like his father, fuming with impotence before making a decision. Yin Mingling smiled, hinting that this man was still as ruthless as ever. He watched the nearly decommissioned Zhulong crawl along the ground, sipping his drink and commenting, it's crudely done, but still an interesting tactic. Lian Xiao struggled to steer the Zhulong forward. Li Linda showed some mercy, and didn't destroy Zhulong's core components, but the dragon was already nearing destruction, relying only on the strength of its arms and torso to move along the ground. Zhulong had also lost its ability to see, forcing it to rely on sound to determine the direction of the waterfall. 4 minutes left. It doesn't matter. Zhulong already has a human face and a snake body. Crawling on the ground like this is worthy of its name. Right? Lian Xiao found a way to cheer himself up. Lian Xiao, Shi Yu suddenly stopped firing and left. I guess they figured it out, Cesare said. Zhulong tumbled into the icy river, propelled by the swift current, and swept down the waterfall. It's okay. I'm here too. It's just that all the spinning around made her feel a little nauseous. The waterfall near Quetzalcoatl Ancient City was nature's perfect transporter for Zhulong. It drifted downstream, quickly distancing itself from the battleground. Lian Xiao lay in the core module, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Zhulong's injuries wouldn't be reflected in any specific part of her body, but every time she lost control of a component, the connection between her mental power and the mecha was broken, and the intense headache triggered physical tears. But it was worth it. The prototype worm was with her. Oh my god, why did Li Lindu and Shi Yu run back? Is the prototype really with Lian Xiao? Lian Xiao is going to win? No one cared about the countdown or the match result anymore. The heated discussion spread from the barrage to the forums. How did Lian Xiao and Cesare deceive Li Lindu and everyone in the live stream? So magical. So confusing. Can someone explain this to me? In short, it was a diversion. The crystal detection reaction appeared on the Wind Master, and Cesare ran without any burden. Li Lindu was misled into thinking he had taken the prototype. But that wasn't Li Lindu's fault. Lian Xiao was just too bold, taking a risk to win. From Li Lindu's perspective, catching up to Cesare was victory, so he didn't dwell on Lian Xiao too much. I really liked to interview Li Lindu about his feelings. Which was worse, catching Cesare and discovering he caught the wrong person, or discovering he'd been tricked midway, and then being too late to catch up with Lian Xiao. Some people also quibbled about the crystals, and the protozoan deterrent. Lian Xiao, who said the protozoans had to be alive, they so heartlessly removed all the crystals, the protozoans would have been dead by Lian Xiao's side. As for the protozoan deterrent alumni, I rewatched Lian Xiao's live stream, crying, and realized that when she was trailing behind through the rainforest, she was actually taking a detour to fight a nearby bug called SE3Q. SE3Q, according to Yi Yin's mutant list, has a short-term effect of repelling mutants. The crystals plus SE3Q, Cesare and Lian Xiao's acting, perfectly complement each other. Is this a brilliant tactic? Clearly not. Li Lindu simply lost due to blind spots and arrogance. He thought Lian Xiao was a clueless bumpkin from Earth. His arrogance prevented him from ever considering Lian Xiao as an opponent, disdaining to consider either pre-match tactical plans or the circumstances of the match. My feelings are very complicated. I'm sorry. I think it's not just Li Lindu. I too have arrogantly underestimated Lian Xiao. I apologize to Lian Xiao for my remarks. Lian Xiao fought well. Come check out the new posts on the forum. I'm sure you feel even more complicated after reading them. Lian Xiao and Zhulong floated in the water as the countdown reached 0. Winners, Lian Xiao Cesare. Chapter 30. She won. It wasn't until the system announcement appeared that Lian Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the sound of water faded, the connection between Lian Xiao and Zhulong gently released. Returning to reality, she suddenly felt a strong urge to lie down in the training cabin and take a nap. These past few days of training, coordination, and repeated tactical exercises had kept her nerves on edge. The crisis had passed, and exhaustion washed over her belatedly. There was still much she needed to do. Lian Xiao slowly climbed out of the training cabin, regretting that it was quite comfortable to lie down in. Lian Xiao. As soon as she left the training cabin, she was met with a firm hug. Judging from the strength of the hand, it must have been Zhao Liqing. Ms. Zhao, rarely showing her emotions, blushed with excitement. You're amazing. If there was anyone else in the room besides Lian Xiao who had been convinced of her victory from the beginning to the end, it was Zhao Liqing. Lian Xiao chuckled. How refreshing. This was the first time I heard Zhao Liqing praise someone so openly. Cesare, unnoticed as he climbed out of the training cabin, quietly opened his arms to his roommate and said affectionately, Don't you have a good brother to praise me and give me a hug? Ugh. The remaining 3 people all took a long, silent step back. This was the joyful scene Li Lindu witnessed when he rushed in. Lian Xiao. Suddenly, a group of unfamiliar faces swarmed in. Lian Xiao was a little confused and pointed at himself. Huh? Looking for me? Who are you? Shi Yu's arm was firmly fixed on Li Lindu's chest to prevent him from going crazy. As soon as the results were announced, this man rushed out of the training room, like a mad bull, looking for Lian Xiao. Under the gazes of so many people, Li Lindu's remaining sanity knew that his expression was ferocious, but he couldn't control it. Those with knightly emblems, who had come to stop him now looked at him with fear. He was furious. For what? He had been outmaneuvered by Lian Xiao in public, defeated by an utterly incompetent commoner. He was a member of the noble, high-ranking Li family. Li Lindu's chest heaved violently, veins bulging. I don't recognize the result. The match isn't over. He pointed at Lian Xiao and croaked, Play another round with me. Zhao Liqing, Gu Chanfeng, and the others stood warily in front of her, especially Poicaré, who stood nearly 2 meters tall, like a wall, providing a sense of security. Lian Xiao said perfunctorily, Well done, Li Lindu. But we were better. We won. When facing a psychopath, don't pay attention to what they say, take them seriously and you lose. Li Lindu's eyes were bloodshot. These were the humiliating words he had used to humiliate Lian Xiao after defeating her, and they were returned to him unspoken. Aren't you ashamed? He frantically struggled to break free from Shi Yu's grip. You're not fit enough to pilot a mecha. Shi Yu's eyes nearly rolled up. If so many people weren't watching, she had wanted to physically silence Li Lindu with a punch. The duel was forced upon him by the knight's heraldry, and the rules were also agreed upon by the knight's heraldry. Now he's lost, and he's crying and refusing to give up, like a kindergarten kid playing dirty. Utterly humiliating. Lian Xiao, at what age did you start training for physical fitness? It must have been at least 5 years. It's more than that. Typically, descendants of Mecha families receive professional training from a young age. Li Lindu's situation was special, but he's still been training for nearly 10 years. The original owner barely trained for 2 years to get into the Mecha major. Lian Xiao's face was expressionless. She had pieced all this together from the fragmentary records left by the original owner. Earth was poor and lacked resources. The original owner initially learned by watching free video tutorials on her own, taking countless detours, and thinking she had reached the same starting point as everyone else, only to discover a huge chasm. But so what? Yes, I'm not as skilled as you right now. But I will improve and become stronger. Lian Xiao said, this time I defeated you with tactics. Next time, the next time, and every time after that, I will defeat you with both strength and tactics. Lian Xiao's tone was very calm, not a threat at all, as if he were simply stating a fact. Nothing else. I'm going to eat. Lian Xiao nodded to the man with the knight's emblem. After a grueling fight, he was starving. Lian Xiao had stewed a pot of cross-legged beef before leaving this morning, and it was perfect time to eat it back home. Qian Yui was already howling with hunger in their dormitory. However, the more indifferent and nonchalantly Linda's attitude became, the more it broke him. His mind was blazing with hatred, leaving him completely blank. His gaze fixed on Lian Xiao, he watched helplessly as she left, surrounded by her friends. A commoner had humiliated him, and she was going to defeat him next time. How dare she? He was going to kill Lian Xiao. Li Linda collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. His mind replayed the system announcement, and Lian Xiao's nonchalant response. Hatred consumed him, and he was oblivious to the mechanical exoskeleton piercing his palm. The live broadcast of the duel would inevitably be transmitted back to the Li family. So many brothers and sisters, eager to take a bite out of him, and that violent and cold man. It was common knowledge that the position of the Li family's recognized heir had been vacant for a long time. For a moment, Li Linda thought he was close enough to touch it. If his legs could still move, wouldn't that be an extra bargaining chip? A thought slowly emerged in Li Linda's mind. Since Lian Xiao left, Shiyu hadn't bothered to care about him. The head of the live broadcast team hired by Knight's Emblem had a bitter face. He approached Shiyu, who still had some sense, and whispered, "Look, there's something rather troublesome. The IB on the live broadcast hadn't been turned off." Financial sponsor Julian had specifically instructed that the IB not be turned off in a hurry, even after the sparring session was over. It would be good for the live broadcast audience to see Li Linda's unfazed victorious demeanor. The live broadcast team had pre-programmed the IB's 360-degree panoramic shooting instructions, simply to better showcase the contrast between the winner and loser and create a compelling program. The show was a success, but the winners and losers weren't what we expected. So scary. Luckily someone intervened, otherwise I felt like Li Lindu was going to stab Lian Xiao to death in a split second. Wow, my filter is shattered. How could Li Lindu be this way? I used to think he was one of the few polite and gentle people in Knight's Emblem. Why hasn't anyone praised Lian Xiao for being so handsome? Then I do it. Lianjia's calm response is so cool. I believe the forum's speculation that Knight's Emblem was constantly trying to cause trouble for Lian Xiao. It's not speculation. It's now confirmed. Anyone who hasn't heard the news yet, hurry to the forum. At the end of the sparring match, an account signed as AAA Lianjia Xiao Chao posted a message on the forum. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a timed post. You can't post when the battle is still unclear, and you can't post right after the sparring match is over. Lian Xiao carefully considered the timing of her post. If you really dig deeper, she has Li Lindu to thank for shattering Zhu Long's legs. In this dramatic reversal of wits, the footage of Zhu Long persevering to complete the final leg of his plan, even with his propulsion system disabled, was incredibly impactful, and the livestream audience felt a deeper sympathy for Lian Xiao than mere admiration. And sympathy that reaches its peak can easily turn to guilt. This is a clarification post. No sentimental rhetoric, but rather a calm and restrained release of the video of the Diamond Fire recipe, and the test report for the remaining half of the dish. Lian Xiao's cooking is indeed flawless. The forum users, each displaying their expertise, verified the authenticity and reliability of the evidence. Then who could be at fault? At Fudu Knight's Emblem, why are you all silent? Are you playing dead? Why don't you come out and respond? Suddenly realizing how harshly they had been used as pawns, the netizens who had previously mocked and abused Lian Xiao now reacted with exponential force against Fu Duo and Knight's Emblem. It's fun to falsely accuse a freshman of bullying, right? Exploiting the kindness of netizens to attack Lian Xiao, right? I'm reporting you for it. This matter can't be let go like this. It's over. Fu Duo hid in the dorm, daring not to go anywhere. His roommate's disdainful looks made him want to crawl under the floor. Even the professional counselor was asking him on his laptop what was going on. Fu Duo hid behind the door, listening to the constant knocking, huddled in a ball. He simply couldn't stay in this major. He could only hope in the Knight's Emblem. He trembled and sent a message to the middleman, but all he got in return was a cold, "Go to hell." Fu Duo was terrified. He didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He covered his face, his eyes rolling wildly. It wasn't like there was any harm in it. What was wrong with Lian Xiao getting scolded? He just wanted to transfer back to the Mecha repair major to show off. What had he done wrong? The Knight's Emblem and Lian Xiao were wrong. If he's not doing well, no one else can expect to be either. Fu Duo gritted his teeth and dug out his chat history with Knight Emblem. Following Lian Xiao's post, Fu Duo and Knight Emblem finally posted one after another. One shared screenshots of his chat with Knight Emblem, while the other pretended nothing had happened and posted a congratulatory announcement to Lian Xiao. Brilliant. So brilliant. The forum users were stunned. Ha 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 ha, Knight Emblem must have written this announcement with a pinched nose. I can imagine President Yu gnashing his teeth as he stamped the official seal. The people at Knight Emblem were quite careful, and didn't directly instruct Fu Duo to throw mud. But it doesn't matter. I already convicted you both. Oh, Knight Emblem posted again. It turns out Fu Duo was expelled from the Mecha Academy for harassing classmates and academic misconduct. Snakes and rats are like that. Now, Fu Duo is going to be expelled, ha ha. Dog bites dog, let's fight harder. The netizens were the happiest, but also the most guilty. Amidst the wave of posts scorning and despising Fu Duo and the Knight's Emblem, some expressed concern for Lian Xiao's well-being. Alas, this incident taught me a lesson: never be too hasty in judging others. I don't know how Lian Xiao is doing now, but from now on, I have a golden ticket with her. Unless something is truly outrageous, I won't criticize her again. This post serves as proof. Lian Xiao knows Sister Lian truly touched me. She's suffered so much. The netizens' post was filled with tears. In just a few days, she faced a barrage of misunderstandings and abuse, yet remained undeterred by the Knight's Emblem's bullying and miraculously turned the tide. Before the sparring match, no one was optimistic about you, but you're the most competitive. Sister Lian. I'm your fan. Sister Lian. Heart shape. Sister Lian has a big heart. If I'd given in to Knight Emblem long ago, she'd still be able to hold her own. She's truly strong. I believe Sister Lian will become the strongest S-rank mecha soldier. Well said, but where do you put my idol Gu Chanfeng? Gu Chanfeng won't have any objections. These people were having a meal together, and Cesare posted a group photo. I suddenly grasped a bit of Sister Lian's philosophy of life. Eat well, drink well, don't take it personally, everything will work out. Sister Lian, please come out and say something, tell us everything's okay, crying, everyone's worried about you. In response to widespread online outcry, AAA Lian Stir Fry posted again. Lian Stir Fry is back in business. 12% off everything tomorrow. Netizen, Netizens had a strange feeling. They knew Lian Xiao was posting to take advantage of netizen sympathy and pity for her, but they just couldn't dislike her. Such a cold-blooded woman who only cares about making money. Netizens placed orders with tears in their eyes. You just want to make my money. Here you go. Lian's stir-fry business was booming, and Lian Xiao was so tired of counting the money that she could laugh in her dreams. But after the sparring session, Lian Xiao was thinking about something else. The IB used for the live broadcast had left a deep impression on her. The IB is a mini drone camera hybrid, eliminating the need for manual camera adjustments and making it a powerful tool for live streaming. This idea has been around for a while. She wants to make videos teaching people how to cook Chinese food. Opening a restaurant is one thing, but promoting Chinese cuisine also requires leveraging social media. She shared this idea with Qian Yui and Yi Yini, two of her acquaintances, who are the most active on social media. Qian Yui immediately responded, "Don't you know you become a bit of a viral sensation on YouTube lately?" Lian Xiao, ? Chapter 31. Lian Xiao cautiously clicked on the Apu video link Qian Yui had sent him. Title: Exciting. Alliance University Mecha Geniuses Showdown. Unexpected ending. Wow, nearly 1 million views. Lian Xiao facepalmed. I'm so embarrassed. Suddenly, I didn't want to open it anymore. The video was a simple patchwork of livestream footage, starting with the two teams' encounter and ending with Zhuang falling into a waterfall. As expected, when she was quickly defeated by Li Lindu, the comments were flooded with comments like delicious and appetizing. After the tactics were revealed, the tide turned, with everyone exclaiming, "There's still this to be done." And genius. Lian Xiao glanced at the comments section, uninterested. Given the popularity of this video, it wouldn't be long before the Knights of the Emblem waved their Alliance Citizen ID cards and urged the website to remove the video. However, she did have a question in mind. Since her name had already spread through several viral videos, should she simply create an account through this account? After a quick browse of Apu, Lian Xiao dismissed the idea. Claiming the title of Mecha Genius from a popular video would certainly increase followers quickly in the early stages, but her fans would likely expect her videos to be mecha-related and might not be interested in Earth cuisine. If she was going to do something, she should focus on a specific niche. Supplement-related videos on Apu were surprisingly popular. There wasn't even a food section these days, there was a nutrient section. The popular topics in the nutrient section were all about competing against different companies for the same flavor as supplements, and 6 different ways to consume supplements. Lian Xiao felt a weight hanging over her shoulders as she watched a popular food blogger devour 10 supplements in one video, receiving countless comments praising their delicious and sweet taste. Correcting the taste buds of a generation is a long and arduous task for us, but we can put the video shooting aside for now, waiting for the IBs we ordered to arrive tomorrow. She had another important matter at hand. Lian Xiao's expression was serious, and he summoned the system, checked the number of repeat customers. After the last food safety incident, the progress bar for the breakup kitchen mission had suddenly returned to pre-liberation levels. Thankfully, the diner's initial suspicions were matched by their current guilt. Just a few days after Lian Xiao reopened, the number of repeat customers had rebounded. User 1723, Side Mission 3, Breakup Kitchen, number of repeat customers, 40/40ths. Congratulations on completing the mission. On the food system app page, a variety of electronic fireworks burst forth, congratulating Lian Xiao for finally completing this fraught mission. With the number of completed missions and the growing popularity of Earth cuisine at Union University, Lian Xiao felt that the system's dormancy time was decreasing, perhaps indicating that the system's energy was gradually returning to peak condition. Side Mission 3, Breakup Kitchen, completed. Redeem reward. 1 professional kitchen essential for a popular shop? Lian Xiao pressed yes impatiently. She was curious about how this mission's reward would be redeemed. Would she be airdropped an entire kitchen? She held her breath and waited for a few seconds. Everything was silent, nothing happened. Or was it the system reminding her to check her mailbox? At some point, a thick letter was quietly delivered to their dormitory mailbox. Sender, unknown. The envelope contained a thick stack of equipment transfer contracts and shop lease agreements. The transfer list included everything from boilers and stoves to knives. Lian Xiao only partially understood the detailed, professional terms, but she grasped 3 things from the contract. First, not only was the kitchen equipment free, but the kitchen rent and utilities were also free. Second, she could subsequently accumulate satisfaction points to redeem more cooking equipment within the system. Third, as the second party, she would have access to everything mentioned in the above terms without having to pay any fees or pledge anything. I made a living, Lian Xiao muttered to herself. You know, one of the biggest costs in the restaurant industry is venue fees and utilities. The mission rewards helped her cover a large portion of them, allowing her to lower the prices of Lian's stir-fries. A man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. This saying applies not only to humans, but also to AI like the system? Inorganic matter? Never mind, whatever it was. Lian Xiao was overjoyed and praised the system for a while, finally feeling the real I have a cheat code. She also wanted to keep the database of repeat customers from the breakup kitchen mission. This was the most useful cheat code she had discovered for the food system so far. After a certain number of transactions with a repeat customer, the database automatically records their latest taste preferences, favorite dishes, allergies, and more. It's even more attentive than the AI assistant with memos. For example, Lian Xiao learned from the repeat customer database that Zhao Liqing recently craved sweet food, and that Gu Chanfeng was actually picky about ginger, onions, and garlic. If these initial repeat customers of Lian's stir-fry are accurately identified and managed well, they will surely develop a loyal following. The system, feeling almost dazed by the praise, was remarkably easygoing and agreed to retain the database functionality. As usual, Lian Xiao would just have to complete the next mission twice as fast. Lian Xiao signed her name carefully. The kitchen was located near Union University, so she immediately decided to check it out. Lian Xiao got off at the terminus of Union University's Line 1 airborne bus and stepped out of the campus. Tall buildings and a constant stream of airborne buses came into view. This seemed to be the first time since Lian Xiao arrived in this era that he had stepped outside of Union University and seen the outside world. Lian Xiao rubbed her nose. She refused to admit she was a homebody. It wasn't just because she'd been struggling financially recently. She stayed home to cut down on unnecessary expenses. Centuries ago, humanity's fantasy of a futuristic city had come to life in the city before them. Skyscrapers stood slender and tall, bearing traces of Gothic architecture. Humans walked amidst the towering buildings, dwarfed by the concrete and steel they had built. In the air, not only were there impressive-looking aircraft, but public airborne buses nimbly and flexibly moved between and even through the buildings. The entire city was filled with an ethereal, cold, metallic beauty. The tall buildings closest to the school gate were adorned with massive, vibrant rose windows. As the public hovercraft glided past, the frozen blocks of color shifted, forming a carousel of advertisements. Men, women, and children, young and old, wore perfectly composed smiles. Eat to slim down. Carnivore's latest nutritional supplement, infused with the latest EDH ingredients, fights aging and obesity. Good news for the elderly and those with limited mobility. Superhuman strength is no longer a dream. Glide Technology's robotic prosthetic limbs, with zero rejection reactions. Lian Xiao activated a small mobility scooter and passed a young couple who had stopped to watch the commercials. Does anyone really pursue becoming stronger and mechanically transforming their bodies? The boy said, his expression a mixture of curiosity and disgust. Lian Xiao, carrying him in the mobility scooter, left the girl's answer behind him. Mechanical prostheses are so expensive. First of all, you need money. 2 minutes later, Lian Xiao stopped at the address written on the contract. Iris recognition was successful, and the access control was released. A brand new, spotless kitchen appeared before him. Perfect, even Lian Xiao couldn't help but touch and examine it with delight. She wandered around the 20-square-meter kitchen for a full 10 minutes. The entire kitchen was spacious enough for 5 or 6 people, and even had a separate small storage room that doubled as a cold storage room. The configuration fully met the current positioning of Lianjia Xiaoqiao as a small to medium-sized restaurant. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, Lian Xiao lamented that he had never fought such a battle for wealth. Finally, he had his own kitchen, no longer having to shamelessly encroach on the dormitory's common space. The League's strongest heavy armored soldier, less talkative version so quick. Like the JPG. The League's strongest heavy armored soldier, less talkative version. Are you moving all the kitchenware over? I come with you. As Lian Xiao's first choice to share his joy, Zhao Liqing responded quickly. In fact, she secretly wanted Lian Xiao to keep some of his frequently used kitchenware in the dorm, so he could have a late-night snack from time to time. AAA Lian stir-fry, no rush. I have an idea. She wants to temporarily shut down her breakfast service and switch to boxed lunches. Lian Xiao isn't satisfied with just breakfast. Although Lian stir-fry has seen a surge in pre-orders recently, breakfast's profit ceiling is limited. She started with breakfast because the equipment required was relatively simple. Now that she has a more professional kitchen, it's easier to showcase her skills. It's time to show everyone a wider range of high-end Chinese culinary techniques. The first problem Lian Xiao needed to solve in order to transform was hiring. After the theoretical exams, it was time for Mecha physical training. She had already started daily independent training with Zhao Liqing. She wouldn't be able to run back and forth between campus and campus like before. Great. Lian Xiao thought to herself, she would soon be more than just a lone commander. Buying ingredients, finalizing the lunch menu, determining the quantity of ingredients to purchase, and writing recruitment ads. Lian Xiao got to work immediately, even planning the content for her first cooking tutorial video. She worked in the new kitchen until evening, yet felt no fatigue at all. Before leaving, Lian Xiao examined the still empty, blank kitchen doorway. She knew the custom Lian stir-fry sign she had ordered would soon be delivered. She was confident that in the future, when everyone in the alliance discussed Earth cuisine, they would also discuss Chinese food, and Lian stir-fry's name would be mentioned repeatedly. They would say, the resurgence of Chinese food began with Lian stir-fry. 3 a Day is a loyal member of the Apu video website. Her real identity is a student at a university on the alliance's main planet. With her studies being easy, she usually enjoys spending her free time on Apu watching videos. Apu's feed algorithm is incredibly intelligent, but the constant stream of similar videos can become tiresome. 3 a Day kept refreshing the website with little interest, but the homepage still offered no fresh-looking videos. Suddenly, a video cover caught her eye. It wasn't her usual competitive sports, nor was it related to TV dramas or film clips. 3 a Day glanced at the label. It was in the nutritional supplements section, and it actually said Chinese food? 3 a Day looked puzzled. She occasionally watched videos of people eating supplements to accompany her meals, but she never heard of the term Chinese food. Could it be a new flavor some supplement company was about to release? However, looking at the creamy, pale yellow substance, she didn't think it was. Intrigued, she clicked on the recently released video. All the equipment in the footage seemed unfamiliar to 3 a Day. The filming location made her wonder, was it a laboratory? She watched the streamer silently chopped up strange plants with a knife, then stirred an egg and added water, frowning as he did so. Finally, the streamer placed the liquid into some inexplicable device and brought it out, creating the dish featured on the video cover. 3 a Day completely gave up, feeling as if her worldview had been slightly shaken. What a strange video. Even at the end, when the streamer personally tasted the food, revealing an unfazed expression of deliciousness, 3 a Day couldn't imagine what something processed like that could taste like. Is this edible? Is this delicious? She questioned herself. There were many people who shared the same view as 3 a Day. In their minds, all edible food should look like nutritional supplements. It must be some weird chemistry experiment, and the tasting part was just to verify the synthetic substance. Before 3 a Day quit the video, he kindly reported to the website that the new uploader had chosen the wrong section. Upon receiving the notification from Apu about the section change, Lian Xiao, a new uploader in the chemistry section, was left in a state of confusion. This result was far beyond her expectations. The video's views were mediocre, barely making a splash. Forget about netizens finding it delicious, most people wouldn't even consider it food. Not everyone knows or has heard of the delicacies of ancient Earth. How could she change their minds? Lian Xiao fell into deep thought. Chapter 32. Lian Xiao is a good cook, but when it comes to her online savvy and familiarity with current trends, she'd probably be lumped into the elderly group, playing with smartphones alongside nostalgics. Lian Xiao, an old-fashioned person who can't keep up with the times, decided to ask Qian Yui for help. AAA Lian stir-fry, are there any hot topics or memes online lately? She see if her new video could be included. Qian Yui's latest idea is don't change your name if you can't keep broadleaf goosegrass alive. It's clear that another plant's life is about to end in her hands. Don't change your name if you can't keep broadleaf goosegrass alive. Very popular stuff. Does a TV show count? She spent her days squatting on the edge of the field, tending to her small vegetable garden, her source of income, and working on her beloved thesis topic, while also reading papers and watching TV shows to pass the time. Don't change your name if you can't keep broadleaf goosegrass alive quickly sent several links, claiming they were all incredibly popular TV shows. The S-Class Mecha Genius falls in love with me, my Mecha Soldier boyfriend, Mecha Genius Reborn. I lead my cannon fodder teammates to a comeback. Clicking on any of them at random reveals a beautiful slow-motion shot of a mecha pilot rescuing a female protagonist amidst rubble, spinning in midair. Lian Xiao, desperately trying to control the movement of his toes, snapped the video off, his expression indescribable. If she hadn't happened to be studying mecha and actually knew an S-Class handsome guy, she might have taken a second look out of curiosity. No matter how many centuries or millennia have passed, humans still have a penchant for earthy yet sweet idol dramas. AAA Lian Jia Xiao Chao. I was actually trying to ask if there's something wrong with this video. The views are so low. Don't change the name if you don't support the broadleaf goosegrass. Link, retrieved. What a shame. I didn't get to recommend her favorite sweet, mindless drama for eating. As expected of a top student from the agricultural college, who consistently achieved first place in his major, Qian Yui, after carefully watching the video, hit the nail on the head. You haven't targeted the right audience for your video. In the nutrient supplement section, where nutrient supplement eating videos are rampant, the sudden appearance of a video promoting Chinese cuisine is sure to draw viewers in. However, the key issue is, if you don't raise broadleaf goosegrass, don't change your name. Few people who enjoy the nutrient supplement section actually understand Earth cuisine. Not all students remember the small tofu cubes in their history textbooks about Earth cuisine, just because they're not tested on exams. Most students at Union University, who know about Earth cuisine now do so after hearing Lian Xiao's name, and then learning about Lian stir-fry and Earth cuisine. For viewers of Apu Video Network, This process of learning about Earth cuisine won't happen automatically. Lian Xiao was a little worried. The clever tricks she used to promote her store were completely ineffective here. However, no matter how much Lian Xiao wanted to promote Earth cuisine with video tutorials and attract more customers, her future path to becoming a well-known influencer would be put on hold. The Mecha major theory exam was here. After days of intense concentration, Lian Xiao felt completely exhausted. I didn't seek a high score, I just wanted to pass. After finishing his final exam, Lian Xiao packed up his things while praying earnestly in his heart. After the Mecha major theory exam truly brought everyone together, Lian Xiao realized that, based solely on numbers, the Mecha major was truly a selective program. With such a vast interstellar alliance, their school's Mecha major only admitted around 100 students each year. While Zhao Liqing still had the energy to review her notes and answers, Lian Xiao had slumped in her chair, completely drained of her energy by the exam. Watching Zhao Liqing send off 2 students who had come to check their answers, Lian Xiao asked curiously, "Did you know each other before?" Their tone didn't sound like they'd been together for only 2 months. Zhao Liqing nodded, handed Lian Xiao the summarized answers to the test, and supervised her scoring. "We've known each other since childhood. As for acquaintances, most students in this major either knew each other or had heard of each other before the semester started. Mecha soldiers are a highly hereditary military service. Without the guidance of family elders, it's extremely difficult for newcomers to make their mark. Over time, the so-called Mecha families have formed. The multi-generational Mecha warriors have known each other since childhood, but their circle is so small." Lian Xiao, who suddenly intruded, was a black sheep in the sheepfold. Zhao Liqing didn't know if Lian Xiao was aware of it, but some of her classmates treated her with a subtle attitude. If they were trying to get close, it would be hard for the chosen ones to accept that an Earth citizen with no background was actually an S rank. Wanting to suppress him, the knight's emblem served as a cautionary tale. So some simply ignored Lian Xiao, secretly erecting a wall between them and him. Zhao Liqing was considered the black sheep among this group. Because of her habitually serious expression and unappealingly stern manner of speaking, those people had rarely played with Zhao Liqing since childhood. They only thought of her when they needed to review homework or highlight exam questions. Ms. Zhao silently counted the times Lian Xiao couldn't help but grimaced, feeling relieved that her good friend would probably do well on the exam. Let's go, let's go! After the exam, Lian Xiao took another look at the questions, and he felt like vomiting. I have a job interview today, so I eat something good first. Lian Xiao's job posting attracted a large number of responses. For a job like home delivery, which required little technical skill, Lian Xiao's only requirements were quick hands and feet, and crucially, no connection to the knight's coat of arms. Given the annoying way the knight's coat of arms occasionally popped up from dark corners, Lian Xiao didn't want Lian Xiao to shut down again in the future. After an afternoon of interviews, only one woman named Cui Yingqin impressed Lian Xiao. She arrived with a purposeful roll-up of her sleeves, showcasing her muscular build. She then effortlessly lifted a box of raw materials and stated earnestly, "I'm an amateur bicycle rally champion." What an excellent candidate with the right skill set. Faced with Lian Xiao's offer of a standard salary plus 1 meal, Cui Yingqin readily agreed. Then, hesitantly, she asked, "Are there any limits on the employee meal portions?" She quickly added, "I eat a little, no, quite a lot." Cui Yingqin was afraid Lian Xiao would think she was taking advantage. She had an athletic physique, tall and strong, with a voracious appetite. Cui Yingqin's dream was to compete in a professional competition before graduating and becoming a regular, so any living expenses he had were spent on training. She was given all the unwanted nutritional supplements by her roommates, who were trying to lose weight. Her roommates had ordered Lian stir-fry several times, and the aroma alone captivated Cui Yingqin. However, she was reluctant to waste money on extravagance. In fact, what attracted her more than the salary was the advertised employee meal benefits. Lian Xiao didn't mind. How could one gain muscle and become strong without eating more? It must be delicious to eat with you, Lian Xiao said, shaking Cui Yingqin's hand. Welcome to Lian's stir-fry. After agreeing with Cui Yingqin on a time to help with delivery tomorrow, Lian Xiao's first round of recruiting was successfully concluded. Shortly after the new employee left, Lian Xiao was waiting for Zhao Liqing to join him for dinner, when someone rang the doorbell. Noticing her look up, the young man politely greeted her through the glass door. He looked familiar, but he didn't know who he was. The man's skin tone and eye color were unusual, and Lian Xiao immediately remembered that he seemed to be a mecha specialist. The young man's eyes sparkled, and he mouthed, "I'm here for an interview." Lian Xiao, It would be awkward to lock him out, Lian Xiao thought, so he simply walked out and locked the door. The young man, seemingly oblivious to Lian Xiao's wariness, pulled out his prepared documents and said, "Hello, Lian Xiao, my name is Zhang Lu, and I'm here to apply for a job." He glanced hesitantly over Lian Xiao's shoulder, glancing at the empty kitchen, which was clearly about to close, and whispered, "Did you hire anyone?" Zhang Lu looked a little disappointed at Lian Xiao's affirmative response, but he still insisted on passing the information to Lian Xiao, promising to have him interviewed in the future. After half a semester of theoretical classes with his classmates, Lian Xiao still couldn't quite put his name together. Now he was trying to connect the A-level Zhang Lu with the real person before him. Great, someone so trendy that just looking at him gave me a cold rheumatic fever. A chocolate Christmas tree, according to stereotype, Zhang Lu, a handsome, bronze-skinned man, would likely frequent a music school or art academy, and his most frequently used hashtag on his social media accounts would be something like fashionable art student. When he stretched out his hand, several large, exaggerated rings sparkled on his 10 fingers, and the necklaces stacked around his neck swayed, like a Christmas tree covered with decorations from head to toe. Maybe it's her pretty face. The gold and large logo paired with her tan skin conjure up images of extravagance and exoticism. Pragmatist Lian Xiao, she looks like she's having trouble working. Pass. Besides, is there anyone poorer than her in the Mecha major? Why would she really want to come to her and earn a small fortune? This made it difficult for Lian Xiao to let go of his suspicions about Zhang Lu applying for a job. "Don't forget to call me next time you're hiring." Before leaving, Zhang Lu reminded him twice, "Then we see you next week for physical training." Lian Xiao was about to say a perfunctory but the moment he shook Zhang Lu's hand, his eyes widened slightly. Ding! Trigger's Hidden Daily Quest. Illustrated Guide to the True Art of Chinese Cuisine. Are you still worried about monotonous recipes? Do you feel that the only thing separating you from a master is the guidance of a professional teacher? Are you determined to complete the illustrated collection? The True Guide to Chinese Cuisine will help you put all those worries to rest. Players are encouraged to actively explore and collect recipe fragments. Quest Reward. After collecting each dish fragment, you will enter the learning mode for that dish. A random drop of unlimited personal instruction from a state-level chef. Note: this quest has no time limit and must be completed until the entire illustrated collection is complete. The more difficult the dish, the higher the chance of receiving a tutorial reward. The corresponding task interface has been updated, featuring a sketchbook resembling a collection guide, which is impossible to find the end. What does that mean? And what's with this actively exploring and collecting methods? This quest is triggered by shaking hands with Zhang Lu. Lian Xiaoxin wondered if she had to constantly find opportunities to shake hands with the Christmas tree. Suddenly realizing he was standing before him, someone he suspected was key in collecting the recipe fragments, Lian Xiao darted forward. "Wait! Excuse me, I just remembered we're short one more person." Lian Xiao felt a pang of pain. The extra salary for the recipe was worth it. "Congratulations, you're hired. Employee number 2, secured." Lian Xiao Chao's boxed lunch service is undergoing a transformation. Forum users who saw the announcement lamented the cancellation of breakfast service, but few questioned the taste of the upcoming boxed lunches. Unknowingly, the idea that Earth's food is delicious or Lian Xiao's Chinese food is truly delicious has become deeply ingrained. And Lian Xiao has been mocked so many times, and every time they mocked her, they've been slapped in the face. After all, even keyboard warriors with normal facial nerves will feel pain in their faces. On the first day of the boxed lunch service, the number of orders exceeded 80. Comparing the booming business with the lackluster performance of her videos, military advisor Qian Yui felt even more strongly that Lian Xiao should focus on her offline catering career. However, Lian Xiao herself remained resolute. For her, Chinese food was no longer simply a hobby or a way to make money. It was everything she had experienced as Lian Xiao on Earth. Her family, friends, and fond memories were not empty evidence. When each person in this era learns to love Chinese food, her connection to the world deepens. The unexpected turning point in the blogger's career came from a group message sent through a system. Subject: New regulations prohibiting food other than nutritional supplements sold in the cafeteria dining area. Form: Alliance University Cafeteria Management Team. Chapter 33. Union University cafeterias have open counters selling various flavors of nutritional supplements, and there's ample seating for dine-in meals. For years, a major selling point for nutritional supplements has been their speed and convenience, satisfying daily energy needs in the shortest possible time. Some statistics show that the average time it takes to finish a tube of nutritional supplements is no more than 5 minutes. University cafeterias also insist on building dining areas, not so much to address the essential need for nutritional supplements as to create social spaces for students. Originally, some students would bring their own nutritional supplements to share with their friends, and the cafeteria management turned a blind eye. But recently, a strange food has been frequently brought into the cafeteria, and the staff can't stand it anymore. The smell emanating from the boxed lunches is overpowering. Even the cafeteria management has to admit, it's truly enticing. As soon as the lid is opened, students within a 5 or 6 meter radius lose their appetite for the nutritional supplements and rush forward to find out what they're made of. In just 1 week, attendance at Union University cafeterias increased, while nutritional supplement sales subtly declined. The cafeteria's nutritional supplement counter is losing customers. The cafeteria team leader, after receiving a detailed data report, frowned, determined to address this situation immediately. They had also investigated and found that the source of the food was a small shop run by students, a small business that had only been open for a little over 2 months. At the weekly meeting, most people dismissed it as a minor incident involving young people, nothing to worry about. Furthermore, the number of takeout lunches remained relatively stable, proving that the shop's production capacity had reached its limit. That couldn't be further from the truth. The leader shook his head secretly. He had seen a video of dining in the cafeteria, and it was precisely because of that video that he had called everyone to the meeting. Clearly, most people didn't take it seriously. Since the Student Center and ECO have agreed, we send a copy of the new regulations to the entire school, the young leader said. I report this to the higher-ups. Their higher-ups weren't the Student Center, which was administered by the Alliance University, but the Alliance University Nutrition Assurance Cooperation Organization, INSCO. Not affiliated with any university, but merely a cooperative. Everyone present knew who the real higher-ups were. It was the nutritional supplement companies that hid behind INSCO, continuously selling nutritional supplements to teachers and students through the university cafeterias. Elsewhere, Lian Xiao, the person who had directly caused the meeting, was lying on a recliner, watching a video. A week later, her physical condition had gradually adapted to the intensity of the work, but producing nearly 100 boxed lunches a day was still a bit of a stretch. The biggest problem facing Lian's stir-fry right now is the conflict between booming demand and insufficient supply. Never imagined that one day, Lian Xiao would face such a sweet dilemma. The video that the school cafeteria leader had repeatedly studied had also been passed to her. It's a less than 1-minute video of a Union University student, Volg, having lunch in the cafeteria with his roommate, who bought Lian Xiao's stir-fry lunch boxes. The funniest part is the look of bewildered longing and sadness on the boy's face when his roommate opens the box, creating a highly comedic effect. A netizen who saw the video captured it and made it into an emoji, captioned "My life is so miserable." Now, the emoji is even more popular than the original video. A netizen asked which company released this new nutritional supplement, and Bozui sternly replied, "It's not a nutritional supplement. This is a delicacy from Earth. I didn't dare try it before, and only after eating it did I realize that all the nutritional supplements I chewed on were garbage." Unfortunately, the lunch boxes were limited each day, and it was impossible to get one. This video certainly seemed to be a smear campaign against the cafeteria's nutritional supplements. No wonder the cafeteria wasn't happy with Lian Xiao's customers eating there. An idea struck Lian Xiao. Since no one was watching her ordinary cooking tutorial, why not film a video showing the reactions of someone who had never heard of Chinese food, but had tried it? She immediately took action. Luckily, there was a week's break between the theory exam and physical training. Finding time between the lunchbox service and the video, Lian Xiao spent a full 3 days, finally finishing the new video before the weekend. If the response is still bad this time, Lian Xiao thought, rubbing her aching neck and pressing the upload button, then she wait until the holiday. Weekday dinner time is often when Apu Video Network sees the most traffic. After a day of exhausting schoolwork and work, the oxen and reserve oxen finally caught a breath and flocked to Apu, searching for relaxing videos to enjoy while eating, briefly reconnecting with themselves while taking their nutritional supplements. Perhaps it was a strange coincidence created by the algorithm, but 3 a day, who had previously seen Lian Xiao's videos, stumbled upon her new video at lunchtime. 3 a day, with a good memory, had a slight recollection of the newbie blogger she had helped, and muttered the title, "Lian Stir-Fry, Today's Meal." The video began with the blogger randomly picking lucky passers-by on the street. Each person she tagged was asked the same question: "Have you tried Earth cuisine? Can I make you a free Chinese meal?" This blogger hadn't given up on her bizarre Chinese food enterprise yet. Her interest was piqued, and she wanted to see how casual passers-by, or rather, guinea pigs, would react when trying the strange food. Lian Xiao repeatedly ran into obstacles, leaving passers-by with questions and a look of confusion and wariness. Finally, a woman who happened to be passing by for the second time was caught and, after much persuasion, became the video's lifeline. Both sides' smiles felt a bit fake. Lian Xiao was tired, the woman was scared. Ha ha ha, so this is a comedy video, the effect is superb. The comments echoed with the voice of 3 a day. I understand why the creator asked the young woman what flavor of supplements she liked. Could she be thinking of making her own? The idea of homemade supplements has been around for a long time, and it's pure plagiarism. Wow, the person in front is a fan of the keyboard who loves supplements. Why don't you call the police before you even finish watching the video? I don't understand why the keyboard got caught in the crossfire. It's true that when people are famous, they get jealous. At the keyboard who loves supplements 3 a day ignored the comments. Anyway, the atmosphere in the supplement area is quite tense, and anything can easily lead to arguments. On the day the stranger arrived for dinner, in the familiar chemistry lab, the blogger rummaged around, pulling out chicken legs and raw beef. Just when everyone on the commentary expected her to pull out a food processor, she pulled out a knife and began chopping the meat. So you insist on chopping by hand? Apologies. Will you get the supplements in ages? I'm a young lady, I'm about to curse. I hadn't noticed it in the previous video, but in this one, I couldn't help but be drawn in by Lian Xiao's movements. Her hand holding the knife was steady, the sound of the blade slicing through the meat fibers and hitting the cutting board was rhythmic, and the slices she created were uniformly thick. Her movements were crisp, clear, and confident. OCD friendly. Just for Lian Xiao's vegetable cutting skills, 3 a day clicked on his followers. Everything was ready, and the creator did something unexpected again. He heated a strange container over an open flame, then poured oil and ingredients into it, and began stirring constantly with a spatula. What the hell? This counterintuitive move left everyone in front of the computer gaping in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. It's well known that using a food processor to extract the nutrients from fresh food, then using strict proportions, machine synthesis, flavor adjustment, and meticulous processing is the healthiest and most energy-efficient way to consume food. The creator's reckless behavior is a complete waste of natural resources. The concept of green, natural, and healthy, low-carbon supplements, long promoted by nutritional supplement companies through various media, has been deeply rooted in people's minds. Nutrients may not taste good, but they are effective, healthy, and environmentally friendly, and that's enough. So now, their view of Lian Xiao has degraded from a fellow citizen to a gorilla who doesn't even know how to use modern tools, nibbling on raw ingredients. Several comments mocking Lian Xiao suddenly appeared in the barrage. But could she say that? 3 a day hesitated. While she didn't understand Lian Xiao's approach, she found his one-handed pan-twisting pose incredibly handsome, and her focused face, illuminated by the bright flames, held a strange allure. 3 a day suddenly felt that this influencer wasn't just trying to attract attention. She truly enjoyed what she was doing. Devotion and sincerity are inherently difficult traits to demonstrate. Bystanders can easily sense whether someone truly enjoys what they're doing. Thinking, she tapped the virtual keyboard, edited and revised, and posted her first comment. I think I finished watching this first. The influencer's creations look pretty good. As expected, the audience didn't let 3 a day off, showering her with criticism and labeling her a pica. 2 dishes were ready. Today's meal at Lian Xiao Chow, boiled chicken and stir-fried beef noodles. After the subtitles appeared, the audience realized that this was exactly the flavor of the supplement the young lady had mentioned. Oh, so the boiled chicken or stir-fried beef noodles we eat were developed based on these 2 dishes? It looks a bit delicious. But the netizens commenting on the comments didn't dare to say it, afraid of being accused of having pica. Delicious. A passerby girl served as a mouthful. Much better than supplements. From the moment Lian Xiao started cooking, her expression changed noticeably. From a half-dead, lifeless look to the return of normal upper eyelid muscle function, and then, with the first bite of the dish, her eyes lit up with bright joy. The deliciousness speaks for itself, the young lady's constant thumbs up, and the speed with which she devoured the food said it all. Is it really that delicious? Before anyone could notice, their thoughts shifted seamlessly from wondering if it was edible to curiosity about its deliciousness. Having long since switched sides to the uploader's 3 a day strategy, I swallowed my saliva and expressed my deepest desire. I want some too. This time, no one called her pica anymore. Instead, they silently queued up to scroll through +1, +2. The mood swings of the casual young woman throughout the video were incredibly natural and logical. The depth of her initial resistance and suspicion was matched only by her subsequent eating habits, demonstrating just how delicious Chinese food truly is. Video content needs a twist, especially since the nearly lost Chinese cuisine featured in the video is so new to the audience. This new uploader's video has surprisingly edged out established nutritional supplement eaters and successfully made it to the top of the live streaming charts. The video went viral. Waking up, Lian Xiao vaguely experienced the sensation of little red. Comments and likes were filled with ellipses, unable to display the exact number. She selectively replied to a few comments and was about to begin preparing for today's meal when a black sedan suddenly pulled up at the building entrance. A man in a suit and a robot emerged and rang the doorbell to the Lian family stir-fry kitchen. Lian Xiao didn't recognize the man, but he offered his business card through the glass door. An employee of Cartover Company. He's the team leader of a certain team in the legal department. The man in the suit who entered the kitchen smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Lian. My name is Wang, and I'd like to convey a cooperation proposal from our company. Our company is currently the largest nutritional supplement research and production company in the Interstellar Alliance. I noticed that your recent series of Earth delicacies has been very well received at Alliance University. Would you be willing to accept our invitation to collaborate on developing new nutritional supplement flavors?" The robot pulled a thick stack of documents from its briefcase and placed it in front of Lian Xiao. "Miss Lian will provide the Earth cuisine dishes, and our company will use its technology to recreate the flavors. We believe this new series will be a hit throughout the Interstellar Alliance." The suited man's words were provocative. "A revival of Earth cuisine. Bringing you back to humanity's golden age. Just thinking about it makes me excited. And as for the partnership price, our big company won't disappoint you." The suited man studied Lian Xiao as he spoke, noticing no trace of excitement on the face of the inexperienced college student. The name of the Cartover Company usually gets people excited for a while. "So what's the price I have to pay?" Lian Xiao asked. Cartover, which practically monopolizes the market for fresh ingredients, can't be some kind-hearted philanthropist, right? Chapter 34. The man in the suit smiled. His smile seemed programmed, the corners of his mouth curved upward with perfect precision. "Why would there be a price? It's just that according to our collaborative research and development practices, the flavors of Cartover's nutritional supplements must be exclusive, so you can no longer sell the corresponding Earth delicacies." Lian Xiao lost interest in opening the contract and asked, "If the scope of the cooperation includes all types of dishes, does that mean my restaurant can't sell anything at all? You can also keep innovating." "Theoretically, that's right." Lian Xiao nodded. "One last question. How did you hear about Lian Stir Fry? Even if the video was making a small splash online, there was no way Cartover would have sniffed it out so quickly." The man in the suit smiled again and pushed the stack of contracts toward Lian Xiao. It was a gesture of urging. "At Cartover, we prioritize talent, and we established a dedicated talent management department." He spoke glibly. "Given your talent, it's only a matter of time before our company extends an olive branch to you." Lian Xiao discovered that everyone she disliked shared a common trait, a subtle air of condescension in their speech and demeanor, as if the mere act of interacting with them was a gift. This was true of Julian, and of Cartover and its representatives. Lian Xiao folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. There was still some time before work began, so he could discuss it with the other party. "I have some technical questions," Lian Xiao said. "With your company's current level of technology, can the nutritional supplements 100% reproduce the taste of Earth cuisine?" She had a preconceived answer to this question. The answer should be no. Or rather, even if the current technological level had reached the level of perfect restoration, Cartover wouldn't bother pursuing it. In the Interstellar Alliance nutritional supplement market, Cartover, Worcester, and Baikaiwan share 3 major territories. If these 3 companies had wanted to improve the taste of their nutritional supplements and increase revenue, they would have done so long ago, not waited until now. The company's reluctance to change simply stems from the fact that human taste buds have been completely tamed by nutritional supplements. There's really no point in wasting effort. It would be better to invest more in more eye-catching advertising and lower costs. Is the capitalist's deepest pursuit to serve the public? Impossible. They always strive to reap greater profits with less cost. Capitalism is always driven by profit. The man in the suit said, "Of course. In fact, if Miss Lian is willing, just provide a sample today, and we'd be able to synthesize the nutritional supplement in a few days. So, Miss Lian, if you're satisfied with the price, please sign the contract." At this moment, the man in the suit and Cartover finally bared their fangs. The improved taste was just a cover. If Lian Xiao really believed the man in the suit's sweet talk, Kartover would have the final say on whether the nutritional supplement imitating the taste of Chinese food could be released and how effective it would be. Lian Xiao could only obediently abide by the agreement, effectively giving up the right to continue selling Chinese food. These fees were a drop in the bucket for Kartover. As long as Lian's stir-fry was closed, the potential threat to Kartover would be resolved. Lian Xiao thought of an idea, and felt a slightly inappropriate urge to laugh. What's the best way to defeat a rival team? It's to buy back their key player, and let him rot on the bench. She held onto the contract, letting the large sum of money slide back into place. I'm already overwhelmed with the scale of Lian's stir-fry, and the Mecha Academy starts physical training next week. Lian Xiao politely declined. Sorry, I just don't have the time to work with your company. As the man in the suit got into the black car and drove away, Christmas tree John Lu happened to arrive at the store and passed him. Even for a few brief seconds, John Lu caught sight of the Kartover logo on the inconspicuous car body. Combined with Lian Xiao's listless appearance, slumped over the table, he, completely unaware of the situation, had a rough idea. However, he feigned indifference and asked, "Boss, what happened?" Lian Xiao waved his hand weakly, feeling a little worried. Although she had already surrendered to the man in the suit, she had a premonition that facing the behemoth that was Kartover, the Lian family's small business would soon face another day of constant turmoil. Another day of peaceful, profitable business interrupted by disruption. Lian Xiao waited all day, but Kartover remained silent, and physical training began as scheduled. According to the notice, physical training would still be held at the Mecha Academy Training Center. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing arrived at the designated location 15 minutes early and discovered that there were others who had arrived earlier than them, estimated at around 60 or 70 people. Just as Lian Xiao was wondering if there was enough training space, the rhythmic tapping of military boots echoed, accompanied by a resounding lineup. All the freshmen, upon hearing the command, began to move. Even without prior formation training, these men moved swiftly and methodically. Lian Xiao, a bit slow to react, stood out a bit. 3 men and 2 women appeared before the crowd, lined up in a single row. 2 of them were dressed differently from the others, dark blue tight-fitting jackets, matching trousers, and a gold-embroidered armband on their left forearms. The Alliance Army's insignia. These were 2 active-duty officers of the Alliance Army. The students who understood the meaning of their attire were slightly shocked. The military, knowing the importance attached to the top Mecha academies at the universities, had previously sent at most 1 active-duty officer to the Alliance University for freshman physical training. This year, they had sent 2. The oldest of the instructors took a half step forward and spoke. Some of the students present recognized the highest-ranking instructor, Si Kongming from the Mecha Academy, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. Having taught at the academy for many years, Si Kongming lacked the stern, sharp demeanor of active-duty officers. He introduced the 2 instructors assigned by the academy to each nervous young face, smiling. He continued, "This is Captain Aurora Grayson and Lieutenant Wu Hao, your physical training instructors. The Cyclops Squad, which they are part of, is directly under the military." Lian Xiao felt Zhao Liqing tense slightly, standing a fist away from her. Having a code name and being directly under the military's command undoubtedly indicated that the Cyclops was an active, elite mecha squad. One could imagine their physical training was absolutely strenuous. Zhao Liqing's blood boiled at the thought of the significant improvement in physical fitness after the training. Aurora stepped out. "I announce the rules for the physical training. Everyone will receive a score. Complete training, gain points. Fail training, lose points." Aurora said, her voice crisp and commanding. "After physical training, students with negative scores will be deemed to have failed and will be required to repeat the year. Fail 3 times, and you will automatically change your major or drop out. Did you understand?" "Fuck. I understand." Everyone shouted, their minds a riot of curse words, their success fueling their competitive spirit. Repeating a year was a waste of time, but they absolutely couldn't accept the prospect of failing physical training and having to call their former classmates seniors in the future. Ugh, what a disgrace. Lian Xiao received her own scorer. It resembled a digital watch, and after linking to her biometrics, it automatically displayed her current score, 30. It also displayed her mental strength level, heart rate, respiratory rate, and other information. Si Kongming, all students' original scores are linked to their theoretical course grades. Seeing how well you do at academic subjects is essential, isn't it? Lian Xiao retreated silently. Is this the retribution for not striving for progress and only aiming for a 60-point score? Wait a moment. Instructor Wu, who had remained motionless and silent, glanced at him coldly. What's your name? Lian Xiao stood at attention and announced his name loudly, Lian Xiao. The instructor twitched his lips. This is the quality of a freshman from the prestigious Union University Mecha Academy. He sneered. Why are you telling me you haven't learned anything? Do you want me to teach you? Xikong Ming and the two academy instructors remained silent, watching Wu Hao scold Lian Xiao. The instructors sent by the military were fully responsible for the freshman's physical training, and they couldn't interfere. You're that S rank, right? Do you think you're so awesome? Wu Hao's face darkened. Lian Xiao, you didn't follow the formation command promptly. 10 points deducted. He then shouted at the dozen or so students who had sparsely arrived on time. Get back to your team. 5 points deducted from everyone. Lian Xiao watched helplessly as the scoreboard jumped to 20. She immediately ran back to her team, fearing she'd be caught again, and deducted points. Lian Xiao felt a mixture of emotions. More than shame, she felt a sudden surge of a familiar sense of crisis. She had to admit that her mistakes were quite basic. These two details revealed her to be a complete novice. She had the honor of being the first student to receive a negative point deduction from the very beginning of physical training. Her physical fitness was already weak, and passing the training was extremely difficult. I persevered until now. Why would I drop out or change majors? The later students were dissatisfied, stiffening their necks and reporting, Instructor, we arrived at the appointed time and weren't late. Why are you deducting our points? Aurora gave him a cold look, and he shut up obediently. This elite mecha soldier's eyes were a very light blue, and those staring at them felt like they were staring into a freezing cold ice. The appointed time is the time for assembly, and the official start of training. She pressed the elevator button. A soldier's duty is obedience. If you disagree, report and withdraw immediately. The instructors from the military were all tough. The instructors at the academy might turn a blind eye to minor matters out of the so-called teacher-student bond, but these active mecha soldiers, who had been fighting on the front lines for years, bathed in blood and fire, would never tolerate them. Xikong Ming walked away with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Daily training consisted of 4 instructors and a military doctor from the school hospital. A group of people followed the instructors into the elevator in groups, as obedient as quails. The elevator descended to the basement level. Lian Xiao had never been here before. Ordinary students couldn't reserve the entire basement floor individually. The elevator doors opened, revealing a vast training ground separated by reinforced glass. At first glance, it looked unremarkable. Watching the students being herded into a pen like sheep, Instructor Wu pressed a button on his computer, instantly activating the training ground. A screen spanning half the width of the training ground displayed today's training program. The reinforced glass closed, and the 3 entrances and exits automatically locked with a gentle mechanical click. This was now a closed training ground. Soon, a student noticed the locked door to the training ground. Instructor, it's locked. With Lian Xiao and the dozen or so unlucky individuals who had their points deducted as examples, these self-proclaimed prodigies cleverly lowered their stance in front of the instructor. Instructor Wu was merciless. Fools! I locked the door. How could I not know? He waved the laptop in his hand. The only laptop that can open the training ground is in my hands. I advise you not to try to break down the door and escape by force. The reinforced glass here can withstand the firepower of ordinary main attack mechas, and the door locks are protected against high-voltage electrical shock. Anyone identified as violently breaking the door will have a high-voltage current flow through their body, paralyzing their movements. Only those who complete the day's training can leave. Wu Hao grinned. He was very pleased with the bewildered expressions of these youngsters. Come on, 5 minutes. You can ask any questions now. It was like a prison. Lian Xiao realized the instructor's harsh and cold demeanor was beyond her imagination. Even though they knew the academy couldn't possibly fail to ensure their essential physiological needs, the oppressive feeling of a confined space still fueled their potential for escape. The students scanned the equipment in the training grounds and saw that the only supply point was water, which made them panic. Instructor, what are we having for lunch? Instructor Wu rudely kicked open the box the robot had brought, revealing the nutritional supplements inside. The number was definitely less than 90. The top 30 who complete the training program will receive 1 nutritional supplement, he said coldly. As for the rest of you, just starve. Chapter 35. A slight commotion arose among the team. Intensive training on an empty stomach? Many thought they were hallucinating. The vast majority of students had never encountered such a person before, and they looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to contain their excitement. Instructor, I don't think this is right. A girl raised her hand. Scientifically, If you don't replenish your energy in time, the effectiveness of the training will be greatly reduced. Look at you, what's your rush? Instructor Wu said slowly and kindly, didn't I tell you not to eat? Do you think I'm such a bad person? Everyone, He had just said a few seconds ago that students who didn't complete the training program would go hungry, but now he's backtracking. The other instructors remained silent, watching Instructor Wu deliver his message. It's a shame that losers also have the right to eat. There's a little game outside of daily training. The losers who win get to eat at the table, and those who can't win have to crawl back to eat after the extra training. Lian Xiao habitually analyzed the rules Instructor Wu had outlined. This was how the trainees were divided into 3 groups. To be the first to receive the supplements, one must not only complete the training program, but also strive for speed. This automatically identifies the top third of physically fit students. Even those in the middle of the pack can receive a boost of energy. The worst performing group is the one facing a tough situation. With their physical fitness down, they train like crazy, trapped in a vicious cycle. Lian Xiao exhaled, her heart sinking. Which group will she be in? However, she felt that the supplements, like the carrot dangling from the donkey's front, were more of a punishment than a reward for her and Zhao Liqing. Instructor Wu waved his hand, and each student received a small bundle of equipment from the robot. Unwrapped, it revealed 4 straps. Everyone followed the instructions, applying the bandages to their limbs. Lian Xiao thought this was similar to the sports bandages used to prevent sports injuries back in her time, when she heard a loud whistle and Instructor Wu's command, "Everyone, begin a 5-kilometer weighted run." But as the students took their first steps, one after another, their feet felt heavy. The bandage, which had been weightless just a moment ago, suddenly gained weight, pressing down on their raised feet. Lian Xiao roughly estimated it to be around 10 kilograms. This was a small training device made by the reserve unit, with a customizable weight. It was typically used as a punching bag during training at the Mecha Academy. After just a few minutes of running, Lian Xiao felt a soreness in her calf muscles. The curve of the bandage perfectly matched her body's curves, as if she had grown 10 kilograms of weight in her lower body. It was difficult to adjust her center of gravity, and the force exerted by the contractions of her muscles. But she got used to it as she ran, unlike the others, who couldn't run at their normal speed. But for both Lian Xiao and the original owner, physical fitness was truly their biggest weakness. 10 minutes into the run, Lian Xiao had slipped from the front of the pack to the back. His breathing was dry and painful, and his pace involuntarily slowed. It was only 2 kilometers. Lian Xiao thought to himself that her current physical condition was truly hopeless. "Didn't you eat? You're running faster than my dog." A group of people ran in circles, accompanied by Instructor Wu's cursing, providing a powerful emotional boost. In reality, Lian Xiao's conclusion was incorrect. The other slowdown was due to the sudden addition of the straps. But more importantly, these experienced freshmen were conserving their energy without knowing what specific training they would face. The students' little tricks were no match for the instructors. The instructor sent by the academy shouted the first line of the day's training. "Come on, students. Only 10 minutes left." Damn, another unannounced rule? 100 polite greetings raced through the students' minds. Lian Xiao, who had finally settled into the running rhythm, was also startled. In her previous life, she dreaded running 800 meters. Today, completing a 5-kilometer run with a weight was already impressive. And they were setting a time limit? Are they killing me? Zhao Liqing, at the front of the group, was the first to push, steadily accelerating, easily leaving the front group behind. "Are you okay?" The training grounds were well stocked with water, and Zhao Liqing, who reached the finish line first, helped Lian Xiao get some. Seeing Lian Xiao's rapid breathing and sweaty face, Zhao Liqing whispered, "Save your energy. The next 2 events won't be easy either." Lian Xiao nodded. In the last kilometer or so, her breathing became completely messed up as she raced to increase her speed. She now had to swallow the bloody smell rising from her throat before she could speak. Conserving energy was a game played by the top third of those with superior physical fitness. Lian Xiao anxiously realized that even the gap between freshmen was a chasm she couldn't immediately bridge. After a few minutes' pause, the second training session began. The second training event was dodgeball. The track lines on the ground vanished, and holographic projections of spheres appeared in the air, hurtling towards the students at high speed like cannonballs. Bang! When Gushua couldn't dodge in time, and one of the spheres struck her shoulder, leaving a bright fluorescent mark. At the same time, her total score on the big screen decreased, and her ranking subsequently dropped several places. When Gushua froze in place, her eyes wide open. The ball bounced off the wall, returned, and struck her hard again. After 2 hits, her score was deducted by 1 point. What are you doing? Get moving. Instructor Wu blew his whistle in dissatisfaction. You have died twice on the battlefield. When Gushua opened her mouth, but no words came out. Completing the weighted run was already a struggle for her. She was breathless, her heart was pounding, and her legs felt like lead. After her mental power test revealed her to be A-level, her family dismissed the trainer they had hired. Her brother's D-level mental power wouldn't be of any use anyway. Before physical training, President Julian and other kind-hearted seniors from the Knight's Emblem, whom she had always considered gentlemen, told her not to worry. That was why she hadn't applied for a trainer from the Knight's Emblem to prepare in advance. Why did she have to be an A-level psychic? Why did she have to come here and suffer all this? Why couldn't she be like the other girls in her family, just strive to maintain her beauty and wait for a family marriage? At the thought, her eyes filled with hot tears. It wasn't fair at all. Everyone here had received professional training and was physically stronger than her, except Lian Xiao. Through her tearful eyes, when Gushua searched for Lian Xiao, only to see him, visibly exhausted, dodging the balls with all his might. For a moment, she forgot to cry and stared blankly at Lian Xiao. Wasn't she frustrated? How could she still have the motivation to continue training? Even then, just as dodgeball practice had begun, Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao were forced to separate. Lian Xiao was panting, his strength almost at its limit. Yes, she was the last one on the field. But wasn't she training to avoid being the last one? Everyone else had already started training before her, so she could make up for it with more time and sweat. While it might sound a bit idealistic, she believed in the saying God rewards hard work. These holographic spheres were numerous, fast, and flying in erratic patterns. Even if everyone scattered and ran, they still had to scramble to dodge them. It was easy for the students to bump into each other while running. You have no eyes. 2 panicked boys collided with each other, and were both hit by the dodgeball. One of them was so angry that he pushed the other. No matter who had been deducted points for no reason, it would not be a good mood. The instructor immediately blew the whistle to stop them. If you get hit in the vitals, get out. Be quick. Lian Xiao looked up as he ran. The 2 students who had been eliminated had each had 1 point deducted. Different hit areas result in different points deducted. For example, when Gushua was hit in the shoulder, a non-fatal injury, allowing her to remain on the court. The 2 boys, one in the chest and the other in the neck, would have been eliminated in real life. Lian Xiao pondered. 2 hits to non-vital areas deduct the same points as a direct hit to a vital area, but remaining on the court means the risk of multiple hits. In contrast, a 1-point deduction for immediate elimination seems to be a more cost-effective option for those struggling with fatigue. The thought of exploiting a loophole swiftly emerged, but she extinguished it herself. No, she was simply exhausted. Even without checking the watch face, Lian Xiao knew his heart rate was definitely over 170 beats per minute. The food he had eaten in the morning was churning in his stomach, and his entire body felt weak. If it weren't for her willpower, she would have just laid down. But her weakness was her physical strength. This wasn't something you could master overnight. It wasn't about skills. It could only be accumulated the hard way. She wanted to stay in her dorm and watch TV, but she missed Earth more. She wanted to return to Earth more. Lian Xiao wiped her sweat, gritted her teeth, and sprinted to a stop to avoid the ball that narrowly missed her ear. She didn't dare to let up, running towards an area where the balls were less dense. After an incalculable number of minutes, the instructors finally mercifully blew the whistle for a timeout. Lian Xiao collapsed to the ground, exhausted, her vision blurring. This time, they rested for a full 15 minutes. Aside from the icy aurora, the other 3 instructors watched the students trudging towards the assembly hall with amusement, commenting on their dehydrated appearances. Did you have a good rest? The instructor said, suddenly calling out a string of names. Step out. Those whose names were called looked at each other. Compared to the beleaguered students around them, these people looked noticeably better prepared. They were all the smart guys who had been eliminated from the dodgeball round. At this point, the instructor's earlier, even bland words, sounded sarcastic. Carry 15 kilograms and train for 5 kilometers. No why. The suddenly punished students couldn't stand it anymore. All morning, some of the gifted students had been vacillating between bear with it and who do you think you are? The sudden punishment overwhelmed their irritated minds. He reached out to remove the arm restraints. You can add to the rules any way you want. Even physical training doesn't allow for this, right? I'm not playing anymore. Aurora, who had remained silent, watched him throw the straps to the ground. She nodded, her voice steady. Eco, this student has failed physical training. Roger that. Eco, following him closely, responded, "Student Chief Yang, I'm sorry to say you failed your first year physical training. You can wait until next school year to retake it. When you do, please check the academic system." The instructor was serious. Lian Xiao shuddered, instantly feeling that the lost 10 points were a minor incident. His already straight military posture straightened even more. The military's arbitrary and ruthless nature was fully displayed by the instructors. Compared to the teachers at the academy, they were less tolerant and patient, and their training style was completely unwavering. Making mistakes was fine, but ignoring discipline was not. The boy was also stunned, taking several seconds to react and quickly picking up the straps from the ground. When he looked up again, the other buddies, who had taken advantage of the situation, had already begun their punishment run without a word. The instructors were lecturing the remaining trainees, and no one paid any attention to him. He was deeply annoyed, but he couldn't help but resent the instructors. He just said something back. Why was it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Wu Hao, it's only because our deputy captain is good-tempered. If it were me, I would have kicked those idiots out of the training ground long ago. Is there anyone here who doesn't want to be a mecha soldier? Everyone shook their heads. Being a mecha soldier isn't like acting, where you just operate a mecha and strike a few poses, Instructor Wu said, rarely refusing to use a curse word. Every moment of laziness you take here could be the cause of your death on the battlefield in the future. At this moment, it was clear that he was an elite mecha soldier fighting on the front lines. It wasn't the scars across Instructor Wu's face that showed him, but the cold indifference that emanated from him, walking on the tightrope of life and death. Although he thought he was mentally prepared, when he actually entered training and encountered the real mecha soldiers, Lian Xiao couldn't help but feel a brief wavering. Did she really understand what becoming a mecha soldier meant? With her talent, could she really do it? She didn't know. But she had to do it. Don't waste time on idiots. Bad news, there's another project. Physical training is over this morning, so you losers can have dinner. Wu Hao returned to his cursing self. Do you want to know what the good news is? Everyone, thank you, not really. The good news is... Lian Xiao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. One of you will have the honor of competing against me in the next round. Chapter 36. Instructor Wu, anyone volunteer? Everyone responded with the classic expression college students have when faced with a professor's question: averted eyes, a look of confusion and daze. No way, you all. Don't you even have the guts? Instructor Wu muffled his curse words, almost forgetting his boss was present. Zhao Liqing raised his hand and said very cautiously, Instructor, before we begin, please explain the rules in detail. The others nodded frantically. By now, they were all intimidated by these instructors, who were always trying to fix things. Instructor Wu muttered, these kids these days are hard to fool, while making a square of equal length and width appear on the ground. He then took the initiative to stand within this small area. No time limit, no method limit. Just get me out of bounds and you win. All the students fell silent for a few seconds. This brief silence was a moment of quiet reflection, as they secretly assessed their own strength and their chances of winning the battle. If victory required knocking down the instructor head-on, no one present was confident they could do it, but the rule of losing if out of bounds was tempting. Delay, draining energy, slowly revealing weaknesses. Zhao Liqing was eager to try, but Lian Xiao insisted on playing it cool. If the third training session consisted entirely of 2-on-2 free combat, she was ready to train more and crawl back to the dormitory for lunch. There's really no one here. This is really putting a strain on you rookies. Instructor Wu stood in the box, eagerly awaiting his opponent. He felt so lonely that he felt a sudden pang of kindness. So who's the most famous among you? Lian Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Not good was no longer the right word. The instructor was definitely coming for her this time. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was definitely for the loudest one. The Alliance University Mecha Academy only produces one S-level psychic every 10 years or so. He started out with a wave of criticism for his Earth cuisine, but not only did it gain traction, but now the teachers and students at Alliance University are struggling to even get enough food. He had a feud with the Knight's Emblem, and when no one was optimistic about him, he bludgeoned Lindu, only to be slapped in the face. The classmates around him were stunned. Only 2 months had passed, and the sheer volume of this melon field had already overwhelmed everyone. Lian Xiao had single-handedly stirred up the Mecha Academy scene, and she was so popular that no one dared to claim first place. Oh my god, in a sense, the boss was right beside me. More and more eyes were fixed on him. Lian Xiao gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly that lunch was definitely going to be delayed. It seems the people are in favor, Instructor Wu said. Let's get started, S-Class. Lian Xiao slowly moved to the battle area. Seeing her reluctance, Instructor Wu expressed disdain and raised his hands. Alright, I let you use both hands. I won't use them in battle. This time, the rules actually favored the students? Lian Xiao was a little confused. Instructor Wu was dissatisfied. Show some reaction, S-Class. At least, he should show some joy after surviving the ordeal to show respect for his strength. He, an elite mecha soldier, has some dignity to show. This S-Class young man always gives off a melancholic, indifferent vibe. It's time for the new generation to change their mindset. Lian Xiao stepped into the battle frame, stood still, and said honestly, I'd be happier not to fight you. She also knew that the situation hadn't eased for her due to Instructor Wu's concession, but it did at least give her a glimmer of hope for victory. The combat area was an interesting design, measuring no more than 7 meters long and wide, smaller than a typical octagonal cage. This meant that close combat required quick reactions and adjustments within a limited space. With the instructor's arms disabled, his movements were even more restricted. Conventionally, most people would choose to maneuver flexibly to wear down the instructor's stamina. This strategy would have worked for anyone else in the arena, but the first 2 events had been incredibly taxing on Lian Xiao, and she couldn't afford to hold back any longer than Instructor Wu. Don't worry, Instructor Wu said meaningfully. You're S rank, and I'm only C rank. Before he could finish the already, Instructor Wu moved. His explosive speed was terrifying. Even with Lian Xiao's full concentration, he was still a beat late to feel the slight tremor in the ground and the sudden rush of air. She secretly cried out inwardly. The fight had begun suddenly, and Lian Xiao's starting position was too close to the boundary, putting him in a precarious position. She quickly ran to the right, attempting to dodge the instructor's attacks while digging deeper into the center. But Instructor Wu was not only fast, but also possessed exceptional body control. Realizing Lian Xiao's turn, he immediately reversed direction, his shoe soles scraping against the floor with a sharp, piercing sound. He steadied himself and unleashed a fierce, powerful, whirring spinning kick straight for Lian Xiao's face. Too fast. This was the common thought among the spectators. Some of them possessed far higher mental power levels than Instructor Wu, and they couldn't help but compare themselves. If they were in the ring, could they match Instructor Wu's performance? Lian Xiao was also quick. In a split second, she rolled forward, creating distance between herself and the instructor, causing Instructor Wu's kick to miss. But he didn't give Lian Xiao a chance to steady herself and counterattack. The narrow field seemed not to be a hindrance, but rather an advantage. Unable to use his hands, Instructor Wu maintained the offensive initiative from start to finish. Knees, flying kicks, sweeping kicks. Every attacking move capable of using both legs was a constant challenge for Lian Xiao. Instructor Wu's control of his body was impeccable. Although it was a hand-to-hand fight, he needed no weapons. His battle-hardened body was his weapon. Under the intense onslaught, Lian Xiao struggled to mount an effective counterattack, struggling to avoid being forced out of bounds by the instructor. A rough pre-battle scenario revealed that Instructor Wu, unable to use his hands, was the one whose nimble movements were wearing down Lian Xiao's energy. Lian Xiao could clearly feel her energy rapidly draining away, and a surge of anxiety crept in. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of being pinned down and suffocated. Facing the Zerg in the Tiangita system, armed with mechas and guns, Li Lindu's style was violent and direct. Only Instructor Wu could consistently block her predefined routes, gradually squeezing her space. Lian Xiao felt like a bird being trapped. Instructor Wu's tactical style can be summed up in 2 words: experience. Lian Xiao, in turn, calmed down. The more pressure she faced, the calmer she became. While her physical fitness wasn't great, her reaction speed, memory, and flexibility were exceptional. Observing, Lian Xiao noticed that Instructor Wu habitually followed a knee strike with a spinning kick, inevitably leaving a few seconds of lag between the two. A trap, or an opportunity, the situation left her no time to think. Instructor Wu's precisely paced attack was followed by another knee strike and spinning kick combination. This time, Lian Xiao struck out. In front of everyone, Lian Xiao, panting heavily, faced Instructor Wu's knee strike, not using her usual dodge, but instead facing it head-on. What was she planning? In the next second, Lian Xiao gave them the answer. Lian Xiao leaned sideways, and the knee strike slammed into her side. At the same time, she took the damage, punching Instructor Wu in the head. The punch was swift, its speed and power were undeniable. If Instructor Wu had attempted to dodge it, he would have had to tilt his head back. Maintaining balance in this position without retracting the knee kick was difficult. Lian Xiao intended to take advantage of his concentration on dodging the attack and end the fight with a sweeping kick. But, as her fist broke through the air, Lian Xiao felt a force slam into her shoulder, forcibly deflecting her attack. Instead, she herself lost her balance under the immense force. Lian Xiao was out of bounds. The trainees murmured in amazement. From their perspective, they could see more clearly that Instructor Wu hadn't employed any technical maneuvers at all. He simply let go of his strength and pushed Lian Xiao away. The enormous disparity in strength couldn't be made up for by mere technique. Instructor Wu bent down, picked up his military cap, dusted it off, and put it back on, waiting for Lian Xiao to get up and return to the team. The knee strike and the collision had left his muscles numb with pain. They would definitely be bruised tomorrow. Instructor Wu acted as if he were in even more pain than Lian Xiao, who had been beaten. Each class is worse than the last. He shook his head bitterly. S level only lasted 3 minutes. Instructor Wu said, "The first thing I want to tell you, put aside the so-called mental power level. That thing is pure waste here. What's wrong with a low mental power level? I managed to become a frontline mecha soldier at C rank. Mechas are weapons, tools. Without strong physical fitness, it's all for naught. Remember, you're here to control the mecha, not have it take care of you." This was his consistent view. The Alliance and the military were too obsessed with mental power levels. A lot of people spend their days researching how to improve mental power, but pay little attention to the most basic individual combat capabilities. Low mental power levels don't necessarily mean that mecha pilots are less powerful than those with higher mental power levels. This was a harsh statement. Instructor Wu glanced at the students, whose expressions were a little relaxed. Even at the Alliance University Mecha Academy, the proportion of students above B rank did not exceed 15%. Students with low mental power levels were nothing more than lower-grade consumables in the eyes of the military. When Instructor Wu glanced at Lian Xiao, I expected to see a face filled with frustration, loss, and resignation, but I wasn't expecting this young man, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, to have a startlingly focused gaze, even intense. Lian Xiao didn't feel the anger and shame of being defeated in front of so many people, as the instructor had expected. Instead, her eyes lit up as she thought of one thing. She began to believe that physical training could make her stronger. Great! After the first day of physical training, Aurora arrived at the Mecha Academy office building. As an instructor assigned by the military to Alliance University, she possessed the authority of a mid-level lecturer. As she entered the elevator, Echo automatically activated her advanced authority. Arriving at the mezzanine, Echo said goodbye, "Captain Grayson, I wish you a pleasant reunion." Aurora had studied at the Union University Mecha Academy, having been an outstanding graduate that year. She walked through a corridor lined with photos and certificates of honor, representing every graduating class since the Academy's founding, as if reliving its sealed-away glory days. At the end of the corridor was a door without a nameplate. Aurora knocked twice, and then turned the handle. The first thing that washed over her was golden, brilliant sunlight. As if immersed in orange juice, the office furnishings and the large leaves of tropical plants swaying in the breeze blurred into bright outlines in the cascade of light. A woman stood against the light, her head tilted to watch the flocks of pigeons flying by outside the window. "Long time no see," Aurora said, "Principal. Or rather, Senior Sister Sue." Chapter 37. Aurora and Sue Sarah were not only direct schoolmates, but also considered teacher and student. At Aurora's graduation ceremony, the person who tasseled her tassels was the newly appointed Dean Sue. Sit anywhere. This office didn't belong to Sue Sarah, yet she knew it like the owner. She handed Aurora a bottle of sparkling water, and sat down casually on the low sofa. Although she wasn't officially here to report on her work, Sue Sarah was still her senior and her boss. Aurora hesitated for a moment, unable to sit down and talk to her superiors. So, she firmly and uncomfortably sat down on the cushions, her long legs unsteady. Sue Sarah laughed heartily. "You haven't changed at all, little Aurora." Sue Sarah, the tyrant, one of the most powerful mech soldiers in the Alliance since the advent of mechs, was younger than her reputation suggested. In person, she looked like a cool, mature older sister, the kind who could drive a modified, stylish motorcycle with the swiftness of the wind. "Senior hasn't changed much either," Aurora said. She and Sue Sarah hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Sue Sarah didn't continue the small talk, instead asking about Aurora and the Cyclops Squad. Aurora's Cyclops Squad was stationed on the Alliance border, adjacent to the Empire. When the Lowenberg family led the declaration of their secession from the Alliance, mechas hadn't yet been invented. Over the past few decades, the Empire had been trying to develop mechas, leading to several significant conflicts between the Alliance and the Empire. The Cyclops Squad was part of the Alliance's deployment along the border as a strategic deterrent to the Empire. Just a few years ago, the Empire's secret mecha development finally succeeded. However, production is very low, currently consisting of only one regiment, serving as the Emperor's personal guard, directly under his command. The past 6 months have been peaceful, and the Empire has been unusually quiet. Even the military temporarily transferred Aurora back to the Alliance's main planet to serve as an instructor. Susera nodded slightly and said, "It seems that rumor is not groundless. Her position is special, having been on the Alliance's main planet year-round, and she's much more informed than Aurora. The Alliance and the military are interested in restarting the Mecha League. Rumor has it that the Empire is negotiating with the Alliance to send a representative team." Aurora was a little surprised. She was more concerned about the reason for the League's restart. The League has been suspended for over a decade. Why? This is something that cannot be leaked, Susera said, though she had already suspected it. The Tiangita system suddenly updated, adding dozens of new copies. The military doubled the number of physical training instructors assigned to each Mecha Academy. These details all indicate that the military was determined to restart the League, but the decision was made with great haste, as if they were racing against time. From the 90th to the 101st year of the Shanghai calendar, the Interstellar Alliance held 11 Mecha Leagues. The intention was to select the best young people from all the Mecha Academies in the Alliance, recruit them into the military, and form Mecha squads around them. This later developed into a highly anticipated competition. In those years, countless young and promising Mecha talents came to the public's attention through the Mecha League, many of whom are now the backbone of the military's young generation. Aurora couldn't help but turn her head slightly, glancing at the glass display case behind the desk. While the room was filled with rare and precious ornaments, the glass display case contained only a single photo, demonstrating the owner's deep appreciation for it. This photo caught Aurora's attention the moment she entered. A commemorative photo of the Mecha League champions from the 93rd Star C calendar. "I understand what you mean, Senior," Aurora said. "I adjust the focus of my physical training. But before I came here, I thought you asked about the S-Class freshmen. The number of S-Class freshmen in the League is currently too small, and any university that produces one would be eager to celebrate." Unfortunately, Susera's attitude towards her precious S-Class freshman was quite cold, observing her from a distance, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Susera let out a long sigh, then said calmly, "You can train her as you see fit. This kid's physical foundation is a bit weak. Those from Earth generally have weaker physical foundations. But her mental strength is truly exceptional." "Yes," Susera blinked, her voice so soft she seemed to be mumbling to herself. "Students from Earth have exceptional mental strength." Her gaze passed Aurora and fell on the photo. The young woman laughed heartily, huddled with the others in front of the camera, her unbridled youth frozen in the photograph. Members of the League Championship team, from left to right by Josie, Fu Mingguang, Su Shaoluo. The tyrant spoke, and Aurora faithfully fulfilled her promise to her senior. After enduring the first week of physical training, everyone despaired of the discovery that even more perverted things awaited them. "I'm so stupid, really." A boy, forcibly carried off the court with a severe muscle strain, muttered with tears in his eyes, as he received medical care. "I thought I'd just get used to it, but I didn't expect." The activities remained the same this week, but the specific reward and punishment rules were significantly different. The running time limit was shortened by the day, and the number of dodgeballs increased with each passing day. If you tried to cheat by exploiting the rules, congratulations. The instructors would smile and let you practice with weights. The trainees' motivation to complete their tasks had gone from taking nutritional supplements to fleeing the training grounds. After all, the intense training often resulted in nausea and vomiting. Such high-pressure training also tested their mental fortitude. When Gushue was the first to collapse. Her physical and mental collapse was like an avalanche, coming without warning and with immense devastation. The trainees privately agreed that the third combat match was the easiest part, as with luck, they could get a chance to compete against a weaker female student. Conversely, for those with less stamina, like when Gushue and Lian Xiao, 2-on-2 combat was like a swamp, draining their last ounce of strength. After the 2-on-2 duel, Lian Xiao lost and began to resign himself to running laps. When Gushue, also a loser, stood there, silently weeping. The Mecha Academy had a 4-to-1 ratio of girls to boys, and the girls were generally difficult to deal with. The boy on the opposite side had never seen a Mecha major cry so easily, and she was a rare beauty. He felt sorry for her for a moment. "You, stop crying. Otherwise, this match won't count, and we have another go." "You're crazy!" Instructor Wu scolded the boy, who was being sympathetic. "On the battlefield, if you see an enemy in tears, do you have to show mercy? Get out of here and run 10 kilometers to wake yourself up." After yelling at the boy, Instructor Wu turned and angrily scolded Wenguxue. In his eyes, there was no difference between men and women once they were on the training ground. What's the point of crying? Go outside if you want to cry. This is a training ground, not a kindergarten where everyone can coax you. Wenguxue remained silent, her head bowed, tears streaming down her porcelain white face like strings of beads. She was truly exhausted, utterly exhausted. The mere thought of physical training made her gag with fear. Her feet blistered, and even her hands had grown rough without her noticing. She occasionally marveled at her current strength, but she feared even more that it would tarnish the beauty she was so proud of. Who could help her? She looked around tearfully, but instead of showing any sympathy, everyone seemed puzzled, as if they were looking at someone else, a sight that deeply stung Wenguxue. Finally, the assigned doctor saw something was amiss, and took the man away for psychological treatment. Instructor Wu had a headache. He had seen passive and lazy people, but he had never seen someone standing there in silence, weeping. It was a terrifying sight. By comparison, Lian Xiao, also at the bottom of the class, seemed teachable. At first, Lian Xiao was able to somewhat mask her physical shortcomings, but after a few days, her weaknesses were fully exposed to everyone. Her endurance was the worst. Her fighting skills were almost non-existent. Her explosive power was acceptable. Her reaction speed and adaptability were exceptional. This was the unanimous opinion of the 4 instructors regarding Lian Xiao. Even human physical fitness has its inherent limits, and the battle-hardened veterans observed that Lian Xiao was the type whose training progressed slowly. It was like other talented students were sponges, easily absorbing water, while Lian Xiao was a dry desert, losing all the water she consumed. If Lian Xiao were an A or B rank, the instructors would have urged her to pursue a sniper career. But Lian Xiao was an S rank, and the military's most scarce resource was the Arkansas. Even if Lian Xiao was useless, they were forced to pursue this path. Lian Xiao was also aware of her slow progress. After training that day, she studied the ranking screen. Zhao Liqing was first in points, and second-ranked employee Zhang Lu was also near the top. But her name had dropped several places, and the red line representing 0 points was within reach. Though the poor students who had been in the same boat with her a week earlier hadn't seemed to have improved much, their training data had clearly surpassed hers by a considerable margin. She was physically exhausted, but her mind was clear. Lian Xiao knew that she had given her all during every training session all week, yet her physical fitness hadn't improved as significantly as the others. It wasn't her fault, yet it was indeed her fault. Lian Xiao wiped her sweat. Her training clothes were so wet they could be wrung out, sticking uncomfortably to her. She decided to shower at the training center before returning. The sound of the shower in the shared bathroom drowned out the sound of her entrance. 2 girls were chatting. One asked the other how her training ranking was. The girl in question replied, "Don't even think about it. Before training, I was dreaming of winning an excellence award or something. Now, I'm just thankful to have made it through training. Don't worry, the seniors all said that after the most difficult adjustment period, you improved quickly." Another girl smiled, "At least we're all better than S rank, ha ha ha." Lian Xiao paused as he hung up the clothes, realizing belatedly that the S rank referred to him. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't get angry. She listened to other people's gossip about her openly, somewhat curiously. "Do you think the mental power test is wrong? Compared to Lian Xiao, I look more like an S rank." The girl said a bit sarcastically, "Look at her training so hard, but she hasn't improved at all. It's all in vain. If it were me, I'd be so embarrassed. I think Zhao Liqing, who ranked first, is the most embarrassed." "Ha." Lian Xiao clings to her all the time. I wonder how much Zhao Liqing must be disgusted. She'll laugh softly. Be careful someone hears. When it came to Ms. Zhao, Lian Xiao couldn't bear it any longer. She didn't care what others said about her, except that Zhao Liqing wasn't up to par. She turned off the shower, her breath sinking into her dantian. "Oh really? I heard everything." Lian Xiao's voice was still easy to recognize. The 2 girls suddenly fell silent, like birds with their necks pinched. After the rustling, Lian Xiao watched them flee, not even daring to show their faces. Then, content to enjoy the public bathroom all to herself, she took a leisurely shower and leisurely returned to the dormitory. That night, Lian Xiao suffered a sleepless night for the first time in her life. She tossed and turned, trying to figure out whether she was truly cut out for mecha piloting. For Lian Xiao, outsiders' opinions were irrelevant, but the terrifying thing was that even she herself was starting to waver. She simply grabbed her student card and headed to the training center alone late at night. Chapter 38. Late at night, on a weekday, not a weekend or finals week, The hovercraft and the campus patrol robots briefly enjoyed the slumbering Union University all to themselves. Lian Xiao limped onto the hovercraft. From behind, his gait was a true crab. After training, the medical team would provide them with free supplemental medication to promote muscle repair and growth, though its effectiveness was minimal before intense training. Every muscle in Lian Xiao's body ached, and her legs were so stiff and tight they didn't feel like her own. During this time, she had been a loyal user of the hovercraft, never straining her legs for any distance. Gazing at the light source on the ceiling of the vehicle, Lian Xiao half closed her eyes. She was truly tired, mentally exhausted. The training center was open 24 hours a day, brightly lit. Lian Xiao remembered that in her previous life, their school library was also open 24 hours a day. During finals, some students would simply live in the library, taking out their sleeping bags and sleeping in the hallway when they were tired of studying. They were in excellent spirits. There probably weren't any of her classmates who were as tiring as this now. After training, everyone was exhausted. The Mecha Academy divided students into 6 levels, from S to E, based on their mental strength, each granting them different privileges. Lian Xiao held one of the 2 S-level student cards available to the entire school. The S-level student card looked just like a regular card, except that upon closer inspection, the card surface was dotted with faint bronze and gold specks, flowing slowly like metallic quicksand. S-level students had many advanced privileges, some of which Lian Xiao found most useful. For example, S-level students had exceptional priority with Eco, allowing them to receive his response at any time while at the Mecha Academy. Another example was the availability of a dedicated training room with improved equipment at any time, at a 20% discount. The elevator door happened to be halfway closed as they ascended. Lian Xiao, quick-witted, held it open with his hand, while the passengers inside also pressed the open button. A familiar, blindingly large ring and gold chain. The owner and his staff of Lian Stir Fry met in the elevator of the late-night training center, staring at each other in bewilderment. Lian Xiao was silent when he saw the floor number Jean Lu pressed. Oh wow, so this guy seems effortlessly talented, but secretly studies diligently under the covers at night with a flashlight. After a moment of embarrassment at being exposed, Jean Lu flashed a perfect, full-toothed smile and openly invited Lian Xiao. Boss, you're here for extra practice too. Want to join us? As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was everyone else who was embarrassed. Lian Xiao pressed a higher floor. I made an appointment at another training room. Do you often practice extra practice? She remembered that Jean Lu was ranked in the top 10, and proper rest was crucial to muscle building. Logically, it wasn't Jean Lu's turn to practice extra practice. Jean Lu spread his hands and said frankly, when I think about all the guys above me, I'm so jealous I can't sleep. I'd better work harder to pull them down. What a strong desire to win. Lian Xiao was a little surprised that Jean Lu would actually tell her, a classmate he barely knew, the truth. Thinking back at the few people she was close to, Zhao Liqing was definitely the top scorer, but her goal was to become stronger herself, not to compare herself to other competitors. Jean Lu's motivation was the opposite, and he didn't mind showing his ambition. Boss, if there's anything I can do to help you, I will, Jean Lu said. Seeing Lian Zhao's surprised expression, Jean Lu smiled and said, surprised? Because I want to improve your favorability. Boss, have you heard about the Mecha Department's annual military exercises? Your performance in these exercises isn't just counted towards your final grade, the Academy's leadership, the military's leadership, and even the dean will be there. If you want to be recruited directly by the military before graduation, your only path is to excel in these exercises. You may not realize how rare S-class arcs are. I'm the best sniper in our class, and your team will need someone like me in the future. Jean Lu's honey-colored eyes narrowed, and a charming smile graced his handsome, exotic face. Don't underestimate yourself. I saw your duel with Li Lindu, and you're formidable. It's an arc strong enough to cooperate with him. Jean Lu's personality is just like that. He's the most patient sniper, but once he's identified his target, he strikes without hesitation. After getting off the elevator, Lian Xiao put her conversation with Jean Lu aside. While being flattered by someone's strength was certainly inspiring, she wasn't so complacent as to forget the problem she needed to solve. Even after swiping her card to open the training room door, Lian Xiao hadn't figured out why she'd been up all night trying to get to the training room. Her brain, swirling with thoughts from insomnia, gradually cooled. It was just that the undisturbed late night only magnified her anxiety. It felt like a fire was burning inside Lian Xiao, urging her to run and move, so that she could temporarily ignore the self-doubt and the terrifying thought of being kicked out of the Mecha Major. Whether it would work or not was another question that caused endless anxiety. It was like being a student, not knowing the cause of her declining grades, and just blindly working on practice questions, forcing herself to believe that the rules of the world were really as simple as the inspirational stories about hard work paying off. Oh my god, she hadn't even made it through the night in her senior year of high school in her previous life. Choosing a good college major meant staying up all night studying was inevitable. Lian Xiao grumbled inwardly as he began warming up. Halfway through stretching his muscles, someone pushed open the training room stall, leaving him stunned. Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng's eyes met. It had been quite a while since they'd seen each other. How to upset the knight's emblem was their biggest common topic. As soon as the Li Lindu incident was resolved, Gu Changfeng vanished from her daily life like a gust of wind. The two of them had rarely interacted to begin with, and aside from the usual meal orders, there was no reason to initiate a conversation. Gu Changfeng, usually low-key and aloof, had once steadfastly sided with Lian Xiao, surprising many. They were eager to dig up gossip, and several lengthy forum posts attempted to speculate on the relationship between the two. In the end, the two parties lost contact even faster than their enthusiasm faded, and the gossipers left with a regretful vengeance. Lian Xiao was busy making money happily and training painfully. Gu Changfeng, who knows what he's doing. She occasionally heard bits and pieces of news about Gu Changfeng from Cesare. At first glance, Lian Xiao felt a bit unfamiliar with Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng seemed to have just finished training, with a towel draped around his neck and his sweat-soaked black hair a bit disheveled. Seeing Lian Xiao, he subconsciously straightened it. Lian Xiao. Long time no see. Gu Changfeng was the first to react. This training room on this floor was only open to S-Class players. Accustomed to being the only S-Class player in the Mecha Academy, this had practically become Gu Changfeng's exclusive private training room. He almost forgotten that Lian Xiao also had permission to use it. Lian Xiao chuckled. So, one or two of them were secretly doing this. But she had truly wronged Gu Changfeng. Before piloting the Red Dragon 3, Gu Changfeng had to submit a report to the military. The approval was delayed today, leading to the coincidental encounter between him and Lian Xiao late at night. Since Lian Xiao also needed to use the training room, it would be inconvenient for him to continue showering in the bathroom there. Gu Changfeng turned and took a detour to the bathroom on another floor. When he returned, Lian Xiao was running with weights. Gu Changfeng watched from the side with his arms folded for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Has your physical training started a week already?" Lian Xiao nodded in affirmative. Running and talking can easily cause side stitches. With Cesare, the humanoid messenger, by his side, Gu Changfeng only needed to chime in during his chatter to get updates on Lian Xiao's situation. After a few minutes of observation, Gu Changfeng had already spotted something wrong. The grueling physical training that tormented the trainees quickly improved their stamina, but Lian Xiao's stamina hadn't improved significantly. Lian Xiao's situation was not uncommon. After patiently waiting for Lian Xiao to finish a 10-kilometer run and tremblingly step off the treadmill, clutching the handle, Gu Changfeng continued. He had actually been meaning to remind Lian Xiao of these things before the physical training began. Ranking is crucial in the early stages of physical training. If possible, try to get your ranking as high as possible. An unspoken Easter egg in each physical training session. Ranking is closely linked to team formation in the second half. Top-ranked students have a certain degree of authority to choose their teammates. Teaming up with the bottom-ranked students is a recipe for endless failure, ultimately failing together. Gu Changfeng had composed several messages in the chat box, but ultimately left them unsent. From his perspective, he wasn't sure if Lian Xiao would find his reminders abrupt or offensive. Unexpectedly, Lian Xiao already knew. "I understand, but..." "Fool?" Cesare said the subsequent confrontational training will be even more extreme. Lian Xiao sighed. Time was running out for her. So worried. It wasn't surprising that it was Cesare who reminded Lian Xiao. Gu Changfeng suddenly admired Cesare's familiarity, launching into the conversation without any prelude. Lian Xiao walked slowly in a circle, calming his heart rate. Looking at Gu Changfeng and then at herself, she couldn't help but feel anxious when she thought about how both of them were S-rank abilities, yet their differences were so vast. Even someone with less emotional fluctuations than Lian Xiao couldn't help but feel anxious. She truly didn't have enough time, yet she was still running around aimlessly like a headless chicken. Could she really do it? Another suggestion, Gu Changfeng said. Have you considered overtraining? Gu Changfeng was well aware of Lian Xiao's excellent physical adaptability. Lian Xiao's current training volume wasn't excessive, it was precisely insufficient. For some people, physical fitness improvement lags behind. Once they overcome the so-called bottleneck, sufficient initial training can lead to rapid progress. The problem, however, is that many people give up during the stagnant accumulation period. No one can predict when the bottleneck will be overcome. All Lian Xiao needs to do is gradually increase her training intensity from her original limit. The benefit of her excellent physical adaptability is that her training limit can be expanded to a higher level than that of ordinary people. After hearing Gu Chengfeng's concise explanation, Lian Xiao suddenly understood. I was wondering why the instructor was so eager to punish me with extra training. She had thought Instructor Wu was biased against her. The instructors couldn't cater to every student, and Lian Xiao was a key focus. However, this was the only way the instructors could get Lian Xiao to increase his training. Gu Chengfeng pulled out a potion, high-efficiency muscle fiber repair agent, for use in conjunction with physical training. If you need to increase your training, I can accompany you. What Gu Chengfeng handed over wasn't a high-efficiency muscle fiber repair agent, but a favor. In her, Gu Chengfeng truly embodied his excellent virtue of eagerly helping his classmates. Zhang Lu was improving her favorability in the hope of teaming up with her in the future. So why was Gu Chengfeng willing to stay up all night coaching a rookie? Lian Xiao pondered how he could repay Gu Chengfeng's favor and, with some hesitation, accepted the potion and invitation. Don't feel burdened. Your strength will also benefit me. Her dark gray eyes were as calm as the early winter night. Gu Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then struggled to imitate Sasari's tone. Then, can I get a 50% discount on my lunch boxes from now on? Lian Xiao, Help, boss, your character is falling apart. The next day at physical training, Lian Xiao yawned profusely, and was one of the first few to arrive. Settling into her new home at the training center, she was feeling better. After several days of training, Instructor Wu stood in front of the students with a smile on his face and said, Isn't it a bit boring to train every day? Let's do something special today. Chapter 39. There's a trick going on here, needless to say. Except for meals and rest breaks, the students spend 6 days a week with these instructors. How could they possibly not know their morals? Instructor Wu, dissatisfied with the crowd's indifferent reactions, which amounted to little more than a raised eyebrow, said, You're so young and lethargic, it's unacceptable. Show some energy. Instructor, we just completed 3 major training sessions. If you could just let us rest, we'd definitely give you a round of applause. A student raised his hand, speaking weakly. Yes, instructor. Isn't the special event about finishing training early? Second. Instructor Wu sighed. The students were the best at taking advantage of the situation. You're even more wishful than Instructor Lin. Instructor Wu scolded, slamming the instructors from the academy he was working with. Don't even think about escaping. Amid the students' wails, everyone automatically formed into random pairs, and sent one person to draw lots. As Lian Xiao drew his lot, Instructor Wu kindly asked, Lian Xiao, did you win or lose today? Lian Xiao thought to himself, You're asking even though you already know the answer. She had never won a random match except for the one against Wen Guxue. A single failure spurs one to strive for more, while repeated failures toughen one's nerves. Lian Xiao's face thickened. Instructor, I still owe you a 10-kilometer weighted run today. Instructor Wu smiled vaguely. Then remember who made you do this penalty run. The boy who defeated Lian Xiao. An inexplicable sense of foreboding struck. After the lot drawing, the 2-person team was randomly divided into teams of 10. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao was assigned to an all-male team, a team she didn't recognize. Lian Xiao couldn't remember his teammates' names, but everyone knew him. The other teammates' feelings about Lian Xiao were indescribable. It was now generally acknowledged that Lian Xiao was the weakest S-rank member in the history of the Union University Mecha Academy. His victory over Li Linde could only be attributed to good luck. Instructor. The boy on the team was the first to shout, Can we switch teammates? He didn't want to bring someone like Lian Xiao along to a team battle. Instructor Wu was handing out equipment to the students one by one. What are you arguing about? Do you think your opinion represents the entire team? The boy's face flushed instantly, but he insisted, I'm the team's highest scoring player, and I believe the other players agree with my proposal. The others, those slightly dissatisfied with the boy's use of points to pressure others, remained silent, clearly wanting to switch as well. No one explicitly stated the team member they wanted to replace. Their eyes were fixed on Lian Xiao in unison. Lian Xiao, who had caused the dispute, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of the anxiety or fear of being excluded by his teammates. Reason? Instructor Wu stood in front of their team. Why? Because Lian Xiao is so weak, the boys stammered. The other groups weren't fools, and they definitely wouldn't want to be swapped. Finally, he made up a random excuse. competitive training, girls lack physical strength. The difference in physical fitness between men and women is an unavoidable topic in military academies. Even in the new era, with the absolute emphasis on mecha soldiers and the military's selection policy that prioritizes high mental strength over low physical strength, the gender gap in active mecha soldier proportions has narrowed, but the ratio of women to men in their mecha major remains an unfair 1-to-4 ratio. Before Instructor Wu could even speak, the other girls erupted in anger. The girl sneered, pointing at the real-time leaderboard. You have high scores? I suggest you see an ophthalmologist first. Take a closer look at who's currently at the top of the list. Who has the highest rank among the people present? Number 1, Zhao Liqing. Aurora, the instructor's boss. All women. Great. Lian Xiao midly applauded this student. The boy, realizing his gaffe, began to sweat. He wasn't regretting his disparaging remarks about women, but rather fearing offending Aurora, who was watching him silently from the side. Even if he angered a rising star in the military, about to be promoted to major and lead an independent mecha squad, he'd be in big trouble, even if he had a family background. I didn't mean that. The boy hesitated. Alright. Shut up. Otherwise, calm down and do the weighted run. Instructor Wu made the final decision, handed the equipment to Lian Xiao, and patted her shoulder. S-rank, remember what they just said? Another profound remark. The equipment felt incredibly heavy. Lian Xiao opened it, and saw the straps, which contained everything from transmitter headphones to weapons. The material of the straps felt different from the usual weighted straps, and getting all the gear on took a while. Everyone was practically tied up like a dumpling. Lian Xiao could feel his skin slowly perspiring beneath the straps and training uniforms. The entire training ground now smelled less pleasant. Instructor Wu grabbed a gun, loaded it, and aimed. A tiny red dot appeared in the direction the muzzle was pointing. He pulled the trigger, and the gun fired, but no bullet was released. This is a training gun. All its performance is the same as a real gun of the same model. Instructor Wu explained the rules. There won't be any bullets. The system will automatically determine whether the target has been hit based on factors like wind speed, direction, and air resistance. Based on team points, the highest scoring players receive TRG sniper rifles, those slightly below them received FALs and M4S, and those at the bottom, like Lian Xiao, only received combat sabers. Weapons now in hand, but what about target shooting? The next second, bright red numbers, ranging from 1 to 10, popped up on the trainees' chest straps. Instructor Wu said, just a reminder, weapons within the team are interchangeable. It's up to you to decide. See the numbers on your chest straps? They're related to your current points. But those points might soon be gone. The rules are simple. 2 teams of 10 face off within a limited time. You can use your weapons to kill the enemy. For example, if you kill an enemy worth 10 points, their points will be deducted by 10 points, and you can add 10 points. Grab the points, before anyone could even begin to rejoice. A slow but stop them. However, if your teammate dies, not only will you all be penalized, but your individual points will also be reduced by a certain percentage. Instructor Wu, having concluded his mission, withdrew, satisfied by the drastic changes in everyone's expressions. Lian Xiao reviewed the rules twice, finally grasping their meaning. The cunning aspect of the entire rule lies in the fact that, by imposing the penalty for teammate deaths, it forcibly transforms a single-point, individualistic, point-grabbing competition into a collaborative one. If it were simply a matter of scrambling for points, a team member with strong individual skills could simply ignore their teammates' lives and rush straight for the points, naturally eliminating the weapon swapping the instructor emphasized. However, in order to ensure that the points earned through desperate efforts do not decrease due to the coefficient, the team's overall survival rate must also be considered. Lian Xiao even attempted to calculate the maximum profit by ensuring the survival of a certain number of players, but the situation proved too complex, so he gave up. At this moment, the academy instructor added, to all students who lost the free-for-all competition, don't forget to complete a weighted run, which may be over 10 kilometers, immediately after the competition. This reminder was like a demonic whisper, and the losers suddenly realized what was happening, sizing up their teammates, who had put them in a punishing position. After all, many of them had no hope of gaining points from the enemy. If they accidentally made a mistake and were eliminated, not only would the winner's points be reduced, but they would also have to run alongside them after the competition. Just thinking about that scene, haha. Trust between people is truly fragile. Before the first point-scoring match began, the teams had 10 minutes to prepare. The boy who had previously openly opposed Lian Xiao's continued participation in the team had become their leader. His name was Chan Lu, and he was currently ranked 12th, with nearly 60 points. My personal opinion, Chan Lu said, is that we should keep the original weapon distribution to avoid disputes. The boys who were close to Chan Lu immediately agreed. Another person objected, high-powered weapons should be placed in the hands of those who can use them best. Sniper rifles and assault rifles should be redistributed based on shooting proficiency. They really thought they were fools. Those with higher scores were only interested in stealing points from the other team. So of course, they had to keep their high-damage weapons firmly in their hands. Then those of them, who were in the upper middle class and capable of fighting, wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Neither side gave in. They were clearly teammates, yet they were at loggerheads. Lian Xiao had no place to speak in this situation. She stayed out of the discussion, looking at the other groups and gazing up at the standings. The situation in the other groups wasn't much better. The atmosphere was tense. Chan Lu was suddenly poked at by a close friend. What's Lian Xiao doing with the instructor? Chan Lu caught a glimpse of Lian Xiao talking to Aurora, but he couldn't tell what they were talking about. Who cares? Chan Lu fretted. Just keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't do anything. If it weren't for the collateral damage for teammate deaths, he wouldn't have bothered with Lian Xiao's fate. At the end of the 10-minute period, Instructor Wu blew his whistle, reminding them to line up. Lian Xiao's team was first in line, losing the advantage of having someone else explore the path ahead. She never had much luck in physical training anyway. The training ground, which occupied almost the entire basement level, had significant advantages, enough space for a 20-person confrontation. The battle area was defined, and in the blink of an eye, a holographic projection of a wasteland appeared. Entering the wasteland, Lian Xiao blinked, realizing he could no longer see the outside world. The mandatory transmission headphones only allowed him to hear his teammates breathing. A transparent, one-way air wall separated the confrontation team from the instructors and the rest of the students. The feel of the dry grass beneath her feet was so real that she tried kicking a tree stump. Despite being a holographic projection, the corresponding straps still responded with a corresponding reaction force, making it feel like she was actually kicking the stump. Lian Xiao was momentarily surprised, then understood the strap's purpose. The TRG sniper rifle and assault rifle ultimately belonged to Chan Lu and his companions. Arriving at a small forest, Chan Lu directed the team to split into a triangle. One of his companions led two members to explore and search for the enemy ahead, while he remained at the rear, at the sniper position, ready to set up a sniper stand. Lian Xiao and the other two members of the team sat obediently at the very end. According to Chan Lu's tactics, 2 members were assigned to protect the 3 members of the team who were the last. From Lian Xiao's observation, the 4 people around him were not very happy with this arrangement. Whether or not the members of the team were deducted points was actually irrelevant. Deducting 1 or 3 points wouldn't worsen their already low scores. However, the situation for the mid-ranking students on each team was quite different. They generally struggled for points, and with a bit of effort or luck, they could have snatched points from the opposing team. Forcing themselves to protect the last-place team, the best outcome was no point deductions or penalties. The higher-ranked players completely ate the meat, while they didn't even get a sip of soup. Who told them to distribute weapons based on point ranking? While the others weren't paying attention, Lian Xiao secretly spoke to one of the 2 team members. Lu Chengwang, Lian Xiao said directly, do you want to get some points? Chapter 40. Lu Chengwang suddenly looked up and stared at Lian Xiao. He was thinking. He was thinking too much. But he quickly calmed down, his finger caressing the trigger of his magnum pistol. Lian Xiao's strength was obvious to all. Could she really think she could outsmart the higher-scoring opponent and steal points with her combat knife? Lian Xiao seemed oblivious to Lu Chengwang's apparent distrust. In this entire confrontation, the distribution of weapons is the most crucial factor. The mid-level students had fought for sniper rifles and assault rifles, but unfortunately, they didn't win. In Lu Chengwang's opinion, Chan Lu wasn't suited to sniper rifles at all. He lowered his voice and said, "What do you want to say?" "I want to say," Lian Xiao said, "have you ever considered seizing the sniper rifle?" Watching Lu Chengwang's pupils shrink, Lian Xiao nodded inwardly. He was right. From her perspective, the most difficult part of the entire confrontation wasn't the direct confrontation between the 2 groups, but rather how to maintain balance within the team. Random draws reduce the chances of familiar groups forming within the teams, give the losers room to vent their frustrations against the winners, and allow for the autonomous redistribution of weapons within the teams. These rules are all designed to muddy the waters. If the team leader is a highly capable person who considers the interests of the other team members, then the team can still maintain a somewhat unified front. Think about it a little more carefully. If all the teams were to engage in internal strife and chaos, the end result would be a significant loss of points for one team, and the other team would likely lose members, significantly reducing their points earned, resulting in a decrease in overall scores for everyone. Team competitions can also simultaneously reduce the scores of the majority, killing two birds with one stone. The instructor's plan was incredibly sinister. Lu Chengwang froze for a moment, then blurted out, "Will they agree?" Lian Xiao, Sending someone out meant they couldn't afford to disagree. Lu Chengwang, driven by a strong sense of morality, struggled for several moments, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded his head in agreement. He desperately wanted to improve. If he could score points this time, his ranking would rise significantly. After dealing with Lu Chengwang, Lian Xiao used different tactics to deal with the remaining three. The second lowest ranked player said he wanted to get his hands on that TRG for a long time, and that Chang Lu's monopoly on the sniper rifle was a complete waste. They held their discussion with the team chat closed. Chang Lu and the others couldn't hear, and neither could the enemy, but the students closer to them could still pick up snippets. So when Lian Xiao suddenly stood up and cautiously approached Chang Lu, most of the group remained stunned. "Something's happening?" spotted the enemy. This was the first reaction of the unaware students and Chang Lu upon seeing Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao gestured for silence. Chang Lu was about to speak, but Lian Xiao's mysterious gesture silenced him. Lian Xiao crouched down and pointed behind Chang Lu. "What the hell?" Chang Lu was furious, but he instinctively turned his head to look in the direction Lian Xiao pointed. And the next second, a blade shattered the airflow. Exposing his back to Lian Xiao, Chang Lu felt something hard run over his throat. The sharp blade scraped against the straps around his throat, leaving no mark. The number 10 on Chang Lu's chest suddenly flickered off. "Oh my god! Shameless!" A student outside the arena suddenly shouted. A third-party perspective saw it all clearly. Lian Xiao took advantage of Chang Lu's distraction to quickly draw his combat saber and slash his throat. The saber's arc was perfect for slitting a throat, and with the powerful TRG still in Chang Lu's hand, he stood no chance. A heavy sniper rifle over a meter long. In close combat, only Chang Lu could wield it, right? He was so ruthless as to kill his teammates. Lian Xiao was insane. The trainees were in an uproar. In any case, for both freshmen and veterans, backstabbing a teammate was a common offense. "Instructor, aren't you going to terminate Lian Xiao's eligibility to compete for points? This is too. How shameless." Chang Lu, the person involved, was still a little incredulous. He struggled to look down at his chest. How did he get eliminated? By Lian Xiao? He hadn't even shown off his prowess in the points race, and he was ambushed by a slacker. "Fuck you, are you sick? You even killed your teammates?" When Lian Xiao patted him, signaling him to move away from the TRG, Chang Lu exploded, gnashing his teeth and ready to turn his gun on Lian Xiao. He was out, and Lian Xiao couldn't even think of staying on the field. "Stop yelling. No one's coming even if you scream your throat out." Lian Xiao spoke in a soothing tone, like a child. "You're already a corpse. Pay attention to your professional manners." What's the professional manners of simulating a corpse? Lying still and pretending to be dead? Chang Lu was nearly mad with rage, but Aurora's cold voice came through his headset. "Please note, this student is eliminated. You are not allowed to continue your free activities." "No, instructor, is that really allowed?" The students were dumbfounded. Lian Xiao had eliminated her teammate. Backstabbing a teammate is a moral stain, no matter where you look. Instructor Wu chuckled and said slowly, "The rules don't say you can't attack your teammates." He reminded Lian Xiao repeatedly, never expecting her to listen to his instigation and get kicked out. Instead, Lian Xiao came out and gave them a real slap in the face. She killed the leader, who only cared about her own interests. What youthful recklessness! Instructor Wu midly applauded Lian Xiao. This was just the first step. The more challenging balance would be how to distribute the weapons after they were snatched. Will Lian Xiao willingly give up his sniper rifle? The four boys on the other side waited anxiously. The team chat was silent, so quiet that they felt irritated. They couldn't stay there, nor could they run to find someone. "Do you think Lian Xiao ran off with your gun?" Lu Qingwang's friends grew more and more suspicious as they pondered. After all, Lu Qingwang was a good man with high moral standards. Before Lian Xiao volunteered to deal with Chang Lu and the other two alone, Lu Qingwang had given her his service rifle. In the unlikely event of an emergency, a gun would be quicker than a knife. "No," Lu Qingwang said firmly. Since he had agreed to Lian Xiao's plan, he would give his teammates at least some degree of trust. If Lian Xiao really ran away, then he would just accept defeat. "Here they come!" The teammates around him exclaimed in surprise. The four of them emerged from their hiding spots. At that moment, Lian Xiao, carrying a sniper rifle and a submachine gun, shone with a golden light in their eyes, like a god descending from heaven. The second best ranked player was overwhelmed with excitement, caressing the TRG's casing with an expression of ecstasy. Looking up, he saw Lian Xiao smiling at him kindly. Oh, the sniper rifle was still in Lian Xiao's hands. The second best ranked player reluctantly let go, but a thought flashed through his mind. Whether he killed his teammates or not, the sniper rifle wouldn't be in his hands, even though his shooting skills were second only to the renowned John Liu. Another teammate discovered a submachine gun, and these two guns were just enough to fill the gap left by two of them without a gun. A wave of assassinations, fully armed. The other four's eyes were glued to the two guns, waiting for Lian Xiao to speak. After all, Lian Xiao had risked his life to obtain them, and they hadn't contributed much, so they still had some sense of shame. Lian Xiao, I propose that weapons be redistributed based on overall strength. Strength here doesn't just refer to physical fitness. To put it bluntly, Zhao Liqing, who ranked first in physical fitness, and John Liu, who ranked a few spots lower, each had a different physical fitness requirement, one a heavy armored soldier and the other a sniper. Can we simply conclude that John Liu is weaker than Zhao Liqing based on their physical fitness ranking? Otherwise, how can we say John Liu is foolish and selfish, completely disregarding the different roles of the team, solely focused on grabbing the most powerful weapon and forcing everyone to serve him? The second best teammate burst into tears upon hearing this. Snipers, like them, are always at a disadvantage in physical training, but I didn't expect Lian Xiao to be so open and honest, so dedicated to everyone. He was moved to accept the coveted TRG and vowed to fight Lian Xiao to the end, completely forgetting how he and the others had disliked Lian Xiao when they first formed the team. Are we going to eliminate the remaining three? Lu Chengwang asked hesitantly. He himself had been assigned a weapon more suited to him, but he still couldn't bring himself to use it against his teammates. Of course, Lian Xiao said, tapping the TRG. They're already tied to John Liu. What do you think they think if they saw the sniper rifle in our hands? The second best teammate held not only a weapon, but also evidence of his crime. Who knows if Lian Xiao and his team, having taken John Liu and the other two's weapons, will also take theirs. At this point, the few who benefited from Lian Xiao's weaponry have already jumped ship and can't get off. Lian Xiao said calmly, my original intention wasn't to betray my teammates. The problem isn't the lack of resources, but the inequality of resources. Everyone understands this. Command isn't a privilege, it's about considering the collective interests. If Chang Lu had considered her teammates from the outset, even her attempts to divide the team would have been difficult to achieve. This isn't an individual battle for points, but a team battle. If high-scoring players only care about ensuring the survival of low-scoring players and focus on scoring themselves, no one has the obligation to be a free stepping stone for others. Lian Xiao's words were addressed both to her teammates and to the students outside the field. She knew she had set a bad precedent. If she didn't explain it promptly, the teams competing for points would likely be even more chaotic. This might be something the instructors would welcome, but it wasn't what she wanted. We're teammates. I promise, against the opposing team, every one of us can score. The allure of everyone being able to score is irresistible. That's right. Can teammates who ignore them, who merely use them as stepping stones, still be called teammates? Perhaps in Chan Lu's eyes, they're just a burden. Realizing this, the four of them looked at Lian Xiao with a different look. It wasn't betrayal at all, it was clearly a refusal to be oppressed. Let's unite and form a true team, okay? Lian Xiao is much more clear-headed than them. The four of them were filled with excitement, mixed with a hint of apology. Luckily, they didn't replace Lian Xiao. 10 minutes. From being collectively despised, as weak to integrating the team, and becoming the new leader, Lian Xiao took only 10 minutes. The cadet instructor chuckled and gave Instructor Wu a smug look, implying, our school's S-rank isn't bad, is it? Instructor Wu snorted in disdain. He wasn't a Union University alumnus, and he couldn't bear to see his colleagues showing off in front of him. It's still early. Don't forget that Lian Xiao and his team are outnumbered and face a significant penalty. And Lian Xiao herself might not even realize the potential danger she was facing. Instructor Wu watched Lian Xiao replicate his tactics, leading the other four in a quick and decisive ambush on the remaining few, dividing up the weapons. The stronger the expectations she created in her teammates by promising fairness, the more severe the backlash would be if there were even the slightest deviation later on. Young people are still boasting too much. Instructor Wu suddenly remembered something, and a thought struck him. He leaned over to Aurora and whispered, Boss, What did Lian Xiao ask you before we started? She asked. Aurora replied with a silent smile, the specific criteria for scoring points by killing the enemy. Chapter 41. Where should we go next? After looting their teammates' equipment packs, the 5 of them were all kitted out. Lu Chengwang looked at Lian Xiao, acknowledging that she had taken over the captaincy. Did you pay attention to the enemy's weapon distribution before the match? Lian Xiao asked. The 4 shook their heads. They were already arguing over guns before the start, so how could they have cared about the other teams? Lian Xiao, just like us, they'd be distributed according to ranking. From this, she deduced that the lower-ranked players on the opposing team would also be protected. One of the team members said eagerly, "Let's go straight for the higher-ranked ones." He couldn't help but weigh the weapons in his hands. The weapons for 10 people were now concentrated among the 5 of them. The heavy feeling wasn't a burden, but the reassurance of firepower. No! Lian Xiao insisted, let's go after the lower-ranked ones behind them first. There were 3 reasons. The weaker-ranked players were easier to defeat because of their inferior weapons. The second was their poor attitude. And most importantly, it would allow them to narrow the gap in numbers and continue picking up a wave of equipment. It would then be much easier to turn around and attack the enemy's better-equipped members. Since he wanted to win, Lian Xiao was aiming to take all the points from the entire opposing team. The others raised their hands. What if the enemy team does the same thing as us? He was referring to the act of backstabbing teammates to steal equipment. The communication channel and teammate death notifications were only within the team, so they had no way of knowing the enemy team's situation. I don't think the enemy team would have the guts to do that. Lu Chengwang silently spoke up for Lian Xiao. True. Everyone was instantly convinced. It was Lian Xiao who suggested killing teammates to steal equipment, and she was the one who started it. Most people would just think about it in their heads, fearing rebuke if they even spoke it out loud. Come on, they still want to maintain their reputation. To be safe, we need to lure their main attacking force over here, making it easier to launch a surprise attack on their rear. Lian Xiao stood up, brushed off the dirt, and smiled down at the corpses lying in a row. Great! The eliminated teammates could still remain on the field, making the most of their resources. The corpses, unable to resurrect, were unable to speak, only to complain with indignant eyes. What is Lian Xiao up to now? Isn't it enough that they're already eliminated? Somewhere in the wasteland. The enemy squad used this place as a base, fanning out to search for any trace of Lian Xiao's team. The enemy's strategy was largely consistent with Lian Xiao's prediction, with only one deviation. The higher-ranked players happened to have a good relationship. So they gathered around the leader, forming a more stable group. Even if one of the leader's best friends had a low score, the leader would find an excuse to get him along to scoop up some points. Something's happening. The team member spotted a blurry, shaky figure through the sniper's scope. Neither team had binoculars in their equipment, so their magnifying scopes were temporarily being used to scout the other team's movements. Combining the figures and the terrain, the leader's thoughts grew increasingly convinced that the grove was likely Lian Xiao's team's hideout. After a few seconds of deliberation, the leader's gaze settled on the friend with the lowest score, and sent him out to investigate. The friend was stunned. He only had a low-powered pistol for self-defense. Was he using him as a human scout? The leader turned away, a flicker of guilt welling up in his heart. He convinced himself that he was helping a friend. Maybe his friend would snatch the points. The team member looked around. His previously close friends all glanced away, and a silence fell. Everyone knew that speaking up now would risk being kicked out. This was what good brothers were called. The team member sneered, and for a moment, the thought of playing it safe and getting eliminated occurred to him. He could only grip his pistol tightly, and cautiously crouched down toward the target point. Just as he crept within 10 meters of the target and could clearly see the enemy's outline, the whistling sound of bullets piercing the air was heard. With lightning speed, mud flew around the team member's feet, leaving a crater. The team member immediately dropped to the ground, rolling behind a rock. Enemy attack. Requesting support. There were lurking snipers. Sure enough, Lian Xiao's team was there. He risked being shot in the head. He peered out to investigate. After the gunshot, the entire forest fell silent again, as if his brush with elimination had just been an illusion. Suddenly, the team member froze. Thanks to his good eyesight, he seemed to see a figure swaying behind the trees. More like a person hanging from a tree. Just as he involuntarily raised his head for a better look, bang! A holographic blood spray erupted from his head. The team members heard the leader's repeated inquiries, and the notification of their own elimination over the channel, and suddenly felt relieved that the dead could remain silent. Because he saw that the so-called figure was actually a member of Lian Xiao's team, already eliminated and tied to a tree. Once students were thrown into a simulated battlefield environment, there was much more to consider than just physical training. How to coordinate with teammates, how to mislead the enemy, how to formulate effective strategies. It could be said that this confrontational training tested qualities beyond the physical level. The freshmen were inexperienced, and even when Lian Xiao and 4 other boys worked together to secure their teammate's corpse behind a tree as bait, the students had already suffered a mental shock. Watching the men pretending to be corpses being tossed around by their teammates, their faces etched with despair, everyone's thoughts chorused in unison. What a hell! How unethical! The underachieving students, whose equipment had been unfairly distributed, secretly rejoiced. Why did you mess with Lian Xiao? Look! This is what happens when you hoard the best guns without considering your team. The team leaders watching from the sidelines grew increasingly guilty. Some, even more so than Chang Lu, were already secretly considering changing their tactics before the points race began. The instructors also found it difficult to judge. The academy instructor was more familiar with Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao, well, it seemed she's done this before. He had also witnessed her duel with Li Lindu, where Lian Xiao had been reusing Zerg corpses, very environmentally friendly. How could this normally good-tempered and calm girl commit such shameless behavior without batting an eyelid? Now it depended on whether the other team could react. They thought Lian Xiao's team headquarters consisted of only a sniper and a corpse. Through the scope, as the enemy's main attack force approached, the second best placed player's adrenaline surged. His mind had never been so pure and focused, as if freed from the constraints of his body, each part a precision rotating mechanical part. With smooth, calm precision, he aimed and pulled the trigger. While creating obstacles for the enemy's approach, he reported to Lian Xiao, his tone a little guilty. Boss, it seems the scout over there discovered our plan, so I took him out. He wasn't deliberately taking advantage of the situation to score points. Got it. We circled the enemy's rear. Come and rejoin us, Lian Xiao said. The second best placed player breathed a sigh of relief. Strange, why did he start calling Lian Xiao boss so casually? The second best muttered. Then he quickly packed up his tripod and sniper rifle, and sprinted out the other side of the woods, heading for Lian Xiao and the other 4. Lian Xiao's plan to encircle the base camp required more than just bait. Someone had to actually fire to further convince the enemy they had found the right spot. This burden fell on the sniper. A few minutes ago, while moving their teammate's corpse, Lu Qingwang's companion lost his patience and directly asked Lian Xiao about his plans for point distribution. Unconsciously, the others followed Lian Xiao's lead on what to do and how to do it. The moment this question was posed, everyone, whether carrying the corpse or handing the rope, stopped and stared at Lian Xiao intently. While they were grateful to Lian Xiao for leading them in upgrading their equipment, their alliance of interests was ultimately built on the promise she made. Everyone gets points. If Lian Xiao hadn't balanced everyone's interests, they could have easily broken up. Lu Chengwang, wedged between his friends and Lian Xiao, felt the need to say something. I believe Lian Xiao has made arrangements. Actually about 10 points. Or ideally, 10.5 points per person. How bold of her to say that. Where did Lian Xiao get that confidence from? A shock ripped through the arena. Someone looked up to check the scoreboard. 10 points was enough to put the last place directly in the middle. After a rough calculation, the second last place player jumped up. That's not right. How can we get 0.5 points? Everyone's scores are round numbers, so the points earned should also be round numbers. If we kill the same enemy at the same time, the points earned will be averaged, Lian Xiao said, bringing up Aurora. If you don't trust me, you should at least trust the instructor's explanation of the rules. If you don't ask, I won't tell you. If you ask, I'm surprised. This is how the instructors always act. There weren't really any loopholes in the rules Instructor Wu announced. If Lian Xiao hadn't been planning to kill his teammates to steal the gun, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of clarifying the specific scoring criteria with Aurora. After hearing Lian Xiao's complete plan, the other 4 people experienced a flurry of emotions: amazement, admiration, humiliation. So, in just a dozen minutes from learning the rules to starting the game, Lian Xiao had already discovered an exploitable rule and developed a viable strategy. The 4 boys actually thought they were inferior to Lian Xiao. Even among them, Lian Xiao had the worst physical fitness. The classmates were all waiting to see the joke of the weakest S-rank ever. But it seemed that no matter what situation he faced, Lian Xiao never let external voices or internal friction get in the way of his relationships. His focus was always on solving the problem. Intelligent, strong in execution, and determined in his own self-esteem. Even though her physical fitness was completely substandard for a mecha major, the 4 of them inexplicably believed that Lian Xiao would surpass them in the future and go further than them. This feeling wasn't due to her rare S-level mental power, but entirely due to this person. By the way, let me remind you one more thing. The sky within the holographic battlefield was rapidly darkening, and before the countdown to complete nightfall ended, a firefight was imminent. After tying up his teammates, Lian Xiao casually tossed the rope onto a tree branch, facing them against the light. There are only 5 of us left now, and we must work together sincerely. If any more members are lost, the penalty factor will make the gains less than the points you might lose. Are you guys up for it? Nearly 2 weeks of physical training and nightly extra practice had left Lian Xiao with a more muscular frame and stronger muscles. Lian Xiao herself hadn't realized how completely transformed her entire demeanor had become compared to 2 months prior, when she first entered this world. Lu Changwang was the first to respond. He walked over to Lian Xiao and held out his weapon. This was the strength Lian Xiao had gained through risking his life, and now he willingly surrendered the decision to Lian Xiao. I follow your command, Captain. The others followed suit in silence. With this, Lian Xiao became the leader, without further objection. Even further away, the enemy's main damage dealer, approaching the woods, noticed something was amiss. No, why did the gunfire stop? The enemy leader muttered to himself. Were they retreating while firing, or were they luring the enemy deeper? As he advanced, risking headshots, several of his shots landed precisely at his feet, perfectly matching the enemy leader's impression of Chang Lu's shooting prowess. Therefore, he was certain that at least the enemy's main attacking force was hiding in the woods. Suspicion grew, and the dimming light greatly obscured his vision. The leader called out into the team chat, reporting the situation at the base. He now regretted not leaving his best friend behind at the base. At least that way he would have someone he trusted to keep an eye on them. He was met with a dead silence. The leader repeated the call for the 3rd time, his anxiety reaching its peak when a voice finally emerged. Your teammate has been eliminated. Number of players remaining in the team, 8. Your teammate has been eliminated. Number of players remaining in the team, 7. The enemy leader's mind went blank as he met the incredulous expressions of his teammates. The system's gentle voice now delivered the harshest verdict. Team remaining, 4. In just 10 seconds, half the team members remaining at the base were wiped out. Impossible. How did they do it? The enemy leader frantically pondered. The main attack force remained in the grove. Were they sending a sneak attack? Could those few men have the strength to wipe out all 5? The first enemy team member to learn of this, maintaining a death pose, silently offering a mocking smile. Suddenly, the enemy leader reacted and desperately ran towards the grove, his comrades whispering behind him. A few meters from the point where the first eliminated team member died, the leader finally caught sight of the so-called ambushing team members. All 5 eliminated team members were unarmed. So what they were about to face was Lian Xiao and his 5 men, who had looted 3/4 of the weapons on the field. A dozen meters away, the muzzle of their gun locked onto the stunned enemy leader. Bang! Chapter 42. On the scoreboard, Lian Xiao's team's ranking skyrocketed. A curious crowd focused on Lian Xiao's ranking, gloating over his misfortune by nudging the boys who had been bumped down in the rankings. How does it feel to be surpassed by an S-class? You say. The boy followed Lian Xiao intently. I'm going to ask Lian Xiao to add me. Will she agree? Clinging to someone powerful. He wanted to cling to an S-class. Besides his lack of physical fitness, Lian Xiao performed amazingly in actual combat. Since the lower-ranked guys were able to get 10 points with Lian Xiao, they also wanted to be his companion. It seems many people share your heroic vision. As soon as Lian Xiao left the battlefield, several classmates gathered around him. Computers were banned from the training grounds, but there were always more solutions than problems. Lian Xiao accepted every note with contact information asking to be added. All this made the 4 people following Lian Xiao feel uneasy. They clearly fought alongside Lian Xiao, and his closest teammates hadn't even added him yet. How could the others, the latecomers, take the lead? The second lowest student, 10,000, unwittingly pushed past the enthusiastic classmates and whispered, "Boss, don't forget to add me, add me." Lian Xiao gestured, "No problem." The opposing student, having been eliminated by Lian Xiao, wasn't angry, and instead ran over to shake Lian Xiao's hand. Although Lian Xiao had stolen their points, he'd been able to embarrass these talented students. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How cool! The short distance of just over 10 meters had almost become a book signing for Lian Xiao, miraculously achieving a happy ending that almost everyone was satisfied with. Lian Xiao had received a mountain of notes and friendly chats. More than 2 months into school, she assumed that the Mecha majors were all very present, absorbed in their studies, and disliked adding new students. It turned out they only been reluctant to add her before today. In a lively atmosphere, it's easy to see who's unhappy. Chan Lu and the enemy leader both hated Lian Xiao with a vengeance, deeply regretting not being able to poke holes in him. Instructor. Lian Xiao backstabbed a teammate and deliberately disrupted the order of the match. This kind of behavior must not be tolerated. The enemy leader shouted, cleverly raising the bar. The other instructors remained silent, and Instructor Wu nodded. Lian Xiao, do you have any excuses? The word seemed to pour a bucket of cold water on the atmosphere. Chan Lu exchanged pleasant glances, feeling ecstatic. Judging by the instructor's attitude, was he planning to call him to task? Lian Xiao stood at attention and saluted. Instructor, I don't know what I did wrong. Please explain. Instructor Wu, seeing Lian Xiao's sincere expression, was furious. He still preferred the naive Lian Xiao he just met. Just 2 weeks later, Lian Xiao had adapted so quickly. I guess in a few months this newbie will have mastered the art of shamelessness and blatant lies. Lian Xiao, haha, she's someone who, in her previous life, quickly adapted to the poverty and boredom of life abroad after studying there. Of course, that's aside from the white man's food and nutritional supplements. Instructor Wu walked up to Lian Xiao, his hands behind his back as he sternly examined him, saying nothing. The second lowest student stood nearby, barely daring to breathe, his scalp tingling. The entire room was so quiet that even the slightest movement was unsettling. Being lashed out by the commander wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the silence itself, which made one feel uneasy. A student with less mental fortitude would have already collapsed and admitted their mistake, but Lian Xiao still looked at Instructor Wu calmly and sincerely, as if he genuinely had no idea what he was asking. Lu Chengwang raised his hand tremblingly. Instructor, I think Lian Xiao is an excellent captain. Instructor, I also think Lian Xiao is very competent. The second lowest one gritted his teeth and agreed. Instructor Wu had hoped to silence Lian Xiao, but the atmosphere was broken by his left and right guards. He glared at Lian Xiao's left and right guards and said gruffly, "Who asked you to? You're being punished by an extra kilometer." He then pointed a finger at Lian Xiao and said, "Go run your punishment. Don't even think about taking your nutritional supplements until you finish." Chan Lu and the others were shocked. Was the matter just being brushed off so lightly? They had never expected the instructor to choose to protect Lian Xiao. Could Lian Xiao have some background they didn't know about? That wouldn't be right. Before they could say anything, Instructor Wu interrupted them and waved his hand. If you're not as skilled as them, shut up. Let me emphasize that this is a team effort. If you want to be individualistic, ask yourself if you have the skills to do it. Chan Lu and the others were even more embarrassed. His friends quietly tugged at Chan Lu's clothes twice before he reluctantly went for the penalty run with a sullen face. Losing points was a minor matter. Having his reputation tarnished by Lian Xiao was a major one. S rank. Chong stared gloomily at Lian Xiao's back as he ran ahead. Sooner or later, he would get back at Lian Xiao for the loss he had inflicted today. Adding 10 points in one go, Lian Xiao's ranking was lifted from the brink of collapse to a position that was neither too high nor too low, temporarily escaping the risk of failure. Luck can be so strange sometimes. When things are going well, everything goes smoothly. The next day, the latest update from the UP host Lian Xiao made it to the popular charts on Apu Video Network, and its views skyrocketed. On the morning of his day off, Lian Xiao's mind was buzzing, and his backstage was flooded with private messages begging for collaboration and mentorship. Lian Xiao was flooded with praise and love. She had no idea where all the fans she received from the moment she created her account came from. Suddenly, everyone loved her. Lian Xiao wished she had more hands. She was so busy replying to messages, playing next week's menu, and storyboarding a new video that she couldn't keep up. It was like she'd been transported back to her past life, when she was interning and writing her thesis. It was tiring, sure, but seeing her account balance grow felt like a lifeline. She couldn't stop working. "A lot of people are looking for you," Xiao Liqing commented. In just a short while, at least 5 or 6 classmates had approached Lian Xiao to try their luck. She even saw someone send Lian Xiao an electronic invitation for a tea party. The family crest on the invitation was the emblem of a Mecha family she knew. But she remembered that the girl from that family had never spoken to Lian Xiao before. Lian Xiao rubbed his face. "This is the first time I realized I'm so popular." Privately, he even asked the system if some hidden quest had given her the charming buff. It was as if a beautiful, ever-growing bubble had swallowed her whole. Within it, the world suddenly opened its doors to her, everyone showing her kindness. "Are you going?" Xiao Liqing asked. She knew tea parties were important social occasions for girls in the same circle to get to know each other. If Lian Xiao hadn't spent so much time with Ms. Zhao, it would have been difficult for him to discern the underlying emotions in her calm expression and tone. Of course. Lian Xiao dragged out his words. No. Zhao Liqing, She felt as if Lian Xiao's response was a deliberate gasp. Zhao Liqing wasn't jealous of Lian Xiao's hard-earned popularity. She was simply a little indignant at the selective neglect and indifference her former friend had endured. She was worried that Lian Xiao had friends closer than her. Well, she admitted she was a little worried. Don't worry, Ms. Zhao, Lian Xiao said mysteriously, showing Zhao Liqing a list of profile pictures on his social media app. These are all ways to make money. She wasn't interested in the overwhelming enthusiasm, but she was interested in making money. In Lian Xiao's eyes, every piece of good news was just a business opportunity waiting to be tapped. Whether it was genuine or fake, or how the outside world's attitude towards her fluctuated, she didn't really care. Lian Xiao was very good at distinguishing between true friends. After happily taking a break from work, he and Ms. Zhao watched 2 episodes of a TV series, before wandering off to the training center for extra practice. On a weekend, Gu Chanfeng was actually in the training room. After seeing each other every day for a week, even though Gu Chanfeng was a bit aloof and reserved, the atmosphere between them had become less awkward than it had been at first and more familiar. The moment Gu Chanfeng saw Lian Xiao approaching with a lunch box, he knew she was in a good mood. In his observation, cooking was like a barometer of Lian Xiao's mood. When she was holding back, she loved to make incredibly spicy dishes. When she was in a good mood, she slowly made desserts. Once she felt cheerful, she even randomly feed people. A Yin countryman who loved feeding others all his life. Opening the food box, there were 4 desserts, clearly allocated based on the number of people in their dormitory. But Gu Chanfeng decided to eat them all right then and there, not giving Cesare and the others any less. For a moment, Gu Chanfeng ate quietly while Lian Xiao looked down at his private message. The vast training room was filled with only the white noise of some running equipment, as if time had stretched on indefinitely. After finishing the last piece, Gu Chanfeng brushed the crumbs off his hands and turned to see Lian Xiao staring at him. Perhaps people who love cooking also have a penchant for watching diners eat. There's a simple sense of accomplishment in seeing the food they cook complete its mission. Gu Chanfeng's eating manners were among the top 3 of the people she's seen. Elegant and focused, his eyes lit up when he was enjoying himself, and he even pursed his lips. The flower of the high mountains, who kept others at a distance, sometimes had very easy-to-understand thoughts. Lian Xiao thought that if this person didn't become a food streamer, the food streamer industry would be missing out on talent. Gu Chanfeng hesitantly wiped his mouth with a tissue again, slightly averting his gaze. Congratulations on winning the team competition, Gu Chanfeng said seriously. Lian Xiao was surprised. Did the news spread so quickly? He wondered if the rumor was about her backstabbing a teammate, or about her scoring a whopping 10 points. Not really. Often, if it wasn't from the same class, unless the commotion was too drastic, it wouldn't reach them. Gu Chanfeng didn't want to reveal this. They were keeping a close eye on Lian Xiao's movements. He came today specifically to wait for Lian Xiao. In front of Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng used his computer to send her a document. After opening it, the computer automatically projected an invitation letter for her. Compared to the flashy invitation to a tea party she received today, this one was simplistic and simple. Its content consisted solely of the date, a room number from the Tianjita system, and Gu Chanfeng's personal signature. Do you remember the rules of the cross-level military exercise? Gu Chanfeng said, I received the official appointment as the commander of the blue team for next semester's military exercise, and will announce it to the entire academy soon. Blue team commander, Gu Chanfeng. Red team commander, Julian Lancaster. The 2 sides, with their long-standing grudge, were determined to publicly settle their differences during Julian's final military exercise before his internship. Of Gu Chanfeng's 5 invitation slots, his roommates had taken up most, leaving the remaining 2 invitees to more than just join the blue team. The title of a member of the General Command team is enough to attract attention no matter where it's placed. There's even a rumor circulating within the Alliance University Mecha Academy that the winning General Command team will be promoted to the military. After receiving the appointment notice, Gu Chanfeng sent invitations to the elite candidates on the waiting list. The final 2 spots would be determined through fair elimination. This was the first invitation he sent out. Sorry, time's running out. He still remembered the unpleasant conversation at the last dinner. Back then, Lian Xiao was just a freshman on his watch list, who had suddenly achieved an S-rank rating. He watched as this Earth freshman, after a difficult start, gradually broke through the Knight's emblem's faults and public prejudices. This time, he didn't want Lian Xiao to feel disrespected. Gu Chanfeng stood up and solemnly handed over the electronic invitation with both hands. He looked Lian Xiao in the eye and said, "Lian Xiao, I sincerely invite you to participate in the elimination round. I hope we can become teammates in the end." Chapter 43. Hope. A word used in a sentence to express hope and emotion. Lian Xiao accepted the invitation, but her mind was preoccupied with other things. She had a hunch that Gu Chunfeng's next words weren't just politeness. Lian Xiao considered herself very familiar with Gu Chunfeng's speaking style, concise, straightforward, and focused on stating facts. It was a familiar and comfortable way of communicating with her, so she had always enjoyed communicating with him. She remembered this as the first time she had heard Gu Chanfeng speak with such a strong sense of personal emotion. It was like prying open an oyster with a thin knife. Everyone's attention was drawn to the bright, clear pearl, while she was able to glimpse the tender flesh beneath the thick shell. "I hope we can become teammates in the end." Was this a display of personal bias on the part of the organizers? Moreover, the elimination rounds were scheduled for next year, in early January of the 114th year of the Shanghai calendar. It also seemed like it was just the time when their physical training was over, and they were allowed to board the mechas using the Tianjita system. Should I praise Gu Chanfeng and the others for their patience and ability to wait? Lian Xiao saved the electronic invitation, feeling even brighter. After all, it felt good to be recognized for one's abilities, and asked to join a team. At the end of November, during the 4th week of physical training, Lian Xiao's ranking on the scoreboard had quietly risen. Or to be more precise, it wasn't Lian Xiao's exceptional performance, but rather the fact that while everyone around him was losing points for failing the various demanding training sessions, Lian Xiao's consistent performance was particularly remarkable. The academy instructors were pleased with this. Freshman physical training was a relatively unselective type of training, aimed at ensuring that as many students as possible met the standards for mecha training. Instructors usually have a good idea of a student's talent and ceiling in the early stages. Few develop slowly like Lian Xiao, and even fewer persevere until they finally do. In contrast, Instructor Wu and Aurora's attitudes were somewhat ambiguous. Even Zhao Liqing couldn't resist asking Lian Xiao privately, "Does Instructor Wu have a grudge against you? Why else would he constantly pick on Lian Xiao? Hey, are you guys battling? Even the robot dogs dance more vigorously than you fight." That day, Instructor Wu was picking on Lian Xiao again. Unable to tolerate any more, he set Lian Xiao's opponent on a penalty run. Then, he frowned at Lian Xiao. "What's wrong with you, S-Rank?" Lian Xiao, having just won a match, looked puzzled. She'd been feeling very good lately. Running with a 15-kilogram weight wasn't as strenuous as it had been at the beginning, and she often managed to get through the increased difficulty agility training without losing points. Furthermore, she had won 2 free-to-play matches today. She couldn't figure out what Instructor Wu was mocking. "Alright, figure out what's most important right now. Get back to the dorms as soon as the training is over," Instructor Wu reprimanded in a low voice. Lian Xiao was even more bewildered. He absolutely refused to go back to the dorm and lie down as Instructor Wu had told him to. Unexpectedly, when Lian Xiao arrived at the training room, Iko informed him that his reservation for the day had been cancelled. Who did that? Lian Xiao was certain it wasn't just him being tired and dazed that had accidentally cancelled the reservation. Captain Grayson's instructions. "My temporary colleague also asked me to give you a message," Iko said, his voice changing. "Don't try to trick your way into the training room, little brat." The angry tone was clearly from Instructor Wu himself. Lian Xiao grumbled and began rummaging through his laptop, his mind racing over when Gu Chanfeng would finish class and ask him to swipe his card to get in. "Echo, Lian Xiao, you should rest." As he spoke, a real-time chart of various physical parameters was sent to Lian Xiao's computer. Skipping past the yellow-marked heart rate and blood pressure readings, Lian Xiao saw the conclusion. This student lacks adequate sleep. "I'm sorry to have taken your physical data without your consent," Echo said softly. Rumor has it that Echo's daily personality is based on a database of adult female humans, which explains why Echo often displays gentle concern for students. "As far as human emotion is concerned, my colleagues and I are just a little worried about you. How long has it been since you had enough sleep?" Lian Xiao slowly lowered her hand from searching for the dialogue box. At the end of the hallway, a light on some device flickered. She dazedly and unconsciously counted the frequency of the flashes. She truly couldn't remember the last time she gotten enough rest from sleep. She was too busy. Busy with extra training, busy trying to keep Lian's small stir-fry business afloat, busy updating videos whenever she could. Everything was important, Every aspect was showing progress, and she didn't want to give up. Lian Xiao, although I be shortening my sleep, I also be using a high-efficiency muscle fiber repair agent and energy supplements. There's only a month left of physical training. She can grit her teeth and get through the most grueling phase. In her previous life, she was used to staying up late studying while chugging energy drinks during finals. There's no reason she couldn't do the same after traveling back in time as a highly energetic college student. You know it's different, Echo said. Some permissions on the S-level student card have been locked. Purchases of high-efficiency muscle fiber repair agents and energy supplements are prohibited for 72 hours. Lian Xiao, She had no choice but to return to the dormitory. Halfway through the walk, Lian Xiao's feet were so painful she couldn't walk. Perhaps the muscle fiber repair agent she injected previously had worn off, and the skin on the wound on the sole of her foot had stopped regenerating. The tissue fluid from the burst blisters had stuck the socks to her feet. Technological advancements had made physical training much less arduous for them. Blisters on her feet after a day of training were common, but the moment the wounds were soaked in the liquid was the most painful. Lian Xiao felt like she was probably the only one in her class who had experienced having to cut her socks off her bloodied soles. Boss! John Liu, riding his electric scooter, passed by and stopped beside Lian Xiao. From a distance, he could spot Lian Xiao sitting on a bench by the roadside, his carrying boss-friendly jeans stirring. Seeing Lian Xiao's slow response, John Liu frowned, then quickly returned to his usual smiling self. Boss, where are you going? I take you there. This electric scooter is the Lian family's official vehicle, with employees 1 and 2 taking turns driving it to deliver lunch boxes. John Liu's presence here means today's lunch boxes are finished. In the back seat of the electric scooter, Lian Xiao felt her head heavy, her thoughts sluggish. She forced herself to think to stay awake, otherwise she might fall asleep. The wind blew up the dead leaves on the boulevard, carrying John Liu's voice to her ears. Boss, don't you say, how long have you had a good rest? Lian Xiao was surprised. Was it really that obvious? Super obvious, John Liu emphasized, using the word super twice in a row. Boss, your dark circles could make you look like a vampire cosplayer in a photo. For a moment, Lian Xiao didn't know whether to lament the fact that the legend of vampires had survived into this era, or to be moved by the friendship between classmates. John Liu had earnestly tried to persuade Lian Xiao to stop working so hard, and not collapse mid-flight before the military exercise, but there was no response for several seconds. Then he realized Lian Xiao was sitting upright in the back seat, already fast asleep. John Liu was speechless, slowing down the car and deciding to take a longer detour. Let Lian Xiao sleep a little longer in the car. A few hours later, Lian Xiao was awakened by the frantic vibration of her laptop, which she had placed under her head. It felt as if her brain was being shaken apart. Qian Yui, who had been making over a dozen video calls, forced her awake with a single sentence. Lian Xiao, something's wrong. Someone's using the Earth food gimmick to incite viewers and promote unhealthy, environmentally unhealthy, and junk food. Lian Xiao, who had been half asleep, laughed out loud at the second half of the sentence. This was the first time she'd seen Chinese food labeled junk food. It was so outrageous, it was almost comical. The upvoter who trolled Lian Xiao was a prominent figure in the nutritional supplements section. Clicking into the video trolling someone, she saw that his followers alone were far greater than what Lian Xiao had accumulated in just 1 month. Remembering the bittersweet days of earthly cuisine? Fake health food. The title was quite sarcastic. The argument that Chinese food was unhealthy was nothing new. High salt and sugar content, high fat content, and the potential for trans fats when cooking, these arguments listed in the video were all cliches, merely touted as examples of healthy eating, shifting from white food to nutritional supplements. The word nutrients struck a nerve in her. She scrolled through the upvoters' videos and found several sponsored by nutritional supplement companies. Keto for Company. On the computer screen, a blogger was eloquently discussing the scientifically formulated nutritional formula and superior energy efficiency of Cataphor's newly released supplement. Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. His concerns about Keto for Company, which had been brewing for a month, finally resolved. The company's patience was truly formidable. They waited for the Lian Jia Xiaoqiao account to gain significant popularity before taking action against it. It seemed that rather than simply smothering a small, unpopular blogger, Keto for Company was more interested in using this incident to instill in young people the image of Earth's vegetables are low-end and unhealthy, thus preventing future problems. The blogger's video didn't mention anyone by name, but frequenters of the supplement section knew who was being targeted. I think I know who I'm talking about. Can I say I don't know how that person became famous? They're all actors, right? The script is too obvious. I still prefer natural, unpretentious people like those bloggers and those who love to eat nutritional supplements. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right, Guardian. Suddenly, it became a popular recommendation. It can't have anything to do with the official website, right? Shame on you for forcing it. The comments section was filled with mockery. Lian Xiao scrolled down expressionlessly and suddenly saw a familiar profile picture. What should I do, guys? I used to follow the trend and really loved watching a certain blogger's videos, crying. I even tried to imitate her recipes a few times, but they were both terrible and expensive. Should I go to the hospital for a checkup now? Panic, she remembered that this ID had taken the front row in her comment section, even though she had expressed the same praise as the other viewers. The internet seemed to be an emotional amplifier for the citizens of the Alliance. Love and hate could swing to extremes in an instant. Lian Xiao exited the video, exhausted. The good news was that she'd gotten a good night's sleep and was clear-headed. The bad news was that she wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. She had to finish the clarification video within a few hours to avoid affecting her physical training and normal business hours tomorrow. Relying on imagining 108 ways to blow up the Karkover company to stay alert, Lian Xiao rushed to complete the clarification plan. Just as she activated the IB to prepare to record the video, she saw the latest news from frontline reporter Qin Yui. I won't change my name if I don't support Silver Silk Gene. Damn! Lian Xiao, you have to see this. The biggest upvote in the nutrient supplement section, the nutrient supplement loving keyboard, has also met his end. Still coming? Chapter 44. The keyboard guy, who loves nutritional supplements, is just like his ID, perfectly encapsulating his videos and fandom. He loves nutritional supplements perfectly describes the uploader. Whether it's making homemade nutritional supplements or reviewing them, his audience, in the words of this uploader, loves the way keyboard guy genuinely enjoys them. Keyboard is his fan's weapon, with unusually high offensive power. Dislikes on videos and slurs in the comments are commonplace, as are private message bombardment, reports on accounts that criticize keyboard guy, and even more drastic measures. Qian Yui dislikes browsing the nutritional supplement section, but for her sake, she spent the night researching the profiles of these two uploaders. She discovered that uploaders who have had a falling out with keyboard guy have almost always ended up suspending updates, canceling their accounts, or experiencing a sharp drop in traffic. Keyboard guy, who loves nutritional supplements, is like an invisible Buddha looming over the heads of uploaders, big and small. His mention is met with only praise and hushed silence. The room and the window were plunged into darkness, with only the faint light provided by the computer screen. It was too late. Xiao Liqing next door had already gone to bed. Not wanting to wake her, Lian Xiao took a deep breath and opened the homepage of the Nutritional Supplement Lovers keyboard. Latest update. Click to make a reservation and watch me expose the true face of so-called authentic Chinese food. Moving the cursor downward, Lian Xiao discovered that the Nutritional Supplement Lovers keyboard didn't actually give a specific time for video updates. A few minutes, a few hours, or even a few days? The constant anxiety of waiting for the enemy's attack was more draining than facing it head-on. Lian Xiao was naturally a fairly stable person, but she sensed that her emotions were about to get out of control. If possible, she wanted to just release a clarification video and put an end to it all. However, who knew what excuse the newly implicated keyboard warrior would use to attack her? Doing nothing was the wiser option. When people are tired, controlling their emotions takes more effort. Realizing this, Lian Xiao simply cleared his clarification video and went to sleep. Go ahead, a good night's sleep will give him the energy to see what the other side is up to. The next day, Lian Xiao's attention skyrocketed. Did you notice more people watching the boss today? During training, the second-last person whispered to Lu Chengwang. After Lian Xiao took them flying last time, these two often looked for opportunities to team up with Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao's team typically consisted of his left and right protectors, Xiao Liqing and Zhan Lu, with the occasional Wen Guxue joining in. Lu Chengwang said he felt the same way. And there was something strange in his gaze. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao was having a hard time completing his training today. Without the benefits of the high-efficiency muscle fiber repair agent, her muscles ached intensely, and the blisters on her feet opened and bled. By the time she finished her penalty run and got her laptop, the expected number of messages had exploded again. Tired, wounded, and in pain, she was also worried about a ton of things. Lian Xiao sighed and decided to go back to the dormitory with Zhao Liqing. Lian Xiao, I didn't expect you to make all that money with dirty tricks. You brought shame to our Alliance University. His hysterical outburst drew the attention of everyone at the training center. As she exited the elevator, a man rushed up to her from the door, a bulging bag slung across his chest. The unidentified person pointed at Lian Xiao and yelled, "How dare you use the name of Earth Cuisine to trick your classmates? I reported you to the school." The robot patrolling the training center's lobby immediately intervened, using its body to separate the two. "Move aside," Lian Xiao said, almost getting poked in the face by the other person's finger. She tilted her head slightly. Though she wasn't immediately surrounded by onlookers, passers-by stopped in their tracks out of curiosity. "Don't block the elevator door." Didn't they see everyone was trying to use the elevator? The staff arrived upon hearing the news and saw this very scene. Without hesitation, their focus automatically shifted to the agitated unidentified individual, preparing to work with the robot to pull him away. "Teacher," Lian Xiao turned to the staff, "you heard it just now, didn't you? This student slandered me in public? According to the school rules of Union University, I will report this harassment and ask the teachers to testify on my behalf." 2 months into the semester, Lian Xiao had become a frequent visitor to the reporting center. This threat was a minor one. The unidentified individual was originally a student at Union University, and he was a little panicked by the escalating situation. Shouldn't Lian Xiao, being so famous, be more respectful? Shouldn't he have immediately spoken up and given in? Why wasn't it what he expected? But thinking of the real person's video, he straightened his back again. "Everything I said is true, and you're trying to deny it," he sneered, waving his arms to gather passers-by. "Lian stir-fry isn't Earth food at all. You all been scammed." He pulled something from his backpack and threw it hard to the ground. Humans and robots alike were unable to stop him, and the bright, tempting meat and vegetable dishes scattered across the floor. Teriyaki chicken legs, garlic broccoli, cold mixed shredded vegetables. The meticulously prepared food was all crushed by the man's shoe, a twisted smile plastered across his face as he stomped on it. "This is such a scam. Even dogs wouldn't eat it, but you Earthlings deserve this." The Lianjia stir-fried lunch boxes, sold in limited quantities, and so inaccessible that many students couldn't even snag them even after setting their alarms, were dumped and trampled upon. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, and Lian Xiao couldn't see the passers-by who couldn't help but raise their laptops to record the video. Buzz? A sharp buzzing sound threatened to pierce her eardrums. A fury she had never experienced surged through her body, and she didn't even notice the slight trembling she was experiencing. A single thought struggled to form in her mind. Stop him. Give him a hard lesson. Zhao leeching immediately, and stealthily grabbed Lian Xiao's arm. In all their time together, the number of times Lian Xiao and her good friend had gotten angry was rare. This was the first time she had seen Lian Xiao so furious, so violent, and so aggressive. She stepped in front of Lian Xiao, blocking his way. But she was actually referring to the person across from her, who was laughing smugly. She was afraid Lian Xiao would lose his temper and send her to the hospital. You violated the rules. Unidentified objects are prohibited in the Mecha Academy Training Center, Zhao Liqing shouted. After all, the Mecha Academy is a military academy, and the security regulations at the training center are far stricter than those for ordinary academic buildings. If we trace back to the wartime period over 30 years ago, this person would have faced more than a simple disciplinary action. This remark alerted the staff, and they forcibly carried the fanatic away. Patrol robots cleaned the scene and packed up the lunch boxes that hadn't passed the security check at the training center entrance for inspection. Only after the crowd gradually dispersed did Lian Xiao feel his feet return to the ground, his clenched fists gradually loosening. Zhao Liqing kept patting Lian Xiao's back to comfort her. Facing Ms. Zhao's worried gaze, Lian Xiao forced a weak smile to reassure himself that he was fine. She simply didn't expect the nutritional supplement-loving keyboard to post a video so quickly, and his fans to be so frenzied. This was the first time she'd been publicly verbally abused and smeared. Furthermore, Lian Xiao watched, somewhat dazed, as the patrol robot mopped up the last bit of spilled lunch soup, trampling over the Chinese food she cooked and loved. This angered her even more than the distortion of truth. Since Lian Xiao posted the video on Apu Video Network, she hadn't intentionally concealed the truth. Anyone familiar with Union University would recognize the filming location, and combined with the labels of Earth cuisine and Chinese food, it would have been difficult for her to conceal the truth. Lian Xiao couldn't help but think that if she had been in this world 2 months ago, she would have probably deleted her account and fled by now, seeking a quiet life. But she was no longer the impoverished college student who had just arrived in this world, without money, friends, or power. Famous influencers, and the Car 24 company, right? Looking for trouble with Lian Xiao, right? Lian Xiao was determined to fight to the bitter end. Back in his dorm, sitting on the aged sofa, Lian Xiao finally caught a glimpse of the latest video from renowned influencer EP1 Nutrients Keyboard. A video specifically exposing Lian Xiao's counterfeiting. Unlike Keyboard Brothers' usual humorous and lighthearted style, this video had a decidedly serious tone. Lian Xiao lunch boxes, so hard to come by for teachers and students on campus, were surprisingly readily available with EP1 Nutrients. The video depicts EP1 Nutrients' surprise at trying the lunch boxes, his piqued interest, his gradual confusion as he explored Earth cuisine, and his final, time-consuming and exhausting interviews with authoritative sources, his conclusion. Family, EP1 Nutrients Keyboard, after so much research, can confidently declare before the camera that Lian Xiao's food is not Chinese food at all, and has nothing to do with Earth cuisine. The always quirky and down-to-earth EP1, loved to eat nutrition supplements, made a revealing appearance, holding a microphone like an investigative reporter with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Although the food at this restaurant tastes passable, I'm warning my fans. Its nutritional content is substandard. Any random brand of nutrition supplements bought on the street far surpasses Lian Xiao in quality and nutritional content. Friends, don't be fooled even if you have the money. Other content creators have made videos to avoid Chinese food. I want to clarify. The Earth food our ancestors ate is perfectly healthy. The only unhealthy ones are Lian Xiao's fake products claiming to be Earth food. Reject the stigmatization of Earth food. The content creator is awesome. I told you our ancestors couldn't possibly have eaten that unhealthy. If you follow the content creator's recipes, you probably get sick. I don't understand why some people these days, after eating too much, miss the Earth era. What good food could there be in those days of low technology and productivity? I think the citizens of the Alliance should thank the nutrition supplement companies for allowing us to eat well and save time. The reason the other party was bashing Lian Xiao was so ridiculous that Lian Xiao even found it amusing to get angry. How could she explain to a bunch of young people hundreds of years from now that when she was an antique on Earth, she ate the same fake Chinese food every day that had been exposed as fake? Lian Xiao bit his fingers and gently tapped the comments that appeared on the computer screen, showing her complete betrayal. Is this move by the cart-over company really just intended to make her and Lian Xiao's social media presence obsolete? It can't be that simple. Lian Xiao pondered, trying to figure out the nutritional supplement company's intentions. Attacking Chinese food is unhealthy. That's the first level. The popular influencer spoke out, revealing that it wasn't Chinese food that was unhealthy, but that Lian Xiao wasn't Chinese food at all, deceiving the public. False advertising, aggravated by the crime. That's the second level. Then it would be easy to separate Earth cuisine from Lian Xiao. An idea struck Lian Xiao, and he stopped tapping on the computer screen. Haven't these same supplement companies previously produced those bizarre, so-called Earth food-flavored supplements? Could it be that they're trying to confuse history, labeling real Chinese food as harmful, and stealing the reputation of authentic Chinese food? So, how can she prove that Chinese food is, in fact, Chinese food? Chapter 45. The very question being asked was absurd. Comparing Lian Xiao's stir-fry with General Tso's chicken, strawberry mapo tofu, duck and broccoli. These fake Chinese dishes favored by foreigners wasn't particularly hurtful to Lian Xiao, but rather highly insulting. The question is, how much do humans of this era know about Earth cuisine and Chinese cuisine? The answer is very little. Qian Yui tossed her rimless glasses on the table and ruffled her hair in annoyance. I can't find more information. Damn it. She was an excellent graduate student, well-versed in researching papers, but she had failed miserably in her quest to find more information about Chinese cuisine online. She felt her academic career was being challenged. Qian Yui offered her help uninvited, believing in strength in numbers. The three girls met in their dorm to discuss countermeasures. After the fall of Earth, although the human survivors did their best to salvage and restore some of the fruits of civilization, officially recognized information about Chinese cuisine was pitifully small. Most of it consisted of dish names, fragmentary descriptions, and a cobbled-together recipe book. Gone. Like a once magnificent palace, destroyed by fire over the passage of time, only fragments remained to allow one to imagine its original appearance. Lian Xiao felt an inexpressible sadness. The Interstellar Alliance's research on Chinese cuisine largely began with this recipe book, hence the name Yanhua Food Records. Other scholars believe that many Chinese recipes are still preserved among the people, but due to the previous generation's anti-Earth wave, these recipes have been carefully protected by their owners, keeping them secret. Suppressing her nausea, Lian Xiao rewatched the keyboard man's video, realizing that escaping this troubled situation might not be as easy as she thought. The so-called experts speaking eloquently before the camera in the video deny that the Lin family stir-fry recipe is Chinese cuisine, citing the Yin Gua food directory as their basis. Even if one or two Lin family stir-fry dishes overlap with those in the Yin Gua food directory, experts believe that it's impossible to verify the authenticity of all the dishes. One extreme group of scholars argues that anything beyond the scope of the Yin Gua food directory is pseudo-Chinese culinary scholarship. They completely disregard the fact that the recipe was only compiled after the founding of the Interstellar Alliance. Beep. The system's electronic voice echoed in Lian Xiao's ears. Oh. No, this recipe can't be trusted. Some of the information is wrong. Lian Xiao was surprised. She read through the recipe but couldn't figure it out for a moment. For example, for the stir-fried double crispy, the oil should be 90% done, but this recipe only calls for 70% done. The system said, there are also some incorrect details in the recipes for more difficult dishes. After the system explained, Lian Xiao understood. Take, for example, double crisps in oil, a traditional Shandong dish. The two main ingredients, pork stomach and chicken gizzards, need to be cut crosswise into equal-sized pieces. The challenge lies in blanching both ingredients quickly at high temperatures, but not thoroughly cooked. Then, they are placed in a wok of oil until 90% done, sautéed with a bowl of sauce, and served in just a few seconds. This dish requires extremely precise control of heat and timing. If even the crucial oil temperature isn't correct, how could scholars and enthusiasts of this era truly recreate the flavors and textures described by this recipe, even if it were based on a recipe riddled with errors? One of the biggest criticisms of Chinese cuisine among beginners is its overemphasis on touch and mastery. Lian Xiao has seen many classmates and foreigners frustrated by the appropriate amounts in Chinese recipes, wishing they could use a microelectronic scale to measure spices to the exact gram, as is done in Western cuisine. And if a mistake is made in the details of a complex dish, the result can be 1,000 miles off. Lian Xiao, It felt like the sky was falling. If the Chinese cuisine inherited by the Interstellar Alliance was based on the Yin Country Food Codex, then her method of retaliating against the keyboard guy wouldn't work. She couldn't convince others with theoretical information alone. Don't worry, user 1723. Good news, good news. From deep-fried double crisp to three-piece duck, the Chinese Cuisine Illustrated Guide has every traditional dish you could want. The system's tone shifted. The responsibility of correcting the errors in this recipe book falls to you. With one path blocked, Lian Xiao had another thought. Are there any dishes from the Yin Country Food Guide that haven't been successfully replicated? Qian Yui froze for 2 seconds, then grabbed her glasses. Let me find them. If she could successfully master a dish that wasn't in the recipe book, wouldn't that prove she's not completely clueless about Chinese cuisine? Wouldn't that be a major advancement in Chinese cuisine research in this era? Lian Xiao pondered this, finally remembering that she seemed to have a system task she hadn't made any progress on. She'd been so busy lately that she almost forgot. It was time to interact with Jean Lumore and see if she could collect the illustrated fragments. Hopefully, her luck would be on the rise and help resolve her current predicament. On the forum, users who had always disliked Lian Xiao unexpectedly sided with him this time. After all, the nutritional supplement-loving keyboard player was a top influencer on Apu, and the profile of the Union University student closely matched that of the Apu user base. Since the Keyboard Guy trailer came out yesterday, there had been sporadic discussions on the forum. After fans went to the training center and insulted Lian Xiao in person, a video shot by passers-by went viral, and the whole thing exploded on the forums. The most liked comments represented the public sentiment, with the majority of reasonable netizens responding, "Oh my god, these fans are so scary. We're all schoolmates. Is it necessary to resort to such extreme measures? Deliberately wasting food is intolerable, let alone watching my hard work being trampled upon. I pity Sister Lian. If someone suddenly rushed up to me and called me shit for writing code I worked on late at night, I cry just thinking about it." Netizens chimed in. "I suddenly realized Sister Lian has a pretty good temper. I just want to slap that person in the face. Stop it. I've been waiting in the lunchbox group for ages to get a lunchbox, and now it's being wasted. I'm so pissed. Sorry, I digressed. Sister Lian looks kind of cool when she's angry and sullen. I'm guilty." But there were also some who supported the two bloggers. Why hasn't Lian Xiao responded yet? Is he feeling guilty? I was wondering how a country bumpkin born on Earth could possibly have so many rare earth vegetables. It's a scam, and the students are so naive, they foolishly believed it. Look up, is there any logic in your comments? The forum user psychology is actually a bit complicated. Yes, some of them still dislike Lian Xiao, but so what? The people questioning him online are students from Union University, and they're slapping Union University in the face. For this very reason, until conclusive evidence emerges, they should unite and confront the outside world. Bullying our Union University students is intolerable. Many Lianjiao Xiaoqiao customers even secretly thought, even if Lianjiao Xiaoqiao's dishes weren't authentic Chinese food, so what? At least they were 1,000 times more delicious than the nutritional supplements, and for that delicious taste, they support Lianjiao Xiaoqiao to the end. These were the opinions of netizens, who had tried Lianjiao Xiaoqiao, or had some familiarity with Lian Xiao himself. After the Apu video, Lian Xiao's reputation online became almost one-sided. The few true fans were silenced by the attacks. Due to the frequent reports against Lian Xiao's account, the official website proactively enabled a one-click protection feature for the video comments section. Related terms soared in the site's trending search list, and for some reason, the ones that rose were all negative towards Lian Xiao. 12 hours after the nutritional supplement-loving keyboard posted the debunking video, Lian Xiao's side remained silent. This account is finished. The uploaders in the nutrient supplement section, still watching the battle, couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for Lianjiao Xiaoqiao. A rising star with such rapid growth, without a professional company or sufficient financial backing, stood little chance against established influencers in the public opinion war. But this pity only lasted a moment. Website traffic battles are like this. Two sides clash, like beasts encountering each other on the grassland, the victor content to devour the vanquished corpse. And those of them, standing aside, had to seize the moment, like vultures gnawed at carrion, running fast to get a piece of the action. So, uploaders in the same section began to attack Lian Xiao one after another, attempting to reap a wave of traffic. Video proposal approved, filming to begin immediately. The protagonist of this virtual carnival, the nutrient supplement-loving keyboard, received the latest news, his eyes brightening and his lips curling up. He typed quickly, "I will do my utmost to complete the task you assign me as quickly as possible. Serving you is a great blessing." The humility and flattery in his words overflowed the screen. The other party didn't reply, but a large transfer arrived to the keyboard guy account, which loved to consume nutritional supplements. The past few weeks had been like a dream for keyboard guy. In the eyes of others, he was undoubtedly the boss of the nutritional supplement section, but only he knew that his video revenue was gradually declining. Everyone said they loved watching him simply enjoy his nutritional supplements, but few fans knew that he had developed a deep dislike for filming such content a year or two ago, to the point where he would physically vomit at the mere sight of nutritional supplements. To maintain his glamorous lifestyle, he had to grit his teeth, consume the nutritional supplements, and put on a contented smile. But he didn't dare to change his style easily. If his new style didn't please his fans, the fanatical fans he had fostered would turn against him and attack him first. Thinking of how he used his fans to attack him, and how they overtly or covertly helped him bring down countless potential influencers, Keyboard Brother couldn't help but feel guilty. One day, he suddenly received a private message from a Catover employee. They offered Keyboard Brother an unexpected target, and a price he couldn't refuse. More importantly, once the plan was implemented, Keyboard Brother could capitalize on the opportunity and become the first to pioneer a new direction in the nutrition supplement field. He was delighted with the title of the Alliance's #1 Chinese food-eating broadcaster. With this aspiration in mind, Keyboard, who loved nutrition supplements, began filming and editing a new video. He wanted to crush her before she could launch an effective counterattack. Lian Xiao was also sending messages overnight, searching for a breakthrough. Her second thought was that since the keyboard guy could get so-called experts on the show, so could she. Although Chinese food might be cold, there are still some influential history bloggers online who have made some research videos. Unfortunately, the bloggers Lian Xiao approached either declined politely, or their messages went unanswered. One person avoiding him might be afraid of trouble, while everyone else keeping silent was probably due to the power of money. Lian Xiao was right. All the influential bloggers with the power to speak out had been taken care of by the Cartover company. Is there really no way out? Xiao Liqing and Qian Yui, who had stayed up late with Lian Xiao, felt powerless for the first time. It was as if they had been artificially cut off from the outside world. All their loud cries of truth seemed to outsiders like the performances of a madman. Desperately trying to save the situation, Lian Xiao rubbed his eyes and insisted on emailing several expert professors on Chinese food who had been mentioned by netizens on the forum. He also planned to seek help from the history professors at Union University tomorrow, with the help of enthusiastic alumni. Meanwhile, two unusual messages slipped through the chorus of insults on Lian Xiao's Appa website. Hello, upvoter. Do you really know how to cook Chinese food? Realizing the ambiguity of this question, a second message followed. I watched all your videos and don't doubt your intentions. I mean, my family has a Chinese cooking tradition too. Finally, I found a third person who can cook Chinese food. Chapter 46. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao didn't see these two messages. They sank into a sea of insults and ridicule. The next day, as the three of them left the dormitory and went about their business, their eyes were all black. Maybe this incident had spread throughout Union University overnight, but during today's physical training, the instructors didn't say anything about Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing's obvious lack of rest. Regarding Lian Xiao's elementary mistakes during training, Instructor Wu clearly resisted the urge to punish her by making her run. The second lowest placed one pounced on her the moment she entered the training ground, gripping her hand tightly and shaking it vigorously. Boss! Lu Chengwang was more reserved. Only after Lian Xiao's tacit approval did he reach out and take Lian Xiao's other hand, giving it a firm, restrained squeeze. It all spoke volumes. Feeling the silent support of his two guardians, Lian Xiao was both moved and a little amused. Their current postures seemed like they were performing some strange ritual. Zhang Lu, who was standing behind them, teased Wen Guxue, who was approaching hesitantly. How about we line up? The few hours of disconnection from the internet became a window for Lian Xiao to rest, both physically and mentally. And yet, a dark cloud, invisible to her, gradually gathered above her. In the internet age, judging someone is incredibly cheap. There's no need for a nutrient-rich keyboard or the Cartover Corporation behind them to take action. Curious individuals have dug up all of Lian Xiao's information. Born on Earth, an orphan, she lived on support and scholarships for the first 18 years. She was admitted to the Mecha major at Alliance University. She cheated on the freshman entrance exam, achieved an S rank, and was plagued by negative comments. Someone even hacked into the academic systems of Lian Xiao's elementary, middle, and high schools, retrieving her grades and test papers, and using a magnifying glass to try to find any flaws. The original owner's naive sentences from an essay were dug up and ridiculed, circulating widely online. My dream is to become a Mecha soldier in the Interstellar Alliance. Every time I see Mecha warriors heroically defending the people in history textbooks or documentaries, I secretly vow to myself, one day I too will become a brave warrior, protecting Earth and everyone. It's a shame Earth hasn't produced Mecha soldiers. I be the first, and I strive to be the strongest. OMG, worthy of being an Earth bumpkin, my essay is so unrefined. How can anyone write about my dreams in this day and age? Ha ha ha. Teacher, this essay is off topic. The title is, It's My Dream, Not My Delusion, ha ha ha. Forget about wanting to be the first Earth Mecha soldier, ha ha ha. Just to educate you ignorant kids, you heard of the Mecha League. There was a super powerful Earth Mecha prodigy back then, so powerful, yet nothing ever happened. It made me dig my toes into the ground. The strongest Mecha soldier, he boasts without even thinking. Even though the original owner perfectly fit the mold of a poorer and successful student, netizens still focused on her accented foreign language, her washed-out uniform in her graduation photo, and her slovenly hair. They called her unfashionable, her bad character, and her ugly duckling daydreaming, saying she'd never catch up to her elite classmates. Then, fueled by the Cartover Company, the original owner's classmates came out to expose the truth. Someone said that he and Lian Xiao had been in the same class for 3 years. The original owner had a cold and withdrawn personality. She had good grades, but looked down on other students, and even disdained to talk to them. He also said that he had never heard that she could cook Chinese food. This was seen as strong evidence against Lian Xiao's fraud. Based on this, a group of netizens deduced that Lian Xiao was a utilitarian, proving it's not surprising that she deceived the public for profit. As for Lian Xiao's post-university exploits, there's no need to delve into them. Forum users discovered that many posts and user comments were directly copied and recirculated online. Oh my god! Did they get my consent? They casually screenshotted my previous comments, but deliberately didn't screenshot my latest post. Come on, if you have the decency, screenshot this. I have the utmost trust in Sister Lian's intelligence and character, and I unconditionally support Lian's stir-fries. I praise Sister Lian as the god who helped us escape the torture of nutritional supplements. A magical scene occurred. Alumni began to add administrators under negative forum posts mentioning Lian Xiao. Many people quietly deleted their previous comments. Within a few hours, the negative posts on the Union University forum were locked and deleted. Netizens who heard the news stood in the ruins, staring at each other in amazement. Wasn't it said that all students hated Lian Xiao? Poverty is not a sin. I admire Lian Xiao's courage to never give up and to keep moving forward. I implore all alumni to give Lian Xiao a little more trust and patience until the truth is established. If the online profile of Lian Xiao is true, we might be the last one standing behind her. This was the most liked comment on the forum that day. Even out of sight of Lian Xiao, a strange tacit understanding has developed among the students of Union University. Lian Xiao still attracts glances from strangers when he walks down the street, but these glances are more a warning to prevent the repeated verbal abuse from zealous fans. Union University seems to have created a vacuum, shielding it from the online turmoil. Lian Xiao had just finished consulting with professors from the History Department and the School of Food Science and Engineering at Union University. She and Professor Simon from the History Department had discussed and selected three-piece duck as the replica dish, and the professor had even offered to leverage his media connections to promote it. The biggest challenge now was gathering the fragments needed to unlock the three-piece duck. Like a card game, the Chinese Cuisine Illustrated Guide categorizes dishes into 4 tiers: common, rare, special, and state banquet. Unlocking each tier requires a different number of basic fragments. Currently, Lian Xiao had only collected 6 fragments, still a long way from the 15 required to create the three-piece duck. She confirmed all the fragments she had and tossed them into the silhouette of the three-piece duck. The icon suddenly brightened, allowing a faint glimpse of the three-piece duck's appearance. Three-piece duck unlock progress, June 15th. The quest description for the Chinese Cuisine Illustrated Manual doesn't disclose the collection method. Lian Xiao has been incredibly busy lately, and since this quest has no time limit, she's been a bit lethargic and hasn't really put enough time into analyzing the scene where she obtained the fragments. She's all too familiar with the pain of slacking off normally, now having to meet a deadline. She has plenty of experience completing tasks on the edge. Anyway, let's make an appointment with John Lu first. John Lu was at the training center, gladly accepting Lian Xiao's invitation for extra training. Meanwhile, upon learning that Lian Xiao was training with others today, Gu Changfeng silently put down his laptop. After staring at the chat box for half a minute, he expressionlessly deleted the words of comfort he carefully considered. He felt that online communication was too frivolous. He was always the one to end the conversation. Words of comfort and encouragement would be better left to Lian Xiao in person next time. The online public opinion situation must be very serious. Lian Xiao didn't know how her personal contact information had been leaked. On the way to the training center, she hung up on over a dozen tabloid marketing accounts trying to interview her. As she approached the training room, another call came in, this time with a note, "Teacher Lu." After much hesitation, Lian Xiao finally answered it. The voice of a middle-aged woman on the other end was slightly hoarse. "Xiao Xiao, are you getting used to Alliance University?" the woman asked, occasionally sipping water to soothe her throat. She inquired about Lian Xiao's daily life and studies, whether he was adapting to the climate on the Alliance main planet, whether his schoolwork was demanding, and whether he was tired from daily training. Lian Xiao finally matched the other person's surname with the high school teacher in the original owner's notes. From the original owner's brief remarks, it seemed that the education level on Earth was not very good, and that only a few could make it to university on the Alliance main planet. Teacher Lu was strict and stern, having secured numerous scholarships for the original owner during high school, but they rarely engaged in private conversation. Perhaps this was the first time they had such a tender moment in their conversation. As the call was about to end, Teacher Lu said, "Xiao Xiao, I believe in you. When you have time during winter break, come back and give a homecoming presentation to your juniors." The gentle disconnection tone, the gentle, nonchalant expression of concern, faded from the signal. Lian Xiao sat on a bench in the locker room, suddenly feeling sad. All that rambling had been done just to say, "I believe in you." But the girl Teacher Lu wanted to talk to no longer existed. She studiously ignored the online spat, so as not to derail the resolution. Only then did Lian Xiao review the original owner's life, from the information dug up by malicious netizens. Sifting through those test papers, comments, and transcripts was like peeling a person's skin apart, revealing even their flesh and blood under an X-ray. Lian Xiao couldn't help but wonder if the original owner wouldn't have faced so much criticism and abuse if she hadn't refused to bow to the Kartover Corporation. Fictitious charges were hurled at this younger girl, attacking her appearance, personality, accent, and even her dreams. She felt guilty about it. In the deserted locker room, Lian Xiao quietly read the essay, "My dream is to become a Mecha soldier in the Interstellar Alliance." The original owner scrimped and saved money, meticulously calculating how to train and pass the Mecha program. Incredible willpower and hard work had brought her here. Lian Xiao believed that when she wrote about her dream in her essay, She was absolutely certain it would come true. But she still didn't have the chance to realize it. If you were here, Lian Xiao, would you fight to the end? Lian Xiao knew the answer was yes. She stared at the essay being mocked online, feeling as if she had gained endless strength. A few minutes later, the Lianjia Xiaoqiao account on Apu website updated its status. Lianjia Xiaoqiao, click to schedule a live stream recreating the lost three-piece duck of Zhizhong, a Yin state food. Countdown to launch, 5 days. Netizens were in an uproar. What duck? Three-piece duck? Many people read those 3 words over and over again. The legendary three-piece duck that even Lin Yupon, a recognized scholar of Chinese cuisine, repeatedly failed to master, and became her obsession? And what about Lian Xiao's refusal to explain the accusations of fake Chinese food? Was she acquiescing or deliberately avoiding them? Don't even think you can escape the netizens' vigilance and judgment. Lian Xiao's sudden announcement of her three-piece duck remake was so shocking that even the marketing company commissioned by Cartover couldn't contain it. The professional online trolls gradually lost control of the situation amidst the heated online discussion. Lian Xiao live broadcast's replica of 3 sets of ducks not only soared to the top of the trending search list on EP1.com, but also briefly topped the trending list on the Alliance's most trafficked social platform. The number of reservations has exceeded 1 million and is still rising. Things have now, for the first time, broken free from the control of Keyboard Brother and Car24 Corporation. Netizens waited with bated breath for the countdown to end. Is this a second blow to the scammers? Or is a new Chinese food replica about to emerge? Those who closely followed Lian Xiao's account also noticed that she had changed her previously default profile. She wrote 3 sentences. My dream is to become the Alliance's strongest mecha soldier. My dream is to promote Chinese food throughout the galaxy. My dream is to return to Earth. Chapter 47. When Lian Xiao entered the training room, John Liu was assembling a gun. Barrel stock sights. The tiny gun parts were assembled in his deft hands, and in less than 15 seconds, a practice pistol quietly appeared on the ground. Assembling and disassembling a gun is a required skill for mecha majors. But even among senior students, someone like John Liu, familiar with the mechanics of various types of guns, as if they were his own fingers, is extremely rare. Boss, you arrived just in time. John Liu, with his signature relaxed smile, handed the practice pistol to Lian Xiao and picked up another pistol from the ground. The guns used in the training room are not much different from real guns, except that the practice ammunition is blank. All military departments in the Alliance strictly guard their weapons and ammunition. Training room robots or ecos capable of conducting shooting training are under 24-hour monitoring. Lian Xiao reached out to take the gun and shook John Liu's hand. She analyzed it before coming. The Chinese Cuisine Illustrated Guide quest was triggered precisely at the moment she and John Liu shook hands and said goodbye. Perhaps the handshake was a prerequisite for collecting the fragments. John Liu, thank you for your contribution to Lian's stir-fry. Lian Xiao said the words he had prepared long ago. During these difficult times, all of us employees should work together to overcome this. John Liu's raised brow dropped at the latter part. He returned the handshake. You startled me. Boss, do you know that opening line is usually the opening line for firing an employee? I almost thought you were going to fire me. Lian Xiao silently withdrew his hand. No beep sounded. If a handshake isn't the trigger, then what is? If this dispute isn't handled properly, we'll all be out of a job soon. Lian Xiao said. The list of unemployed people needs a food system. John Liu tilted his head to think for a moment, his index finger resting on his chin. I do have a solution. Boss, have you heard of Dark River? Judging from his suddenly lowered voice, Dark River was probably not a very legitimate organization. A commission for him. As long as you can afford it, someone will help you make any wish that's not too exaggerated. John Liu continued softly. At this point, the distance between them was very close, and Lian Xiao suddenly understood why John Liu had moved closer, breaking the social distance. From their position, his lip movements were completely obscured from the surveillance camera. As long as no one deliberately raised the volume to listen afterward, no one would have noticed what they were saying. So, why not try to deal with the person who caused the disturbance at the source? Lian Xiao looked up suddenly, feeling a tinge of fear creep up his spine. Could she understand this as an attempt to physically eliminate Keyboard Guy? John Liu remained silent, only smiling back at her. The gold in his eyes was like hot, sweet honey, like an innocent young man, yet tempting her to break free from the constraints of the law. After a moment or two of shock, Lian Xiao's demeanor returned to normal. Regardless of whether John Liu was joking or not, Keyboard Guy was merely a small-time soldier, and eliminating him would only make the situation worse. But John Lu's cold indifference in encouraging her bothered her. I don't have that much money. Lian Xiao distanced himself from John Lu. How about deducting your salary to help with the fund? John Lu caught up with Lian Xiao and walked side by side with her towards the target. He then said, No, boss, I was just joking. Their chosen training activity today was shooting. John Lu's shooting prowess was self-evident. Lian Xiao only later discovered that he had been the fastest to pass the freshman exam, relying solely on sniping. The second lowest student always spoke of this incident, feeling chagrined at being too naive and not considering the freshman exam as involving guns. Putting a sniper in close combat with a Zerg was too much of a stretch. John Lu seemed to be an exception in this regard. In terms of physical fitness, he had already climbed into the top 5 on the leaderboard. While not as physically proficient as Zhao Liqing, he was a sniper. Being outperformed by a sniper in pure physical fitness was enough to make even a handful of main attackers and heavy armored reserve soldiers weep. The two men finished a round of rapid-fire shooting and took a break to chat. A quick check on their laptop revealed that the number of reservations had surpassed 5 million and was still climbing. 3 sets of ducks. John Lu, surprised by the live broadcast, looked Lian Xiao up and down. His surprise wasn't due to his complete lack of knowledge of the dish, as many others did, but rather his clear understanding of its difficulty. Boss, you can make this? I admire you. Lian Xiao thought to himself that whether he could successfully replicate this dish depended entirely on him. But then a touching notification sounded. Ding! You have obtained an Atlas fragment. Current number, 1. At that moment, Lian Xiao felt that no other sound in the world could be more pleasing than this notification. Finally, she saw hope of quickly cooking 3 sets of duck in 5 days. Lian Xiao couldn't help himself. John Lu watched in confusion as the boss suddenly stood up, excitedly walked around him twice, and said cheerfully, Repeat what you just said. John Lu blinked and repeated, Boss, you can cook this dish. I admire you. No response. No matter how many times John Lu repeated this line, the mission prompt remained silent. Lian Xiao felt like she had grasped the key. So, the key to getting the illustrated fragment from John Lu was admiration, not superficial, but genuine recognition and admiration. Lian Xiao recalled the previous times she had heard the notification sound. It had indeed happened to be during physical training when she had performed well. After figuring out the key point, Lian Xiao's gaze towards John Lu suddenly became a little complicated. She remembered John Lu's habit of praising others. It turned out that most of his previous compliments to her were half-hearted. She felt like she had gained a deeper understanding of John Lu. Wow, this sweet-talking, sugar-coated guy. During the training session, Lian Xiao had obtained 2 fragments from John Lu. Another scene occurred when she shot 10 rings in a row. Even without John Lu saying anything, the system automatically notified her of the automatic acquisition. Triple Duck Unlock Progress, August 15th. After surpassing halfway through the unlock, she noticed a crooked activation button appearing beneath the triple duck silhouette. At first glance, it looked like a system glitch. The words Start Learning were falling outside the frame. User 1723, try pressing the activation button, the system said, its electronic voice stuttering for some reason. But it's best to return to your room. Lian Xiao had never heard the gourmet system sound so weak, though weak was a bit too anthropomorphic for the system. She returned to her room as instructed, silently wondering, what's wrong with you? The system tried to lie several times, but it couldn't disobey its underlying instructions. Nothing. Just a bug. As a system, no matter how much it wanted to help Lian Xiao in the face of what user 1723 had experienced, it was powerless to simply ignore the rules. Furthermore, according to its calculations, there was a 90% chance that Lian Xiao would not have gathered the necessary fragments before the live stream began. Even with culinary talent, mastering the 3-piece duck recipe required time and extensive practice. It also understood Lian Xiao's hasty deadline. 5 days was already the limit of the audience's patience. If she waited 10 days, or half a month before responding, Lian's restaurant would be branded as a fake Chinese restaurant. Lian Xiao and Lian's restaurant were facing a do-or-die battle, with no way out. So, the system had arbitrarily modified certain operating instructions, disrupting the Chinese Cuisine Illustrated Guide quest, and causing Lian Xiao to enter learning mode prematurely. But I can't guarantee what's missing from learning mode, the system said guiltily. Perhaps Lian Xiao would also encounter a bunch of gibberish after entering learning mode. The 3-part learning mode currently activated is like a car missing parts, miraculously wobbling along. But who knows when it will fall apart. User 1723, the rest is up to you. Keep going, I hope none of us will be unemployed. Before going dormant, the system played a joke. The force command modification had consumed most of its energy, and as it had for a long time, it had to enter dormancy to slowly recover. Perhaps for the next 2 weeks, the system would be unable to respond to any of Lian Xiao's calls. Without time to dwell, Lian Xiao entered learning mode. Thick white fog billowed in all directions. When she looked up, she saw it was no longer the dormitory. Unlike the simple, crude video-based learning model she imagined, it was actually a virtual space projection. Of the video tutorials and the live audience, the latter was far more helpful for learning cooking. Lian Xiao felt a surge of joy, feeling a surge of confidence. The entire space contained only 2 fully equipped stoves, neatly arranged on top of which were the ingredients for 3 sets of ducks, a whole duck, a wild duck, a pigeon, sliced ham, dried mushrooms, sliced winter bamboo shoots, and seasonings. And there were even practice utensils. So advanced, it seemed like a feature unmatched in a simple culinary system. This learning model brought Lian Xiao one surprise after another. A chef in a chef's uniform and hat walked over to one of the stoves and began preparing 3 sets of ducks. Lian Xiao hurried towards the stoves, but found she could only get about a meter away. Any closer, as if blocked by a wall of air, and she couldn't hear the chef's accompanying instructions. Lian Xiao, forget it, she should be content. By this time, the chef had already cut a 3-inch incision below the duck's neck and began to remove the bones. The key to the 3-piece duck is the piece. Many dishes in Chinese cuisine utilize this technique, including common ones like pork belly and chicken. Lian Xiao used to read novels for fun, and there was a description of a roasted camel. Inside the camel's belly was a roasted lamb, which in turn contained a roasted chicken. The egg, soaked in layers of fat, within the chicken's belly was the most precious essence. While others focused on the love, hate, and vengeance, she was drooling over this essence of the roasted egg. The most challenging part of this dish is extracting all the bones from the 3 birds without damaging their skin. Lian Xiao held his breath, observing the chef's movements. He used his thumb to push the duck meat apart, roughly separating the meat and bones, then used a knife to cut through the fascia. Finally, he flipped the entire duck over through a 3-inch incision, removing all the bones. How many bones does a duck or pigeon have? How are the bones distributed? Lian Xiao found that even though he was a duck lover, he couldn't answer the question. The chef's movements, pulling out the bones and severing the fascia, were crisp and smooth. Even a pigeon barely larger than a palm could be easily deboned with the scissors. After demonstrating the complete process, the chef's shadow faded into the mist and vanished. The art of deboning is a skill that takes practice. Lian Xiao mentally prepared himself and put all his accumulated experience into his knife skills. His knife skills skyrocketed, surpassing the other 2 knife skills: sous chef, upgradable, Wincy tofu, braised 3 shredded vegetables, pagoda pork. With a little effort, they're no problem. Heat control, basic, upgradable, SOSO, then a flash of inspiration. Seasoning, advanced, upgradable, you already defeated 95% of those roadside vendors, who only use MSG for seasoning. With his surging knife skills, Lian Xiao confidently grabbed the domestic duck. Domestic ducks are larger than wild ducks and pigeons, so deboning them is naturally the easiest. Snap. With too much force, the bone tore through the opening in the duck's neck. Lian Xiao, Sorry, she boasted too soon. This was just a duck. What about a pigeon the size of a palm? Chapter 48. Chopping ducks and chickens is a must-have skill for every foodie. Supermarkets sell whole chickens and ducks, so if you want to make soup or poached chicken, you have to chop them yourself with incredible force. At such times, Lian Xiao always missed the southern vegetable markets. She was much stronger now than in her previous life, but unfortunately, deboning required dexterity, and she had nowhere to vent her brute strength. After ruining 3 ducks in a row, Lian Xiao's wrists ached, so she paused to rest. The 3-piece duck recipe was only demonstrated once, and after only watching it once, Lian Xiao couldn't grasp all the details, so the difficulty of practicing was obvious. When it comes to cooking, blindly trying is often no match for a master's gentle guidance. In other words, her knife skills had been forcibly upgraded to sous chef level, relying solely on memory to imitate the master's deboning techniques, stumbling along on her own. But the learning mode had a big advantage. After using up a duck, a new one would be added for her to practice with. No Chinese chef has ever been trained without wasting ingredients. Without a gourmet food system, she would have gone bankrupt trying this recipe. The feel of her hand, the precision of her cuts, and her understanding of the duck's anatomy. Lian Xiao spent the entire night immersed in learning mode. Learning mode wasn't as powerful as it could be, as time flowed by at a rate comparable to the outside world. If she didn't hurry, she'd be out of time. After an all-night grueling practice, and after over 30 virtual ducks had sacrificed their lives, Lian Xiao finally succeeded in deboning them for the first time. The deboned duck lay limp on the cutting board like a deflated balloon. It was a bit unsightly, but at least the skin remained intact. In theory, deboning chickens, ducks, geese, and pigeons is pretty much the same, but it's only in practice that the subtle differences are apparent. When choosing ingredients for the 3 sets of ducks, the outermost layer of domestic duck should be an older male duck, as its meat fibers are firm and can withstand the subsequent 3 hours of low-heat stewing, achieving a tender, distinct texture. The wild duck in the middle should be of the right size, smaller and fatter than domestic ducks, making deboning more challenging. As for the pigeons, although slightly larger ones are chosen because squabs are more tender and don't withstand prolonged stewing, deboning them piece by piece with delicate scissors is still difficult. Failure. Failure. Failure again. In the following days, Lian Xiao became numb to the number of failures, his mind constantly grappling with ducks and pigeons. During a grappling sparring session with the second-best player, she nearly whipped his hand bones, as if they were deboning exercises. With 1 day left until the live broadcast, the keyboard, which loves nutritional supplements, finally made a move. He wanted to start a live broadcast too. More specifically, he wanted to react to Lian Xiao's replica live broadcast in real time. With an established fan base, the instigator of the incident, Keyboard Brother, had only the second highest livestream bookings on the site, second only to Lian Xiao's. Keyboard, who loves nutritional supplements, was pleased to see his skepticism about Lian Xiao's ability to replicate the 3-piece duck content gain widespread support. Lian Xiao's sudden announcement of a remake of The Lost Dish caught him off guard. A contact from the cat-over company bluntly told him, having ruined so many influencers, if he couldn't even handle a minor influencer like this, Keyboard Brother, forget about his career. Keyboard Brother was so enraged that he smashed his keyboard in the studio, feeling both fear and anger. I let you off the hook. I let you get scolded for being a grandson. Keyboard, who loves nutritional supplements, pounded on his keyboard to reply to fan comments, an exaggerated, contorted smile plastered across his face. He learned through reliable intelligence that Lian Xiao was staying indoors, most likely because he couldn't replicate the game, and was just stalling for time. The thought of how much criticism Lian Xiao would receive filled Keyboard Brother's heart. And then, there was the cat-over company's move, delivering a killer weapon. Keyboard Brother was in high spirits, seemingly casually revealing to his fans, "There's a mystery guest for tomorrow's livestream, so stay tuned." On the day of the livestream, 3 a day was already staking out Lian Xiao's livestream. "Hey, are you planning to watch the livestream too?" Her roommate passed by and approached her curiously, "Let's join us." She was also planning to watch the livestream, but she was the keyboard type who loved taking nutritional supplements. 3 a day reluctantly made room for her roommate, regretting running back to the dorm because she found the library's internet so slow. The roommate's rivals weren't likely to come to blows, but watching with a roommate standing across from her wouldn't be pleasant. She refused to hear anyone slander Lian Xiao. Watching 2 live streams simultaneously on her laptop split screen was her last act of stubbornness. Her roommates chattered, Guess, will Lian Xiao actually do a live stream? Everyone in the fan group is saying she might just duck out. 3 a day didn't believe it. The live stream now had a staggering audience of over 1 million. No one with any sense would do such a thing as to fool the audience. Of course not, her roommate argued confidently. She showed up for a few seconds and then cut off the stream, making excuses like the internet was bad, the connection was down, and we'd talk about it next time. She wouldn't give the enemy any information. A small group in the fan group had agreed that they would descend on the vicinity of Union University today. If Lian Xiao didn't show up, they would attack Union University offline. 3 a day was usually quiet, and after enduring what she considered to be malicious speculation and gossip from her roommates, the time on her laptop finally jumped to the scheduled 3 p.m. 1 second, 2 seconds. The keyboard, which loved nutritional supplements, began broadcasting on time, but the half of the screen belonging to Lian Xiao's live stream remained black, reflecting the worried look of 3 a day biting her lip and her roommate's barely controlled laughter. Haha, what was I saying? The roommate nudged 3 a day's shoulder, staggering with laughter. I can't keep up the boasting, so I have to run away. Before she finished her words, Lian Xiao's live stream suddenly lit up. Lian Xiao started streaming. 3 a day looked at her roommate, who seemed to have been slapped in the face and speechless, and felt secretly pleased. But the camera showed a stranger. As Qian Yui fiddled with his IB, he inadvertently captured the crowd outside Lian Xiao. They were all Lianjia Xiaoqiao diners, and fellow Union University students. Lian Xiao was completely focused on practicing her three-piece duck, while Zhao Liqing and Qian Yui helped her consider and resolve all other offstage factors. The ingredients were personally ordered by Qian Yui and Cesare, who had connections. Zhao Liqing was also worried about fanatical fans disrupting the live stream, but moving the kitchen equipment or ordering a new set wasn't practical. Ultimately, it was Qian Yui who came up with the idea. Those willing to help maintain order and safety at the live stream would receive a 5% discount coupon at Lianjia Xiaoqiao. If Lianjia Xiaoqiao didn't make it, the coupon would be worthless, and they wouldn't lose money. That's what the profiteer Qian Yui thought. Unexpectedly, the help message he had sent only to the customer group was forwarded outside the group by a helpful customer. The number of people actually willing to come today was greater than they had imagined. And many of them weren't here for the reward. If the fans on the other side really wanted to sabotage us, they have to get past them first. Now, Zhao Liqing and the 4 people from Gu Chengfeng's dorm were stationed outside the store, leaving Lian Xiao to focus on his presentation. Qian Yui had initially worried that the pressure of so many people outside the glass door might be too great, affecting Lian Xiao's performance. Turning around and seeing Lian Xiao's calm demeanor, she swallowed her worries. After setting up the IB, Qian Yui quietly stepped aside. "Hello everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm the manager of Lian Stir Fry." In the live stream room with millions of viewers, countless viewers looked at the fearless young man and spoke calmly. It was as if the eyes on the other side of the camera weren't those of millions of judgmental and suspicious eyes, but rather that she was greeting just an everyday acquaintance. Lian Xiao slowly pulled a Chinese kitchen knife from its holder, the sharpened blade gleaming white. "Enough of the crap, let's get right to the replica. 3 sets of ducks." No further delays, straight to the point. The audience, accustomed to hearing hosts vent about their plight and recount their experiences, suddenly felt a breath of fresh air, a strange sense of sincerity. Outside the computer, 3-a-day roommate snorted in disapproval. Pretentious. Her desire to prevent Lian Xiao from successfully replicating the game was stronger than ever. She glanced at 3-a-day and inadvertently curled her lips. If Lian Xiao succeeded, wouldn't that prove she had poor judgment, had chosen the wrong side, and looked like a fool compared to her roommate? So, she instinctively seized every opportunity to put Lian Xiao down. "Oh my god!" Her roommate covered her face with her hands and screamed in surprise. Then she shook her 3-a-day. Keyboard Brother actually managed to invite her. That's incredible. Keyboard Brother's fans, who had been feeling somewhat demoralized earlier, reacted in kind, frantically showering him with gifts and comments. "Wow, he's such a hidden gem, his connections are incredible. The secret guest is actually Lin Yupon. A goddess and a man together. I'm screaming myself into suffocation. Slow down, slow down. Master Lin Yupon, we love you. Didn't they say Master Lin retired and would never work in the food industry again? Thank you, Keyboard Brother, for inviting the great master back out so we can see him in person. Lin Yupon has changed so much. She looks so beautiful, she's been completely transformed." Keyboard, who loves nutritional supplements, was very pleased with the reaction and the donations from the livestream. He sat upright, his gestures striving for grace and grace, his hands gesturing as he made his entrance. "Ahem, this mysterious guest beside me, I suppose there's no need to introduce her. She's the renowned Master Lin Yupon, known throughout the league. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to you for your presence in our livestream. It's truly a privilege." Lin Yupon nodded gently, but a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Lin Yupon, a legendary talent in the culinary world. Her resume was illustrious. She had already distinguished herself during her university years, developing a new nutritional supplement formula that became the best-selling and most popular product of the year. She was courted by 3 major nutritional supplement companies, and due to her exceptional abilities, they ultimately agreed to allow her to remain a freelancer, undertaking projects for various companies under the guise of a personal studio. After 10 years, as a leading nutritional supplement developer, Lin Yupon suddenly retired and devoted herself to researching food from the Earth Age. Some say she was tired of the corporate intrigue, others say she simply sought new inspiration from Earth cuisine. However, Lin Yupon no longer worked with nutritional supplements, becoming a veteran expert in the academic research of Chinese cuisine. Among living masters, she is the youngest and most likely to complete the revision of the Yen Country Food Directory. But 2 years ago, she announced her retirement on her personal academic website. Some in the academic community claim she encountered an insurmountable academic obstacle and abandoned her academic career in despair. Now, Faced with the once insurmountable challenge of the three-piece duck, how would she react? Everyone in the live stream room waited with bated breath for Lin Yupon to speak. Lin Yupon folded his hands on the table, his expression impassive, like a towering deity. It's impossible to create the three-piece duck based on the Yin country food directory. Anyone who claims to be able to replicate it is just pandering. Chapter 49. That one sentence undoubtedly sentenced Lin Xiao to death. Whether or not everyone who followed Lin Yupon remembered an anecdote. A few years ago, before Lin Yupon retired, a man emerged who overestimated his abilities and attempted to recreate lost Chinese cuisine. The publicity was indeed quite impressive, and many onlookers believed it, chanting, "A new master is emerging." However, Lin Yupon's sharp eyes and sharp comments directly exposed the truth, and netizens only realized belatedly that this man was a fraud. This plot, this direction, felt familiar. Since Lin Yupon called Lin Xiao a fraud, then she was a fraud. Netizens also silently sentenced Lin Xiao to death. They remained in Lin Xiao's live stream, simply waiting for the climax when Lin Yupon exposed the fraud in person. The marketing accounts closely following the live stream were thrilled. They didn't even need to rack their brains for gimmicks. Lin Yupon's actual words were the biggest selling point. The marketing accounts, along with their troll army fans, worked together to push Master Lin Yupon appears in Keyboard Brothers live stream and Lian stir-fry scam to the top of the trending searches. Keyboard Brother, a nutritional supplement lover, hadn't expected Lin Yupon to be so cooperative. He almost burst into laughter, yet he had to maintain a friendly facade. "Master Lin, isn't that a bit presumptuous? I heard this young woman's Chinese restaurant is very popular at Union University. I think she has something special." The aroma of tea filled the air. The more he praised Lin Xiao, the more he would be criticized later, and he could even establish the image of a man who had let bygones be bygones. Keyboard Brother chuckled. Even in the corner, Qian Yui fought the urge to check social media. The mere thought of the live comments in Lin Xiao's live stream made her heart pound, and she couldn't help but think wildly. If she were standing in front of a camera, live streaming to so many people, she'd probably collapse under the pressure and run away. Lin Xiao was actually nervous too. A whirlwind of thoughts escaped uncontrollably. What if I made a mistake in public? What if I crashed? What if? But the moment she grasped the knife, Lin Xiao's heart suddenly settled. What was there to be afraid of? She was absolutely confident in her Chinese cuisine. If anyone in the galaxy could make a three-piece duck, it could only be her. Slices of winter bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, ham. Lin Xiao wielded the seemingly heavy Chinese kitchen knife with a light touch, and in the blink of an eye, the ingredients were sliced into evenly thick slices, which lay flat on the cutting board. Amazing. Most of the viewers in the live stream knew nothing about Lin Xiao, they were just following the crowd, openly taking the opportunity to scorn him. In this day and age, many citizens couldn't even peel fruit with a knife. Lin Xiao's hidden, solid knife skills stunned them from the start. Something's wrong. This young man seems to have some real skills, many people muttered. Ah, don't be fooled by the charlatan. Don't you still believe what Master Lin Yupon says? Such remarks brought the audience back to their feet. Yes. Since Master Lin says the three-piece duck dish can't be replicated, then it's impossible. Liar. Lin Yupon, on the other hand, was watching intently. An expert knows the ropes. Lin Xiao's knife strokes were precise, with no unnecessary movements. Such high-level knife skills couldn't be achieved without diligent practice. Lin Yupon was slightly distracted. She actually saw some of Master Ji Tang in this young girl. She immediately dismissed the absurd idea. Comparing a charlatan who sought fame by selling Chinese food with Ji Tang was an insult to her. The ingredients prepared earlier were just appetizers. The debiting step is the real culinary highlight. The nutritionally inclined keyboard conveniently relayed a message to Lin Yupon. Master Lin, I believe our audience is very interested in this top-notch Chinese dish. How about you first introduce us to the three-piece duck, and then explain the difficulty of this dish? Lin Yupon hummed softly. Talking about Chinese food, she shifted from a cold, impersonal figure to a slightly more lively, living person. The original record of the recipe for the three-piece duck dish is incomplete. It was thanks to Master Ji's extensive research into ancient texts, coupled with repeated experimentation and discussion, that he finally completed the recipe in the Yin State Food Records. Lin Yupon narrated, according to highly credible sources, this soup is also known as 7 small soup. This means a successful three-piece duck dish allows you to savor 7 distinct flavors in one dish. When eating, first savor the soup, which is filled with a fresh aroma of fatty domestic duck. Peel back the outermost layer of domestic duck, and the broth within is filled with a rich, mellow flavor of wild duck broth. Layer by layer, Each layer is savored, until the diverse flavors blend into the broth. The juicy, fresh aroma of poultry, the refreshing taste of winter bamboo shoots, the mellow fragrance of shiitake mushrooms, the richness of ham. Just from the description, netizens couldn't help but imagine how delicious this dish must have tasted. Lunchtime had passed, but their stomachs felt empty. They swallowed with reluctance, while spamming drooling emojis in the comments. Who could understand? They were truly ravenous. So the most challenging part of this dish is how to layer the 3 poultry ingredients, locking in their flavors during the stew and blending them within the duck without losing their flavor prematurely. Otherwise, the exquisite beauty of 7 flavors in one soup would be lost. After saying this, Lin Yupon's expression was like a deep lake, its ripples disappearing and gradually calming. Her gaze swept over her clasped hands, pausing at her manicured fingertips. Once, these hands, roughened by daily knife skills, were inevitably burned by oil splashes while cooking and lifting woks, leaving behind pigmentation marks. She once had hands that weren't beautiful, but they were strong enough to chop bones and lift woks, allowing her to attempt to recreate Chinese cuisine. Thanks to genetic technology and money, her hands are now white and slender, their fingers as smooth as peeling scallions, a pair that everyone admires, like the perfect hands of a pianist. Now, she no longer cooks Chinese food. But based solely on the current Yin Nation food records, we can't determine what techniques the chefs of the Earth era used to achieve this effect. God knows how many methods Lin Yupon tried to recreate the 3-piece duck. She manipulated the cooking time, altered the ingredients, even split the duck open and deboned it before suturing the incision. She used the most advanced low-molecular, high-fiber yarn to prevent the flavor from fading. All to no avail. She devoted years to recreating the 3-piece duck, exhausting her energy and devotion, until she finally lost hope and turned her back on Chinese food. Lin Yupon's face turned cold, a flame of hatred burning within her. She had tried her best, but she couldn't recreate the 3-piece duck. She admitted defeat to her culinary incompetence. But she couldn't tolerate anyone exploiting a dish she had dedicated her life to, deceiving the public. After learning about Lian Xiao's incident from the cart-over company, she couldn't sit still for a moment, vowing to use every means at her disposal to punish the despicable people who consume Chinese food. Ah! Keyboard guy jumped in surprise. Everyone, look! What's Lian Xiao doing? Hundreds of spectators scattered across the league were drawn to Lian Xiao's actions. Bewildered, they watched as she made a 3-inch incision beneath the duck's neck. Her thumb expertly groped through the flesh, and before anyone could grasp her movements, she yanked the entire duck's neck bone free from the incision. Heh! Lin Yupon snorted, his tense body leaning back with a mocking expression. Awesome, everyone go away. You can tell right away this person is a scammer. Wow, didn't they do their homework before cheating? Masters of this dish all cut open the duck, remove the internal organs, and then debone it, making it easier to stuff the other ingredients and sew it up. This idiot didn't even consider that with her technique, she couldn't even debone it. Wow, what's going on? 3 a day, and her roommate saw all this commentary. The roommate feigned sudden realization and said in surprise, "So your favorite influencer is a scammer. You have such good judgment. TSK. 3 a day clenched her hands. For some reason, she felt a deep connection with Lian Xiao, as if they were fighting a battle all on their own. Don't you know the same thing? The roommate, who had been laughing non-stop, widened his eyes, his surprise no longer feigned. You're talking so early, be careful you get slapped in the face. 3 a day voice trembled slightly. Is it hard to comment after you've seen it? You? The roommate had never expected that the usually silent 3 a day would be so assertive and confront her directly. A rubbish person and a rubbish streamer, a match made in heaven. My roommate jumped up, his brow furious. Who wants to watch a live stream with you? You're not worthy. 3 a day didn't even bother to glance at me and abruptly exited Keyboard Guy's stream. Just then, the barrage of comments in Lian Xiao's stream suddenly surged. The audience watched as Lian Xiao tugged and pulled, severing the fascia with a knife, and finally, miraculously, extracted the wing bone through a tiny incision. The comments gradually died down. As if possessed, they watched Lian Xiao's movements intently, afraid to miss a single detail. Did Lian Xiao use some high-tech technique? Otherwise, how could he completely debone a duck with just a knife? But their eyes and their minds told him, yes, Lian Xiao really had simply used a knife, and had, seemingly impossible, deboned the duck without even opening its belly. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. The live stream, watched by millions, mysteriously went blank. Everyone was stunned by Lian Xiao. No one could believe their eyes. Some later joked that the 8-minute livestream of Lian Xiao debuting the duck was 8 minutes of Chinese cuisine legend Lian Xiao single-handedly captivating millions of viewers. It was also the 8 minutes that marked the beginning of Chinese cuisine's renewed glory. The duck, skin and bones separated, lay intact on the chopping board, like a deflated balloon. But this time, its shape was still visible, a beautiful balloon. Oh my god! Someone in the live stream finally came to their senses, typing tremblingly, speechless with shock. I can't imagine this is a skill even a human can master. It's amazing. In the live stream, the keyboard guy was dumbfounded, only to see Lian Xiao complete the debuting process did he seem to regain his tongue. This. Damn it! He had to say something humiliating to Lian Xiao, and get the flow back on the live stream. But keyboard guy knew that no matter how much he threw mud, it wouldn't change the shock Lian Xiao's cooking had brought to millions. Oh, and there's Lin Yupon. She hated him so much, she'd definitely have nothing good to say. Frantically, keyboard guy stammered, Lin, Master Lin, this guy is really messing around. They're trying to deceive us with such crude tactics. What do you think? The moment he turned around, his forced composure shattered. Lin Yupon had stood up at some point, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. So that's how it is. The sob choked her throat, and her words rang out across the galaxy as the live stream spread. The revival of Chinese cuisine is possible. Chapter 50. If only time could go back. Both Lin Yupon and Keyboard Man were surprisingly in sync at that moment. Keyboard Man regretted it. He regretted why he had invited Lin Yupon. What was wrong with Lin Yupon? Couldn't he tell friend from foe? Lin Yupon's feelings were much more complicated. As one of the foremost Chinese cuisine researchers of our time, she might not be as skilled as Lian Xiao, but her understanding of Chinese cuisine undoubtedly surpassed that of most. When Lian Xiao finished her duck with her miraculous debuting technique, Lin Yupon immediately grasped her thinking behind the three-piece duck. So that's it. Only those 4 words lingered in her mind. Is it regret? After thousands of days and nights grappling with a difficult problem, it turns out the path she'd chosen from the beginning was wrong. Regret that she hadn't persevered a little longer, regret that she hadn't personally recreated the three-piece duck. No, it was more of joy. Joy that the goal she so desperately pursued wasn't just a pipe dream. Joy that this mysterious dish, the crystallization of the experience and skills of her predecessors, actually existed. Even if she wasn't the one to finally recreate it, it was still wonderful. How wonderful. Lin Yupon raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were increasingly rolling down her cheeks. A smile crossed her wet face, like a child who had finally received a beloved gift. She calmed herself down a bit, then hurriedly left the live stream without even bothering to explain. What are you standing there for? Go stop Lin Yupon. Keyboard brother, wearing a headset, was constantly communicating with a representative from the Cartover company. The representative was constantly giving him orders through the headset based on the public opinion. Oh! Keyboard brother seemed to have just woken up from his dream. Lin Yupon's words shattered his CPU. He was so shocked he didn't have time to react. The ultimate weapon against Lian Xiao had escaped. How would the plan proceed? As keyboard brother ran out to find someone, he couldn't imagine the barrage in the live stream right now. Did I hear correctly? Master Lin meant the other side was right? My decision to skip class to watch the live stream was absolutely right. Lin Yupon was crying and laughing in the live stream, and suddenly ran away. A scene guaranteed to be epic. Master, don't go. Come back, and tell us what you mean, Master. Wow, it's really hard to imagine Lian stir-fry and the Chinese cuisine renaissance together. The world is so magical. It was chaos, all chaos. 2 streamers, one running and the other chasing, bored the audience in Keyboard Brothers livestream and switched to the next one. On the Apu livestream rankings, Keyboard Brothers' ranking was surpassed by the 3rd place. Unlike the frenzied atmosphere in Keyboard Brothers' livestream, after the brief, shocking barrage of comments faded, no one in Lian Xiao's livestream spoke, everyone was glued to Lian Xiao's movements. Alas, more than one viewer sighed. The resolution of the lens Lian's family used for cooking stir-fries wasn't good enough. Couldn't they have replaced it with a professional-grade, Ultra HD lens? They could have carefully studied Lian Xiao's movements later. As he deboned the duck, Lian Xiao gradually immersed himself in it, sinking into a state of complete, undivided attention and oblivion. After more than 10 minutes of deboning, Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. Boneless poultry of varying sizes lay limp on the cutting board. If it weren't for the netizens witnessing it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that all the bones had been extracted from such a small incision. Successfully deboning the pigeons is 70% to 80% successful. The remaining steps are relatively simple and tedious. Lian Xiao first scalds the pigeons inside and out, stuffs them into the duck's belly, and fills the empty space with chopped winter bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and ham slices. She then scalds the pigeons again until the blanched ducks, wild ducks, and pigeons are nested together. She then places the pigeons in a suitable container and simmers them over low heat. Throughout the stewing process, all the ingredients are locked inside the ducks, slowly cooking until they're cooked, leaving the bones crispy and the meat tender, and the broth clear and flavorful. Compared to the thrilling debonning process, the 2 hours of waiting for the duck to stew are rather tedious. Lian Xiao, with nothing else to do, and not wanting to read the comments, simply practices her knife skills by carving carrots. In the live stream, a crowd watches her carve roses, then peonies, and then the ducklings and chickens. Inexperienced netizens are mesmerized, pleading to buy them through comments. Outside, the trending topics were circulating, with speculation swirling in Keyboard Brothers' live stream about Lin Yupon's whereabouts. The atmosphere on Lian Xiao's side was surprisingly harmonious. After finishing carving the carrot, Qian Yui whispered something to Lian Xiao, and Lian Xiao's eyes lit up. The guest she'd been waiting for had arrived. She could live stream a 3-piece duck rendition, impressing audiences with her impressive technique, but she needed professionals to verify her technique and authenticity. Keyboard Brother and the Cartover Company were using Lin Yupon's reputation as a master to brand Lian Xiao, so how could Lian Xiao not realize this? However, with her current abilities and connections, it was impossible for her to invite a master of Lin Yupon's caliber. Under Cartover's management, even the most prominent stakeholders were unwilling to wade into this mess. It was only for Professor Simon's sake that she managed to secure the services of the editor-in-chief of the Earth Cuisine publication Zinchalu, who agreed to conduct a personal, face-to-face tasting and review of the food. Zhao Liqing, who had gone to meet someone, was stunned when he saw the guests getting off the car. We agreed to have one, but there were 3, and 2 of them looked remarkably familiar. Pressing through the crowd of people standing guard outside Lianjia Xiaoqiao, Cesare caught sight of the elderly man in the middle, who nodded gently. Cesare blurted out a certain interjection in shock. Xiao saw, who is that? Do you know him? Yin asked. Of course. Cesare realized his loss of composure, and lowered his voice. Didn't you watch the TV show The Strange Case Files when you were little? Gu Chafeng, no. His family didn't allow him to watch much TV when he was little, so he barely saw any cartoons. Yin, when I was little, I practiced piano every day and had no time to watch TV. Poincaré was more supportive, I know. This show is also very famous in our galaxy. But playing with puppies and lambs is much more fun. I don't watch TV. Cesare expressed his disdain. What a bunch of people who never had a childhood. The Strange Man Files was a show that was popular throughout the Alliance over a decade ago. Each episode featured amateurs with unique skills. Cesare's impression, if he remembered correctly, was that the person Zhao Liqing had just led in was Qi Bingcheng, the Chinese culinary master who rose to fame because of this show. Editor-in-chief Chen of Zinchalu led the way into Lianjia Xiaoqiao, feeling uneasy. Although their magazine was known as the most authoritative academic journal on Earth cuisine, the focus on Earth-era food was quite limited. As editor-in-chief, he had to be respectful to the industry leaders. Upon entering, Editor-in-chief Chen's wild thoughts were transformed into astonishment. What a smell! The 3-piece duck had been in the pot for nearly 2 hours, the aroma of the duck broth wafting forth, its fresh, fragrant flavor piercing everyone's nostrils. Lian Xiao was a little surprised that Editor-in-chief Chen had brought 2 extra people along, without even notifying him. Director Chen rubbed his hands awkwardly, and whispered to Lian Xiao if they could join him for a taste. Xiao Lian, I send you the manuscript as soon as I get back. Is that okay with you? Editor-in-chief Chen said this with a guilty conscience. He knew full well that while he might seem to be doing Lian Xiao a favor, the fact that the 2 masters had come to investigate was probably because he and Jin Shenlu were trying to capitalize on Lian Xiao's influence. Lian Xiao's gaze darted between the 2 of them, and she shrewdly concluded that Editor-in-chief Chen was intentionally or unintentionally praising the latter 2. She readily agreed. She was confident in the 3-piece duck anyway, and 2 more guests meant 2 more endorsements, which she welcomed with open arms. Lian Xiao's forthrightness bolstered Editor-in-chief Chen's favor, and he resolved to put in a few kind words for the young people in his manuscript. A 3-piece duck dish with excellent cuts and a decent blend of flavors, but slightly undercooked. As the 3-piece duck was served, Lian Xiao gestured for an invitation. Editor-in-chief Chen, who had initially avoided showing his face to meet the magazine's KPI, not only introduced himself to the camera, but also took the initiative to introduce the two uninvited guests. Anyone who has even a passing interest in global culinary culture should be familiar with these two, Master Qi Bingcheng and Master Lin Yupon. Qianyui, netizens, ? Lian Xiao, why do these names sound familiar? The missing person has returned. Then appeared in a rival livestream. As soon as this explosive news broke, Lian Xiao's livestream became even more crowded with onlookers. During the 2 hours that Keyboard Brother and the entire livestream audience were searching for Lin Yupon contacted Qi Bingcheng and, through Qi Bingcheng's connections, connected her with Editor-in-Chief Chen, who had been invited. She hadn't been able to witness the recreation of the three-piece duck in person, and she also had to personally verify whether Lian Xiao's three-piece duck was a success. What's going on? Shouldn't Master Lin be in Keyboard Brothers' livestream? Why is he here? Did the village just get internet? Over an hour ago, Goddess Lin suddenly left the next room, and Keyboard Brother and the others are still looking for her. I get it. Lin Yupon's calling in help to directly destroy Lian's stir-fry. So cool. More fun to watch. What nonsense! The goddess was clearly praising Lian's stir-fry in the next room, saying there's hope for a revival of Chinese cuisine. As expected of a man who relies on his fans for his livelihood, just as Keyboard Brother worried, Lin Yupon's past experience and well-known character have immense appeal among casual viewers, and her attitude can easily influence the public's likes and dislikes. Seeing Lin Yupon unexpectedly appear in Lian Xiao's livestream, Keyboard Brother nearly fainted. His worst fear had come true. Even if Lin Yupon had suddenly fled before, he could have just gotten away with it. But why did this crazy woman, Lin Yupon, choose Lian Xiao's livestream? Was she crazy? What good would it do her to support her enemy? Not to mention the slap in the face. Wasn't Lin Yupon afraid of retaliation from Kartover? A utilitarian like Keyboard Brother would probably never understand the sincerity of an idealist. What had gone wrong? He had the support of Kartover, and his fans fighting for him. When no one was willing to speak up for Lian Xiao, the other side must have felt desperate. How could such a bright situation be reversed? Keyboard Brother's hands and feet felt cold, and he suddenly had a premonition that his uploading career might be coming to an end. Lin Yupon truly hadn't considered that much. Nothing else in the world could compare to savoring this replica of the three-piece duck. The kitchen was utterly silent, the only sound being the clinking of chopsticks and bowls. The first sip, the broth. As the broth filled her lips and tongue, Lin Yupon closed her eyes, a sense of joy mingled with regret welling up within her once again. It was the flavor of the three-piece duck described. She knew she was witnessing a dream come true. As she sampled each dish, Lin Yupon's intense joy faded, leaving behind pure wonder and curiosity, a perfect fusion of flavors, an unparalleled umami lingering on her tongue. Several ingredients no one knew better than her, yet in this young man's hands, they fused to exquisite perfection. She suddenly felt the urge to thank Lian Xiao. Words were no longer needed, the expressions and body language of the two masters spoke volumes. The livestream audience belatedly realized that they had witnessed the historic moment of the successful three-piece duck replica. Looking at Lian Xiao again, she remained calm and composed, as if she weren't under immense pressure from public opinion, but simply prepared a simple dish. In the past, netizens disliked her, thinking she was pretentious and thick-skinned. Now they suddenly realized, this is the unwavering, unfazed attitude of the powerful, unaffected by fame or disgrace. Qi Bingcheng put down his bowl and chopsticks, seemingly savoring the meal. After a long silence, he recited a poem that has been passed down for thousands of years, describing the three-piece duck. 3 birds, 1 gui, unparalleled in the world, ducks, pigeons, and fowls hidden within. He walked up to Lian Xiao and bowed deeply. Little friend Lian, no, Master Lian. I am truly honored to be able to taste the three-piece duck today.